And welcome back to another episode of Everyone Gets a Trophy, where everyone gets a trophy, but everyone doesn't deserve one. I'm your host, Ien Conner, here with my co-host, Brent Fam. See, I
Hi.
wish I had sound effects and stuff so I can, everyone be,
Uh-huh.
clapping right now. But let them know a little bit about yourself for the people who don't know, people who are returning guests. Like, let them know what we're here to do today, Brent.
Oh, so today we're gonna talk about my appearance. This YouTuber named Ray Reality, or she calls herself, I think,
Saggy melons.
Saggy Melons. Okay.
Hmm.
Um, and basically, for today, we're gonna focus on her commentary, and we're gonna give our perspective on what she had to say.
100%.
So,
So, without further ado, we're going to start, getting into this Saggy Melons reactions, responding to recent comments and other things. Ooh, sounds exciting. Let's see. She's back. Like, let's see what the melons who are saying. This whole like chibi, you know what I mean? Artwork kind of makes me a little uncomfortable, especially with the subject matter. You know what I mean?
Also
mhm.
like healthy discussion. So let's hope we can get some of that going.
If anyone can't
I
hear
like to
her,
come
let
on
me
here
know.
and rant, especially if I'm getting a lot of.
Let's go back a little bit more. Oh, she jamming over there. With a little Beethoven. Oh. Oh yeah, I don't want to hear none of that.
Yeah, just skip to the part. I mean, she talked about other topics, but I'm not really familiar with those.
Streams, I should say. Once in a while, I like to come on here and rant, especially if I'm getting a lot of backlash from people for past streams I've done or videos and things like that. I like to rant and respond to them all respectfully or disrespectfully, because I'm very disrespectful. So, anyways, how y'all doing? Like I said,
Very
good.
disrespectful.
I see some new. No, I see one person new in the chat. Hello, everybody. I see some people I haven't seen in a while. Let me get this bullshit off the screen, and then we're gonna dive right into my rambling and ranting and have a discussion, hopefully, because, like, I do like arguing, but I also like healthy discussion. So let's hope we can get some of that going. Welcome to Saggy Melons Live. I'm your host, Saggy Melons, and thank y'all.
We're gonna let her go,
guys.
Rebel.
Why am I here? Why am I doing this?
Hello, Rebel.
For those
How are
OG
you?
people, remember my intro
Rebel.
when I used to say. Yes, I've been doing this for a while, and I've definitely
Once
had
I figure out how to mod people and stuff like that, I'll make you a mod,
creator.
Rebel.
And things never change. We're some new.
I already know
It's
you
been
like
very
chaos.
interesting, and I really hope that after
we
big
here
change in
for
my
it,
life, things will just get better and improve. Right? My opinions will always stay the same. My personality will stay the same. I'm gonna try to not swear as much. Yeah, right. We all know that's not happening. But I do have some things I need to address because I'm getting some constant criticisms that just are kind of getting on my nerves. But
Warranted.
I see some people here.
Very warranted criticism.
Here.
If you ask me.
Here. Glindor is here. Serious. Oh my God, I can't read. Serious.
I could have told you that.
I probably butchered the shit out of that, and I apologize. If you are new here, you will get to know that I am very bad at reading sometimes. It's a struggle, especially when you guys have very unique names. It's a struggle. I'm on the struggle bus here. But hello, welcome. I see. Hold on, I gotta highlight this because I saw this when I was doing the intro, and I'm like, what does this mean? Is it love you? I pray. Alien love. Alien love, y'all. Well, I heart you, and I pray for your alien love. And I appreciate that. That's so sweet. I never had somebody tell me how much they love me and pray for the alien love.
Oh my God, no one cares,
but I'm here for it, and I appreciate you. I love that. And I'm sorry I butchered your name. I think I questioned Skull for Stone Loki. Much love to Stone Loki. One of the OGs. One of my OG friends. Love him to death. He comes in once in a while.
Ray, what's the end goal?
Facts. Like, what's the point?
Here we go.
That was a deep cut. If y'all didn't catch that, that was a very deep cut.
This man is like predictable at this point. I was waiting. I'm like, I feel like this is a stream that Leon's going to show up in, and here he is.
You heard it, right? But Co said, I've never heard anyone say nothing with so many words.
This is the thing my haters don't understand. I only got monetized because I talked about my haters all the time, responding to them. What YouTuber is going to respond to all their haters? The smart ones, the ones that are successful. My loser ass with my very low sub count and my low viewer count will constantly respond to the haters and then they do exactly what I expect them to do, which is constantly come back and give me engagement, which is absolutely something I love. Absolutely adore it. Let's see. Going down the list.
Yeah, I think that's a little. That's called manipulation.
Fox mask, which I threw out. I had to retire my Fox mask.
Just a little bit. For a very long time. I mean?
Barely wore it outside of Halloween and using it for like streams to mess with people. But it's outdated. I'll get a new one down the line. But yeah, we got to get rid of the Fox mask. Don't say nothing to me until you give me a link, bro. This man always you bored. That's what you are. You're bored. No, go over there with K-Huck. You found your new streaming buddy. It's K-Huck. Which
hey, Mean Green.
And I adore her to
What's up, DG?
Leon replaces me very easily, so whatever. Anyways, on to the rant. So first, goddamn, we just starting off with $20 super chat. I didn't even say shit. Thank you so much. Thank you, Space Monk, for the $20. Thank you for supporting the boba tea addiction. Appreciate it. By the way, the link to the Venmo does not work. I have to fix it.
Is boba tea even good? Like, I've never had any boba tea. For anyone who's trying to
donate directly through Venmo, don't click the link.
It really depends. You have to go to some the well-known shops in
thank you, Space Monk. I have to see you
in like Asia, and I think California has probably the best boba tea, and then New York.
Anyway,
those two.
So listen.
That's cool.
First thing I want to
tried it.
Is the constant.
I'm probably gonna try some one of these days.
For my very little use of AI. Okay, I have had so many comments on my Gideon stream. And these are all Gideon fans, so they're already like mentally not well. Talking about how I use AI, and I just want to point out I don't use it for everything.
I don't know what this drama is. I don't know Gideon. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah,
like a little animation character.
What is she talking about?
Intro to streaming now.
Yeah, I mean you could fast forward if you want, but if you want to listen, it's up to you. I don't know.
Maybe YouTube will change the policies on that, but for now, it's helping it, and it really shows you like the type of people that are out there that don't generally give a shit about a serious topic involving children. They'd rather just point out, well, you use it.
No one cares about serious topics involving children, but like you stood there while like some people who we won't name was like calling CPS on fuck the person on children. That could have got those kids in like messed up situations, but you were willing to just dogpile on that, right? You was willing to be like, oh, I don't really care when it was happening in your community.
Right.
But it's like the moral police of these people, and it's like, oh, when something happens to her boyfriend who's a grown ass man, now she's so clutches pearls. Like I don't even like the guy who got CPS called on his children. But fuck that. Like you care so much about it's like the hypocrisy for me.
Right.
AI, so your point's invalid.
Sitting here calling herself Saggy Melons with a fucking chibi image right here.
Doing with a child in EDP.
Oh no, but she's actually 954, so it's okay in this situation.
But yeah,
fuck out of here.
Like that all the time ever since I have changed layout in the
anybody who doesn't understand that reference, boom. Like there's a lot of anime out here that they'll have little girls scantily clad, and they'll be like, "Oh well, it's okay. She's 900. She's 1,000. It's fine." That's the same thing that's happening here.
Saying that my somebody made a comment saying, "Well,
she'll
you're
understand
the last person to talk. You have like a childlike character," and I'm like, "It's chibi. I'm an anime fan. It is a chibi art style, and it's me. Like that is
that's what chibi means. Little chibi literally translates to childlike. What?
That I put through to change the style to make myself look like a little anime character, not a child, but just an anime chibi rendition of myself. So even again, that's nothing crazy. The character is fully clothed, a little cleavage, but overall, like the character is clothed. The character's not doing anything sexy except for bouncing up.
But you hear this shit? Like weird. Thank you, Cole. Like Cole understands this. Like chibi literally just translates to little, small. This is a chibi rendition of a thing bouncing around, showing cleavage. But for some reason, she cares so much about children. This is disgusting, honestly.
And down, which
and like this low-key gives the anime community a bad name.
And if anyone is looking at my character and seeing a child, maybe y'all are the ones who need to have your heads examined because it's not a child. It's actually a picture of myself. That is my tattoo on my chest. You can go to my Instagram and look at pictures of me and see the same chest tattoo that's on the character is clearly meant to be me.
I'm sorry, I have to stop it again. Style. Like you see this, like she'll come with something as sick as this, right? But then try to throw it back on other people. If you see a child with this little person here, something must be wrong with you. Really? That's what we're going with, buddy? That's what you think. You take out time, you know what chibi means. See, these people really want people to be ignorant to things, right?
Right.
I'm in the anime community, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we understand what Sailor Chibi Moon was. It's a little version of Sailor Moon, who was a child. She was the chibi. When you have what's her name from Tenchi Muyo? Forget her name. Princess Ayaka's little sister. They came out with a chibi version of her in her own TV show, because chibi literally is children. That's what that means. Little person.
Right.
So it's like you saying this and having an audience who doesn't really watch anime, they'll let you slide with that. With this weird fetishizing children shit you got going on here. But let's continue. I'm sorry.
So what? What does that have to do with any criticisms you have on what I said about the Gideon shit or any of the things I talk about? So that was one thing that I wanted to rant about, because it's like a constant thing to the point where I have to say something now, because it's like every time people come here, they find something stupid to shit on me about, to basically deflect any real thinking about what I'm saying. Like, y'all are coming to my channel, leaving stupid comments that adds nothing to the conversation, not even proper pushback against anything I'm saying. You're just coming here to attack me because how dare I call out Gideon for his piss poor way of handling the EDP sting operation that he botched and didn't take seriously and didn't care. And I don't care what y'all are saying. Like, when you guys are sitting there like, well, like, people came to the stream, people who watched the stream, there were haters in the chat that came in to defend Gideon and say, well, he did try. Well, he didn't try enough, in my opinion. That's my opinion, bro. You don't have to agree with my opinion. That's the thing about people on the internet. They feel like when you give an opinion, it's fact. So they'll just go out of their way to defend something. Like, how are you going to sit there and defend him because I have an opinion that's different from yours, right? It's just an opinion. My opinion ain't hurting nobody. I highly doubt my opinion or my stream that all these weirdos are coming to had any impact or influence on changing what Gideon's doing. Is Gideon going to stop chasing predators because some random chick online who calls herself Sag Melons said something about it? No. And it's dumb when these people who are fans of a YouTuber, that parasocial bullshit I tell you about, come here and try to like white knight for him. Who cares? I'm just going to block you and shit on you and keep you blocked because I don't give a fuck. You're not going to come to the channel and actually say anything times. Y'all need to start knowing the was called All Negro Comics. I'm not even making that up. It was called All Negro Comics, and they made comics, for black people. Of course, as usual, because like girl did her research and boom. Facts.
Oh my God, when is she gonna get to something with substance?
Oh my God, Justin Proper, I haven't seen that name in forever. How you doing? Clearly you still get a wrench, and I love you. Hopefully you've been well. So that was one of the beefs I had online today, was arguing with my own people about black superheroes, and had to educate them on a character. And Dee Dee even said, yeah, I had no idea Lime exists. Neither did I. I didn't know. I will say this, because Dee Dee brings up Blade is what, you got what
who gives a fuck?
Breathe energy into, because I'm just not trying to start that bullshit back up. But
I don't even
too happy about my stream yesterday.
There we go. There we go. Finally, something with substance. Finally, someone,
Brent,
she's talking about someone we actually care about. Okay, let's go.
But Brent, somebody who I've had on the channel before during the time when I was, going at a certain person.
And just let me know whenever you want to stop it, Brent.
Just not trying to start that bullshit back up. But Brent was not too happy about my stream yesterday. So that was glazing Henry, and then brought up all kinds of all stuff. Henry's not credible. Listen. And then on top of that, I know some of y'all know that me and the community had a little falling out, whatever. I don't have any personal gripes, or I'm not holding.
I'm sorry, I had to stop that. A little falling out? That's what you consider what occurred? A little falling out?
Yeah. You crazy. That behavior is so dangerous. Do the people understand what I'm going to say his name, Chad Billington, you know how dangerous that is? When you try to use information to try to intimidate people, this behavior is unacceptable. And she's going to sit here because Henry Resilient spreads the propaganda she approves of. Note, before this stuff happened, she's lockstep with Henry with the opinions that he spread. I mean, they might have minor disagreements with like like actual fandom or whatever, I don't know. But in terms of the propaganda they're trying to spread, she was lockstep with Henry Resilient before this stuff happened. And maybe I don't know what happened exactly because I wasn't really following it. She might have said something they disagree that wasn't complete lockstep with Henry, and this Chad Billington guy just went rogue or whatever. The mods went rogue and exposed that picture, and this behavior is crazy.
That's my thing, right? He didn't go rogue, right? That and I disagree with that part of it, Brent.
Because that's what I know. That's that's been. I don't know, but it doesn't. I mean, he went. He went rogue. Maybe I should put quotation marks.
Yeah,
that's what
quotations, like, you know what I mean. They went rogue. If she would have never approached Dust with it, because she was looking for a long time,
right?
Who. And you know how Rican is, you know what I mean? Like, Rican's so fucking stupid. He throws all his cards out there. So he's like, hey, I got this, but no one's believing him. You know what I mean? No one, for the longest time, he was saying, like, Chad is sending me information about y'all. He was saying it publicly. None of them was listening. None of the people who were fighting for Henry, who wasn't in the small circle that they created for themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only person who could have said something ahead of time was Angel. Angel could have came out and shed light on everything sooner. Way sooner.
Right?
Even Dust, because they were in. Dust literally brought up messages of them talking in his Discord. So he wants us to believe that he wasn't seeing them have those conversations prior to her confronting him about it. So everybody just was, when they were coordinating, Chad, TJ, all these guys were coordinating to get her to crash out. They want me to believe that they felt comfortable with saying, with something that Dust highlighted, something that Chad and those guys said. They were like, hey, I just scrubbed all my DMs of the, what's his name? What was the guy named? The diabolical guy, her boyfriend? I forget the kid's name, but
is it the
TTS? Yes, TTS. She's like, hey, scrub all. Like, he's so open saying this inside of their Discord, so he wants me to believe that he didn't see any of this prior. They felt so comfortable with saying, hey, scrub all your DMs, and we're scrubbing all our DMs of the TTS stuff, and then also saying like, oh yeah, like, do this and that and give this to Rican just so we can see her ass crash out. Like, he didn't see any of that before that. Oh no, it's the excuse of, oh well, me and Henry are barely in the Discord, so you guys have no fucking lives, so you're not about to hit me with that. Like, oh, we're not seeing this. That's a lot of things, right? The biggest thing is I'm not allowing them, even at that point in time, I wasn't allowing them to get away with just lies that they were throwing. Because if it doesn't make sense logically to me, I have to question it. I'm like, that makes no logical sense. You knew nothing?
I think they knew they were gathering evidence, because Dust did say he was gathering evidence, but to use it as an intimidation, I think that this is the part that was missed, that he did not pay attention to. And I'm not excusing Dust. I even told this to him. I'm not excusing him. He is not innocent. Angel, they're not innocent in this. And I would say to Angel that he is not innocent either. He's even less innocent than Dust, because he knew, because when I was talking to him before all this happened, he knew my personal information. He mentioned it to me. The extent in which he knew, I don't know, because I don't pay attention. I'm not in these Discords, or I don't know any of this. And the extent, the intimidation thing is the part that's the problem, because in the quote unquote real world, people do background checks.
Facts.
They do. And so that's what I thought it was. Like, you're doing a background check on me. Yeah, you don't like me. Oh, we found information. Oh, you looked me up online. Whatever. Whoop-de-doo. I mean, I'm not quoting Blake Foster in this. I'm just saying in general, whoop-de-doo. Like, you're doing a background check on me, because anyone could do that. The problem, I think, in this situation is that the intimidation. This is this is very problematic because you're basically intimidating someone to shut up. And later on, I bring this up because Henry's credibility needs to be questioned. When you have moderators that you try to intimidate people to suppress their opinions, your credibility needs to be questioned. When you lie on people like Walter Jones, and you claim that you hold Power Rangers accountable, you're the TMZ of Power Rangers, your credibility needs to be questioned. And for them to say that, oh, I'm obsessed, well, then why are you lying on these people? You're the obsessed ones. If you're gonna lie on them to grift off of your fan base, then it is fair game to call you out on it. Especially when what Henry said about Walter, I took that into account, and I probably would have taken that into account when I was buying that suit. And this is fair game because you're talking about a fandom that is looking online to do research to form their opinions about these Power Rangers actors. Like some of the stuff on Henry's channel, like Ray wants to say, well, it's about fact. If Henry presents facts, some of it is actually true. Like Zachary Taylor McGinnis, that situation with Zachary Taylor McGinnis, Henry presented on his channel. That was
public information. You know, that was public
right. But it was first exposed by Dust and on Henry's channel, and it proved to be true. So not everything on Henry's channel is a lie. And it was in, Austin, all these actors, they're not going to publicly talk about these things. These things you have to find out doing your own research. So what Henry has done is not all lies, but when they are lies, they need to be called out, because I, as a fan, when I go to these conventions, I am taking into account outside information. What these people are taking into account. Like I try to look past Henry, I see what he's presenting, and there's a clear bias, but if there's solid fact that's indisputable, I'm not going to discredit it just because I don't like him. I'm going to verify it, but I'm not going to discount it just because I don't like him. And Ray makes this point, but at the same time, it's like the way she tries to prop Henry up like he's some sort of truth teller. No, his credibility is I would say it's ruined at this point. 100%. And it's because when you lie on someone, the lie he told about Walter is so egregious because he was presented with information by Francis that it was for somebody else, and he chose to lie. He presents it as the history that I don't like. That is almost a direct quote from Henry. And it's just kind of like when it comes to the Power Rangers fandom, which is what all these videos that Henry does is about, it is a big problem when you lie. So when Ray says, "Oh, Henry is a truth teller," my God, she just believes the propaganda that Henry is spreading, and she can't snap out of it. I mean, you look at Ko, for example, one of Henry's top supporters. He had the common sense to say no more. And I think Ko's in the chat right now. Like he had common sense to say no more, and he was a top supporter of Henry's. But Ray can't snap out of it. The propaganda is so powerful, and you see it play out in this stream. So we'll just let people see it for themselves. How she's propagandized by Henry Resilient.
And here's another thing, right? Because I want to comment on a comment that just popped up in the chat, right? Really, she's saying yes. Most Henry's coverage is justified, but the mods ruined his channel, right? I wouldn't even say that. Like they are all working. When you're saying Henry Resilient, that's not just Mark. I want y'all to understand that it is a business. This is a business. Let's be clear. That is ran not only by Mark. It is ran by Shay. It is ran by TJ. It is ran by Chad. All these people, it is ran by Antro6. All of these people are working in tandem to keep the brand of Henry Resilient going. I want y'all to understand that, right? When these people are saying things like, oh, most Power Ranger fans are neurodivergent, or they're understanding what they are doing. They're not stupid about this, right? It's not a thing where, oh, his mods almost ruined his channel. No, he almost ruined his own channel. I need people to really pay attention to that. Like, and then on top of that, we can understand that, and I would say, hey, Rebel, you're justified in saying that if we didn't see the pattern of behavior and if we didn't see what happened afterwards.
Right.
Afterwards, what happened? If it was them who was putting his channel in jeopardy, he would have put a stop to them. You know what he said? I can't control them. You know what he did after that? Start booting them out of this Discord. She got kicked live. We all watched it. Most of the people here, we watched her get kicked.
Right.
We watched Dust get kicked live. We watched these people. See, when people started calling out what they were doing.
Right.
Right?
Right.
They start kicking people out of the Discord, and then he literally gets on his channel, doesn't clear anything up that he said. Like anything that was happening, he didn't. He just went. He made the whole stream about Dust was doxxed. Not saying anything that those guys were doing was wrong. Oh, I can't control the mods, and Dust was never doxxed. So stop saying you were doxxed, and also called her a bitch. Like, fuck that bitch. Literally what he said to her. So if you're going to say, oh, most of the things that he's saying is justified. No, a lot of the shit that they're saying over there are 100% speculative, and it's opinion-based. Blake Foster doing something to Sky Frank. That is a unsubstantiated opinion. I don't give a damn who says it. That's why there's no proof.
Right.
Now you can say, I believe this off of X, Y, and Z. Cool. That's your opinion.
Right. Right. And they're trying to say that, oh, we owe an apology to David Yost. And that's going to be another stream, but it's just kind of like,
yep.
Ien, you've seen the documentation I gave you. The whole video, start to finish. The credit card statement, the dispute, the conversations with convention owners. And he wants to say, oh, his credit, because he left out of context. This is a manipulative thing he said. What context? What do I have to do? Do I have to take a picture, have a picture of the entire convention, and to have the whole this is manipulative behavior because he wants to discredit me and try to. It's a manipulative thing that he's doing, and it's just kind of like with the I just can't believe that she would say that. Oh, Henry is a he tells it, even though we had a falling out, he's like a truth teller. Are you serious?
No, he doesn't. This guy doesn't even tell his own truth. We're not going to get into that today, but he doesn't tell his own truth to the point where he told his fan base that, hey, one day I'm going to come out and tell you guys about my truth. And now when he was covering Young Sage, I want people to pay attention to the entire, don't just think linearly. Look back at the history of it all in totality. He literally said on his Young Sage, hey, it's certain people who want me to say things that I'll never talk about. But hey, you said you would come out and talk about this. I ask questions and I become Roach King. You know what I mean? Like, you got to think about stuff like this. I become a crackhead. You got to think about when you start holding people's feet to the fire and all they have to say is ad hominems.
Right.
After trying to 100% look up information. Because this is the thing. We're only talking about, and this is one of my biggest gripes with Dust, right? When all that ish was happening, he was so cool with being like, oh, well, yeah, Ray, what they were doing to Ray was wrong and all this. When I approached him and asked him, hey, I already know none of y'all like me. What information have y'all gathered about me? He blocks me. He tells me, I don't know what you're talking about, and then blocks me. Why are you so extreme about it? I then approach Answer 06 about the exact same thing. What information have you guys been gathering about me? I don't know what you're talking about, but you're the same guy who mentioned on the phone conversation between you and I about the place I went to college. So how now it's you don't know what we're talking about. Wow. Oh, we never gathered information about you. We never did this. We never did that. The only person that I believe from that situation who never gathered any information at all about anyone is Francis. That's the only person I believe when she says it. But let's get back into it.
Okay, sure.
But things happened. Everyone was upset. I was upset at the time. We move on, right? I move on. Now, because of that, I have to now address the elephant in the room, right?
There's an elephant in you?
Brent was going back and forth with me on my comments about the stream. Well, Blake, Henry's not credible because X, Y, and Z and all this other irrelevant stuff. And I just want to remind everyone who watched that.
You see that? All this other irrelevant stuff, that is so wild to me. When you're pointing out, because everybody over here is so big on, you need to have receipts. You need to understand what you're talking about. You need to say stuff with substance. But then once you do that, right, they start coming at you like, it's irrelevant. Hey, why bring it up then? If what I'm saying now is going to be irrelevant, why did y'all bring it up? If you want him to stop talking about, he's obsessed. Y'all motherfuckers are the ones who brought this up.
Right.
We would have never had the conversation about any of this if y'all wouldn't have brought it up. You don't like the fact that he called Jason David Frank a crackhead. Why the fuck did Henry present the toxicology report in the first place and then point out that he had cocaine in his system? If you don't want him to be called a crackhead. You're being obsessed. Why are we talking about a dead man now? Why didn't you have the same criticism for Henry? No, Henry's a truth teller, though. Listen to the weird shit that be happening over there, dude. Let's continue.
Everyone who's watching me, I didn't do that stream to glaze anyone. I did that stream to bring awareness because,
I said in the video,
I said in the comment section, I will say publicly here again, Blake Foster had a reputation way before Henry Resilient ever started talking about Power Rangers drama. Okay.
Did he have a reputation for harming children though? That's all I care about. That's all I care about. I don't care about the guy's drug use. I don't care about him getting drunk at a con. That's none of my business. Most of y'all are grown there. Most of y'all are drinking there. So that's neither here nor there for me. Is there can you substantiate the claim that he had sexual relations with Sky Frank when she was a minor? Does he have a pattern of behavior that fuels those theories? Because that's all I care about. I don't care about, he was mean to certain fans or something. I don't care about that. Don't support him with your dollars. How about that? This is something different. This is, he shouldn't be around children. Why was Jason let's continue before I bring that point up.
This is way before I was a YouTuber. This is when I was very active in the Power Ranger community and associated with Power Ranger actors myself. This was long before Henry Resilient entered the scene. Blake Foster had a reputation. This is not new information when it comes to the regards of some of the stuff that Henry's covering. So, especially since I have heard these same allegations, well, some of them. I've heard some of these similar allegations about his cocaine use, about him getting drunk at conventions. I've heard this from actors who were also guests at these conventions that I associated with. So I know that there's truth to this. I know that this existed.
That's not the claim, though. That's not what's being pushed forward, though. That's not what's being pushed forward to smear him. There are two allegations that are being used by Henry Resilient to smear Blake Foster. One, he scams fans, right? Number two, he had sexual relations with a minor. That's all I care about, right? All I care about. Does he scam fans? And do you have evidence other than people saying that he has? Do you have real proof of that occurring? Also, him having relations with a minor. Do you have any proof? Well, his dad said it. It's not proof. That's not proof at all. Why didn't he go to the police? If he was shown something by his daughter that was compelling enough for him to even say that in a voice note, why didn't he go to the police? Because his reputation as a Power Ranger meant more than his child. What was it? Like these are fair criticism. I don't care if the guy's dead or alive. Like this is a fair criticism. Like you're gonna sit around and like share little like awkward glances with a guy in a work setting that you feel to believe took advantage of your 16-year-old kid. That's what you're gonna do as a father. And if that's the truth, right? Just like I feel like, just like how we're canceling Blake Foster, we should be canceling Jason David Frank as well. Me personally, as a father, right? Has nothing to do with if I like the guy or not, right? That's neither here nor there for me. You sat around and allowed a man to take advantage of your daughter, and you still were in work settings with him. When someone said that you quote unquote blackballed them from a place and you was willing to throw hands with them, let's make that make sense real fast. So Walter Jones, you're ready to throw hands with him because he said something, right? But the guy who allegedly took advantage of your child, there's no rumors of fighting, no nothing. Man, let her continue. That's strange to me.
You know, so this is one of the reasons why, yes, I 100% believe. Oh my God, Justin, what are you doing? What are you doing? Well, you're never not going to have a wrench, Justin. I appreciate that. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it though. I don't take people's wrenches away unless like a falling out. If we have a falling out and it's really bad, and I'm just gonna block you from my channel. But like, I would never take your wrench away, honey. Like, I keep y'all's wrenches there for multiple reasons. One, because I like to know it's actually you and not a troll coming in. But also, there's no need to take your wrench away. But thank you for the $50. I appreciate that. Glad I still have a wrench. By the way, I'm doing well, obviously. So glad to have met you during my YouTube journey. Aw, same, Justin. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I know your ass is doing well.
Let's get back to the topic at hand, bro.
That means you're doing well. But yes, thank you again. But yeah, as far as the things with Blake Foster, yes, I've heard these things. Again, the Power Ranger fandom has a lot of skeletons in its closet. And a lot of people have been afraid to speak out because the fandom is so bigger than us, right? Like, they don't care who we are. The fans don't give a shit who we are. They're there for the actors. So they're not going to listen to anything we have to say, whether we show receipts or not. They don't care about us. They only care about being in love and obsessed with actors who haven't done shit since the TV show happened, right? So that's the thing that I will say Henry is doing that. Henry's getting all that attention. Henry's having people listen to all the stories that multiple people have to share with their experiences with these Power Ranger actors. And I think it is important to have this information out. I tried to do that with Christopher Cayman Lee back in the day, and that got shut down because no one gave a shit. Because there were so many people who were so obsessed with Chris and how he used to look, and he was on one of the best seasons, and because Power Ranger Space was pretty popular, I'll say that, right? So the fans didn't care. They didn't want their image of a person who played a role they really liked. They didn't want that image tainted, so they didn't care. They didn't care that Christopher Cayman Lee allegedly put hands on.
I can say the same thing about you guys. I'm sorry, I have to stop it there. I can literally say the same thing. This goes back full circle to the, oh, Brent, why are you talking about a dead guy? Why are you doing this? Nah, because you guys, and I said this on my I watch Dust Production, so you don't have to. Because you guys are willing to say, oh, well, why are you talking about Jason? He's gone. Why are you talking about this? Why are you saying he was on crack and all this? And hold on. And I literally said, oh, this has nothing to do with Jason. It's about you all. Antro 6, even you, Ray. It was about y'all's egos. And y'all fail to believe, hey, if I out here caping and I support a person who's on cocaine or crack, that makes me look bad. So I'm going to come and defend this when it makes no sense what I'm trying to defend, right? It makes no sense. Like, oh, crack and cocaine aren't the same thing. Yes, the fuck it is. What's the difference? Baking soda? Baking soda. That changes the whole compound is baking soda, right? Wow. No. Like, I like your analogy you used, right, Brent?
Right.
But I would have used a different analogy. The analogy I would have used was, hey, if I have box pasta, right? Mm-hmm. What makes this box pasta different from if I put it on the stove, add a little water, let it boil. What made it different? What's the difference between my box pasta and my cooked pasta? Is there really a difference? Or are they both still pasta? They're both pasta at the end of the day. Nothing changed. I just added some hot water. That's about it. It's the same thing with crack and cocaine. It's the same thing. You seen that? It was critting in it. It was critting in it. But let her continue.
When his girlfriend came out and said that this happened, they didn't care.
That girl Francis said, nigga Jason was on there critting it.
Still be true at the same time, right? You know, they didn't see the signs of him getting completely shit-faced and talking shit about Jason David Frank on a live stream. No red flags there, you know? These are things I personally experienced with Christopher Kamen Lee and things that Chris had told me and his experiences with these other actors. And trust me, I had heard a lot about Blake Foster from Chris and other people who corroborated Chris's encounters with Blake Foster. So I know that some of the stuff that Henry is covering and what Henry is showing that people are telling him is true. Now, regardless of how you feel about a content creator, person, whatever, you need to put that shit aside to do the right thing, which is, put it for argument's sake, say I had issues with Henry Resilient. Say me and Henry had a huge ass falling out, fuck Henry for life type shit, right? Say that happened. That doesn't mean that I'm still...
It did happen. Hold on. It did happen. It didn't happen for you, but he's literally said, fuck you for life. He called you a bitch to your face.
Crazy.
His moderators literally said, nobody gives a fuck about that fat ass boy that you talking to us about. But from your end, okay.
Facts over feelings is like the phrase over there, right? Facts over feelings. But yet when we're mad at somebody, we're going to ignore the facts. Blake Foster is very problematic. He is scamming fans out of money.
You have proof.
You know, he is weaponizing his fan base right now to push back against Henry. That's not cool. He doxed Henry. He's addressing all the shit.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, I'm about to say, we're going off the same definition that you went off of. And what he went off of for you, he was never doxed. That's why, just think about that. Just think about where you're at, Brent, in California, right? Let's just talk about small part. In California, doxing is illegal, isn't it?
Yes.
Even if you're doing it across states, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why hasn't Blake Foster ever been charged with anything for doxing Henry?
Because his information was public.
Thank you.
It's
there
public.
Was no doxing. No doxing.
There was no doxing, and this is a lot. I mean, I've said multiple times I have an opinion that it's objectionable because I feel that this is not how you communicate, how you solve your problems. There are actually court cases where people have tried to use public information and protest people, and it held up in court. But there was always an opinion, even on the legal side, that they're not talking about the social acceptability of the action. They're talking about the legality of it. Even in the legal setting, people have to make the commentary. It's not acceptable. They don't personally accept that type of behavior, but we're talking about the legality of it. And the legality of it is it's legal. But when people say that Henry was she doxed, Henry resorts, because Henry's not stupid, he resorts to the legal definition of it, and he is correct. But the definition, so this is why I criticize Dust. You have to speak correctly. I wasn't Henry doxed people. I was mad when Henry was doxed. That's not the right definition, Dust.
No.
And I even talked to us about this. There were court cases. He was not doxed. It's objectionable behavior. I keep saying it. This is not how we solve our problems because it's so dangerous. It's not how we should solve our problems. But nobody was doxed in any situation. They were intimidated.
Yeah, when Antro 6 literally said, "Hey, does the place Rooston mean anything to you?" Never said, "Hey, these guys are behind the scenes like trying to dox me." It never came out of my mouth. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, oh, he knows information that you have to go and dig for. But it's not doxing. If anyone finds a public Facebook picture of me and they want to post that somewhere, that's not them doxing me. 100%. You're correct, Brent. It's intimidation. It's an intimidation tactic to like try to get me to shut up. It's not illegal though.
Right, but again, I have to emphasize this because people are gonna say, "Well, Brett's okay with people releasing." No, I am not. But I'm talking about my opinion, my moral stance. It's objectionable behavior. You talk face to face. You even on here, you talk about your problems. You don't resort to that nonsense. And so I object. I don't know Blake. I've never met him. But what he did was objectionable. And I'm willing to say, even if I don't like Henry, what he did was objectionable. And people could argue, well, Henry deserved it. Well, to me, that is not how you solve your problems. You solve it with criticism, criticizing what Henry does, which is what I do. I criticize the lies that he is telling. I don't feel that it is right to release because it's not relevant. That's not how we should solve our problems. And that's my opinion on it. But it's not. It is legal. You'd have to find like Jessica Jones, for example. I know Jessica Jones is a fictional character. What she does is doxing. When you go to an attorney's office, you threaten them, you even beat them up in certain cases, you grab attorney-client privilege information. That is, and you disclose it. That is doxing. I mean, that's an extreme example, but that's just one example of what is actual doxing. Ray wasn't doxed, Henry wasn't doxed, Dust wasn't doxed. But I'm not saying that what the behavior that they're doing is right because it's wrong. But there has to be a clear definition. And Henry took advantage of the fact that this is double meaning. Frances does this all the time. She's probably watching the double meaning, misleading people. When Henry knows that when Dust says that Henry was doxed, Dust was referring to the intimidation tactic. That's the definition of doxing that Dust has. People can say it's incorrect, but that is what Dust meant when he says that Henry was doxed. What he meant was a picture was used to try to intimidate him. That's his definition. Henry used the legal definition, which is disingenuous because he knew full well what Dust was saying, but he resorted to the legal definition to say that, oh, Dust was never doxed. But see, there's a double meaning. Henry preys on manipulation and propaganda. Frances does this too. And if she wants to argue about this, I could go to a specific stream, the streams where you talk about Walter Jones, where you played on the double meaning of words to mislead people. This is why Henry has paid. This is why I speculate. This is one of the reasons why he's paywalled his streams, so that people like me can't. Because I watched those streams from start to finish. Because if he wants to say that I'm a super fan, okay, I'm a super fan. Who cares? I watched from start to finish. I analyze. I say if I'm going to say that Frances lied, I better bring receipts because she's all about receipts, right? I have the receipts to say that if I show this to Walter Jones, for example, at Power Morphicon this coming week, for example, just a hypothetical, if I were to show Walter what you said, Frances, you honestly going to believe that Walter's going to say, oh, Frances wasn't lying. Come on now, Frances. You think the fans are stupid, but if we care about, if we are passionate about actors, which we all have a right to be, don't be surprised when people like myself are going to call up people like you and Henry out for lying on Walter, because Frances, you did lie on Walter, and I do have the receipts. So it's just kind of like the manipulation, the calculation. It's like Henry is like educated in communication or something, because he's very manipulative, and Ray is still propagandized by Henry Resilient, which is pathetic. But keep going.
He was on his high school debate team, 100%. You can tell.
Shit that Henry's saying by provoking Henry more. So I'm just sitting here like, why does my feelings for Henry matter? When
I was about to say it was whatchamacallit, because Rebel just said something that's called being a master manipulator. I mean, that's what his ex-wife accused him of, like manipulation. For manipulation for sexual favors, forced sex, intimidation, stalking. It all looks familiar when it starts coming out.
The truth is still the truth, and I think that's very important. Is I've always been consistent with, even if I don't like a YouTuber, especially if I don't like a YouTuber, I can't stand Andy Signor. All right. I can't stand Yellow Flash. I think they are pieces of human garbage. Right. But right is still right, wrong is still wrong. When people attack Andy Signor and make up false accusations against Andy Signor, like when people were trying to say that Andy Signor was a child predator, there was never any proof that he was. Now, I could have just stayed silent and just let people run with bullshit.
But that's the thing. There is no proof of Blake Foster harming children. But you fail to believe that Henry's telling the truth about that. Like, that makes no sense to me. When all the recording was presented by Francis, with nothing has been substantiated since.
This seems to be a pattern at this point. Incomplete pictures being presented. This happened when there was a situation where she said that JDF was giving out free stuff and Walter confronted him and it got rough. She did not say that the reason why Walter confronted JDF, it was because JDF was telling people that people can get Walter's autograph for free. See, that context is left out. And maybe I gave her the benefit of the doubt and well, maybe she wasn't there. But if you're not there, Francis, then how could you speak so confidently about something if you don't have the whole picture? But I gave her the benefit of the doubt there. And then the situation with Walter Jones and the thing with the $1,500, accusing him of Henry saying that's for Walter's guarantee, and for JDF to and for Walter to stop saying that JDF is blackballing, making it sound like that Walter was blackmailing him. How come you did not come out and say that it was for Zachary Taylor McGinnis until 8-9 months later? How come when Henry said that it's innuendo, when I speculate, because I didn't know at the time for sure, maybe that money was for an agent, for Walter's agent, and what Henry said it was innuendo for me to say these things, and you stood there and you were silent. It's just, and then only after you're confronted, you say, "Oh, the money." I was clear from the beginning. It was for Zach. I told Henry days before. How come this is only coming out after we confront you on the stream, Francis? This seems to be a pattern here. And then now there's a recording that's released, and then JDF is still doing conventions with Blake. Where's the picture in between? Where are the other recordings? It's an incomplete picture. Maybe. And then people are making assumptions off of that. And then I did the comment on IG, and then apparently, according to Blake, they hash it out, and then they're quote unquote cool. That's his word. I mean, I don't know for sure, but that's what he stated on his Instagram.
That's what the horse's mouth said.
Right, and she doesn't want to believe it, which is fine. Then how come JDF did a con with him? And she's gonna say, "Well, you don't work just because you're at the same con doesn't mean you work with somebody." No. Scott is allowing someone you are accusing of SA to be at his to work to bring money, and you're invited to be at that same business. You're helping someone who allows someone you accuse of S-ing your daughter to be at the convention, and you have no issues with this yet. But at the same convention, you banned Austin St. John from attending the Saturday session of the most popular Power Ranger convention in the world, and he was the original Red Ranger. Yet you had the power to do that, but you didn't ban Blake. I wonder why that is. Again, speculation. Maybe there was an agreement that maybe I don't want to bring attention to this, so we won't discuss it. I won't ban you, Blake. It's a bad look for JDF all around. And I hear these excuses. Well, we don't know, but I heard Ray even says here, "Oh, I don't know why JDF was there with Blake. I don't care." And it's just kind of like, wow, you don't care. Okay, so you're not really concerned if you say that about protecting children, because if JDF knew that there's someone that he believes S.A.'d his daughter, most people would say, I refuse to show up.
Facts. I'm not coming.
If you don't
or
ban
he's
Blake,
not coming.
if you don't ban him from your convention for the entire event, I will not show up. And if you want to sue me for breach of contract, go ahead, because my daughter, my family is more important. You could sue me for breach of. I will pay the money to end my contract. But no, he showed up like nothing happened. But Austin St. John was banned. Why? Because he lied that he quote unquote killed someone in a ring. I mean, this is fact at this point, because you look at the footage from PMC 2022, you see that JDF takes the place of Austin at PMC. So, and Scott told me this directly that JDF gave me a hard time. I had to have separate sessions. It was a mess. So Scott did tell me that Austin was banned from the Saturday session of PMC, but not Blake.
That's wild to me.
That's wild. And Austin is the bigger draw. Sorry. And yeah, you're gonna ban Austin on the Saturday, the busiest day of the convention, but not Blake. Come on. And then people are like, oh, I don't care. Then you don't care. You're not truly concerned about whether Blake, what the situation. You're just trying to use this as a smear campaign. Obviously, it's speculation, but it's just kind of like, let's say what happened was true. Let's say that Blake did SA JDF's daughter. Why are you doing a convention with? Why are you supporting an event that allows someone to be there? Facts. Come on now, this is ridiculous.
Big facts. But let her continue.
Keep going.
Allegations on Andy Signor, considering I had just at the time exposed him for being a little bit of a sex pest, right? I could have just ignored it and just let him and his fans deal with it. But I knew it wasn't true. And I came out and had to talk about it and say, listen, that shit's not true. Like, people have messaged me trying to say that he was into little kids, and I never got proof of that, so I wasn't going to run with it. And some of those people were mad at me for not talking about it because there was no actual concrete evidence or nothing even remotely hinting that he was a predator when it came to children, right? And I can't stand Andy Signor, right? I can't. But right is right and wrong is wrong. So regardless of anybody who is upset that I did a stream referring people to go watch Henry's coverage on Blake Foster, I don't fucking care. That's your issues. You need to handle it however you want it.
No, but you should care if you're saying that I'm not willing to talk about this person and these crimes when they aren't substantiated, because the way you're trying to substantiate this claim is with, oh, I've talked to other actors who've said like, oh, he scams people, he does drugs, he does this, and you're using that to be like, oh, well, he harms kids in this instance. But people are saying the same thing about this Andy, whoever the fuck that is. Don't know who that is, but hey, you're cool with saying, hey, I'm going to leave that out of this coverage because I have nothing to substantiate this. But you're saying, oh, this is substantiated with no proof at all, just because someone said it over here. And just because that person is Jason David Frank, like, oh, we should listen to him a bit more than we listen to anyone else. Like, his word means more, is what you're trying to tell me. We don't need to look for proof. We don't have to look at the things that are surrounding the situation and be like, isn't it weird that he still went to this con and he's like, next to the guy that he said this about? And then it comes even more. Hold on. Why none of this ever came out while he was still alive is the question. Why is it only now coming out now? And now we have to, in order to get this quote unquote truth, we have to go to Henry Resilience channel to get this truth, who he said, I'm putting all my stuff behind paywall so I can monetize my channel. Cool beans, right? But in order to find this truth now, I have to go and purchase it. When this is the truth of the matter, right? It's not out there, just readily available. But let her keep on going.
I handle it.
I'm just asking, isn't it
like,
weird?
Tell Brett, like, you need to move on, from this, that. I'm a little bit of a hypocrite. And I will admit that. Because, like, he pretty much did the same thing to me. And I'm like, you know what? I get it now. I'm being a hypocrite. See, speaking of the devil, I told y'all he would show up. I told y'all. I said at the beginning, I said he's gonna come in the chat, or he's gonna
look at you.
After he's gonna miss it and he's gonna comment on it. But yeah, at the end of the day, I don't have to sit there and hold a grudge for eternity. It's unhealthy. And I will say this, now that Brent's here, I can address this publicly and articulately so everybody can hear it, right? What happened between me, personally, me and Henry's mods, the community, it's done.
But no, it's not done, because it didn't just happen to you. That's and I hate that type of ish too, right? She doesn't care about the fact that this was happening to multiple people. Only time she cared, she didn't really care that even it was happening to Rican. Fuck that guy, but she didn't care it was happening to him. Like they said, they don't like Rican, so boom. Let's dox him and let's stalk his house. Let's do this, right? But when it occurs to her, she cares, right?
Right.
And then we're sitting here defending her, right? Rebel was there. You were there, Brent.
Right.
Angel was there. We sat there and defended her. We all got blocked, right?
Right.
But hey, everybody, y'all guys go to Henry's channel because he's a truth teller. Like, what the fuck are you talking about right now, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you is the question for real. He's telling the truth. So are you know what I mean?
Done. Okay? It's over. You know? It happened. I said my piece. They said their piece. We move on. And when I say we, I mean I moved on, right? I'm not going to hold on to grudges because
How many motherfuckers is over there living in your brain then? If it's a we thing, you know what I mean? Since we, the fuck is she talking about?
I also look back at that situation and I have to acknowledge my responsibility in that situation. Okay. I was way too deeply emotionally invested in something that I shouldn't have been, which did kind of cause people to look at me in a certain way. And that's fine. Now, I'm not saying how it was handled was good. No, they did me dirty. They did do me dirty. I won't sit there and deny that. But why should I dwell on it, bro? I'm not like all the other people that have gotten ousted from that community that were acting stupid and lying. Like these people that we were talking about was lying on people and like crashing out and making threats and shit. Like, no, I'm not that person. So yeah, I don't want to fight with people because like I have to acknowledge my hand in that drama, right? I'm taking responsibility that led up to how the shit went down, which again, it wasn't right. Still a little salty, but I'm not going to hold the grudge. And I've already said this before, even when I talked about it the first time, I don't hate Henry and I didn't blame him for all that stuff. Like I have my personal, like me and him talked about it. I don't even need to get into it because like I said, me and him talked about it. So I don't even need to really get into too much detail about it. Because like me and him talked about it. We're grown adults. And I do agree with the things that Henry says when it comes to like, you know, if you are spending every single waking day of your fucking life worrying about what the fuck somebody else online that you have beef with is doing, you're a fucking loser. And I agree with that. And I'm not a loser. I'm not that much of a loser. I'll just say that I'm not that much of a loser. So I'm not going to sit here and make streams or videos of shit that, in my opinion, was already fucking handled. Now, that doesn't say you guys have to, anyone watching this, Brent or anyone else that got issues. I'm not saying you guys don't have to. I'm just saying for me, I have found more peace and moving on and covering different topics that I care about and letting the anger go and letting it go. Because it's not going to change a goddamn thing. And that's why when I was talking to you about that, that's what I was kind of getting at. I just have a really shitty way of saying it. But at the end of the day, sometimes it's better to just let it go. It brings a peace of mind for you to not be.
No. Fuck out of here. No. What are you talking about? So we allow people to get away with like committing egregious actions against people because your peace of fucking mind? Like, fuck out of here. You definitely wasn't letting it go. You were on a hunt to figure out how the fuck did Rican get information about you for days. Then once you found out the truth, it was so jarring to you that you went straight into Stockholm syndrome mode. It's like, no, it can't be Henry. It can't be the mods. What did I do to make you guys? That's what I'm listening to right now. I'm listening to someone justify their abuse. And to say that their abuser, they were sick. I did something. He smacked me in my freaking face, and I had to have done something. I didn't cook his lasagna in the right way. So he just, pow, right to the moon, me.
Like all the people that we were talking about. Like we are not, who's in that person and that person and that person. We're not these people. And it's when you let yourself get down that rabbit. And that's where I was going. I'm not gonna lie. That's where I was going. I was definitely going down that rabbit hole. And that was a wake-up call. So like, yeah, what happened with me and Henry's community was shitty. Yeah, cool. But I took that as a lesson for myself to look in the mirror and be like, well, why did it happen? Because I kept asking, why did it happen? Why did it happen? Looking back on it, because I was fucking all over here just going gung-ho over one person that, in fairness, really wasn't that relevant. Like, he really wasn't that relevant.
But he paid your bills. You're getting hyped up by the community, by the same people who are manipulating you to do it. And for some reason, you don't see any of that. You don't see that you were manipulated into doing it. You thought you had some sort of companionship and some sort of friendship camaraderie. And we all are going to dogpile on this one stupid person. And it makes us all feel good at the end of the day. And now it's like, oh, well, it was my fault for being emotionally invested. Like, when did you get emotionally invested? I thought this was something to pay your bills with. I thought it was lucrative and you liked the drama. When did you get emotionally invested? That's a new question I want to ask, right? When were you were emotionally invested? No wonder why TTS left you. Because he must have came out and said, oh, I knew something was happening. Could have sworn we was done talking about this guy and you're bringing him up again. So you were manipulated, and somehow you take all the onus off of Henry. You take all the onus off of his mods who help him run his channel. The whole entity of, because I don't look at, like I said again, I will restate this. I don't look at Henry Resilient as just Mark. I look at the whole apparatus. I look at all the people who fund the page. I look at all the people who are help running it, who's getting the information for him, who's doing these things. All of them are Henry Resilient in my world. When Frances contributes certain things to the channel, I view her as Henry Resilient. You're a part of this business. You're a part of this business model. So you don't blame anyone in over there. That's just like, I slip and fall in fucking Walmart, right? I can't blame Walmart. What did I do to make myself slip and fall? No, somebody messed up. Somebody didn't have a wet floor sign out here. I'm not going to just hold that one person accountable. I'm holding the entire business of Walmart accountable for this. But maybe I'm just a Roach King. That's it. You know what I mean? I'm just, crackhead from the PJs. Boom, just give my 2 cents. That's it.
He really that important to go that hard on, but I did, and it changed me, and it made people look at me differently, and then people started looking at me and that fucking other person like we were no different from one another. And for a bit, I was getting there. I was getting to that point where I was going to be no different than that motherfucker, and I can understand why people started having their feelings towards it. I just don't agree with how far it went, but it is tomato, tomato. We're over it. We're done. It doesn't matter. It's over with. So if people want to really know why yesterday happened, like Brent did, that's why it happened. Because I don't hate Henry. I don't hate Henry's guts. I have no hate or animosity towards Henry to not give him credit where it's due. I have a bigger person to acknowledge that he is covering something that needs to be covered. You know, if there is a fucking person out there who is potentially, and I'll say potentially because Brent don't really 100% believe all the accusations, which is fine. The biggest accusation that people are having trouble with is Blake Foster's relationship with Jason David Frank's daughter, Sky. And I actually, it was before I did the stream, Henry actually put out a video that I actually watched because I was like, oh, is there more? Because he said yesterday when I was talking about it that there was more coming. So I thought that was it. So I watched this video and he replayed the Jason David Frank clip. And I listened to it very carefully this time. All right. I didn't hear Jason make any accusations of assault. I heard him say that Aaron Schonke, who is releasing the Legend of the White Dragon movie, which is Jason David Frank's final film, that Aaron Schonke and Blake Foster had sex with Sky and that he saw proof. Now, Brent said in the comment section, because Brent's here and I'm going to address this to you.
It's Aaron Coney. It's Aaron Coney, not Schonke, but yeah, anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it did.
And look, now she got Aaron Schonke's name in there, and then look, Aaron Schonke's constantly online. I mean, this is just like, you never know. I mean, this is like a hidden string. I don't think he's watching, but you never know. You have when you talk about these things, you have to be careful. You have to be accurate. When someone on Renee's stream was like, "Well, Brett, you said that the security guards hit you." No, and I went on Renee's stream and said, "No, that did not happen." Because as much as you dislike or like somebody, no matter who it is, the fact it has to be reported accurately.
Yep.
Because as much as you might hate someone, whatever, but if you cannot lie on, I think it's not fair to lie on someone just because you don't like them. So I think it's just kind of like she needs to get the facts right here. It's not Aaron Schonke, it's Ien Conner, I think is the accusation that is out there. And
this calls her whole coverage of this whole situation in question now. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like you don't know when everybody knew it was Ien Conner, the black guy, right?
Right. Well,
So
the allegation. That's the allegation.
You dig? Right. And it's like, which that guy has multiple allegations on him, right?
Right.
But I still need to see substantiation.
Right.
Why isn't he doing it? Not to victim blame or anything like that, right? Not doing that. But what I'm doing is all these people are coming out. This guy is not being held accountable for none of it. He's still out here like, like working in these same spaces, working around children.
Right.
Like, what's up? Like, we're not, even Blake Foster, it's like, hey, you guys are going to cover this, but not try to go down any way to, because even if she says, hey, it never happened, there's ways to try to figure out if this actually happened. How can we substantiate this? And even Francis said, oh, well, there's proof. What is it?
Yeah. She claims she always says it with her chest. I have receipts. That's what she says with her chest. And it's just kind of like, provide the receipts. When you were on stream with Henry and Henry was speculating, Brent, don't you think that what Walter was doing was extortion? Mm-hmm. I said to him, I need to see the whole tape because I was at that point, I was open to the possibility of Walter blackmailing Jason David Frank. That was a possibility I was open to. This is how dangerous that propaganda is. So from when Ray says, "Oh, you can't just because you don't like someone, you have to listen to the facts." Well, I am open to listening to the facts that Henry and Francis claimed that they had about Walter. And they did not provide it. They claimed that I care about Walter. I care about him, and if I release it, it's on you, Brent. I blame Brent. Francis, you think we're stupid? Come on now. It's just kind of like with the situation. Like, where are the receipts? We are, as fans, we are open to this evidence. If it's explicit, facts over our feelings. Facts over our feelings. How we feel about it. If it's gross or whatever, if that is the evidence to prove something, it should be presented. Until then, it's all speculation. What we know is that Jason David Frank said something at one point that he believed that something happened to Sky. That is a fact that we could establish at this point, but we don't not know
if it actually occurred.
If it actually occurred. There is a difference, but it seems to me that they're trying to mislead people into jumping to that conclusion without evidence. And there is no evidence that has been presented. People might claim, we saw the actual video of the act being committed. That video needs to be released. You
just committed a crime if you saw that.
Right.
You 100% committed a crime. Seeing that and not reporting it to the authorities.
Right.
You saw a video and you seen this video, you should be held accountable just like the rest of them. Me personally. That's what I believe.
I mean, if it exists, it should be presented. For us as fans who support these people, we need to know these things. And we are open to listening to you if you have this evidence. But based off, this is why I call out Henry's credibility, Ray, not because I don't like him. It's because he has shown a history of lying and misleading people. I have shown it, and now he's trying to discredit me with the David Yost situation. That's another reason he has mods trying to suppress people's opinions. This is why his credibility should be questioned, because there are fans that are following what he is saying. And no evidence, Francis, where are the receipts? Where's this video? If there's video present, release the video. I said a couple of years ago with the Walter situation, if there's evidence of Walter doing something wrong, release the whole tape. So we could determine as fans whether we buy a suit for one of these actors, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So you see how dangerous this is why I'm being petty and holding them accountable, because I was willing to listen to them about what they said about Walter, because they didn't know. I was the only one that knew that I was considering buying that suit for him. And if you had evidence to show that he blackmailed someone, I need to know these things. So I, as a fan, can make a decision for myself whether to support him or not. This is why I hold her feet to the fire, because you helped Henry lie. And this is why with this Blake Foster allegation, I don't trust what is being presented. What context is being left out? And just typing on the comment section with Blake Foster, it seems like, oh, they hashed it out. JDF no longer believed the allegation according to what Blake said. That's why they did the con. And that explanation sounds reasonable. Now, do I believe it? I don't know. I don't support Blake because the character I was not a fan of. So I'm not going to support him. So it's not really a concern of mine, but it should be concern for the fans who do support him. The fans need to know that Blake Foster commit this crime, because if it's true, it is a crime. And she wants to say, oh, she wasn't assaulted, it was consent. If you are a minor,
you can't
give consent. So it is SA by the law. You are assaulted because you can't give consent. You are a minor.
It's a little bit more than that. It's grape. 100%. It's grape. Like, it's called statutory grape for a reason. Like, it's statutory. Children cannot give, or minors can. And that's why me and her used to go back and forth. And she didn't. She always would be like, oh. In one instance, when we were talking about a certain thing, and I won't bring that instance up right now, but we're talking about a certain thing. This is what me and her initial arguments used to be about, about the age of consent, right?
Right.
So in one facet, it's like, you can't be like, oh, well, she gave consent and all this. Is like, no, she can't give consent legally. In the state that they were in, that is a crime. Let's talk about that part. The state that they're in, it's a crime to do this, 100%. Even if we go to another, and I explained this to her thoroughly, right? This is the reason we have laws in place. And I explained it to her in this way, right? In California, the age of consent is 18. But right next door in Nevada, the age of consent is 17. But I can't take someone from California to Nevada who's 17 and do anything, because boom, that's a crime. It's called the Mann Act, under the Mann Act. The same thing that P. Diddy got arrested for a little bit later, after her and I had these conversations. Like, hey, that's called the Mann Act. You can't do that. That's a crime. So, but that's why if it's in there, and she was so adamant behind, oh, well, in one state she can consent to it, but she was so big on, oh, she was a minor. And I'm like, well, hell, hold on. Can that minor give consent in that state? That's the question. And she didn't want to answer that. I'm like, I don't care how you feel about it, the right and wrong of it all. And if you're going to say, hey, I'm doing this to spread awareness, but still be like, oh, well, I don't have anything to substantiate, you're smearing a person.
She's smearing, and then if she's called on it, if she has, this is why there's a difference between in person and social media. There's like drama in like the paranormal community. It all stems to in person versus social media. If Frances was forced to by, let's say, an attorney, for example, who is educated on protecting children, her conversation would be very different. But she would say it's my opinion, and I'm sure she has presented as my opinion, but I speculate that she's presenting this as a smear campaign, and then when she's calling it, she says, well, it was my opinion, just clean her hands off of it, because she's a smart woman. Frances knows what she's doing. So I think this is a smear campaign so far. Now, if there's more evidence, we need to see this evidence. I'm sorry, and then we can determine as fans, because when it comes to this drama, it's not just drama. People are supporting Blake Foster with their money, and they need to know, are we supporting someone who committed an act against a minor? and they could make a decision. I don't no longer want to support him.
Mhm.
And there's also a question of Jason David Frank. Oh, I don't want to support. Why would I want to support his daughters, his legacy, when he allowed someone who he believes sexually assaulted someone and do business with them? Why didn't he stand up for his own daughter? Why do I want to support a legacy of someone who won't even stand up for his own, who only cares more about promoting a movie and being there for the fans? What is that called? Greed.
And you see, Divergent, this is an entirely different argument. He said even in states where it's legal for a 16-year-old to get married, they still need a parent's signature 100%. But that's not what the argument is. If it's illegal in that state for a 16-year-old to give consent, that's a whole different thing, right? She can consent to having sex with whoever she wants if it's illegal in that state. It could be a 40-year-old guy. You can feel as though it's reprehensible. A bevy of different things, right?
Right.
I know homies in California that, like, I love these people, right? And they're like, it's wrong to have coitus with a 17-year-old. And I'm like, well, yeah, in your state, it is wrong to have coitus with a 17-year-old. But in my state, it's not wrong. Like, I might feel like, oh, that's reprehensible. You shouldn't do that. But am I going to say it's a crime? No, I can't. Legally can't say that. And if you go to California, 100%, that's crime. Like, we have to understand and differentiate between these things. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, and if we just like, hey, I'm going to hold this opinion all across the board, it's wrong in every instance, well, it's not. And you're not being fair. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, ooh, Lil Breezy, what's up, bro? How are you? I wish I would have whatchamacallit. See, I thought of so many things afterwards. Like, I missed my chance. Was that Little Breezy who did the Maharaga thing? Was that you? You can type in the chat. Was that you did the Maharaga thing? Because I fucking missed my chance to say dragon scales. You know what I mean? Twin meteors. Everybody who understands JJK knows exactly. I was going to hit him with the world cutting slash, but that's neither here nor there. Let's go.
You mentioned something about having proof. No, honey. It's Jason David Frank who said he saw proof that Sky had sexual relations with Blake Foster and Aaron Schonke. He said Blake Foster, Aaron Schonke had sex with Sky, and he saw proof that it happened, and he looked into Sky's messages and saw apparently proof that there was stuff going on. That was from Jason David Frank's mouth. So Henry didn't say he had the proof. He didn't say in that moment, and that when he dropped that, he never said he had the proof. He went and played the clip where Jason said that Jason David Frank saw proof. Now, Jason David Frank, as you all know, is not here to confirm.
No, Jason never said that. Jason never said, I have proof of this. He literally said, hey, prove that you didn't do this thing, Blake. Prove that you didn't do this. Let's take a lie detector, bud. Prove that you didn't do it. So that line of questioning shows you he didn't know if it was true or not.
Right.
He had no real proof. She could have showed him messages. Does that mean that this thing actually happened?
It's inconclusive. We don't know for sure, but this is a crime that they're talking about. So innocent until proven guilty.
100%.
Sorry. You could think however much you want about Blake, but this is not civil. This is criminal.
That's criminal.
You're talking about innocent until proven guilty. So he said that, take a lie detector test, bud. Here's 400. I mean, this is a meme at this point. Here's 400. Prove to the world that you didn't have sex with my daughter at 16. So he had speculations, and then he might have seen stuff that might point, like messages that might point in that direction, but that is not enough to show
to say that this is a fact.
As a fact.
Running with it. And then she's over here like saying these things to her audience. And this is why this is one of the reasons why Brent is doing what he's doing. And this is why what Henry is doing is so dangerous. Look at what she's doing right now. She's over here misremembering everything. She's saying that Jason said he had proof, for one. She's also, for two, saying that it was Aaron Schonke. So she's smearing Aaron Schonke right now, literally, and she can be found liable for this if Aaron Schonke wanted to sue her for saying that he essayed a person or raped a person. He can 100%. He has all the rights to call her out.
Right.
And be like, hey, my name wasn't even brought up in this. Wrong Aaron, buddy.
And even with the other Aaron, it's inconclusive there. I'm not saying that he did it because I think that his response to the other allegations, I will say that my support of his clients due to his response warrants me to act a certain way with my business to his clients due to his response that we know about. It's not because I have conclusive evidence that's presented, it's because of his response to me. I believe if it's not true, he should say, I have never done rape. But he never said. All he did was say, I took down my client list. And to me, that is insufficient, and that is it is you need to do more. And I will quietly not support your clients. But I'm not saying that there is evidence. See, there is a difference here. How you approach certain things. That as fans, we will act based off the information that is what we know. We know of Aaron Conner's response, which was, I took down the client list, and I spoke to a couple of con owners where they said we took down the talent list in response to these allegations. That's not good. That is inappropriate response, in my opinion. So I will act because of his response, not because I know for sure, because I don't. But because of his response, I will respond. So I'm not making accusations against Aaron Conner. There's a difference here. She's just saying Aaron Schonke because ridiculous. He has enough.
Drugs. She's on those drugs.
No.
I'm not gonna say it. That's speculative, but hey,
right.
I'm speculating she's on drugs. Has to be like for such a slip up like this.
So it's easy for people to dismiss it as hearsay, and even if he was alive, it would still be a little bit of hearsay, right? But at the end of the day, considering Blake Foster's pattern of behavior, it's not so far out of the realm of believable.
I'm trying to figure out, how do you go from, this guy scammed a fan and other actors have told me he's on drugs, to, it's believable that they'll essay someone. I know a lot of people who are on drugs. I know a lot of people who've scammed people. That's a leap. That's a leap in MO. Even police don't make that leap in logic like that, right? That's a big leap in logic. Just because, this guy has a reputation for stealing from people, that means he'll harm children, in your opinion? You're taking the logic of our grandmothers, like, yeah, boy, if you lie, you'll steal. If you steal, you'll kill. Like that was like our grandparents from the 40s mindset, right? They believe if you'll do one thing, and that's how my grandmother was. She's a big Christian, right? So she feels like, you'll lie, you'll steal from me. If you'll steal from me, you'll kill me. Like that was always her go-to like little adage. But it's like that. It's such it's illogical. Very illogical. So where does this leap in logic come from for her to be like, it's believable that he would harm a child or a young girl because he scammed a couple of people and he's on drugs? So would it be fair to be like, maybe this person who was caught with cocaine in their system, maybe they'll harm children? By that same logic, you dig? I'm just using this logic for something else.
Right.
Maybe this person saying that his daughter was SA'd shouldn't be trusted because he's on drugs. And he has how do you want to say that? He has these bevy of mental issues that are undiagnosed, right? So maybe they're living like a Rican in the land of fantasy constantly. So they'll just throw out anything and they'll believe it. But even in that situation, Jason David Frank was like, hey, I believe it to be true, but I don't know if it's true. And then he's asking the person who is the perpetrator, hey, prove that it's not true. He's not asking his daughter to prove that this happened. And then on top of that, none of this came out while he was alive. There was no live stream about it. There was no criminal investigation about it. There was nothing. He never went to the police, nothing. That's the first thing, me as a father, that's the first thing if my 15-year-old, my 16-year-old comes out and said, somebody who I used to work with in their youth did this to them, there's no talking. I'm not messaging someone and making voice notes of this. I am 911. We're going to the police. You're going to tell this officer the same thing you just told me. I don't care how you feel about it. You're going to say the same thing you just told me, and we're going to hash this out. Look at my Bubba. Hey, Bubba.
Hey.
What you got going?
Nothing. I just woke up from a nap.
Ah, you were napping. How was your day?
I had a full day. I had to go to work and stuff, man. I mean, you know how it is on this side.
I know it. You be busy. I'm happy that you joined us. So we're here right now. See, for the people who are just entering, this is Brent. You know Brent. And we're having a conversation. Really, the conversation, like the crux of the conversation is, can you accuse someone of a thing without substantiated evidence?
Yeah, you can accuse someone, but that don't mean you can substantiate your claims, though. You have to like bring some evidence to that.
And now, can you say that someone is telling the truth, right? Let's say a YouTuber, right? He's telling the truth about said thing with no evidence. Can you say that?
No.
Mm-hmm. Can you say that he's running a truth channel and it's not propaganda if he's throwing out claims constantly, but nothing is ever substantiated? And then once you try to ask questions about them substantiating a certain claim, any claim, they start to label you as obsessed, or they label you as neurodivergent, or you don't have it all together, or you must need friends or something, just because you're asking about the claims that they just brought forward. Do anyone else see the pattern in this?
Right.
You did it. You become obsessed, this, that. I do it where I ask questions. I start being like a crackhead from the PJs, Roach King, just because I'm asking, hey, what you just said here doesn't make any sense. Can you, like, let's have a conversation, and can you substantiate any of this? Can you say definitively that none of your, let's say, for instance, your ex-wife's claims, all these are false? Oh, her protection order being denied, that's it? Nah, I think that's not proving that you didn't do something. Where's the proof? Oh, if you never did any of this, can you call her on, so she can cooperate? How about this, right? If a person, Cameron, if a person steals from out of my house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I then say, oh, because they stole from my house, that means they'll, let's say, SA one of my children? Can I make that leap in logic?
Yeah.
Can I?
Sorry.
Would that be fair?
I mean, if he steals from me, why wouldn't he touch your children?
You sound like your grandmother, my grandmother. Like, boy, if you lie, you steal. If you steal, you kill.
That's where I'm getting it from.
I know that's where you're getting it from. You see how boom, I'm like on it. You know what I mean? But let's go. Let her continue
Blake
to speak.
Foster had sexual relations with a 16-year-old girl. And when people say, well, why wasn't anything done? Well, I don't know. I've said this too. We don't know at what point. I don't know. And I don't know if it was mentioned. We don't know at what point did Jason find out, because first he said Sky was the one who told him that this happened. His daughter told him it happened. I don't know how old she was when she told him it happened. I don't know the details of that. But either way, there are numerous.
You don't even know who the fuck it really was
done to Blake Foster. And of course, Blake Foster is going to use that like he has been. Well, if I did this. How come this didn't happen? Well, why is it that grown women who get assaulted don't go to the cops right away and they don't go to the cops to talk about it till years later? There's so many.
But we're not talking about grown women right now. We're talking about a young girl who said she was raped, really. She was raped by 2 guys, and she told her father afterwards. So now you're going to ask the question, oh, I don't know why anything happened. No. The adults are in the room now. Why didn't any of the adults do anything is the question. That's not the question. I don't care. And it's a fair question to ask, why didn't anything happen if the adults were in the room? You go to a person who's supposed to be there and protect you, right? And instead of like doing his due diligence, he's asking the other person, hey, can you prove that you didn't do this? Take a lie detector test. With which, first of all, the fuck does that mean? You can't even use that in a court.
I say like a skin sample, like a skin sample test or something. And what do you say, fingernails?
Fingernails. Oh no, because in her mind, they're like she didn't know how she wanted it.
You scrape under his fingernails and do a follicle test.
No follicle test, boy, you crazy. Boom. But let her keep going, man. No, okay. Cameron, here's another thing. Boom, man. I'm glad you're here. Hey, what does chibi mean?
I have no idea. I don't know what it means, but I know what it is.
What is chibi?
It's little bitty animated figures that are made to look like children or children-esque, but like with the exaggerated features.
Okay, so if I say, what if I called you weird for pointing out the fact that my chibi cartoon is a child, and I say you're the weird one? What am I trying to do to you at this point?
You're trying to make me seem weird for pointing out your weirdness.
Let her keep going.
Many reasons why these things don't get handled right away. I can't.
Why you? Cameron has no context behind none of this shit.
Did he do it? Did he not do it? I personally believe he did, but what I believe is not fact. I say I believe it doesn't mean it is true. Multiple things can be true at the same time. According to
what is saggy melons, bro? This is bothering me.
In 2022, Blake was also.
You see this little chibi image next to it?
Yeah.
Just bouncing. But we're the weird ones that we call that out.
That's weird. And she got tattoos?
And saggy melons, cuz. But let her continue.
Also there. Okay.
This is the chick who likes you, too.
Power Ranger
oh, don't make me talk bad about her.
And look at you. She was trying to nail you to the cross.
Go to conventions
take you
that Blake was at. But Power Ranger Morphicon is a big event because Comic-Cons, they're not really Power Ranger conventions. But again, either way, Brent, whatever reason Jason had to go to a convention where Blake Foster was, whether he had a confrontation there with Blake Foster or not, or discussed it with him, I don't know. I wasn't there to say. But using that as a, well, if this really happened, why did Jason go to a convention with Blake Foster there? I don't know.
But
and
that's
does it
fair.
really matter? Does
Yes.
it actually matter? Change.
Now, I need both of you to answer this, right? If my child comes to me and said, hey, I was assaulted by these people, right? That you go to work with, you work around them, all this. And then I go to said workplace, right?
Mm-hmm.
And nothing occurs, right? Does that matter?
Yes and no.
Because
they could have been expecting it. They can smell it on you like sharks in the water.
But if I'm the father in this situation, I'm going here, right? With a do you think I'm going to be anywhere working with someone who my daughter just told me they assaulted me?
No. I mean, it's okay. No, I don't think you would work with someone, but someone would work with you that would touch your child.
Oh, 100%. I feel you on that because they're trying to make sure that they don't get implicated in the crime of touching my child.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
how do you feel about that? Because she's directing this at you, Brent. Like, why does it matter?
It
I need you to
matters
explain.
because these people, they want, when they talk about Blake, we worry about kids. And Jason wants to wag his finger about morale and all this stuff. So it comes into question. Why would you work with someone if you believe that Blake assaulted your daughter? You claim that you're passionate over profits. You're not about greed. Why didn't you take a stand? To me personally, if I knew a family member or a friend who was assaulted by somebody, I would not work with that person. I don't care how far their booth is. No. And you want to claim, oh, well, he needs to make money. That's fine. Look, if that's what you want to do, you can no longer claim a moral high ground. You are prioritizing money over over standing up against someone you believe sexually assaulted your daughter. That is the assumption people are going to make. And if you want to stand by that, then you have to live with that.
Hey, that's a fair assumption, to be honest with you.
Right. Then you care more about meeting your fans, promoting Legend of the White Dragon. I've heard some of these reasons as to why he was there, to promote the movie. You care more about those things than standing up against someone you believe assaulted your daughter. Mm-hmm. And you could have easily tried to ban him from that convention. But my speculation is like, well, maybe to keep this on the down low of my accusations of you, we won't talk about this. I was wrong, Blake. Again, this is all speculation. There's a lot of behind the scenes that we're not privy to.
Thanks.
And so it's just kind of like, maybe they had a conversation and said, Jason, this never happened. It may look that way. Maybe there's a situation where Jason sees something. Maybe there's something with he saw something, but that wasn't there. Maybe Sky made something up. We don't know these things. It's all speculation. So at this point, it's just kind of like it seems like a smear campaign when there's no concrete evidence to be presented. And there are more questions about if he believed this, the mere belief. If he believed it, why are you doing conventions? And Francis is going to say, well, just because you're at the same convention doesn't mean you're working with someone. Amy and David, when they appear on the same advertisement, they're working together. But Blake and JDF, they could be in opposite ends of the booth. And my response to that is that doesn't matter. He knows that he is well aware. If the fans are aware of it, he is aware of it for sure. That if someone he believed was sexually assaulted is being used by a business, is at that same business, then he should take a stand and say, if you don't ban him from the event, I will not be there. That's just and Francis goes, well, they weren't working together. He didn't know. If the fans know, he knows. He has people around him presenting him with who's where. He knew Austin was going to be there. He had him banned. Why can't he ban Blake? Mm-hmm. And even if Scott said no, JDF had the authority to say, well, if you don't ban Blake, I will not attend your event. And he could have played hardball. And maybe Scott would have said, well, if that's the case, then I'll have Blake banned. How come that didn't happen? How come he agreed to be in the same event? We don't know. But all we know for sure is that it is a fact that they were at the same event.
Facts.
That's all we know. So
that's all we know. That'll continue.
The fact that he might have done it. And I've said this before, and you guys know me when it comes to age of consent versus morals, okay? The age of consent in most cases is 16, right? So maybe that's why nothing was done, because no one said that.
It has nothing to do with any of that, because this apparently took place in California. So the age of consent isn't 16, it's 18, which makes this a crime. And I'm only saying that's speculative because, boom, at the proximity of both people. Seeing that Blake lives in California, the Ien Conner guy lives in California, Sky was once living in California. So I surmise that this had to have taken place in California, right? So if we're in California, the age of consent is 18. This means this is more than SA. This is statutory rape. Someone needs to be taken. Even in California, even the allegation alone should have warranted some sort of investigation by authorities. And nothing happened. Nothing. Nothing. Not one guy. Two guys. I heard that's a great burger place, but two guys, my friend. No, it's five guys. Boom, my bad. But that's egregious. That's egregious. You gotta laugh to keep from crying about situations like this, man. Because it's sad. And then it's also sad for a father to even be in the same vicinity with this person. And nothing occurs. So that makes me speculate, hey, did anything actually occur? Did it happen? The only people who are saying it now is a dead man. We have a dead man's voice recording. We have two people who literally are obsessed and hate Blake Foster. See what I did there? But you have people who are literally waging war with this guy and who will say anything in order to make him look bad.
Right.
In that same instance, we still have people who will literally tell everyone else things like, hey, leave the children out of it. But when it comes to let's go to war with Blake, let's bring children into it.
Right.
We don't like said child in question, and now that they're an adult and we feel their behavior is reprehensible, now we're going to attack that. Then we're going to say, oh, I'm going to point people to Henry Resilience coverage on it all, when I've literally shown on my page, it's on Everyone Gets a Trophy, of him laughing about the little girl getting touched, about the little girl being raped by two grown men. He's laughing about it on his page. What did Antro 6 say? Oh, played the sky booty juice. Then he says, oh, they play on his soundboard of, oh, like, if you want to come, come. And then he's like, I wonder if that's what she told Blake and Aaron Coley.
Wow.
Think about this. Now we're playing the moral high ground of, oh, it's wrong for Blake and those guys to do it. Well, how isn't that not wrong for this guy to laugh about it?
Yeah.
When I told him, hey, make sure grown-ups aren't touching your daughter, and I tongue-in-cheekly laughed about it, I was demonized. They told me I said something disgusting by telling a father, hey, don't allow grown men to touch your daughter. That's disgusting, right? But this isn't disgusting? And let's say it's not true, right? Let's speculate about this real fast. How disgusting is that to use a young woman, whether you like her, whether her behavior is egregious now that she's an adult, to make light of a young woman's sexual assault? To use someone being great against somebody else just because you don't like that person?
And I'm still trying to figure out why we still talking about this, nigga. Like, we said this the first time. We brought up the accusation, and it's like everybody's looking. I personally don't get no backlash. Nobody's come at me yet, but I be seeing the backlash that be falling on you, Brent, fucking. There's another person too, but I digress.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, how do y'all have the gall to try to say you a roach king or whatever the fuck when there's this nigga that lets grown men put fingernails in his daughter's pussy? Like, I don't see how that's hurting it. I don't see how that's fucking. Nothing supersedes the fact that these things happen. But then we get to Brent's situation where I'm just currently being informed. And where I'm from, we call they getting jumped.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Hold
And that's
on, give me a second. Keep talking.
Wait, the jumping situation. What are you talking about?
when they accosted you for the
Ah,
footage.
right. The 4 security guards surrounding me. Yeah. What? Oh,
Yeah, I just found out about this, Brent. Like my
ah,
Tyrell had to tell me about this. I'm not
ah,
privy to the whole
ah. Yeah.
situations, and he told me about this, and that's very unfortunate. And that should have never happened to you.
Right.
That's
Right. Of
wild,
course.
and that blows my mind that actually happened to you at a con. Where they're supposed to have supposed to be upstanding. That's just weird to me. And then I was informed that you paid for this footage as well.
Yes, I did. I paid
See,
for
that's
this.
no bullshit.
Yeah, and then I heard the whole. They deleted a portion of it, and then I hired a forensic specialist to recover the deleted footage using the
Mhm.
SIM card. And someone in Germany, they were able to decode the some form is very complex. They're able to get the footage. So
Mhm.
I have the complete. Ian has the complete footage. From start to finish, and you'll see in the footage that there's a price list for like $60 for a recording. I paid that price because you'll see that I paid a certain amount for autographs and a certain amount for recordings. I provided the credit card receipt, like the amount that I paid. And what he did was he didn't like what he said in the footage, but he didn't tell me to stop recording. And even if he did, um, at the end of Tennessee is a one-person consent state, and I
Mm.
was able to, even if I did it without his consent, he doesn't. You don't have the right to hire security. People like to play this game of, oh, he didn't give you permission, so they had a right to do that. No. Even if I was a random person who was just walking by and recorded him, they don't have the right to do that. But that being put aside, the recording was paid for, and he never once told me to stop recording. And you'll see in the entire footage, he never said it once. He turned the camera, but that could be for many different reasons. Maybe the angle wasn't right. I didn't know at the time. I didn't even know that happened because I was so focused on the interaction that I paid for. And
Right.
then it's just kind of like, that happened. It was a great interaction. Tyrell would tell you that it was a great interaction. I came back, and then I was once secure, and I told the security, no, I'm not giving you this footage. This was before I was surrounded, and then it got because you've seen me on streams. I gave that same energy that you see on stream. That is what I give to security. I'm not giving you this footage. I paid for this.
Mm-hmm.
And then they started going back and forth, and then
As we should.
eventually there was the owner of the con. Ien, you have this footage. His name's Keith. You heard that footage, that phone recording. By the way, that was recorded without his consent because that Keith guy wanted to lecture me on recording laws in Tennessee. That asshole. You're the owner of the frickin' con, and you still felt it was appropriate to surround you. You hear the phone conversation I recorded. He felt that surrounding me was fine and dandy.
Yep.
You heard that, right? I
100%.
told him, why'd you surround me? And he started justifying it. And it's just wild. So
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I don't want to cut you off, Brent. Yeah, I don't want to cut you off, Brent, but we're going to do an entire stream.
Yeah. So I'm just explaining the camera. Yeah, you'll see this entire stream. It's just wild, these people.
It's wild.
It's crazy. But anyway, let's keep going.
Facts.
I think that we're just chipping away at something. Okay, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm assuming was consensual. So again,
she's talking about she's assuming if she's a minor, how can a minor consent when you're saying you're big on? She just literally beforehand said that she's big on like consent and she's big on protecting minors and all that. And then she hears something about a minor and then it'll be like, oh, well, it was consensual. How? Like, explain that to me, Ray. How the fuck can a minor give consent? When you'll be the same person arguing that even if the age of consent is 17, she's still a minor. You literally argued that with me. She felt like it was wrong for a 20-year-old and a 17-year-old to have consensual sex when the laws in that state is a 17-year-old is can consent to having sex. She then tries to move forward and move the goalposts and be like, oh, well, those laws for consent is only for people who are like in the same age bracket with each other. Right? And I'm like, no, that literally isn't what consent means. Consent means that, hey, this 17-year-old can consent to having sex with anyone. She can consent to having sex with a 60-year-old. You can find it reprehensible, but it's legal. Then she's like, morals. And I'm like, okay, where does your morality come from? When meta ethics will suggest like nothing's wrong with this, then if we're going to apply ethics, it's illegal. So where's because your feelings aren't morals. The way you feel about it, if you feel, oh, that's icky, okay, it's not morals though. It's because you feel that way. That's your feelings. That's your personal belief. Which, hey, we don't have no measuring stick for that. I can't say something that happened was wrong now, but her literally stating that, oh, well, I'm pretty sure it was consensual. How the fuck can a minor give consent? If a genuine minor, where it's illegal in California to have sex with anyone under the age of 18, how can you then say she gave consent to 2 grown-ass men? You see that weird shit? Trying to justify a child's grape. Trying her best to justify a child being raped right now. Just so she can support Henry Resilient.
I don't want to accuse him of assaulting someone. We're just saying, like, bro, you were an adult and you're hooking up with a teenager. That's kind of fucking gross. That's kind of gross. Why do you think Blake is saying, well, it's a serious accusation? It's not a serious legal one, because he's not saying that it's a serious accusation. Well, I'm messing around with a minor. Yeah, well, 16 is technically still a minor to most people. That's still a teenager. You're a grown adult. Like, I don't think grown adults should be hooking up with teenagers. Personally, I mean, I'm 40 years old. You're not going to catch me dead friggin' banging a 19, 18-year-old, even though that's legally an adult. Right?
She 40?
Weird. Personally, that's weird. And a lot of people also feel like it's weird. So again, we're arguing, Brian, on Twitter. I'm not on Twitter, on my comment section. And I just, let's just keep it real. That's the argument. It's the legality versus the morals. Because some people don't think that there's anything wrong as long as it's legally okay. I disagree with that. A lot of people do as well. But
that's not the conversation that we're having. We're not having that conversation. I get, she's so, and I guess this is where Francis and those people like argue people's like neurodivergency a little bit. You know what I mean? Because this is like the cognitive dissonance here. We're not arguing if, oh, it's yucky for this to be occurring. No, you're not saying that it's a serious allegation because people's morals. No, it's a serious allegation because he can do jail time for this. And the thing is, right, it's a crime in California where both of these people are. This is a crime we're talking about. A 16-year-old who cannot have coitus with 2 grown men. She cannot consent to that. Even if she says, yes, do whatever to me, she cannot consent. We are only arguing legality here. We're only arguing a crime being occurred here. We're not arguing, does this feel yucky? We're not arguing, oh, my morals dictate X, Y, and Z. We're not arguing that. We're arguing someone is putting out a voice recording of someone's father saying, hey, prove that you didn't do said thing to my daughter when she was underage. Why would he say underage? Why would he be saying that she was 16 when it happened? Why would it be such a big deal, right? If she was at a place where she can legally consent. Why would she be coming to her father and expressing these things to her? If my daughter is at an age where legally this can occur, right? I'm then going to ask her, hey, did you consent to this or not? That's going to be my first thing. Did you consent to this or not? I get it. You feel bad right now, but before I move forward, did you consent? You're above age, so I have to ask these things. No, that was never in the context of anything. He's like, you slept with my daughter when she was underage.
And keep in mind, this is all accusations. We don't even know if it even happened. It's just ridiculous.
Legal age of consent in most states are usually 16 years old.
But not this state, darling.
Doesn't mean that it was still
not in this one.
No, it was still weird and not okay. You know?
Not in
yes,
this
I agree.
One.
You are 16. You are 16 going on 17.
You see how it's like,
that's my jam.
It's true. I get what you're saying, Cam, but they believe, she believes this to be true. Look at the tongue-in-cheek way she's saying this, though. Look at Aerostream, who's a part of Henry Resilience community. He believes this to be true. Look at them making jokes about a child right now. No one finds this behavior reprehensible? No. Is it just me? Am I the crazy one? No. She's over here trying to justify. She's trying her best to justify it. Also trying to be like, oh, well, nothing happened. This is the way she's trying to present her argument against your argument right now, Brent. Like, right. Audience, follow me. She's trying to present her argument because Brent raises a valid question of, well, why is this man choosing to work next to or work in the same vicinity when he has the leverage and the power to block that, right? Why is he willing to be next to this guy and work with this guy if he feels the accusations are believable, right? They are now, she's coming back and saying, oh, well, it's not a crime that it occurred. It's not this. Moving goalposts, right? Moving it. Oh, well, she was this and she was this. And no, in California, the age of consent is 18. And here's the bigger thing. We don't even know. That's why I'm speculating on the place it took place, right? We don't even know what state it occurred in. We have no context. She's presenting this as if Jason David Frank knew it 100%. Jason David Frank maybe he confronted him about it. We don't know. Speculating about the speculation. And then saying you're obsessed for bringing it up. Or you're obsessed or something's wrong with you for needing more context. Asking, well, why wasn't anything criminally occurring? When the, oh, well, we don't know. Why does adults? Look at the argument that why do grown women who are adults don't go to? No, she went to the authority figure in her life. She went to her father. So now it's a fair question. Why didn't her father do anything? We're done talking about children now. We're done talking about we're talking about the people who are there to protect her now. Why didn't he move forward as a father, as a man, when he's willing to fight Walter Jones for saying something?
He's willing to ban Austin St. John from that same convention that he did with Blake. This is a fact because I spoke to Scott Zillner. He told me that Austin was not allowed to. He didn't say those words, but he said that they had to switch days in which they were at the convention. So basically, Austin was banned from PMC 2022 Saturday session. Any volunteer from PMC will say that Saturday is the busiest day of the convention. So he took money out of Austin's pocket, was willing to do that because it was probably some petty gripe that he had with him. But with Blake could be there. And Austin is the bigger draw. I wonder why that is. How come you didn't have Blake banned? My speculation, Jason would probably realize, oh, there's not enough evidence, but I don't want to bring attention to my jumping to conclusions. So Blake, let's not talk about this and act as if it didn't happen. And based off what Blake said in his post, that's what it seems to have happened. They cocked and they moved forward. And again, this is all speculation. This is all we know. But when it comes to crimes, not civil, innocent until proven guilty. And that's what the standard we should apply here. And I just feel like this is a smear campaign because they don't like Blake, or they think that JDF didn't like Blake, so let's just smear him. They did this with Walter Jones. All lies that they told, and it was presented so convincingly that I almost believed what Henry was saying about Walter. I almost believed that Walter blackmailed JDF because Frances said so convincingly, but she thinks she could backtrack and say, oh, it was Zachary Taylor McGinnis. She said flat out that, Walter's lying about the recording, not in the recording. He lied about the recording. And the only time Walter talked about the recording was when I said that he said that Walter said that Henry was lying and saying that it was for Walter's guarantee, which has been proven fact. So, Frances, you are lying. And now we look at this Blake situation, we have to question the credibility of what's presented. There's context being left out.
A lot.
And this is a lot of context, and maybe she doesn't have all the context. Then why are you bringing it up?
Facts.
Why are you bringing it up if you don't have the context? You're not saying, oh, this is a recording. I have proof that JDF said that he believed something. Yes, you presented proof that he believed something. That is a fact, that he said that he believes something at a certain point. This is a fact that's being established. So when she tries to mislead people, if she's going to try to mislead people, say, I present facts. You did present a fact that he said at a certain point in time that he believed that something happened. He did say that. But we don't know. Is there a video? There might be evidence that there's actual video that's a video that might gross people out, but if that's the evidence, it should be presented, and people can make their own decisions onto whether to support Blake or not. But until then, it's all speculation, innocent until proven guilty. I'm not saying that we know for sure either which way or the other, but innocent until proven guilty, and that's all we can go off of.
100%.
100% right. Thank you.
I knew people were going to have that reaction. Brent just was the only one who apparently had balls to comment on it, but I'm sure everyone
Big
else
gorilla
who saw it and
cojones.
heard about it, I'm sure Brent had brought it to some people's attention. Like, that's fine. Like, again, I also want to say you definitely don't know what glazing is, because there is no glazing. There's no glazing.
Oh, nah, you was Henry glazing.
I'm talking about here's the thing that's funny, right? I want to say this too, because another thing I noticed during the video I was watching before I started streaming is when Henry was going over the Blake Foster stuff that's been happening, he came across a comment from Juicebox Poppy. And for those of you who guys don't know, you won't get too much into that, but Juicebox Poppy is somebody who also had a falling out with Henry. Henry has basically, they call him, what the hell do they call him? They call him something, I forget. But they're not too happy with Juicebox, right? You know, he betrayed them. That's the whole story. Like I said, I'm not going to get too much into it, but that's where it is. Like, he's betrayed them. They can't stand Juicebox Poppy. Snakebox, that's what they call him. Sorry, I had to think about it. They call him Snakebox Poppy, right? Now, they don't care for Juicebox whatsoever, okay? But when Henry was looking at the comments, Henry read Juicebox's comment that Juicebox was replying to Blake Foster, and he didn't read it calling him Snakebox. He didn't read it talking shit, in the video at least. He just read the comment. No bias, no, like, he could have just glossed over it. He could have picked any other comments in that section of people talking and engaging with Blake Foster about this situation on that Instagram post from yesterday, but he did it. He had no problems reading it. So Henry also can put his feelings aside when he sees a comment that he agrees with, whether it's from somebody he don't fuck with or not. So again, why is it like I'm glazing someone because I agree with their coverage of something I even know is to be true as far as a lot of stuff that's being said about Blake Foster? I know that
something that covering something that she knows to be true.
Yeah, she just said that, didn't she? I didn't catch that. She said that she knows to be true, There might be something else, but you're misleading people. I mean, this is, and glazing is not a look. Glazing in the real world is either you're glazing a donut to add the covering, like the glazed donut. Literally, there's glazed donuts, or it's the little rubber when you have a window. You can't just put a window like in a house or an office space. You can't just put a panel of glass, and if the wood's not cut, you can't just put the glass on there and expect it to stay into place. You have to glaze it. You have to put glazing on the glass so the window stays in place. That is glazing in the real world. But in this context, glazing is showing support for or defending someone without. There's no real definition of this. I learned this from his name is Rangerverse Productions. He introduced this term to me. I'm like, oh, that's a good way to put things. When you defend someone, irrationally defending someone, regardless of whether the facts support it or not. You're defending someone regardless of whether they're right or wrong because you have a bias. That's basically a way to put it. She is glazing Henry because she is defending him like he's some sort of truth teller. I just don't understand it. It's Henry, he didn't snake box. He didn't say that he was snake box, so that means see, he could put his feelings aside. Are you freaking serious?
You must have come on how emotional this boy gets.
Jesus Christ! I mean, just ridiculous.
And it's like the same guy who called her a bitch not even 3 months ago.
Right.
Called her a bitch and like banned her for asking, hey, why are you guys like gathering information about me? Why would you guys like manipulate me? Oh, fuck you, bitch. That's literally the linear line of events that occurred.
Right.
She's crying about it and he called her a bitch.
Right.
Hey.
He had a coke issue. I know that he had a drinking issue. I know that he was banned from conventions because of these problems he caused while under the influence. I know these things because it has been confirmed by multiple different sources.
But where's this leap in logic?
So all these people are just lying to get at Blake Foster. Again, I have to say, who the fuck cares about Blake Foster? He played the worst Power Ranger.
Obviously, you care because you're now doing 2 streams about it.
Crazy. He played the worst Power Ranger. Is crazy. What the fuck you mean? He played what the fuck you mean? He played the worst Power Ranger? Is that true, or am I just biased?
Do you like Justin?
I don't think he knows who Justin is, so I think that says a lot. I mean,
I may know who Justin is, but
the little boy.
I realize to understand something. Well, y'all have to understand something with the black community. We don't know people by their names. We know
Justin was his character name. He was the Blue Ranger in Turbo. He was the little kid who became an adult.
Why do so many people hate that character?
You know what I mean?
I can see their justice. I can see their gripes. But at the same time, this is TV. We need to make TV for kids that are watching TV. Kids are watching this. So we need to have someone they can look up to.
And relate
or
to.
personify themselves with or identify with this IP we have to make them buy more toys. Or get their parents to buy more toys. Should I
accurate? 100%. Yeah. That's accurate as well. But let's see what she's talking about.
Nobody cares that much. It's a credibility issue. Brent, I have been wrong about things before. If you want to say credibility, I've said this to you even in the comment section, right? A lot of the information.
Yeah, and then before you get out there, boom, it's a credibility issue if someone presents something like, hey, what you just said is not truth. I went to the quote unquote horse's mouth. They are saying a counterpoint, and they were there. And then for you to either suppress that information or say something that is factually incorrect, right? And then double down on that, right? That's when your credibility comes into question, right?
Right.
Not that, oh, I said something that was wrong, and then after I found out it was wrong, I recanted that statement or I retracted that statement in order to present truth, right?
Right.
No, Henry did the exact opposite at every turn. When he is presented with a counter argument, he tries his best to make that person look like, oh, it's even crazy or absurd for you to even think in this way. Or if you prove with receipts that, hey, then you become obsessed.
Right.
Then you get paid, people paid to ban you because you're saying a counter argument. And even when the person who gave you the information says, hey, here's the correct information. Oh, well, I'm going to just go with what I believe in my opinion. Yes, your credibility will 100% be in question at this point.
Right.
Because you're not even willing to correct the record. You have so much hubris. You have so much ego that you're willing to let a lie stand. And the person who's calling you out, now it's time to destroy them. So my fake information can still be seen as facts.
And this is you're talking about the Walter Jones situation. What Ray, because I was in the stream, so I know what Ray's gonna say. Henry was presented with the correct information from the start. Francis Rodriguez on this very channel stated that a few days prior, Francis told Henry that the money was for Zachary Taylor McGinnis. Francis said that she told him this. This is a fact. And if Francis or someone wants to dispute it, we can go back and look at the receipts. Because Francis, you said on this channel that days prior to Henry streaming on January 26, 2024, you told him that the money was for Zachary Taylor McGinnis. And in January 26, 2024, Henry said, based on the recording that Francis gave me, JDF gave what I believe to be $1,500 to pay for Walter's guarantee and to stop accusing JDF of blackballing him from conventions.
And she corroborated it.
And on January 31st, when Henry Resilient tried to counter when I went up to Walter at a convention in January, I believe 28th, 2024, I played what Henry said, the recording, to Walter in person. Walter told me that what the money was not for his guarantee. That is a lie. January 31st, I told Henry this. He has a clip of my comment. Henry was like, no. That's a terrible imitation, but no.
It sounds spot on to me.
No. It's probably going to be a sound clip, but I don't care. Walter and Brent or something like this, they don't like the history that is being the history. History means a fact, the history of what happened. And JDF gave Walter $1,500 in exchange for silence. And you know what Francis Rodriguez said? Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Fact. You look at the record. This is why Henry, I suspect he paywalls his streams, because he thinks that we're all stupid and we won't look back we won't watch the live streams again. She said correct. So what she is saying is that it is correct that JDF gave Walter $1,500 in exchange for silence. For whose silence, Francis? Zachary Taylor McGinnis was never even mentioned. You can only make one conclusion. It was for Walter's silence. But you're going to argue, I know you, Francis, at this point. Oh, I thought it was for Zachary Taylor McGinnis' silence because I told Henry that it was for Zachary Taylor McGinnis. But you played along with it and said in another stream in February of 2024 or somewhere in that range that Walter lied about the recording, about the tape. And the only time Walter has ever talked about the tape was when Henry played the comments saying that Walter thought that Henry was lying, that the money was Walter's guarantee. That's the only time he has ever talked about the recording, and you said that was a lie. So basically, you lied there too. Unless you're going to come out and say, well, I didn't know Henry was talking about the Walter versus Zachary Taylor McGinnis. So why, when Henry was talking about Zachary Taylor McGinnis, that it was innuendo, that it was for Zachary Taylor McGinnis, you said nothing? Because you wanted to play along with this narrative that Henry is presenting. And I talk about this in depth because his credibility when it comes to these type of things needs to be questioned. This is why I wrote, it's a credibility issue. Henry has shown a lack of credibility. I'm explaining to everybody in detail. And Laura was like, Henry has credibility. Prove it to me, Laura. Or Laura was like, prove it to me, Brent, that about this thing. And I did, and she doesn't want to believe it. She believes that Henry has credibility. You can't say it. You can't speak to these people. This is a credibility issue that needs to be called out, because I almost believed Henry when he talked about this. I almost believed that Walter blackmailed JDF because Frances was so convincing when she confirmed what he was saying. And now she's backtracking, saying, "Oh, it was clear from the beginning it was for Zachary Taylor McGinnis." This is why his credibility needs to be questioned, because now these other things are coming out, and he's smearing reputation of being smeared, and it's just ridiculous. So yeah, that's a little context to this comment. So.
Brit and Marco said Brit playing Exodia, the forbidden one. Exodia, that's what nigga my grandfather's deck has. No,
I don't even know what that is, Co. I don't know what
Exodia. My
I don't. I'm sorry.
Play your last pathetic card. My grandfather's deck has no pathetic cards, but it has Exodia. What?
I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. I'm only obsessed with Power Rangers, apparently.
It's a anime reference to Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay, yeah. I don't
be like that, because when he finally catches up, he has so much. He has so much to like experience for the first time.
Cause I low key whatchamacallit, I was watching well, you know me, Cam, I'll be rewatching like Buffy and shit. So I was rewatching Buffy, and I told him before he got on, I was like, oh yeah, and I wanted to ask you, like, what the hell do you watch in your spare time, Britt? Like, I'm so curious about that.
Disney, Marvel. I mean, obviously they're the same. I watch Marvel at this point. I mean, Buffy, I wasn't really interested in Buffy. I mean, Pokemon, that was a long time ago. I don't watch Pokemon anymore, especially with the cash change.
I feel you.
The cash change really, I mean, obviously I was waning out of Pokemon at that point, but I used to watch Pokemon almost religiously. Because I watched it because Blake Foster actually, when I saw there was an episode, it was like the I think it was the cash change, and Blake Foster's character was like, "What am I, chopped liver or something?" There was some weird line. I was like, "Oh my god, this is ridiculous." Where's the other Ranger? Because it was Rocky. I didn't know there was a cash change. I'm like, where's the other Blue Rangers? They replaced him again. So I was like, too much replacing. And they replaced where's Twee? I was asking where's Twee when it was Turbo.
Facts. That's
it was like, I mean, obviously you don't know these things. I mean, and it's just kind of like, I'm too much replacing. I'm not watching. I'm watching because Pokemon, right when Turbo declined, Pokemon was, I think, a main reason why popular Power Rangers declined. When you change the cast, it affects viewership. This is why Haim Saban. Look, I know we're good. It's just kind of like Co likes to troll me when I bring up production history because it's relevant. It affects how people, their watch habits, their fandoms. When the Digimon cast threatened to walk off, Haim Saban said, "Fine, we'll go Union." Because I talked to one of the cast members who threatened to walk off. Just one of them. I don't think all of them did, but I think one of them was Izzy, You guys watch Izzy, the voice of Izzy, told me she threatened to walk. She told production, "I will walk off if you don't go union."
Yeah, Izzy was the main character.
She didn't ask for a pay raise. She said, if you don't go union, I'm walking off. Go union. She wasn't asking for a percentage of the toy sales. None of this bargaining. She just sold straight up. If you don't go union, I will walk off. And Heimspawn said, fine. And then it played out. Look at Time Force. Union. Why was that? Because the Digimon cast had the balls to say, we are walking off. And Heim learned a hard lesson. Look what happened with the cast change to Turbo. Yeah. When you keep changing the cast, Pokemon, he wants to compete with Pokemon. And if you want to compete with Heimspawn, out of all people, knew if he wants to compete with Pokemon, you have to keep things consistent. He probably saw it with Turbo. I can't compete with Pokemon anymore. He probably looked at the toy sales for Pokemon. If I want to compete with Pokemon, I have to go union.
Facts, just with the card sales.
Card sales. I mean, look at the card sales even to this day. People are scalping. And this is why when I talk, I mean, I know we're good. When he jokes about me predicting production history, it's relevant. It affects how things are made. If let's say the Power Rangers cast in at Walk Off, I think it would have been a much better production. Let's say it affects everything, and so the lack of credibility, Henry Resilient. You should be ashamed of yourself.
From other people, this is third party.
Yeah, he's watching. He's watching.
Something that Henry just imagined out of his brain. Like, he's so creative that he just decided to come up with this whole story about how Blake Foster is scamming fans and just AI-ing conversations that happen between Blake Foster and fans.
But that's not the argument that's being presented, Ray. Right. The argument that's being presented is, can we substantiate that this young lady that he's presenting, him and Francis were presenting, was raped by two grown men? This is the serious thing. I don't give a fuck about him. To be honest, I don't care about him scamming people. I don't care about that. If enough people come out, hey, boom, you have enough people to corroborate that, cool beans. That's not to say that this is a fact. You just have people to corroborate, and now this allegation has a little bit more weight to it, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, what is scamming? What is scamming? How do you define that?
Thank you.
How do we define scamming? I'm not saying what he did, Blake Foster. I'm not saying when he talks about the disabled fan or whatever. Mm-hmm. This is an issue of how do you define scamming? I mean, Cole's gonna make a joke. Well, when you steal, of course, no, but when you scam someone, this word is thrown around with used car salesmen. I'll use the used car salesman for example. They're accused of scamming customers. But when you look at it closely, they take advantage of customers because they know that they're not as savvy and will fall for any marketing techniques, or they you oversell. Oh, this has air conditioning. This is the best. How you define what's the best air conditioning unit? What are the best wheels? What are the you oversell it, knowing very well that you are charging them over the market value. Even that is, people consider that a scam. But is that really a scam when are they really selling something that is not as advertised? This is I'm not saying that the used car salesmen, they're all ethical people. I'm not saying this. But what I'm saying is that there's a difference between pushing something, to push a sale, knowing that someone cannot afford it. Is that scamming? If someone finances a car, for example, damn well that they are living off of Social Security, for example, or disability, but you push someone to finance a car knowing that they can't afford it, but you keep pushing for it. Is that scamming? Is that scamming? This is the questions we have to ask. Mm-hmm. Is it ethical? To me, if you're in that business and you're questioning that, I think you should leave, because you are being forced to make a sale that is part of your job. And if you want to question, well, you shouldn't push people knowing that they cannot afford it, but you're pushing them to finance a car. Are you really scamming them? If that's the definition that you are using, then to me, it is not. They're not ethical. But I don't want to make the leap that they are stealing from them, or they're misrepresenting them. See, this is a nuanced discussion here. Like, is Blake Foster telling someone, "Oh, buy my morpher," or "Oh, you could do payments," knowing they can't, knowing that they're on disability? Is that considered scamming? If you consider that scamming, but he's just pushing it, knowing that the disability, but he's pushing the product that he's offering.
He's doing his job.
Is that scamming? This is the questions we need to ask. How do you define scamming? And people are going to say, well, he offered a metal morpher, but he's offering the plastic, won't give refunds. This is terrible business. I think that's fair to call out. But this happens all the time with other. You could take him to court. You could do chargebacks. This happens all the time. He has an explanation. His friend Tim didn't fell through. Is he really scamming? This is the questions we should ask. How do you define scamming? I'm not saying that he whether he stole from them or not. If there's proof that he stole from them,
it's a big difference.
There's a big difference. Like if he's saying that, oh, I'm going to be homeless, give me money. If you don't give me money, then I'm going to be a deadbeat dad. I think I've heard this. How do you define I'm going to be a deadbeat dad if you don't give me money? Is this ethical behavior? I wouldn't consider it ethical behavior, but this is he deliberately stealing from them? These are two different discussions that we're having here. Is he taking advantage of the fact that he's using his status as a Power Ranger to these starry-eyed fans who probably can't afford to give him money, but he's taking advantage of the fact that they're starry-eyed about him, and they're giving him money because he's telling them, oh, if you don't give me money, I might be homeless. Is that scamming? If that's scamming, then that's the definition you're using. But is he saying that, oh, this is for my taxes, but it's really used for something else? I consider that stealing. This is a very nuanced discussion. Do I agree with asking fans to give him money to help with homeless? I mean, I don't agree with that, but
Could that be considered scamming? No.
It's not scamming, but we're having a different conversation. You could still have judge him morally for that, but as long as he represents himself, if you don't give me money, I'm going to be holding. I need money for taxes. Are you really? And if you can show a receipt that you're paying money for the money is going towards his taxes, is that really scamming? This is the question we should ask. I'm not saying that he's an ethical person for doing that. Let's say the money is going towards preventing him from being homeless or whatever. But there should be a nuanced discussion, especially when you're using to smear his reputation. We should be having these discussions like, what did he represent to these fans? And look, if Henry could present documentation showing, oh, he said that this money was going towards one thing, but it's been proved that it's going to another thing, then yes, he in my definition, he is scamming. But if you're just taking advantage of someone with disability and saying, oh, give me money because I might be homeless, is that ethical behavior? People could make fair assumptions and say, no, that's not ethical behavior, but is that scamming? Two different discussions we're having here. I'm not saying that, I'm just looking at from the outside looking in, the discussion we should be having. So I just want to put that out there.
if Henry was coming out and showing absolutely nothing and completely twisting every narrative, right? When we talk about the whole situation with Walter Jones and you still are harping on that, you guys got to agree to disagree and just move on. Because, I said this too, you met Frances in real life and you're still calling her a liar. You're still calling her, come on, Ray, because this is the shit that's crazy. Is you just are sitting here and blaming one person. Like I said, so every person who's given Henry.
No, I'm not saying that, Ray. I'm not saying every person. You're committing part of the whole fallacy. I'm not saying that, Ray. I'm not saying every. You're playing the replay, but This we're playing the replay, but anyway.
Is something playing?
Yeah, there's a replay playing. So there's a replay playing. So yeah, you hear that, right? Yeah. So let me respond to what she's saying. Frances is lying when she says Walter lied when about the tape, or the recording, not what was in the context of the recording, but about the recording. And usually you don't make those accusations unless you know what was being said. That is how she is lying. And I know she's going to go up there with Henry and start laughing and hoodwink people into thinking something else. What Ray is saying is that we should question everybody was lying. No, I'm not saying that, Ray. I'm saying that when you have a credibility issue at one end and it's so egregious to the point where...
Do y'all still hear the echo?
I don't hear the echo. Oh, actually, I do.
Let's see. Say something. You guys tell me if you hear an echo.
Is there Alexa? Yeah, there's an echo. I think there's an echo still, right? Yeah.
Let's see. Is it coming from? Say something.
Say something? Yeah, there's still an echo.
Let me see. Do you guys still hear it from me?
Never heard it.
Let's see. Say something again.
Say something, okay?
Because I don't hear anything, so I don't even know
really?
How to really. Yeah, I don't even know how to deal with this.
I can hear it.
I guess we'll have to push through. Oh yeah, I hear my.
Let me drop you down and bring you back up.
Okay, now you hear me? Yeah, it's still there.
It's still there? What the heck?
Yeah.
Let me see. Edit mic setting, I guess. Okay, let me just turn back on the echo cancel.
Okay, try now. Yeah, there's still like an echo.
They're saying like maybe because it's coming from you.
Oh, it's coming from me, so maybe I have to exit out and come back in?
Yeah, exit out and come back in.
Okay.
So for a moment of levity, what you doing, Bubba? You're crazy. Oh, boom for everybody. We got a few people still in here, so boom. Yeah, I made a Tokusatsu inspired book. Look at it. It's called My Teague Jaeger. It's a great read. Look how thick she thickums. Look how thick she is. Boom. I've been reading it. And it's a really, really fascinating project. It's a really, really great read. Bubba is echoing too. No, don't call him Bubba. You don't know him like that.
Is there an echo? Oh, yeah. There's still an echo. I guess, do you want to push through, just have the echo, or?
Yeah, we can push through. We can put, because I hear nothing.
Oh, you hear nothing, really?
I don't hear it at all. So I'm trying my best to, whatchamacallit. Let's see. Okay, when we play the recording, do you guys hear it?
Their DMs are fucking lying. You're making it. You're saying he's not credible and saying he's a liar. You're literally a liar, Brent, for information he is just sharing. I've done that. Like I recently, and I don't know if you've seen it. I recently, right when I was covering the Stimulated Cynics comic escape drama, and I did my streams. I had to redact it. I was like, I didn't lie. I was just misinformed.
Boom. So
right?
weird.
But
misinformed.
Because I went with something that's.
Oh, you can't hear me.
Lie. I didn't know that.
Let's see. There's an echo. No echo. Okay. So look at this bullshit she's saying. Oh, he was just misinformed. No, what she is saying right now is if he's misinformed, Frances is the one to blame. for the misinformation because he got the information from Francis. Francis told him who it was for. Francis was the one that gave him the recording. So she's basically in this situation. She's blaming Francis for this. But we have proven that if we're going to take Francis, someone is lying in this situation. Either Francis is lying or Henry is lying. Either Francis gave him the incorrect information or it was Henry who was lying. And we're taking Francis's word at this point. Henry is the one lying because Francis told him the correct information. Francis was not providing him misinformation. So Henry is lying, intentionally lying, and this idea that he was misinformed has been debunked at this point. So this is what I call glazing, because she's defending Henry even though it has been proved. I mean, maybe she doesn't know what Henry was told, but basically, yeah, Henry is lying. He wasn't misinformed. And if he was misinformed, then Francis is the one who is lying. So, yeah.
What I put out there was a lie. So if all these people are lying and Henry's covering it for argument's sake, those people are the ones that are lying. Those people are the ones that are lying because there's only so much you can affect certain things, right? You can't sit there and have somebody send you a conversation between two people and have what's Henry gonna fucking do? Like hire a private investigator to get like a subpoena of their fucking complete conversation? Like
no, Ray. Then you don't cover it if you don't have enough information. Jesus Christ.
And Francis lied about a situation between Walter Jones and Jason David Frank, and you're still running with that. And I even said, okay, you sit there and say that Francis lied about a story, right? And when Francis came out and she said, well, this is what happened, you're like, see, there's a lie. Francis has done nothing, and I will say this to everybody. These people, like Francis has done nothing other than come out and tell people her personal experience with actors and stuff, and talk about, you know, things that she observed and things she was told. Okay? You're now saying her personal experience is a lie. If she tells you that she had a bad experience with Blake Foster, well, that's a lie. I need proof. Bro, she's just telling you, hey, when I went to a convention, this is what I saw Blake Foster do.
No, that's not what she's saying.
He did it.
She's presenting actual voice recordings from Jason David Frank, and she's also positioning these things as facts when she's going after certain actors.
Right.
And she's also very loyal to Jason David Frank. So she was, and I know Francis, you know what I mean? She can be vicious. She can be 100% vicious. So her being vicious to these actors, and she's not presenting it, some of these things she's not presenting as, this is my opinion. She's giving you, this is what Jason thought, and it is what it is. These are private recordings that I have that certain people wouldn't want, and she presents it as certain people wouldn't want this to be out here, but she still goes forward and presents these things. She's not just presenting personal things. She's presenting other people's conversations. She's presenting mostly just Jason, right? She's presenting the way she's telling you guys this is what Jason thought in this moment. So that's not her opinion at this point. She's presenting her friend, her ex-employer's voice. So by doing that, like Britt just said about Blake Foster, the fans who are wide-eyed and like starry-eyed that this actor, right, and her proximity to this actor are going to take a lot of this stuff as facts. Regardless of none of this shit is substantiated. Like, it's to the point now, like, motherfuckers are like saying like, oh, you could take some creatine and you might come up with cocaine in your system.
That's just, imagine if you bought, let's say you went to Costco and they have a sale, you buy creatine and then they find cocaine. Are you people serious right now? Like, Costco would be sued.
Facts.
If people took creatine and there was cocaine in it, they could track it. Like push comes to shove, people say, "Oh, they can't track it." Oh, yes, they can.
Yes, you can.
Especially with a $1 billion company as Costco. Like it might take a while, but you could track. Oh, this person found cocaine in the creatine, and they would be sued to oblivion. This is why there's standards when it comes to food packaging, so there's no mistake. Oh, he took creatine. There was cocaine found in the. Are you serious right now? Get out of here. Especially when Tammy admitted in the recording, well, we were taking cocaine. She didn't say, oh, we're taking creatine. Or why was it folded in a napkin? You don't take creatine, and you don't. Do people snort creatine? I mean, this is like, come on, people. And then he you know when you're taking. I mean, obviously, I don't know because I've never taken cocaine, but it's pretty obvious when you're taking cocaine. I'm sure Jace David Frank could speak to this when he was alive. I mean, I'm sure other people can as well. Like there's an obvious effect to your body when you take cocaine versus creatine. So I just find this creatine excuse. I mean, this is just wild. Like if you're not a cocaine user and you feel certain effects, you're gonna go to the hospital. You're gonna go to the hospital. This is common sense. If you're not a drug, and then they're gonna say, "Oh, where'd you get it?" "Oh, I got it from the creatine." "Where's the package?" We're gonna launch an investigation, and we're gonna track this, and we're gonna launch an event, and then Costco will be sued for negligence, and they can't afford that. No, they're not gonna afford that. So this excuse of, oh, it could have been found in the creatine. There would have been an investigation. If this is widespread, there would be an investigation, because that's why cocaine is so restricted, because of the effects it does to the body. What do you know? It's snowing. Oh, I went to Cafe Du Monde and I had the beignets because Tyrell, you know that Cafe Du Monde. They're not shy. They have a whole factory. I saw in New Orleans, they have the original store. I see a bunch of white powder in there. And you're going to tell me that, oh, there's going to be cocaine? No, they have cameras everywhere at that place.
You can ruin their business.
They've been running it for decades. I think even centuries at this point. Centuries. And you're going to tell me that, oh, I snorted powdered sugar and there was cocaine in there. I mean, this is, they're going to be an investigation.
There was some French nuns, you know what I mean, who came to New Orleans a long time ago looking for some money to invest in their little powdered, little treats that they had. And boom, we have Cafe Du Monde.
Well, oh my God, there's cocaine in there. You're going to go to the police and they're going to do an investigation. They're going to see the cameras and there's going to be an investigation. That is why there's so many employees at that store monitoring everything. There's a monitor at the bathroom, at the entrance. So people can think, oh, I got the cocaine from powdered sugar. These excuses, I mean, this is just ridiculous.
That was creatine does not give false positives with cocaine, homie. Did some lines, bro.
Powdered sugar from Cafe Du Monde does not give you do not test positive for cocaine. I mean, I just can't believe these excuses. I mean, I just can't believe.
If he did some cocaine, that's why I said, bro, it's an ego thing for these people. If that man had demons that he was dealing with, he put a little toot up his nose. Maybe he wanted a little toot up his nose. You know what I mean? Like, hey, that's his business. Ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't never gave him no money. So but they are playing the moral police because it's like, oh well. If he's doing cocaine and I love this character and I love this actor and I'm inspired by this actor, what does that say about me?
This is ridiculous. Tweet Triangle was not wearing her seatbelt. She committed a crime. She broke the law. What? I'm not going to let that stop me from being inspired by her. I'm not going to make excuses. Oh, she was wearing her seatbelt. No, the facts speak for themselves, and she made a mistake. She was irresponsible. Look, whatever. It is what it. That I mean, I hate when people say it is what it is. It's just kind of like That's just the facts of the situation. And if I'm a representative of like car safety and she was one of it, I would fire her. But that's not going to stop me. I mean, there's so much that good that people offer. I'm not going to let that deter me. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to deny the facts when they're presented to me. I'm sorry.
Right.
Like, come on, people. This is just, I think it's a moral high ground thing. Like, if you're going to accuse all these people, Blake Foster, Austin, Walter, all these things, and then you have skeletons in your own closet, I think this is the issue here. Because JDF, like, challenged Walter to a fight, criticism Austin for the PPP thing. It's just kind of like, I mean, Austin has been fairly transparent about, I mean, he blocks people, but so does Henry. Henry blocks people who have a different opinion of him. Why can't Austin do it?
Yep, I'm blocked from Henry. Henry makes sure he's blocked. And this is the thing.
Right.
He doesn't block me just one place. He's blocked me on all social media. All social media.
Right. Right.
Hey, let you know something.
I fucking saw it. Take my word for it, not. But this is my experience. That's what makes me mad about this. Is like these people, these people who are coming forward, these are people who held on to a lot of this shit for a long time. Some people have held on to this shit for years. And when they've tried to speak out, they were silenced or ignored. Now you have somebody who is getting people to listen, and your thing is to discredit those people by discrediting Henry. And I don't think that's right. You can be mad at Henry for a lot of things, but I think that if he is giving these people a voice, let them have the voice. I don't care how we are supposed to feel about Henry Resilient. He is giving these people a voice. It is more about these people getting their stories heard and their experiences with these people out there than it is to worry about how we feel about Henry or his mods.
No.
It should be relevant. I'm getting scammed, the people who've had bad experiences with these fucking actors, the people who are being manipulated into spending money on a fucking film that's never coming out, and these people still haven't got their refunds. It's not right. And I'm always going to speak up for that. And if people don't like that, I am forwarding people to look at the receipts that Henry Resilient has accumulated. I don't know what to tell you. You're sitting
No.
That's saying that all these people coming to him aren't credible.
I'm not saying all of them.
Showing these. What about the woman who was on disability?
All of them.
No problem taking her money. Yes, now I know people are going to say, well, if you're doing...
Rebut?
Sure. When inconclusive evidence or receipts are presented, I'm going to look at the credibility of the person presenting it to make a conclusion, or whether the whole picture, if I have to make a judgment on something with inconclusive evidence, I am going to look at the person presenting it. This is just common sense. I mean, these people coming out, I mean, it's just kind of like, we don't have the conclusive evidence. So it is fair game to look at the person, the credibility of the person who is presenting it. And he has shown that it's been out of context, presented, lying by omission. And that is why his credibility needs to be questioned. Because we don't know in these situations, inconclusive. You want me to jump to a conclusion that this person committed some sort of crime or whatever? Yeah, it's inconclusive. Yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, I've never this idea that they're trying to make just glaze Jason David. I've never seen anything like this ever. This is crazy.
But at the same time, like, that's still kind of like, if you know this woman is on disability, I'm not going to take somebody's disability money.
That's
like,
your
if you want
business.
to give me $5, cool. That's boba. I would never ask you for anything.
What you talking about? But you was ready to dogpile on dumbass over there, Rican, in order to pay your bills, though. So make it make sense for me. Make it make sense.
And you knew that this person, you knew this person was not, she said it herself, is not in the right state of mind, yet you continue to dogpile on this person. Like, I've never participated in any of that. I've just criticized him for being delusional and being out of line for claiming that he had a recording on Renee. That's the extent of my criticism of Rican, of being delusional and being out of, and refusing to be on his channel because of how he said that he had a recording on someone. I don't participate in that behavior. Criticizing someone for their behavior is very different than what she did. So
that woman should not have her experience with Blake Foster told.
And this is her trying to like virtue signal right now. Like that's why I don't like about this, bro.
Content creators are not comfortable talking to an audience. They're not comfortable being on streams. So they're like, hey, this is a YouTuber who is talking about this person that I've had a bad experience with. Maybe they will talk about this for me. So that's why I got on you, because I'm like, why are you trying to discredit Henry by silencing all these other people who are going through Henry to tell their stories?
I'm not silencing them. Ridiculous. But she said it in such a passionate way. She's a experienced YouTuber, in a passionate, in an empathetic way. Ray, it's just kind of like, you might think some of her takes are stupid, but she's not that stupid. The way she said it with such passion and it's very manipulative. I mean, it's very easily to fall to. It's easy to fall for this. But no, I'm not trying to discredit these people. I'm just saying when Henry is the one presenting it, you have to wonder what he removed from what the people presented. I have heard stories from people where they present Henry one thing and they change it. Look what he did with Francis. Francis presented him one thing and he changed it to fit his narrative. So you have to wonder. I'm not discrediting the people that are giving him the information. I'm questioning what he is doing with the information that he's been given. I question directly when he presents it, because you wonder what he has done to removed or added to what is presented in order to spread a narrative. That is why you have to check with other sources or with these people directly, because his credibility should be questioned, because he has shown to change or flat out lie to spread a narrative. And I'm petty like this because I almost fell for his propaganda. But I asked the right questions at the right time. I asked for the recording, despite the fact it was so convincing by Francis and Henry that the possibility of Walter engaging in extortion was a realistic possibility. This is why I'm so petty about this. So they could cry all they want. So keep going.
See, here's the thing, right? Some of these actors,
Brent, boy, belt to ass.
Some of them are rope bumps. Blake over here talk about how he is logging every YouTuber spreading the lies. Well, you can log every YouTuber spreading lies. You can't sue us all, bitch. You don't got the money. You barely have the money to sue Henry. But my point is, right? If one of these some of these actors have money, bro. Like they have money to spend on legal fees. So if it's a lie, why not sue? Why not sue? I've always said this, like, if y'all are really telling the truth and people are lying up there, why are you letting them lie? Why are you letting them continue to spread lies if it's not true? There's no truth to it. Why wouldn't you take somebody to court? It has been how long, and not even the process has been
okay,
started.
Stop it here.
Bro is over here talking about
bunch of bullshit from Saggy Melon. Bunch of here. Stop it here.
Go to the source. Who started it? Go to that person who started it. You think it's Henry? Then you should be looking at Henry. It shouldn't take this fucking long. You've been had enough. Since last year, you've been had enough content or evidence to back your whole legal thing, right? Well, what's the wait for? All right,
Ray.
Let's see after Power Morphicon this year or next week. Let's see how much money he makes. Legal fees, I highly doubt it. Bitch, do a GoFundMe. Get your fans to finance your legal funds, and then don't file a legal thing, and then we can talk about how you scam your fans into putting money into a GoFundMe for a legal lawsuit against Henry Resilient that you never filed. Man, talk about he talked to a lawyer.
Okay, can you stop here?
Responding to all.
I think we lost him.
Oh, right. Hello, Ien? Yeah, there we go. Legal fee. You have to prove damages, and this is very difficult when it comes to the convention, because convention is based off of commission, and it's very tough to know which fans are no longer supporting because of what's been said. So it's very difficult to prove damages. But just because it's hard to prove damages, that doesn't make it okay to smear someone's reputation. This is the ridiculous argument from Ray. The accusation with Walter Jones, accusing him of blackmail. If the evidence was presented through the recording that Walter did engage in blackmail, I would definitely reconsider supporting him. That definitely means not giving him a suit. This is why I'm on. It's just ridiculous that the league they always use the extreme instance. Oh, how come no lawsuit was filed? How come there was no lawsuit filed when apparently JDF believed that Blake Foster essayed his daughter? These are the questions. This is a fair. Why didn't he pursue anything? How come there's no evidence of him visiting an attorney? Where's that recording? He recorded everything. How come he didn't record his conversations of him looking to pursue legal avenues? But with Blake, he has to for a smear campaign. He has to go to court, file a lawsuit to make it. File a lawsuit is ridiculous. Smearing someone's reputation, it might not hold up in court. That doesn't make it right. Saying it's just ridiculous. And it's harmful. It's definitely a smear campaign. It's harmful to their reputation. Look, I'm just speaking from my example. Imagine if because I listened to what Henry had to say, and I believed his opinion, I didn't give Walter a suit. And I know I've spoken to Walter's inner circle how much that meant to him, but because I listened to them, then I didn't give him that suit. You see how damaging this is? How these smears? It's just ridiculous. And for her to say, "Oh, he didn't go to court," well, we could talk about how come Jason David Frank, how come he didn't pursue legal action when he heard that Blake Foster essayed his daughter? How come he didn't go to court? Oh, because there was not enough evidence. So why are we talking about this? Why are you releasing the recording if it has been established that there's not enough evidence? What are we doing here? It's all a smear campaign because JDF is not here to have to answer it, and as Frances is doing this to serve her personal agenda. This is why I say Frances has an agenda, because she is using these recordings that she has access to do a smear campaign, and her former boss does not have to answer to this anymore. So you don't have to. Blake has to answer to this on his own Instagram. You see it all over the allegation. He has to answer for it, but there's no definitive proof. And in a court of law, which is Ray wants to conveniently discuss about, innocent until proven guilty. We're not discrediting Henry because we don't like him. If he has the video evidence of SA occurring, we are open to seeing it, not because we want to, but because that it will prove the allegation that's being spread, and that will inform fans so we could actually make an informed decision. But they're not concerned about any. I'm as a con goer, I am genuinely interested in hearing all of this, not because I find this evidence enjoyable, but because it is evidence where I can make informed decisions. If there was video evidence that Blake essayed and he was allowed at Power Morphicon, and the owner of that con saw this evidence, so allowed him, that would inform my decision making. So if you have this evidence, it needs to be released. But until then, it's all speculation, and we're going to reasonably assume that Frances has a personal agenda. A bunch of Ray. What legal case? Well, it goes both ways, Ray. How come JDF did not file a lawsuit? How come he didn't go forward if he had the video evidence, the proof? Because I speculate it doesn't exist. But this is just a smear campaign, Ray, and you're glazing Henry Resilient because he pushes an agenda that you want to be pushed. It's an agenda at this point. It's a smear campaign because you guys think that it was something JDF would want. It's kind of disgusting. All right, keep going.
Don't y'all love it when Brent just take control of everything? Whoa, I love it.
This stuff. So when you say that Henry's lying on these actors, well, then then they should prove their innocence, right? Oh, well, they should have to prove their innocence. The burden of proof is on the person accusing. Well, Henry's already shown proof of where he gets his accusations from, right? So there's already the means of why Henry is saying what he's saying.
But proof of knowing where an accusation comes from isn't proof of the thing happening. So that leads to he should actually have proof before he presents these arguments.
Right.
Other than the words of people.
Right.
But hey.
To back what he's saying. Which means now Blake has to prove why all this shit that Henry's talking about is bullshit. And the only thing I've seen from him is he doxed Henry. What? You're lying on me. Here's the proof he's lying on me. This is his name and where he works. Like, what? And then he's now talking about how, well, like, he's showing an email of Jason David Frank, you know, saying nice things to him. And then Henry clapped back by saying, but the very next email, the very next day, this is what he said to somebody else. So, I mean, again, two things can be true. Did Jason David Frank say nice things about Blake Foster in an email because he's a nice guy and probably didn't want to, like, have drama with Blake Foster despite the fact that, you know, Blake dicked down his fucking 16-year-old daughter? Sure, that could be possible.
Right.
But the also thing could be true is, like, yeah, he could have been genuinely nice to him. He forgave him for banging his underage kid or whatever.
You hear that egregious shit?
She says that. Did she say that as fact or was that an opinion?
Let's go back a little bit. Let's make sure we're not misrepresenting her argument.
Right.
Why are they not doing it? Okay, here we go.
Accusing, well, Henry's already shown proof of where he gets his accusations from, right? So there's already the means of why Henry is saying what he's saying. He's shown evidence to back what he's saying, which means now Blake has to prove why all this shit that Henry's talking about is bullshit. And the only thing I've seen from him is he doxed Henry. What? You're lying on me. Here's the proof he's lying on me. This is his name and where he works. Like, what? And then he's now talking about how, well, like, he's showing an email of Jason David Frank, you know, saying nice things to him. And then Henry clapped back by saying, but the very next email, the very next day, this is what he said to somebody else. So, I mean, again, two things can be true. Did Jason David Frank say nice things about Blake Foster in an email because he's a nice guy and probably didn't want to, like, have drama with Blake Foster despite the fact that, you know, Blake dicked down his fucking 16-year-old daughter? Sure, that could be possible. But the also thing could be true is, like, yeah.
That sounds like she's saying that as a fact.
Oh my God.
But also saying, oh, that could be possible.
It's all about misleading. It's not. It's not really. Yeah, ridiculous.
But doesn't mean that the shit that followed isn't true. The scamming of the fans, talking about how Henry and other people are using Jason David Frank. And I said this many times. If you're gonna sit there, Blake Foster, and say how other people are using Jason's name and his death or whatever, why are you making fucking jewelry using his character?
Because he worked with the nigga. They worked together. And before any of this voice recording shit, Blake felt like him and Jason had a good relationship. Because they're showing that right now she's presenting the fact that, oh, well, maybe Jason was two-faced towards him. Maybe Jason did say something nice to him, but behind his back, he was talking shit about him. So from Blake's perspective, him saying that, hey, you're using Jason's legacy and his likeness in order to smear people, and you're using him, destroying his legacy, which, mind you, even his daughter has said this, but that's neither here nor there right now. You're saying this, but then you're like turning it on Blake when Blake's like, hey, me and this guy had a great relationship. Like, look, let me show you an email. But then you're like, oh no, you didn't have a great relationship. Let me show you this other email from someone else where he's talking shit about you. What? And now you're mad at him for being like, hey, a person I had, that's like me and you having a great relationship, right, Brent?
Mm-hmm.
We start selling merch one day. Boom. Years pass. You and I develop a great friendship. You know, we have a back and forth here and there. You call me out on my shit. I possibly call you out on shit. You know what I mean? But we still maintain a cordial friendship, right? Then one of us passes away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you see someone who used to work for me presenting arguments and shit with someone who's literally destroying my legacy, right?
Right.
But then you start selling a everyone gets a trophy necklace to people. Wouldn't it be fair for you to sell a everyone gets a trophy necklace in the future?
Yeah.
Opposed to a person who's like, doesn't know you at all, but they're using you to gain some sort of credibility for their company.
Right.
You know what I mean? And but they're justified for what they're doing.
Right.
You who knew me, right? You're not justified. Or maybe I'm just looking at this. Maybe I'm weird. That's what it gotta be. I'm the weird one.
Right.
Instead of yours. Why are you promoting Jason David Frank's character for your little fraudulent jewelry fucking shit instead of really pushing and promoting your own? All right, because ain't nobody give a fuck about Justin from Power Rangers Turbo, and they care more about owning something for Jason David Frank. Like that like y'all be using Jason David Frank for merchandise, and then you want to talk about how other people are using him for clicks and shit. That's crazy. It's the most funniest thing I've ever seen when it comes to these. Not you talking about how YouTubers using Jason David Frank. Meanwhile, there's a post of you trying to promote some fucking jewelry, some friggin' bedazzled looking jewelry, literally using Jason David Frank's Green Ranger and White Ranger helmet instead of really like pushing your own shit. Hey.
But it was a show he was a part of, regardless of the fact.
Right. Again, his daughters, they weren't part of the show. They're selling the merch. Oh, that's his children. As far as I'm concerned, those that merchandise he did not own those rights. Maybe if I know Co's gonna give me a lot of flack for this, but maybe if they went union, maybe they'd had some rights to it. Who knows? But no, he backed out. See, this is why the production history comes into play here. He does not own Power. Maybe if they were a union, they'd be able to negotiate a percentage of ownership, especially with the leverage he had with the company, rights to the Green Ranger the brand. It's just kind of, but he does not own Power Rangers. Jason, he didn't own Power Rangers. So I don't understand this argument about, he's using his likeness. I mean, he has a right. He was part of the show. Then Jenna Frank shouldn't be able to do it. She shouldn't be able to sign autographs of the Green Ranger. But she does it, and they make excuses. Because she went with him to conventions. She has experience going to conventions. But Blake was actually part of the show, part of the cast. I mean, this is just crazy. So yes, he is using Jason David Frank, the character, to sell merch. Who cares?
This is interesting. I like this take, Co. I always found that funny. You'll often hear people like this say, why are they using JDF to sell merch? And the same Brett say, no one gives a fuck about anyone but JDF. Facts.
Right, and at least these people worked with JDF. I mean, you don't have to work with him to do this, but at least Walter worked with JDF. At least Blake worked with him. At least, so they have some connection to him.
And
some connection. The show. Now, is it a good connection? That's an opinion you could have, but factually speaking, they worked with him. There is proof, video proof, literally the show proving that they worked together. What, you're going to say that the Power Rangers Turbo season, the movie, is all AI? Come on, people. They at least Blake worked on the show. You can't, but they're defending Jenna going to conventions. She had no connection to Power Rangers. Her dad, JDF being her dad is not exclusive to Power Rangers. He's not just, that's not just him. There's other aspects. It's just ridiculous.
In that same breath, Jenna can do it, but if someone like, let's say, Sky does it, it's like, she's scamming fans.
And I don't believe I don't believe Sky should do it either. But obviously, they're criticizing her for doing it.
Hypocrisy,
but not Jenna. Hypocrisy. I mean, at least Jacob Frank was on the show. Mm-hmm. I mean, you could call him all sorts of names. I mean, some of it's all sorts of criticism. Some of it's legitimate, but it's just kind of like, at least he was on the show, and that was because his daddy negotiated for his son to be on the show. He didn't do that for Jenna, so she can't claim that she was on Power Rangers. These are just facts. I'm sorry. So
Hey, they don't like they don't like when you present facts, right,
you
bro?
yourself can own this cheap looking plastic trinket that looks like a Power Ranger helmet, and yeah. Where's the money going? Is it going towards suicide prevention?
It doesn't have to.
Nice, Blake. Oh no, it's going right into your pockets. Shit, I'd rather a YouTuber be talking about it and getting clicks out of it instead of just fucking putting all that money from fans in their pocket. Goddamn. See, why y'all getting riled up? I personally, I don't care about that shit. That's just old and done with. Like that whole shit about what y'all talk about in the chat is so old and irrelevant now. Like, I feel like even Walter wouldn't want it to keep talking about it. Like, why are we still talking about it? It's over, bro. It's over. That conversation.
It's a credibility issue. That is why.
Frank and who Jason Frank gave money to at a convention. Who the fuck cares? It's past. It's over. Stop talking about it in my chat. For fuck's sakes. I know. I'm telling all y'all. Let it go. Let it go. It's over. It's over, bro. It really is not that important anymore.
But the recordings from Frances, what she presents records of JDF in 2021, 2020. It's over. It's done with. They worked it out. They did conventions together. Why are you bringing it up, Frances? Ray, where's that same energy with Frances when she's bringing up recordings? And they're apparently JDF and Walter are cool. Why are you bringing up recordings from a decade ago? Where's that same criticism?
You know, people, the usual
That's
suspects
good.
to be watching. I got Ninja
That's
watchers.
good.
Yay, I got Ninja watchers. But I don't care if it's hate watchers because, like, I love hate watchers. We all love hate watchers. Everybody loves hate watchers. Henry lying about these actors, bruh. But okay, let's again. I said this, Brett. I'm gonna say this now. We're gonna have this publicly so everyone can see it and see that I'm for once not crazy. Brett. If Henry is out of the equation, Henry wasn't the YouTuber who initially covered the Blake Foster stuff. And it wasn't Henry. Do you not see any fucking red flags in all this shit that Henry was covering about Blake Foster? Like, I kept saying that to you, and you keep just focusing on Henry, bro. If
he was able to substantiate these things, yes.
Right. But when it's allegations, it is absolutely relevant to question the person who is presenting this. When they're asking fans to make judgments on these people. It is absolutely relevant. What is Henry leaving out? What is he lying about? These are fair questions. With the Walter situation, I keep bringing it up because this is a credibility issue that is relevant to this day that has not been corrected. And she wants to say, "Oh, get over it, girl, please." Ridiculous. You want to? It's just ridiculous.
Honey business. Big
equation.
Facts.
And it was some other YouTuber that brought this story to everyone's attention. Do not see any signs of red flaggery. Not what you think I said. I said flaggery. Do you not see any red flags with Blake Foster? Okay, but take him out of the equation.
No, because he's presenting. We're talking about his credibility. We're not going to take him out of the equation because it's inconvenient for you. My God, this is.
I know. I don't even know why. I don't know why you asked.
Look at her puffing on her little vape, boy. You hear it all in a. She took a big squig.
Crazy that you're not seeing any red flags. The credibility of people reporting is absolutely relevant, bro. The credibility of the people who are talking about this should be relevant. When multiple people are coming out with stories, to hell with Henry, he is not in the equation. When multiple people are coming.
He's the main catalyst for this equation.
Corroborating each other's stories. How many people do you need to be like, there's something clearly wrong with this actor? Because, like, the credit people said about me, right? You're not going to be credible because you got something wrong. I'm still here. People still watching.
No.
If I pay, here's the thing. If I pay 10 people, right, to create a lie, let's say about Henry Resilient, right?
Mm-hmm.
I pay all of them. Same stories. Every person.
Right.
Does that make that story credible? Does that mean that we should demonize him just because there's 10 people that come out with like similar stories?
Right.
Or is the fact of, oh shit, they just said that they got on this channel that has like a few thousand subscribers. That's like 10 minutes of fame for me. Maybe I should like make up something about this guy. That's a possibility, right?
Right.
That's possible. I see that, hey, if I say this, I'll get 10 minutes of fame.
Right.
I'll get some sort of recognition for this. I'll get to be a part of this community. If I can say something similar to what this person just said, or make myself look like a victim, that's fair.
Yeah. And these people, they don't, I'd have to look at the proof that they presented.
Mm-hmm.
But look, I see Henry saying, I have to apologize to David Yost. Hell, I gave him the entire recording. I hired a forensic specialist. I showed him the credit card receipts. I showed him the phone conversation with the owner. And he still wants to come up here and say, I need to apologize for David Yost. Brett might have left out context. Yeah, this is how ridiculous, like he wants to hold Power Rangers accountable. We should believe the credibility of these people that are coming out. You got to be kidding me. And he wants to come up here because I'm questioning his credibility. Now he wants to say, oh, we need to apologize to David Yost because Brett might have left out context. My God, like I literally gave him the entire recording, the square receipts, the dispute from my credit card company, and you're gonna sit up here on your channel and say that, oh, we need to apologize to David Yost. I provided the receipts. These people, I need to see what they have presented to say that Blake Foster, David Yost scammed me, and.
Thanks.
And I have provided I gave you the receipt. I don't think I couldn't even fit it all in one email.
Thanks, you told me a lot.
The phone conversations from the convention owners. I could, if people are going to say that's AI, I could provide you the phone logs from the date of the conversation I had with these people. The convention owner can provide video evidence of what happened. I've showed you pictures of the people surrounding me. The video record. I hired a forensic specialist. If you're going to say, oh, that's AI. I could provide you the address of the person who recovered that footage. I could provide you the SIM card of where I got that initial footage. Mm-hmm. And he wants and he wants to go on his channel and say, we need to apologize to David Yost. Brent might have left something out. Ridiculous. Yeah, with this nonsense, this credibility thing. We're supposed to believe these people. They said they got scammed by Blake Foster. I'm not saying that they didn't, but what have they presented? I need to look at what they have presented. Text messages. Yes, he might have known that someone was on disability and still wanted their money and still pushed them to buy something. Is this ethical behavior? It's reasonable to say that someone would say no. But that is not scamming someone. Mm-hmm. If that is what happened. There is a nuance here, and people don't want to just because you present text messages doesn't mean that he scammed you. Again, I would have to see the evidence that the people present themselves to come to this conclusion. But just providing text messages of a conversation that you agreed to pay him something and you were on disability, that does not necessarily mean you were scammed. Does that make sense? Now, I'm not discounting the possibility that that person was, but I need to see more. The transaction, did he say that this money was going to one thing, but it actually went to something else? And it wasn't like a mistake, an issue with the supplier, because those things do happen. Is it a straight up saying, oh, this money is going to pay for one thing, but it really went to something else? These are the questions we need to ask. And when you give that information to Henry Resilient, there's legitimate questions to ask. Did he twist this to spread a narrative? Did he leave something? Did he leave out a text message to spread a different narrative? And he should not be trusted, because even though I provided him all the receipts that you have, Tyrell, you have all of it now, he's still spreading the narrative that I somehow left out context It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous at this point that I somehow forced David to say something or force a camera to his face without his consent. This narrative that's being spread, his credibility should be questioned. And that is why when I question that when somebody gives him information, I'm not questioning necessarily what the person who gave him the information. I'm questioning when he receives it, what he does with that information. There's a difference here, Ray. I think she knows this, but she just wants to go along with Henry because he spreads a pro JDF narrative, and I know people are going to make memes of this, but that is what she wants to support, that narrative. So she's glazing for somebody who has moderators that literally try to intimidate her. Absolutely ridiculous.
Big facts. Let's get let's keep it going.
I guess people find me somewhat more credible because it's easy to fuck up and say you fucked up, right? But I fucked up because I didn't have enough evidence, or I didn't do my due diligence to dig further into it, or I didn't have somebody give me a conversation or whatever, right? I made mistakes, right? Henry has had a ton of receipts.
What I said, receipts.
From multiple different people, multiple different sources, you know? So I don't think that you saying he's not credible really is true, because it's not even about him because he's not making this shit up, Brett. Like he's not.
He has a history of making shit up, Ray. Come on now. He has a history of making shit up. It's been proven at this point.
It's just a fucking fact. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong, and what's right is there's enough solid physical evidence in regards to the scamming part. Because if you really think, like, you could say that Blake's a bad business person. Sure. Him saying, "Oh, I would give refunds." Have we not seen where people have asked for it or said something and he just clap at them and be like, "Nah, fuck you," type shit? Like, what do you mean? You're sitting here saying that Henry's not credible, and I keep stressing that, but these aren't coming from Henry. This is not Henry's stories he is putting out there. These are other people coming to him saying, "Hey, I heard that you were calling out Blake Foster for one thing. Oh, buddy, but it gets better. Here's more." And that happened to me when I covered the Andy Signore story. I spent basically a year and a half with multiple women and men coming into my DMs, sending me emails. There's some people I can't mention, but some people that were close to Andy Signore contacting me and saying, "This is what happened." They don't want to come forward, okay, because they're scared. Understandable.
It's funny. I just got a message from someone, and I'm gonna wait until this person, because they're watching. But I'm gonna wait until she messages me back.
For example, Brett,
just so I can whatchamacallit and tell me if it's okay if I say this publicly.
And Henry's like, "Well,
that what you said in
and I
the
sent him
DMs.
some out of
I won't say anything until you message
or whatever
me
to make
back.
it look like, yeah, Blake diddled my dog, right?" And Henry runs with it because to him that's enough. I've shown him enough for him to believe that Blake diddled my dog. And then it turns out that like Blake cleared himself and said, "Hey, yeah, no, that never happened. That's fucking crazy. Here's the whole conversation. She's lying." I'm the liar, not Henry. I'm the liar. Me. I'm the one who fucked up because I spread a lie and I had somebody else spread it further. So again, you say Henry's not credible and you say he lies about people. A lot of the shit that Henry has covered, it always has started with one story, something small, and then it will become bigger because some people will see it and be like, "Holy shit, he's talking about this person. I have a story from my experience with that person," and they reach out. And that's a normal thing for content creators when they're covering stories about somebody, is if there's one bad issue that a person catches, there's probably more to follow. And this is a common thing with a lot of YouTubers, a lot of people that get exposed. Once one domino falls, the rest go with it. So again, you can say he's not credible. That is your opinion. I'm sorry, that is your opinion. I've never once said that Henry was not a credible source when it comes to this shit. Because again, I have experience and I know what he's saying is true. I personally experienced it. So now you're saying I'm a liar because my personal experience and what I've observed and what I've been told is a lie. I'm just lying and I'm just going along with Henry. For what reasons? I'm not part of that community anymore.
I'm not saying she's lying. My God, is it called gaslighting or something? That's ridiculous. What she's saying is that Henry was presented with misinformation and it was proven to be false or whatever, but he shouldn't be blamed because I was presented with misinformation. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about again, we talk about the Walter situation because when you have someone claiming he holds Power Rangers accountable, when he facts over feelings and he presents himself as some truth teller, when you egregiously lie the way he did, and he doesn't claim that he didn't retract the statement and say, "Oh, I was misinformed by Francis Rodriguez." He's never said this. He just says, "Oh, I'm obsessed," and you can have that opinion if you want. But at the end of the day, yeah, Francis did not misinform him. He flat out lied. Now, if he says, "Well, I have the recording from Walter," and you could prove that it was for Walter's guarantee, maybe Francis is the one lying. I mean, but someone is lying here, and it's unless Francis is lying. I mean, but at this point, it's very clear that what Ray has described is not applicable. And I'm not saying that people who come to Henry, they're all lying. This is a part of the whole fallacy where she's saying, Brent, you're saying that one person, one misrepresentation means he's representing everything. I'm not saying that because he has gotten things right in the past. With the Zachary Taylor McGinnis situation, he presented that accurately. I'm not saying that he lied about everything he has ever reported. I'm just saying that when someone presents he presents something, you have to be very cognizant of what's the agenda he's trying to push? Is this an anti-JDF or pro-JDF topic? That's the thinking you have to have because he has shown to show a level of bias to the point where he flat out lies. So his credibility definitely should be questioned, especially not necessarily the people who give him the information, but when he receives it, you have to question what is he doing with this information because he has shown to use information to spread lies. I mean, Frances could speak about this. She'll never admit it because she wants to use him to spread propaganda. And it's just kind of like at this point, Ray, come on, you know better than to pretend that I'm saying that Henry has lied about everything or the people that come to him, they're all liars. I've never said that. And you know that, but you want to present an argument because it makes you look good. And the way you present things is going to make you look like people are going to believe you. And you could do that whatever you want, but you know very well that I never said that everybody that comes to Henry is a liar. I've never said that. You know this. But whatever makes you look good and whatever gets you the super chats, you just say whatever you want. So,
and here's my thing, right? My whole thing is like not. I want to know where, because I was just told something, right? And I know someone who's watching it, so I want to address them 100% right now, right?
Right.
The whole thing about the situation, okay, let's say, for instance, because someone just brought to my attention that, okay, the young lady who this is about, I guess we're talking about the disabled young lady, right? That she's taking legal actions right now, right? That she's being scammed and this and that and the third, right? That's not the argument. And that's where I constantly was saying from the jump, right? That hey, she's conflating. And I wanted to understand where did her leap in logic come from, right? Because that's not what the thing that you're presenting about, hey, need to be questioned. That's what you're asking, right? Like, hey, regardless of the fact, you dig? Like, things still need to be questioned because Henry resilience, quote unquote, facts should be his credibility as a whole should be questioned, right? If you're going to lie about certain actors to fit an agenda, right? But here's the biggest thing: when you refuse to tell the truth about certain actors, right? Now, my biggest thing with this whole argument was, hey, if we're going to say that this grown ass man should be taken seriously, well, because it's not substantiated. So let's say Blake Foster, and this is my biggest thing. I don't care if he's scamming someone. It's not my business. I don't give a damn either way, to be honest with you, right? My biggest thing is if what's being presented as, oh, this grown-ass man, statutory great, his daughter, right? Then why was no legal action taken? Why was he standing and sitting next to this young man? Why was he sending emails to this young man, presenting it as if he was cool with him, and then turning around, going to someone else, talking shit about the young man behind his back? Why was all these things occurring? Why was he then saying that, oh, this occurred? Why is people like Ray presenting it as it's a fact when it has not been substantiated? It's a claim that it's not been, just because it came out of his mouth. No, it's not good enough, darling. Why is it okay for us to be talking about this motherfucker scamming when there's something way more egregious at play? Why then was the father, why was the father his first mind didn't go to, I'm going to call the police and you're going to repeat everything that you just told me to them? Why was he then next to this young man at a convention? Not next to him physically, saying just in the same vicinity, but he's willing to beat up a man for talking shit about him, right? Ready to put hands and feet on Walter Jones. But his child being assaulted by someone, and then the same person who's presenting this is literally laughing at this child. Why is that okay? Why can't I call out that guy and his credibility? Why can I not call him out for not taking something as serious that is that serious? Why? Just because he didn't like the young lady? But we should protect someone who got fucking scammed. But when it comes to his daughter being raped by two grown-ass men, it's fuck her. It's fuck her. Let's laugh at her being a child who was raped by two grown men. And then also, let's not present any evidence to support this. Let's just throw it out there and do with that as you will. How is this woman having the leap in logic that, oh, just because he'll scam someone, now I believe the fact that he would grape someone? Because that's where this is coming from. She makes the leap in logic. Like our old like I presented before, like our old oh, if you lie, you'll steal. If you steal, you'll kill someone. No, that's illogical. And then she's moving the goalpost from that the serious allegation to be like, oh, I believe that he was scamming motherfuckers. And regardless of the fact, is it actually scamming? That's a great question to have. Why should I have to protect somebody for them being scammed? Quote unquote. When I don't know shit about this. And the person who's presenting all this shit, I don't trust this person to begin with. Off of their coverage of Brent, of their coverage of the Walter Jones situation, over their coverage over certain people within this community that he has used his community to bully people. The same argument she's presenting of why she doesn't trust Blake. Oh, well, Blake weaponized his fan base against Henry. Nigga, Henry's weaponized his fan base against you, dumbass. But am I the one tripping? No, it's my hate hard on for the guy, right? That's making me so blind to quote unquote the facts. The fact that he's not presenting the facts, he's presenting his opinions that we should take as facts. If someone comes to him, we should just blindly believe them and dogpile on Blake Foster. They want us to do something that no reasonable human will do. Take an allegation and then get on his ass about it. believe that. I don't believe nothing these people talking about. Hey, even when it comes to my dogma, right? What I personally believe, right? The things I know to be true. Let me say that before. I don't blindly believe that Jesus rose from the grave. Before I started to know that to be true, I needed to go out and see evidence of it. Where's the evidence? Can this evidence be substantiated? I found enough evidence, me personally, for me to be like, hey, I can substantiate these claims. Right? So before I go out and blindly believe anything, I need to see actual proof. I need to see him be convicted of it first, me personally, before I go to believing it. At the end of the day, all I can do is say, this is an argument that's presented. It is what it is. She's so passionate about this. Quote unquote, Henry's holding these actors accountable. Who the fuck? Well, okay, but when people are holding him accountable, you become obsessed, you become a roach king, you become neurodivergent, you become strange, you become a weirdo, you become this, that, and the third. For holding him accountable, it becomes, why are we still talking about the same thing when you're trying to hold him accountable? But I'm supposed to blindly believe some fucking lady I don't fucking know saying that she got scammed, and instead of going to the police initially, she goes to fucking Henry Resilient? Come on now, buddy. Oh, that's all I wanted to say.
I think it's almost done, right? I think
it should be.
I'm doing this for what? To get in good graces or something? Like, I don't understand. Motherfuckers ain't gonna still like me or anything because I'm saying that he's right about something. It makes no sense. That the reason, it kind of justifies. There's gotta be some kind of justification here that I'm not seeing, I guess. But I think it's kind of stupid to be upset with me in any capacity for wanting people to know the truth about Blake Foster and to be careful and cautious when buying from him or being around him when he's intoxicated or just being around him because he's just a piece of shit. He's just a piece of shit. I'm sorry. He just is a piece of shit. You know? That's just how I feel. And that's what I firmly believe to be true. No, we're not talking about, you guys are stupid. Cut it out. I see you guys in the chat. Can't even claim the boba advantage. I know. I gotta fix the Venmo. I gotta fix the Venmo eventually. That's not my priority. Money is not my priority right now. I'm good for now, y'all. Financially, I'm okay. I'm good. Good. We're gonna be even better after the freaking 31st, goddamn it.
Somebody say 44 more minutes. Oh, yeah, shit.
That's mainly what I wanted to rant about. I'll keep this up so y'all can clip it and shit because
it's over at this point.
I don't care. I'm not gonna fight past bullshit. It's just dumb. I'm not gonna stay mad about it. Like, what it helps nobody to stay angry over shit you can't change. And I think that's why people stay angry, is because they can't change it, so it's easier to stay angry. Like, what's the point? Again, right is right, wrong is wrong. I always encourage people to put your shit aside for the right reasons. You know, you don't have to like somebody, you don't have to support somebody to still give them credit where it's due. And there's no need. I've very much said too, even when the drama with us all went down, I'm not going to sit here and have any animosity. I'm not going to hold on to it. Like
you're
you said,
stupid.
Yeah, I'm still a little salty, but being a little salty isn't rage, it's anger. Dog. I'm not inclined to keep talking about it. I'm not inclined to do fucking multiple streams about it. I'm not going to cry about it on my fucking Instagram stories. I'm grown, and I'm going to live my life and do what I want and be happy with how I do it, and not be like these actual losers that are really sitting there dwelling on this shit. Because again, it just keeps the fucking toxicity going. And it doesn't help anybody at all. And it will never help anybody. If you want to use it for content, have fun. Use it for clicks. Good for you. But that's not the path I want to take. And I could have been that weirdo that was doing that. But for what? You just prove everybody right about you. Like, I'm not in the business. I'm petty to the point where I'm not going to prove people right. I'm going to do the exact opposite of what the expectation is. And the expectation was I was going down a path of being no better than a certain fucking psychopath out there. And I refused to be that way. I woke up and saw
you heard that, huh,
like, I'm starting to like.
I have no animosity. Same breath. I'm a little salty.
No. It's easy to get sucked into drama and get invested in it. And again, I was
shit people be saying, bro.
And it made it easy for me to get pushed into continuing that cycle. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of deserved getting shitted on. I just didn't get deserved how bad it went, but I did get deserved to get dunked on 100%. That is the best thing about being a grown fucking adult with a brain, to look at yourself and be like, yeah, I fucked up too. Hashtag me too. I fucked up. So for anyone who didn't understand, I will say that again. I can acknowledge where I fucked up, and I'm not holding no grudges. I'm not fucking going back to fight nobody over nothing. It's over. It's done with. Grow the fuck up. Let's move the fuck on, or at least I'm moving the fuck on. And I don't want people still trying to drag my ass into shit that I've already come to peace with. Like, y'all fucking with my peace now. And I will tell you this, if y'all start fucking with my peace, you will get that crazy bitch coming back. Because, like, y'all start fucking
she
with
gonna
my
gut
peace.
you like
No
fish.
animosity. Oh, crazy bitch. Okay, that makes sense.
Like, you see me, like, doing my own thing, or you don't see me doing my own thing, but just know I'm doing my own thing. I'm not going to keep talking about fucking Power Rangers. I like to fucking dabble in other topics. I've always done that. But fuck off. I'm not sitting here trying to go back to the past and start fucking going through, like, bullshit that has already been dealt with in squash. Me up about some shit that had some people's back with, and motherfuckers like, that bullshit. Do not be in my DMs trying to get me to fucking shit that you can cover or talk about shit or even acknowledge shit. I don't care anymore. Y'all do your own thing. I do mine. I pop up. I support who I want to support. I beef for people that I want to have beef with. I cannot have beef for people I don't want to have beef with. But at the same time, more importantly, I can forgive. A lot of y'all need to start fucking doing that, because it makes your life easier. It makes your life better, and it's freeing when you just let some shit go sometimes and do your own thing and not worry about what this fucking person's saying and this person's saying and this person's doing. You know, it's so much easier, and that's the beauty of it. I've also decided, like, I'm gonna leave this up.
It was cool when you was getting at people
about
getting your bills paid, you know?
to me, and even if they do, I'm still not gonna respond, because that's what motherfuckers want, and y'all need to stop giving them what they want. If you want people to stop, you gotta thirst them of the attention, and if that's the case, like, yeah, I tell people all the time, I don't care until I do care, and I get fucking hit up by somebody saying I'm doing some shit I'm not. That's the only time I care, and I'll just say it. No, I'm not doing that. And whether people believe me or not, why do I fucking care? I don't have to see it. Some of y'all motherfuckers need to stop worrying about what fucking Henry's talking about 24/7 and just do your own shit. Do your own shit. Be happy. You know, do your own thing. Prove them wrong. But some of y'all out here proving them fucking right constantly. Still on that bullshit. You know, stop doing it to yourselves, because it's not doing anything for you. And that's basically my rant. I just want people to understand you can
fuck you. But any final thoughts on that?
What she's doing is a deflection tactic. I hear this a lot. I've heard it from her to me on streams. What's the end goal? I'm gonna do it again. The same imitation. What's the end goal? This shit doesn't matter. Then why are you talking about, like, when you claim that someone like Henry Resilient is a truth teller, it is fair game to criticize why he should not be why we dispute that comment, because when he had mods trying to suppress opinions, his credibility, his ability to tell the truth should be questioned. That is why it's brought up, and we brought up an example with what that mods did to her as a glaring example of why he should not be trusted. It's absolutely relevant. It's free, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't change the fact that we are allowed to criticize. When you go up there and express your opinion, you are allowed to be criticized. This is part of social media. People criticize me all the time. Do I agree with everything? No. But it's fair game to criticize what people are saying. So she wants to do this deflection tactic. It works on some people, but it's not going to work with people who have critical thinking skills. And it's just a common deflection tactic that she resorts to. She didn't really directly address what exactly my argument. It's obvious. I'm not saying that everyone's a liar who goes to Henry. What I'm saying is that when evidence is presented to Henry, it should be questioned because of past drama. And when you bring up the past to give context as to why you shouldn't trust someone, it is fair game. And that doesn't, I'm not saying that the people that present him evidence, they're all like the scamming situation, the disability check, they could have well been scammed. I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to describe them completely. I just need to see the evidence of this before I come to a conclusion about that particular situation. But when it comes to Henry, it is reasonable to come to an immediate conclusion that, oh, he cannot be trusted due to this, this, and this, due to what he did to Ray, what his mods that he continues to have on his channel, what they did to Ray. I'm not bringing this up just to revisit this. I'm bringing it up to bring context as to why someone shouldn't be trusted. The reasons why someone shouldn't be trusted, you're going to have to bring up past incidents of these people engaging in behavior where they have shown to be dishonest or trying to suppress the truth or suppress people's opinions. So that is my response to Saggy Melons or Ray Reality or whatever she wants to call herself. And she's anticipating her criticisms, legitimate criticisms of her. So she has a prepared deflection tactic. I'm not going to respond. I don't care. I'm not going to respond to these haters. They could stream it. She's smart enough to know that legitimate criticisms are going to be brought forward, and she doesn't have to meet me. She doesn't have to meet me in person to address these. She doesn't have to meet a random person in public to address, because she wouldn't say her arguments to an attorney. They laugh at her for what she's saying, but she's hidden behind a computer screen, so she feels protected. And that is why she's able to get away with saying, and that's, of course, she's allowed to get away with whatever she wants, but that's why she's able to say, "Oh, I don't have to care anymore," because she's protected by a computer screen. But she knows damn well that her argument is not logically sound. She's too smart to know otherwise, to know that what she's saying is logical, because it's not, and she knows this, but she wants to spread a certain agenda. A pro JDF agenda, and Henry Resilient is helping spread that. So that's why she feels that she still wants to support him. People like Ko are smart enough to say, what Henry is doing is bullshit. I am done with him. And Ko was one of his number one supporters, but Ray, it just seems like the propaganda, being propagandized by Henry Resilient, just like Sean Rhea, it's just ridiculous. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. And you can't have a logical conversation with these people, because they're going to believe what they want to believe. And if you see them in person, they're going to pretend that your argument, that any arguments didn't exist. I mean, because they want to believe what they want to believe, and they're using social media to go after Blake Foster. I mean, Nakia Baris explained to me very well. If these people aren't willing to say it to your face, they're just supposed to keep people on a typing on a keyboard. Don't pay them any attention. And I think she's talking about people like Ray Reality hiding behind a computer screen. She wouldn't go to a convention and say these things face to face with a person, because it's so illogical what she's saying. I mean, if someone is lying, has a history of lying, their credibility should be questioned. It's just a reasonable conclusion. I'm not saying that automatically what Henry is saying is a lie moving forward. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that when Henry has a history of lying, with and using the information people give to him, and he chooses to deliberately lie, it is reasonable to question his credibility. It's just common sense. I'm not saying he's like, that doesn't mean he's going to lie about everything, but it's reasonable to question. I don't understand why there's such an issue with this. She wants to claim something else to push her argument. It's just craziness. But yeah, we're using you for content, Ray, to get Tyrell's watch hours up, because I feel that due to that bullshit situation, you just want to tell people to get over that situation was egregious, and Tyrell understands that, and that is why I'm here, partially to get his watch hours up, get him monetized. Yeah, Ray. So yes, you are partially right. So
you're fucking amazing, dude. Like always, and it's always a pleasure. Always. Right. Anybody else want to say? Boom, Bubba. You got anything you want to add?
Are you getting people to cam up, or it's kind of? I don't think there's people in the back. I don't think.
Do anyone want to come up? Hold on.
I
Let
don't
me
think
see,
so.
because I'll be thinking about that. No, I haven't sent the link out.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna send the link out for a little bit.
Okay.
Let me just tell you, Alex, if you're somewhere lurking and you try to come up here, no, bitch. You and I are gonna have a personal, one-on-one. I got a stream dedicated just to
Oh my
you. You bitch, you. Like you and I gonna have our little spat. You know what I mean? So you gonna wait, like the whole you is. But anybody else want to come up? And boom, just while we're waiting, I have a brand new book. It's about to go up for sale in a minute. It's an original Toku inspired novel. It is called My T. Yeager. He said, "Who Alex? Oh, Rican Ranger." For y'all who don't know, yeah, me and Rican, you gonna have to come out here and box about that bullshit you be talking about and that propaganda you trying to push when you ain't got no fucking body over there at that lame ass channel. Thinking I'm about to come over there and give you a show. No, bitch, you about to come over here like the whole you is. We gonna do this, or you just gonna sit around and bitch about me and just talk crazy. The book is going to be available. See, I'm gonna have a direct to consumer type of deal. So come holler at me. Why is Rican Ranger? Rican Ranger is angry at me for producing a book before him. This is what it boils down to. And Rican also feels as though me as a person, I was quote unquote inferior to him. You know what I mean?
Jeez.
So at the end of the day, he's angry at the fact, and boom, his cousin, this is the funny part, right? Let me just explain it real fast to people, right? Almost like months ago, over like almost 9 months ago at this point, like during December, right, of last year, right? Rican's cousin, because remember, everybody, you guys are here, you guys understand this, right?
Mhm.
You guys remember me, people who are in the know about all of this. When I was first coming and doing this shit, was I not telling people publicly, like, hey, I'm not a part of this Ninjetti shit? I'm here for war. I'm not Ninjetti. What he got going on with his book has nothing to do with me, right?
Right.
And then I come back and tell y'all, oh, even when I was saying that, he's telling me behind the scenes, oh, I don't give a damn, like, you're still Ninjetti. You're this, you're that. Designing artwork for me, designing all that. You're the Blue Wolf. You're Ninjetti and all this, right? So his cousin created a picture with AI for me, right? It was like one day just came out of the blue and was like, hey, Ien, I got C. This is what they call me. Hey, C, I got something for you, right? Bet. Show me what it is, right? But mind you, during this time, I'm using, and even now, right? Anything that someone creates for me, I'll use it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, regardless of what it is, if it's used with AI, anything, I'm a creative. I can find some type of way to use this, right? Mm-hmm. So when people present me, even Francis, right? Francis made a meme of me a long time ago as me on the body of a roach. You know what I mean? I use that. Yeah, 100. I use it. Wish she would have put her little tag on it. But I use these things, right? So his cousin presented me with these, like, a lot of pictures, right? Bunch of pictures, right? Of AI generated wolf stuff, right? Or wolf ranger things, right? He presented me with the original picture for this book, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, hey, that's cool. I'm going to use that, right? Boom. The fallout between me and Reek and all that happens. I'm still focused on writing my book, you did? Because I already had an idea in mind. I took months to flush it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can even ask Frances. I even like spoke to her back and forth about the book. So, and it's a few people I spoke. Boom, Sir Beers, he's probably asleep right now, but him and I have had extensive conversations about me putting out a book and what it was going to be with everything, right? So that occurs. Me and Rican have a rocky relationship, you know. When he was right about something, I still went to his channel and told him he was right about something. You know what I mean? So I'm not no bitch, you dig?
Right.
So I then used this picture. I designed the artwork for this book. I don't know if really people can see it. See, but I designed using that original photo, right? I design the cover, the back cover, the side cover of this book called My Teague Jaeger, right? It's a Toku inspired book. It's neither here nor there, right?
Right.
I then create the book, get a physical copy of the book. Because I'm big on, like, before you try to go and present anything to someone, even before you tell them you have a concept of something, you need to develop a prototype first, right? So what I did was I went in to create the prototype, right?
Right.
And this is a 42 chapter novel, you know what I mean? It's like over 500 pages. So boom, got the manuscript done, got everything done, got the physical copy made. Put it out there like, hey guys, look at what I just created. Maybe one day I'm going to present this to be, sold. You know what I mean? He then comes and initially he's like, oh yeah, that artwork, quote unquote, looks familiar, right? Then puts out the original artwork and then starts to, like, quote unquote, tells me in the DMs, I'm just trolling you for sales from your book. I'm not having any of that. Like, no, what the fuck? Like, I've even, boom, just to, like, throw this out there, I've went down all his proxy pages, his main page, to see if he ever used this particular photo, right? He never had, right? Just because I didn't want to step on the bitch's toes, you know what I mean? To, like, hey, this isn't Jetty, this is my own thing. Let me make sure that he, never used this, right? When I saw that, I developed the cover for my book, all that. Now he wants to come out and, like, oh, I stole something from him.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, no, your cousin made this picture. He was like, oh, look, you just told on yourself. I'm like, no, Rican, I'm not a liar like you are. So what reason would I have to lie and say your cousin never made this? Now, you're lying right now by saying that this was for you and you made it. Now he's retroactively going back like, hey, I told my cousin to give it to you. And then also is going in messages and stuff and all over Instagram like, oh, I stole something from him. I'm like, hold on. If you told your cousin to give me the original photo, how can you then say I stole it from you? You know what I mean?
All right.
He's like, get your own artwork, get your own. And I'm like, well, this is. Then he says, oh, how you gonna take something that was given to you? With all seriousness, how you gonna take something that was given to you?
Right.
Like, are you serious right now, buddy? Like, you're serious right now. You're fucking delusional. So then now we're here, you know what I mean? Where it's like, now it's a tiff. Because now I'm not gonna let you get away. Like, I'm going to show you what happens to people who come at me sideways. You can't steal AI art, though he don't even own it. If he used a free service, that's what I'm saying. You don't own this. Now and I was like, let's get to the brass tacks. You don't care about any of that. You care about the fact that I created a book before you did. That's what it is.
Wow.
You're angry. And then he's like, oh, you made words, quote unquote. What I'm doing is harder. I'm making comic book. I was like, hey, bro, it's two separate lanes. You know what I mean? Like, if you would have never came out and said shit, you know what I mean? Like, and then he's like, oh, you should have gave us credit for your cover. I'm like, well, you didn't create this cover. Just because your cousin gave me the initial picture, you didn't create this cover. I designed this cover myself. The name of it, I saw hard work for me. So at the end of the day, like, I don't care what you're talking about. I didn't have to do shit for any of y'all. But hey. So at the end of the day, he's angry about a black guy creating a novel that's Toku inspired. And I'm like, bro, you don't even fucking watch Power Rangers, to be real with you. You don't even know shit about the IP that you're, and then he's like, oh, well, you're stealing from me, get your own stuff. And I'm like, motherfucker, you stole your entire concept for Ninjetti from the 1995 movie. What are you talking about? Like, you're making glorified fan fiction. You know what I mean? Like, and he's mad at me because I'm not giving him some sort of credit when he had nothing to do with nothing that's in this book. nothing surrounding this book. I tell people the truth. Hey, I've never even sat in on a conversation involving Ninjetti. I have no fucking clue what the fuck's going on in Ninjetti. I don't care to know. You know what I mean? The only thing is, I don't come out here telling people what my plans are before I have anything concrete.
Mm-hmm.
Then he's like, I'm better than you are. How you better than I am when you have nothing? You have nothing. You don't have nothing. So
Did anybody click the link or no?
Oh, boom. Here. Oh, somebody's here. Boom. I went on a little rant real fast. Boom. Boom. How are you?
Hello, everybody.
How are you, my
Hey,
friend?
everybody. I just woke up. I have to go to college. I need to do my degree soon. So,
Oh, different time zone. Okay.
yeah, I just got back from Asia. And then I'm preparing to do my college, and then I haven't been in your life for a while, so I miss this, Ian. I miss everybody.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. In your opinion, Heroes United, who has a better show, me or Rican Ranger?
You.
Thank you. Thank you. Somebody with a mindset. Thank you so much.
Because if you go to Rican's show, like, you cannot even get your opinion because you're gonna get screamed and all that shit. But hey, I mean, he respects me, so my opinion will be really a little different than some people that is watching here. So because he brings me up when
know him, so it means more.
Yeah, and he kind of knows because I think everybody here knows that I was the one that did the Jason David Frank and Rican Ranger cover where Rican was young. I was doing it back then for him because somebody is telling me that I kind of forget who is degenerate is, because people are saying that I'm degenerate. Like, one time they think I'm VG, one time they think I'm TJ, and now people are saying that I'm degenerate.
I swear, I thought you were Evan for the longest time.
I mean, I'm not a gay dude, so I don't know how I'm VG. I mean, I can literally kill all this by showing my face, to be honest with you. I mean, people probably already know who the faces of these people. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I want to kind of touch about the whole raid thing because y'all are talking about the raid thing and I don't want to, like, bother everybody,
Yeah,
so
handle your business.
So I'm just going to keep this short. I mean, at this point, I just see her as like, because I want to, like, is everybody here know what Local Life is? Like the Keemstar show? She wants to be in that show, right? Like when you, I mean, even you all can talk about Henry all you want, but like, even Henry didn't want it to like work with somebody like Keemstar, which is like, these people are bad people, right? Like Keemstar, Boogie 298. Like, how do you have, like, you're an adult, right? You're broke. The first thing that you do is you want to like work at a physical place. You know what I mean? So like Ray here wants to work at a place full of basically like really like, these are like fucking, in my personal opinion, like bad people, like pedophile. I'm sorry, I almost said that word. I mean PDF files. People like slam their wife in the table. Yeah, like, and then Ray was in one of the lives because she wants to be a host on Local Life. So like, at this point, like, I don't care about what she said about Christopher Kamen Lee. I don't care what she said about all that. Like, your opinion is all invalid, in my personal opinion, right? Because if you want to work on a place with people that doesn't have any moral, that they don't have any moral at all, like I'm surprised that there's like people like Review Tech USA in there, Murahar, all these people. Like, I used to be fans of these people until they appear in the show. So like, everything that she said to me is invalid at this point. I don't care what she said anymore because like, you're as wrong as these people. So like,
I have no clue
I don't care who
these people are.
Yeah, I don't know who
but
these people are, so I can't really I don't know. Keem's, I
yeah,
don't. I mean, that's her. I'm sure she knows exactly who these people are. I don't. I have no
I
idea.
haven't
I can't really
I haven't
comment
paid
on that.
attention to Keemstar since like since Fousey, my nigga. Like that was the
yeah,
last time I ever paid
the
attention
dude,
to Keemstar.
the dude that records somebody having a mental breakdown, monetize it. Like these are like bad people, and I'm saying this because I know Ray's watching this. You know, Ian. So like,
Is she
Facts.
watching? I thought she didn't care.
oh, she
Yeah, I
is.
bet. I don't know if she's here, but I'm knowing she's watching.
She
Oh,
will watch this.
okay.
She can say she doesn't care. I mean, Henry said he doesn't care, but he still watches us, right?
Facts.
Right, because
So
it doesn't really matter to a certain. You hear about in other communities people with much more subscriber viewer counts, but at the end of the day, when someone cams up or goes on stream and says something that resonates, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't. It doesn't really matter if it reaches the quote unquote wrong person. It could ruin the credibility of Henry Channel. Like Henry has he's a grifter and he's willing to get subscriber counts. I don't care about that stuff. And I'm here with
Definitely
a
don't.
quote unquote Roach King, as he calls him, but I'm
I'm the
here
biggest.
to support Tyrell to get his watch hours up. I'm not naive to the fact that Tyrell is he's trying to get monetized. And I'm here to support his journey to get monetized. We're gonna talk about the David Yo situation to get your viewer count up. Look, that's what we're here to do, to bring awareness and to get Tyrell's viewership up. Because we can play the grift game, the content creation game too. I mean,
you said it right the first time. We're grifting like
we're grifting too, because we're gonna present ourselves as we're all passion, no profits. We're a bunch of saints. We're not worried about money. No, I'm here to get to. You
Y'all don't
know
know how much I care. I care so deeply about all these.
yo,
yeah, we're
Dynamite.
all passion, no money. We're gonna donate you're gonna donate everything to charity, right, Tyrell?
Thanks. Mental health, all that. You
Come
know,
on
Yo,
now,
Dynamite.
people.
puppies. I'm donating to the puppies 100%. What you talking about? All
Dynamite, you're looking
proceeds will
wet,
go to
Dynamite.
puppies.
What?
How are you, Rebel? How are you, Rebel? How you feeling?
Hey, good. I've been listening. I was actually waiting for this because I didn't even know that reality had come back. It was just like, I guess the universe speaks to me in weird ways, because I was like, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, somebody's talking about Blake Foster, and then it's like, oh, reality. She booted up a stream, and then lo and behold, I guess she was trying to waltz back into the universe, and then there goes Brent meeting her at the gates.
Facts, like,
which
what you
was
doing?
good. Like, that's good, Brent, because she's not gonna just walk on in, especially like glazing Henry after all that was done because of her. Like, a lot of people, like, stopped supporting Henry, solely on the fact of what happened to reality. So for her to come back here and think that, like, oh, we're just gonna brush it under the rug, that's disrespectful to people that, like, are now being bullied and heinously too. Because, like, I mean, I do have my gripes with Dust and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, like, he stuck his neck out for her. So regardless of how we feel, that's the fact. And for her to just kind of walk it back, even I'm not even involved in that, but I was like, oh, like, that's not a very good look. And that also just hurts, unfortunately, like, just the side that I guess is trying to hold Henry accountable, because you have people like Ray walking back, even people like Juice. I mean, I hate to say it, he was on here earlier, but it's the way that he handled it too at the very beginning when this whole thing went down. These people really needed to. It's like Infinity War. Whenever they said, "Oh, you should have gone for the head to Thanos," and Thor just kind of like, that it's the same thing here too. Also, when Star-Lord, like, messed things up whenever they had Thanos, that's literally what people like Reality and people like Juicebox are doing. And I'm not even gonna like go into it too much like that too, but Ian and Regan should be here to really strike at Ray and Henry too. So I do kind of have a gripe with that too, that you guys are beefing over whatever this is, because it's really we need to be like more together in the way that they are too, because it's like if we're really out here trying to bring light to certain things, then we can't have these indiscretions or like these things just kind of take away at our argument, which it is, like, so.
Right. Here is United. You know what's going that situation, right? You're aware of what happened, right, in January?
And that's too,
Can
like,
you
writing history when it's still like this year, like it's crazy to me.
Right. You know what happened with the split, right?
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah.
Okay, so
That thing was huge. Everybody was alive at the time. I was like, "Who the hell am I gonna watch?"
No.
Did I need to watch
This is
Regan?
dangerous. This is dangerous
Yeah.
because Juicebox is not innocent. He was looking for my information. I knew this since last year because he would say to me, "Oh, I know your dad's name or whatever." So he's not innocent in all this. But I interpret it as a background check. Oh, you're doing background checks on people, like, because I'm not in. I was like the
Well,
outsider.
yeah, but at the same time, Brent, even if they are doing like these background checks, because that's also why I came up here, because I know that they're watching specifically TJ, who I guess did a background check on me or whatever, because that's
Right.
what was alluded.
They were
the
doing it
last
on
time
me too, by the way.
Right.
That Henry did that meme of me or whatever. And I'm just gonna say this, like, I've never done anything heinous in regards to like kids. I've never stolen. I don't owe anyone like that. So if you think you're gonna go out there and find something on me like that and just scare me, like, oh, TJ, what was that? Oh, what did you say? This, it's like, it's not going to work, because I mean, at the end of the day, like, anything I've ever done, I can explain, it's accounted for, and you know what I mean? Like, it's not something that affects my life as of now.
Right.
So, I mean, that tactic, and I just wanted to nip that in the butt, because I, hadn't had an opportunity to just come up and say that. But it's been in the back of my mind for sure, because I know that now even they're moving on to low tier people in the universe like myself, trying to just intimidate, because that's not the first time TJ has like looked me up like that, and I've known that he has been like trying to gather information on me.
They try to gather information on me too.
They're digging, because I got a screenshot of TJ digging up a video of an audition for a collab channel that I did when I was underage, and he's over there propagating it in the Discord. Because I guess in that video, like, I say what state I'm in or whatever the fuck, which is like crazy to me. Like, I'm just like, this is the kind of people that are still over there being like held up as mods.
It is crazy, and I tried to brush it off, but I think my obviously I didn't have any power because I was not a mod. I was never a moderator on that channel. I was seen as like someone going against the narrative, and so I never really had any authority over there. I was not privy to the information that they were doing. But when I found out what they were doing, I thought to myself, something needs to be done here, because people's lives, this is dangerous behavior. And I'm being dead serious here, because I've been to these conventions, and
I know.
Like, people think, oh, it's just drama. Oh, get over it. No, like, and I'm not saying that Ray should keep talking about it. I'm just saying I bring up that situation because you're still over here trying to talk about Henry as if he has any sort of credibility. Look what he has done with the Power Morphicon Instagram website with Blake Foster. Look at the amount of people talking about his talking points. This is getting like, this is how much.
One thing I have noticed too with that, it's that it's only this type of rhetoric happens on YouTube, because so I've noticed that Henry has tried to branch out to other platforms such as TikTok and even Facebook. And I mean, I don't know if you can screen share or whatever, but if you just look at some of the posts on there on Facebook, he's not having the same audience
Yeah.
reaction as he is on YouTube
Right.
because, the mods aren't there because Facebook is predominantly, where you have your real government name and your profile picture attached to it. So they're not going to be over there. Not, I mean, like publicly at least. So,
Right.
and it's Facebook, so you do kind of have to be there publicly. And so it is interesting, like that dynamic too of like just different audiences are in different places.
Mhm.
Because he has been running into a wall over there as far as like the most infamous one being the Karen Ashley forehead clip that he tried to go post over there. And everybody was clowning on him. Like he definitely, didn't get the same reaction as he would have on YouTube. So that's also very telling.
Wow. I mean,
Yeah,
craziness. I mean, the Blake Foster thing. He only has that information because of Francis, and they're pushing a narrative, and the scamming and the X. They're being presented simultaneously. So the scamming, you don't trust him, so you automatically jump to conclusions about whatever. I think I discussed this earlier about the grandma or whatever. If you steal, you kill or whatever. I just find this. Why are we doing this? I don't understand. Why are we doing this? I
think
mean,
it's
it's
like
just
by design. I should have known it like when I first, started frequenting the channel. Like, why are most of the mods, and even including Che, like because she has her little profile picture, but these people never come up,
right.
never even, and that should have, hit sooner. You know what I mean? In my head, like register, like, oh, why is that? Oh, it's by design. It's because when something pops off, when something goes down, oh, these people are gonna have that upper hand because they're anonymous. So they're gonna come at you and like with these background checks, pulling out all these things, and it's like, but you can't do that. So it's like it's already that imbalance from the get-go.
You can, but it's not worth it.
That's what I'm saying. It's really not worth it going toe to toe with these people. And I feel like a lot of these mods are like professional trolls. Like they've done this before. They know how to work the system. They know like these fandoms. They know how to play the game per se. And it is really scary because when you're not doing the same thing they're doing, then you know what I mean? It becomes like this power imbalance.
Yeah, and it's you most time you would ignore it, but it's kind of like what happened in January. If nothing happened, there are consequences for this behavior in real life. Imagine if you went up to a random person on the street and said, "Oh, I have your dad's death certificate. Oh, I know your real name. How about
But
you
that's
shut up?"
part of the thing about it. Like they do that because they're not in person. It's a thing online. Like that's what I'm getting at. That I should have just seen it from the get-go. Because even me, like I've never really said anything like heinous about these people. I've never like talked about allegations and stuff. But just the little comments here I've said objectively, like, hey, like, because my whole thing with this whole universe is that both things can be true in a lot of cases, and for a lot of these people it's not always that. It's like they want it one way, and they'll protect like the whole thing with the creatine. Like when I remember when I heard it, I'm like rolling my eyes because it's like, wow, you're really like stretching the narrative to just, yeah, I mean, we're at that point. So
it's and the fact that Ray, she is the one that broke everything. And she's still, we're not telling her to keep talking about it. We're just saying that you're giving someone credibility when this person tried to silence your opinion. Your mod,
both things can be true. Yeah, like there's a lot of things that are like being covered on Henry's that do deserve that spotlight.
Right.
But the way that he goes about it and the way that the mods kind of go rogue and do their own thing and decide who they like and not like and pick and choose their battles, like that's where the issue is. But they just keep on doubling down, and it's like they're gonna go down with the ship, and it's a matter of time. It probably is not gonna be tomorrow, the next week, but You know what I mean? At some point, all of this is going to catch up.
It will, because I said this, I thought this when the first split happened in 2024 with Aaron Schonke. I'm thinking about this audience is because they were split between Aaron and the Henry. So basically it's split in 2020. I don't think any of you were there. I think Ien joined just right after. There was a split in 2020.
Yeah,
Dust was there.
I was watching. I seen
you
it.
were-
Well, not with them, but I saw everything from the bleachers. You know what I mean? When,
so you it was the beginning. This is when you first started watching, paying attention.
No,
There was a
I was
split.
watching before that. I was watching before then, but I saw when Francis invited Aaron on there with their friendship. Yeah.
Oh, you were there. Okay, Dynamite. I don't know if you were there, but yeah, there was a split right before. I think it was right before the Paramorphicon, the 2024 Paramorph. There was a split because and I'm thinking to myself, wow, these people are so short-sighted. Like, there was a huge split. Like the day ones, I think half of them left, and then there was a split there. Obviously, Dust. Everyone was so loyal, and I'm thinking there's only a matter of time. It won't be right away. There'll be another one because there's only so much. These people, they can't accept a certain opinion. It's going to crack eventually. So about a year and a half later.
One good thing, like, I mean, not good thing, but like just one thing, an idea that you guys could do on a future stream. Because I know that Brent is pretty analytical, and then I probably see like the trends on there. But go on Social Blade and look at the Henry Resilient Clips channel. And I would just want you guys to just kind of see and tell like the audience what you see. Because there's definitely trends, and you definitely see like
100%.
a lot of important dates. I'll just keep it at that. A lot of important dates that you see where the analytics don't lie. So whether they want to like twist narratives with that, it's like no, the analytic is right there. The numbers.
They don't lie.
What's going on with
I don't
the
know
channel
how you know.
Is
I be on Social Blade watching that shit, boy. I don't know how you knew.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. So it's like maybe you guys should do like a little PowerPoint, work a little something out like that. Because I remember I saw it.
Exactly
and I was like, oh, interesting. So you can see, I guess, when the beginning of this whole Henryverse kind of took off, when the split happened, like when all like, you know what I mean? It's very like the analytics are there.
Oh wow! So you noticed when the peak of his channel. If without, I haven't seen any of the data, was around, I would say around 2023, early 2020, first half of 2024. If I'm guessing, no. When was the peak of this channel?
Yeah, it was very that, like at the very
around
beginning.
That
you
oh wow!
At the very 2024.
Around that time, especially
See,
when
because
ADF coverage and everything.
The Walter Jones lie was
pull it up right now. Actually, hold on. If I
the Walter, this was the 2024, and then 2023 was the Walter, the lies about Walter. He kept covering constantly, and I think that's because he knew that it was gaining coverage, and I think he used me because I was actually confronting Walter because it was new to me. When you have someone like an assistant providing information, people are going to watch. It's a novel thing. And the David Yost situation also happened that in that same time frame, in 2024, when it first came out. It was the David Yost situation. He milked that thing. I mean, obviously, I knew that.
Look at how funny it was that even Dust came back and milked it. You know what I mean? Like
and look, I'm very. I know that people they're trying to get the David Yost. It's because I have the actual receipts. That's why it gains any sort of traction, because I have the receipts. You, Tyrell, you have the entire footage that I have access to, and the phone recordings. And people want to say, "Oh, Brent, you record without people." So you damn right. I even told the convention owner in the conversation, all phone recordings will be used on social media. You heard that, right, Tyrell? I think I mentioned that. All because I had a conversation with the owner. Oh, they're gonna lecture me on recording laws? No, it's one person consent, and I recorded without the one of the owners surrounded me. His name's Keith. I record him without his consent, and people are gonna start crying. But what I'm trying to say is that I have the receipts. That's why it got a lot of traction. It was quite something. Oh, don't play it now. Save it for another stream. But yeah, that's what 2024. He kept milking it. he said that he had his thumbnail saying that I was some violation, trying to mislead people. I'm like, Henry, I never said that. But he said, oh, it's just for clicks. I'm like, whatever. And then there's multiple thumbnails. When I got the credit card receipt from the bank, and then he had another one where I got the recording from the forensic specialist. So he kept milking it. 2024, that's when it was his peak. And then it dropped a little bit because of the first split in second half of 2024. And then obviously 2025 was recovered a little bit because Ko's here. He joined the channel, and then I was banned.
That first split was the whole thing with April, right? Because I think that was right before
April.
I got there.
April,
And yeah, I mean, I don't really remember much from that, but I do remember just hearing like, "Oh, April," because I remember Rican would weaponize her from time to time, talking about, "Well, what would April think? What does April think about this?" And it's like, "Oh, well, that's a girl that's not here anymore." I remember that happened to Laura too for a little bit because she had gone away.
Yeah.
I guess the split kind of got to her too because of KOD, and then they even made fun of her. Like, see, that's the thing though. Like, whatever you're against that community for whatever reason, they'll jump immediately like that to ad hominem. Like they'll like scan you to see like the most heinous things they can say about you, and then boom, everybody, the whole chat will flood. Because they did that to her. Like, I mean, and they forget all the time that like, oh, they were calling her a witch and doing all these things. Because she had like the dolls or whatever in her background. And so I mean that tells you how.
I wonder if she's saying anything. She's live tonight. Did we do this?
What?
Oh, Ray?
Saggy Melon.
She's live. Oh, I wonder why.
She's
I mean,
live right now.
Wow, and over there, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Let's see what she's saying.
She's watching this.
Do you think she's watching? I thought she didn't care. I mean, usually.
I told everybody here that she's watching this.
Oh, she did say that I'm overly dramatic. Well, of course I'm overly dramatic. What, like, you want me to be like I'm at work, like I'm all politically correct and have to watch my tone of voice and all this? You guys would fall asleep. So obviously, I'm going to talk a different way to get attention to what I'm saying.
You've been on fire lately. Like this is the Brent at max capacity, and I do like to see that because for the longest time, like you held your tongue about things and you gave these people grace when they didn't deserve. And now I'm glad that you're like meeting them in the middle.
Right.
I love to see
and should I say, oh, see, look, Brent is upset. Look at him yelling. I'm like, what?
Giving you the same energy. Like I'm so sick of these people, like just thinking that they're gonna just give us one thing and then whenever we give it back, what are you doing? You're yelling at me. You're bullying me. It's like, no, dude, we're just giving you the same type of energy because we see all your fuck shit and we see right through you. That's the end.
They're no different than Sean. They're no different than Sean.
Oh God, they're all. I mean,
do you want to go to the hospital?
She's talking about fucking Zack Snyder and shit over there. Like, is this some way of like deflecting or something? Like
Zack Snyder at 2 a.m. I mean, or
that's what I'm trying to say. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's wild.
Because you know what? Though, I probably think that she was just testing the waters with her 2 little Henryverse like lives, but then now that she's seen like, oh shit, like. They're meeting me with pitchforks and torches.
Everyone gets a trophy is here.
And I think she's like, okay, let me walk it back.
Here.
Let me walk it back, or let me monetize it and walk it back and all this kind of stuff. Because what she's saying is illogical. I'm sorry, Dynamite. Like you, the regular person, wherever you are.
She's come back. She's left so many times, and she herself has always said, "Oh, I've done this before. I've been ran out of communities. I've destroyed communities. I've helped. and even with those communities, like she has been problematic because talking about, I used to be in this puppeteering community, and they had some white
rebel
and stuff like that. And I'm like, bro, you're like that's crazy.
Rebel. Do you think that Ray ever like show any proof of the whole Christopher Kamen Lee thing? Like I don't remember she.
Don't even get me started on that because like I've been reading Miquette and DG Collins, and they have nothing but nice things to say about.
Yes.
and the Red Ranger. So it makes me question her, because now that we've seen her walk back and do all this, it's like, so I'm looking at that stream, yeah, because I was there. I remember I was like, really? Like, I don't know. But I don't even want to speak up on that, because it's like they're gonna say, oh well, Dynamite, it's over here like, you know, speaking about women and how they, but I can already, like, you know what I mean? Like, I can already
I'm going to cover that stream one of these days. Like, that's been on my
But there's
my
a pattern
list
of behavior with this girl. So yeah, when I do see, like, you know, wholesome people like DG and Maquette, you know, have the opposite
positive.
To say,
Yep.
then I don't know.
Drinking too many
It makes me think about everything that's been said in regards
Right, and it's like it's multiple interactions that they've had with Christopher. I mean, I've met Christopher one time, and he seemed nice to me. I mean, obviously it was very brief, but Maquette and DG have met him multiple times, and I think this is kind of like a situation where Christopher told her how it is, and she didn't like it. I mean, it's all speculation. I don't know, but based off of her history, the last stream, it seems like maybe there's some. I don't know. It's just
my
weird.
whole thing with that probably is that you get what you give. So you know, DG and Maquette give respect, give, you know, like when they show up to places, command a sort of presence. They get respect. You go to certain situations and you move a certain way.
And my biggest thing is she's just listening to rumors. You know what I mean? It's even the shit about even Rican. I don't fucking like Alex, right? But still, it's the thing where she was involved in something where it was like trying to paint him as someone who was like, quote unquote, assaulting women, right?
Right.
And she took no accountability for it. Like, oh, get over it type shit. Like, that was her energy behind it.
Right.
Get over it. Even with Nerd Talk situation, she was trying to paint Nerd Talk the same way that those people in that community were trying to, like, dogpiling on people. And I was like, hey, well, this isn't fair.
And yeah, that whole situation with Nerd Talk too, like, I don't really like to get too into it because I don't really be knowing too much like that. But what I do know is that Nerd Talk, like, in real life is not canceled. So I think, you know, people would be doing their due diligence in real life if they're over here giving him keys to the city, like giving him these IMDb credits. You know what I mean? Like, I think I even saw that there was an article, like, that I guess added to his credibility in regards to that incident. Yeah. And that I guess the charges, I guess something happened to the charges where there was lesson or something.
Nah, it was no charges.
Proven.
Yeah, it was thrown
out. Like that. I don't want to misspeak.
Everything was thrown out. Yeah, 100%. Everything was thrown out. And look at the way this guy moved. Like, a lot of people just be thinking like Nerd, just be quote unquote.
And that's what I'm saying. They don't know like what the court rulings really like said, because they just go off like, oh, I looked up a name online and I saw charges. I saw this. I saw, and then they run with it. Oh,
yeah, because like Nerd's like, my friend. You know what I mean? Like, he's like me and Nerd after everything that has happened. Like, me knowing him for a whole year.
That's what they did to Brent. Because I saw earlier too something about, was it Chad super chatted over there something about Brent. Are you a doctor or do you have a doctorate yet or something like that? And it's like, what the hell, man? Like, you're over here letting the world know and like,
it's a stereotype or something. I'm not sure. Are you a doctor or something? It's just a stupid stereotype. I don't know.
It's like, why?
Yeah, in the Asian community, 100%.
Saying, Brent, why are you not doctor
and
yet?
I can.
It's like, what the hell?
Why are you not doctor yet? Look at that. Yeah, that's racist.
Why are you like?
That's racist, and he's alluding to. It's another thing. He's alluding to knowing that your father was a doctor, also.
Yeah, because it's Chad Billington like creating that sort of like.
So he's trying to throw that out there.
$2 talking about, hi Brett, are you a doctor yet? ? It's like, dude, you're. And see, this is the behavior. Ray is over here glazing or whatever. Oh, let's forget what happened in the split because, you know, this Blake shit right here is so important. And, you know, we got to rally behind Henry.
Here's my biggest thing.
Today, that's literally from today. What I just said, that's from today.
and she does not care.
Just
This is
hours
my
ago,
biggest thing with
actually.
Ray, how she's trying to highlight it as if, oh, this is a thing that happened to me. So if I'm not caring about it, why are you? No, Ray, like this was happening to multiple people. You failed to realize that aspect of this, and you don't give a fuck about it
Yeah,
happening to me
because even
and
Henry,
them
okay, so
doxing my children.
even Henry, the last time Ien Conner was like, well, Dynamite went over there on that stream and said like, oh, the people were looking at him, but he never said who it was. Okay, well, I'm gonna say who it was. It was Che. It was Che that I saw when I looked at my phone after I went on the gym, that said, oh, sent a friend request on Facebook, which I get. It's not doxing. It's not like, you know
But
what I
she's
mean? But it
following
is
you.
a sign of like, oh, I'm looking
Stalking.
at you. It's
Yeah, I'm
it's a
stalking.
sign of something, and it's something like that doesn't sit right with you when it happens. So like,
No,
and
time
even
out.
that, I
On
didn't
my
even want to like make it a whole thing and be like, oh, it was this person, because like to me, it wasn't even that big of a deal. Like,
this
because
is the
it's
thing.
whatever.
Not
But
too
it
long
is
ago,
adding
a
on
month
to
ago.
what happened at that time. Because at the time, that's when
Facts.
Dust booted up the stream and said, oh, this happened to Ray. And I'm like, oh, coincidentally, not even a week ago, this happened to me. So that's why I brought that up.
Yeah, look at this. Like not even a month ago on my LinkedIn, Shay's picture is on it, right? On my LinkedIn. You feel what I'm saying?
So it's like that tells you, no, exactly. And not only that, but then afterwards in April, or I think I have to go back and see the actual, but after the split, that's when TJ was over there like lurking through like, I guess, some of my alt accounts and channels and looking at videos, like old videos of like of me and like dissecting like, oh, what I'm saying there and like stuff like that, and propagating it in the Discord, because that's how I got the screenshot. Because these people are over here thinking that they're the only ones that have spies, or they're the only ones that get information, and that they're only one. No, dude, everybody's privy to a lot of things in this universe, and that's the beauty of it. So, I mean, do it with that what you will.
Big facts. Y'all see that, right?
Yeah.
Somebody just mentioned it was like, oh, Dynamite and Brent's team up is just.
Yo, both of them are going crazy today.
Facts.
And I'm not even trying to like that. Like, that's what I'm saying.
I know.
It's reached to this level where like even people like me are over here, quote unquote, like cooking these people when I shouldn't even have to, because it's like. But I think it's like at this point I really have seen enough. Like
you cook. Everybody here cooks tonight.
It's not really.
There's too many cooks.
Sassy Dynamite.
Too many cooks. Yeah.
That would be the new name.
I love Sassy Dynamite too. Must be a full
Sassy
moon tonight.
Dynamite.
Everyone is turning into a fucking werewolf.
Raiden Dynamite. Raiden Dynamite. Let's go.
Right. No, for sure.
Hopefully I can get his ass. What we'll call it.
People.
One of these days when I get him over here on our own little stream, hopefully he got some quotables. You know what I mean? I'm gonna let him go crazy.
Oh my god.
No, but you know what the next thing about the Dust, what is it called? I watch Dust, you don't have to.
Right.
No, go on the last Dust stream and go specifically to the part where Brent comes up. I really need you to react to that because I was really rolling my eyes at some of those comments specifically Dust was making. No, you were cooking Brent. That whole thing. When you were up there, you were saying so many like truths, and even that little clip of you saying like, "Oh, what is it, Dust? You've learned your lesson."
No, because Dust knows. Because there's a situation with the paranormal. I mean, Ko and Zombie J. There was a situation. There's like this was like yesterday, 2 days ago. My Discord was popping like more than usual, and I'm like, what is going on here? And I'm seeing Zombie J. Look, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with the quote, Zombie J. I know you're watching. I'm seeing my quote. I'm like, are they talking about me? Why are these people? I read the Discord and it's like, oh my god, this is crazy. I need to read up on the paranormal. And then there was a stream that Dust did the day before, and if you don't have the context, because I know Ko, who was watching, likes to troll. Dust likes to troll. So I was watching that portion of the StreamYard, and Ko was like mocking me for talking about the production. So when you watch something without context, you watch the initial run through. I'm like, did I say something? and then they weren't saying my name. And then Zombie J was like, he's over there in this person who we're not saying the name. He's over there in the Power Ranger stream. I'm like, what the hell? And then there's someone named T-Bex who was like laughing along. And I was like, what is going on here? I'm thinking to myself, this has to be some trolling going on. Because I know that how that community is like. So, but it's kind of like I'm playing, I want to support Dustin's channel. That is why I stayed on the Discord. I know you guys left for your reason.
That's also part of the reason why I personally left is because like I know that this is all fun and games, at least to me, and like what we are and the whole Henryverse is not pretty. So right. I get that. Like I get that when other people, especially other communities, like see us, I know what they're thinking. Like, damn, these people are like.
Right.
But at the same time, like, you know, it's like that Spider-Man meme. It's like that Spider-Man meme where they're all kind of pointing at each other. Because like that, I mean, they could do that, but I just brush it off, Brent. Don't really like let it get to you. Because like
no, but it's fine. Like I stay on there. It's fine. It's just kind of like I was wondering what is going on here. Like what
if we do all that, then we're gonna be here like all day. You know what I mean? Because like even me too. Like that's why I kind of walked away from a lot of that. It's because like I noticed that like SAG and all these people, they kind of speak in paragraphs. And they take forever to just make one point, so I don't really like that. I mean,
Oh no! I told Dust. I stopped watching your paranormal stuff because it's all about drama. And look, we're as a Power Rangers fan, you like the drama. Like you read Doug Salone's book, it's all drama in the production side. It permeates into the show. That is why people are a fan of Power Rangers. There's drama filled. Doug Salone said, "Oh, we need to find a way to get rid of Kimberly, so we're going to do this, this, and this." And that's what it's about. And so it's kind of like, why are you people surprised when a Power Ranger fan liked drama? But to me, the paranormal was like, oh my god, this is too much. I'm done. That's why I stopped watching. But I supported Dustin's channel because he was the face of the split, because he was
that's another juice that like they should have gone for the head when it came to Thanos, but they over there rolled over and died.
Yeah,
and I don't like that because I'm like,
you're having
me kind of rally behind you, and then you just when it comes to the battles, because you know he really clowned not only Ien but Riken back in the day whenever it was all like, you know, kumbaya with everyone, and it was just the enemy is Riken, and I guess Blake and Sky and some of these Ranger actors, not each other. Oh, all of a sudden Dust is so invigorated, so like getting everybody to get this fucking AI bullshit slop thing that was, what was it, the broken dragon daggers?
That shit.
Yeah, having the whole Henryverse, or not even the whole Henryverse, the most prominent figures at the time, or the whatever kind of voice.
How the fuck did that happen to me is the question. Like, nigga, I've never even been on that guy's show, so why am I part of the Henryverse is the question. That's funny. But no, continue. I'm sorry.
Well, but just by
and one of the biggest, low-key, one of the biggest people from that. Boom. Well, boom. I'm not as big as you, Brent. Not as big as like Francis or anything. You know what I mean?
He's the Mount Rushmore of the Henryverse. Yeah.
Facts. Like, and I'm the only one who's never, man, that's impressive. I don't give a fuck with
the Batman of the Henryverse.
It's
Brent.
So let me finish what I was saying. So basically, Ko and Dust, they were trolling me. And I was like, this is trolling, but I need to make sure, because if Dust and Co, if they're not cool with me, like I could leave a Discord. Like, this is social media. Like, I can go to another community to try, or I could talk to a real person in real life. What about that? You know, because to me, I feel like you have to have a balance.
Brent, you're very like transparent with that, because there's like a lot of people in this universe that are like, oh, I don't want to know about such and such. Oh, but tell me, like, oh, I don't want to like kind of playing hard to get. And it's like, right. No, you keep up with all this, you know what's going on.
Oh yeah.
I mean, whether you want to like admit it in these live streams or like to each other, that's one thing. But I know you know, especially with like the whole diary shit, that for whatever the fuck the spy was in there, and like, so you're over here presenting like, oh, I don't care about Henry, I don't care about Answer, don't talk to me about this. But then in the same breath, you're over there with the diary talking about, dear diary, today Henry did this, like da 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 da. Like,
what the fuck did he really? Like, you're lying. You're fucking lying.
I know, and that's whole thing I didn't even know too. And I'm like, dude, I'm in someone's Discord, basically like kind of in a way like being placed next to them by proxy.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're doing that shit. Like that's my whole thing with Dust. Like, I mean, I'm not even gonna like kick the can on that, like because of his health and anything, and throw ad hominems. But I will, call someone out whenever they're still on the internet, but refusing to like acknowledge the people that are actually like hurting his like well-being. But then, oh, this set guy, this other bullshit. Oh yeah, even bringing some of the sound bites from this universe over there. Because why the fuck the other day, fucking Sean Rhea inadvertently caused some drama over there because of his smoke sound clip over there that they didn't even know what it means or whatever. So they started drama over there for that. And then it was like Dust had to come out and be like, no, guys, that's this one dude named Sean Rhea that was, you know what I mean? So it's like you're using clips and elements from this universe, but then when it comes time to like acknowledge it, it's like, no, I see how you're moving.
Well, I mean, that doesn't justify. I've seen some of the stuff that Answer and the Henry what they have done. It's grotesque what they're saying, but at
But
the
that's
same
another conversation. Like, I think that's like a sign of the writings on the wall. Like, I mean, that them even throwing shots at little me, like that'll
Right.
tell you where some of these people are as far as like desperation and seeing like the Grim Reaper kind of lurking in the background.
Grim Reaper.
right.
As far as
'cause
your
it-
channel
like,
and online persona goes, I'm not trying to be over here like saying, people, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, but
yeah, we'll answer what they're doing. Like the donation he made. He said it was karma, and I'm like, holy shit, this is grotesque what he's doing. But I get what you're saying, Dynamite. Let's like you want to disassociate with a community, but you're using elements of it as part of your channel when you very well know that is associated with the other community.
even the Fantel, even the AI like mascots he goes over there. Fantel, where did you get that from? That evolved from the White Owl mangoes that Rican was known for at the time. And then now all of a sudden it's like, see, that's the thing. A lot of these people fail to realize that Rican served the table for a lot of these people, whether they want to admit it or not.
That is true. That is true. I mean,
like,
you think about the trolling. I'm not saying that. I think Dust has grown because I have told him that you're not innocent in all this, and Henry released clips of Dust making fun of me. It's and Dust saying that release the Amy Jo tape, even though that would violate a promise I made to her not to release it. I think people should be allowed to grow, and I've discussed this with Dust. So this is not a secret that like Henry released a clip. Henry secretly recorded a conversation between him and Henry about making fun of me about being a homosexual. Like there's nothing wrong with that. But for him to imply
that's
that
the whole thing too. That like is always the elephant in the room in that Henry channel is that Henry himself will say, "Oh, I have a gay best friend," or "I have a really close friend that's gay," but then he will and then he'll say, "Oh, but it's not me, guys. It's not me. I didn't make it. That's the shrine. That's y'all. That's the community." But you're over there showing it. You're like you're in a way like encouraging it.
Right.
Because anytime that they have a beef with another guy, they'll always try to demasculinize them in any way, shape, or form. That's the whole thing with Rican too. How the whole thing started, like and they really do think that like, oh, any man's just gonna be comfortable like demasculinized in a platform of any sort, and just think that they're gonna be okay with that. No,
there's no standards with that channel, and I want to give and I've told Dust this, so I'm not like talking. He knows everything I have said on what I'm going to say on here. Like he has made the comment about me making fun of me because of somehow being a homosexual, whatever, whether I am or not, that's irrelevant. There's something wrong with that. And then the thing with Amy Jo, like telling me to release the Amy Jo tape, even though I explicitly promised her I will not do that to you. People should be allowed to grow. And the thing with the the Discord. I told him you learned your lesson because you are irresponsible. You did not monitor your Discord. Now he's doing that with his new Discord, making a joke about spies because he's being proactive. So I think Dust is not hiding from his mistakes. He's acknowledging his mistakes. He's not pretending that he never dynamite. You're making very good points. That yes, there are still elements of it, but he's not saying that I've completely disassociated from the Henry channel. Even though I do agree that when you're using elements from that channel, I think if you have an issue with that channel, you should dissociate completely.
Yeah, 'cause the fact that like probably all the paranormal people know like what the fuck a Rican Ranger is, that'll tell you like how much of the
They know a Co. They know a Co and a Big
They
Rudy.
know you. Even some people know me. Like that's how I know Zombie.
Yeah, it's crazy. They know Co and they know Big Rudy. They know something about Co leaving the Discord. I'm like, or you leaving the Discord, and it's like
because even Ien has reacted to that stream with Ladies Fried Joan and you and Answer. That was actually pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie.
No, but it's all mixing. So I get what you're saying when you think that
Dust. But it's kind of getting messy because now I've been hearing that like even some of these paranormal ops, and that's what I'm saying. Like Dust needs to stop being a pussy in that sense because like it is kind of still having effects. Because now I'm hearing that some of these paranormal ops that he has over there, they're now talking to probably like Chad, TJ, and Henry himself. That's what I've been hearing because of that. That's one of the spies that was leaking shit from Dust to Henry. And so
that is
I
a
don't
good
know.
Point. I'm sure Zombie J or somebody who's watching, they'll probably relay the message to Dust. I think that it's a good point that if you want to dissociate with that community, you have to remove all elements associated with that community in order to facilitate to a complete move on. We're not saying that what he should do or shouldn't do, but it's kind of like you made a good point. Like if you're using the faint owl came because of what happened in that other. I'm not going to repeat what happened, but what happened with that community, certain elements. Yeah, he should remove all of it to ensure that people can't call him out later because I've seen that Discord was wild. And then I hear about this side-eye guy. I call him a coward who hides behind a mask. It's kind of like he's using all elements, any element. He's like, "Oh, Dust, look at you."
A well-constructed mask, and it's just like I've seen the guy at a panel or something, like a clip. This is just some like just some average white dude that just spews hate on the internet and like just divides communities. And I'm like, ugh, that's all I need to see from that guy. I mean, and you're right. What you said on the stream, it's like somebody that, hides behind a camera and wears a mask does not deserve credibility.
Right. Yes. Because I said a coward behind a mask, and now he's using he's taking advantage of the fact that Dust is using elements from a previous community that Dust himself said he doesn't want to be associated with. To weaponize that. And I feel like for the sake of his, if that's going to be the case, if my associated with that other community is going to affect him, I mean, I would be willing to leave the Discord for his own sake. If that is something he is concerned about, removing the faint owl, these things. I mean, I think this is a good point that you're making. That I never even thought about that. Because if you are right in the sense that if you're using certain elements from a certain community and you claim that you do not want to associate with that community, people are going to start attacking him relentlessly.
They're already doing the same fabric. Like people like that and Dust, they say one thing and then boom, they move differently. Because that's my whole thing with Ray. Just to kind of sum up, because I don't want to be taking too much time, but she sounds good on paper, but then when you see how she moves, it's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, she never said that she wants to dissociate with Henry's community. She just had it's a little different. She said that.
I know she never said it. I want to dissociate, but she has said like, guys, I'm done. There was this one infamous whenever
3 times
TS got shown her picture or whatever. She was like, okay, you won, Rican. You actually won. I don't care. You can whatever. I've never been defeated before in any other communities. I actually left on my own, but guess what? You won. You won. You take the crown. Take the.
I was there.
It was very that, and it's like that's not necessarily like, oh, I wanted to associate from the community, but you could take it as that for sure. I mean, that's very. I mean, if I said that, I mean, I hope that you take it as like, oh, I won out.
Mm-hmm. Right, but I mean it's a little tricky, and I understand where you make a very good point. Like you're using the faint owl. I mean, if he wants to use it, that's fine, but don't be. I would say
Be a
to Dust,
hypocrite
don't be
about it if you want.
surprised if someone in the parent. I told Dust, I don't want to be involved in this drama. It makes my head spin.
'Cause
But
even with
if
you, I know that
don't
he
be
kinda
surprised,
is-
they're gonna say, "Well, Dust, if you want to associate with that community, how come you have this faint owl? Where did that come from, Dust?" I wonder, and they're gonna put wounds in it, and I think I'll discuss with him the next time I talk with him. I think for his sake, he has to remove all
Yeah.
remaining connections to that community. I don't want to tell him what to do, but
well, yeah, because you don't want to run other people's channels. But I mean, if the credibility is to stand, and you know,
and
what
to say
mean?
that
Like,
I don't want to
people-
associate with that community, because that community, they're going to be petting and say, "Oh, look at this faint owl." They're looking at the history of how that originated, and that don't underestimate these level of spine that people will do. And they're going to say, "Oh, he made that owl because this guy named such and such did this to Dust. Oh, that's where it came from. Oh, let's talk to this guy. Oh, this person." You see this. It's a he has to be very careful. I mean, again, if he wants to keep that, that's his right. But I mean, if I were him, if he wants to dissociate completely, like if that's his concern, you are right, Dynamite. That should be a consideration, in my opinion. Like you draw the line, then you remove all because that owl is not really. I mean, it's not really. I think the DP looks better anyway. I think it looks much better than the owl anyway. I mean, it was never something I really was concerned about, but I don't think it really contributed anything. I think the Dust Production symbol looked much better. I mean, it's just kind of because I do feel he is getting bombarded. Just the discourse, I've never seen anything like it. It's crazy. And that guy's mentioning code, like does that
Ray just left the internet completely? Like, to be honest, like just give it.
Well,
up.
I mean, if they want to
I
say on the
don't want to
internet,
be like that, because it's people's lives and stuff like that. But at this point, bro, like you've just gone like too far, with certain things, and like your credibility is just not there. Same thing.
I mean,
with Box. I really hate to say it, but it's like those three. I'm like, you guys should just, you know what I mean, right off into the sunset. Like that's the best advice I
agree.
probably give these people. Like those three, like Reality, Juicebox, and Dust. Just don't even. You've already.
I mean, I wouldn't tell them. I mean, they should be able to do whatever if they want to go on the internet.
Of course, but that's my own personal
right.
Take it or leave it. There's no easy way out.
I mean, yeah, they're not. I mean,
just like how you don't have to take the fact that like, oh, I want you to make a channel, Brent. I would love for you to have.
Oh yeah, I will be making a channel because there's content I am making. No, because there's content I am making. I don't want to give out too much away where I feel like I want to be the one to have it on my own channel first, and then I'll disperse it. But the trap I don't want to come into is what I see with Reality and all these people. When you invest so much time into when you make your own channel, you are tempted to get monetized. Oh, so what are you gonna do?
You already seen all those channels kind of go down that route and what happened to them. So I think now you have the that.
Right. But I'm saying if you're a new person and you want to get monetized, you feel like you're gonna get tempted. I need to say this. I need to say this and that, and it's just kind of like I don't want to think about these type of things. Like my YouTube channel, I'm not gonna worry about being monetized. It's gonna be about content where I'm gonna be in a studio. That's the plan. An actual studio. You see, not. I won't have my own studio, but it's going to be rented out. And I already hinted at it. I've already hinted at this.
Quality is going to be there.
If you need a graphic designer, I am here.
No. But I don't need a graphic. But what I'm saying is that's the content that I want to put out there. I know. I've hinted at it. If you guys think, I'm not going to say it now because people are watching and they might derail these potential content.
Don't
it's just kind of and then I want to be the one to have it on my channel, and that is why but I'm not going to be on here weekly having react to Ray Reality. I'm going to be on Ien stream and having him make the content and help him out and get him monetized so he can get the super chat. You know, that's how I view it, because I don't want people going on my YouTube channel and and see like, oh, I want them to see, oh, you interviewed this person. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I don't want it associated with like, oh my god, saggy melons. I mean, this is like, not to be insulting this stream in particular, because I wanted to make this stream and I'm more than happy to give him the watch. We're at 5 hours. Hopefully this is enough to get monetized, because that is the goal here. Like, I'm being very transparent. I'm trying to help Ien get monetized, and the longer we speak, hopefully more viewers and more monetization.
You bring an audience, Brian. I mean,
I bring an audience, and I appreciate what Ien did, because Juicebox Poppy, I'll call him Snakebox too. Looking at my information. Looking at my info, you think I'm stupid? He lied to my. Of course, I knew.
It's like, yeah, that he lied to my face too. Like, I remember asking him like to the face like this on a stream, like, "Hey, do you know who called CPS on Rican's kids?" And to my face like that, like, just, well, I don't. I think I do, but
No, because he said that. Oh, I was looking at the information. Yes, you were, Juice. I don't know the extent in which you were doing it, but I knew you were doing it when I was on Ien stream about 2-3 weeks ago. Because he was confronting me on voice chat
gamings or whatever. He called the owner of the Platinum City Gamings too. I remember that was like a thing.
That he called what?
The Platinum City Gamings.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. This is new. You could cover this, Brent.
Well, it's not new. It's just like, I forget where it was.
I don't know. I mean,
he himself. But there was a screenshot. No, it was on Rican story. One time, like, the boss of the venue, like, I guess he sent a screenshot to Rican that like Juicebox was over there like hitting him up about Rican.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean,
that happened. That 100% happened. 100%.
Right. Yeah. I'm not remembering things incorrectly.
A snake will always be a snake, bro.
Well, I mean, he looked at my information. He said, like, do you know the city? I'm like, wow. That I don't live there anymore. I don't associate with that place anymore, but I have associated with that city at one point in my life. But the thing is, I want to give him some, I mean, maybe people think I'm quote unquote too nice, but it's just kind of like he was propagandized by Henry Resilient. Look what he did with Co. And I know Co.
I mean, I definitely do feel bad for what happened with Juice, because I'm of the opinion that he did all of that to get closer to Henry, to appease Henry, even if
appease Henry.
Henry will say, "Oh, I never asked. I've never." Because Henry, like, now that I'm looking at it, like, from this angle, like, Henry does kind of give me like Charles Manson vibes, in the sense that like people will
yes,
and people, like, you know what I mean, not obviously to that extreme, but I mean, it does give like that cult vibe. You know, that's why they kind of brand him as like, oh, the cult leader, because he can get people, like, even if he doesn't say it specifically, hey, go do this. It's like the droppings, the little inklings are there.
They will drink the Kool-Aid for Henry.
I mean, and that's how you get this juice box. That, I mean, I do feel bad, but I mean, no, you should have, something in your mind should have registered, dude. I'm going too far for all this for Henry.
Right, and he didn't real, like, even when he was talking to me, like, on the voice chat, he was shouting at me, and I'm like, he did admit that he was wrong to talk to me that way, but it was kind of like, oh my god, this was this was in voice chat. He was like shouting at me. This is craziness. Okay. And he acknowledged that the way he talked to me wasn't ideal, but he did lie and say that, oh, I never looked at me. Yes, you did. You approached me about this information. You mentioned a city that I have associated with. I mean, obviously, I don't like that's not my base anymore. But at one point, I associated with that place, and it's just kind of like you're bringing up a court document from my family law case with my grandmother. See, this is Juice, are you trying? Do you want to pay my fees? Do you want to pay my attorney's fees? Why are you bringing this? Are you concerned? Like, oh my God, Brent, you went through a lot. I'm seeing this court case. Could I help you with your thousands of dollars in lawyer fees? Then I'd be more than happy to discuss the entire case with you, Juicebox. But until then, why are you bringing this up? It's just craziness, and
Yeah,
I want to give him
people
some
think
grace
it's
because
okay for them to even acknowledge it, like, or even hint at the fact that they're doing all this shit.
right, like even if
Like,
he
that's
was in the
crazy to me.
sidelines, why were you letting this happen? And it's kind of like, again, I want to give him grace because look at what he did. Look at Ko. I don't know if he's still watching, but look at what happened with Ko. I mean, I watch, if you watch a stream from 2025 versus now, it's light and day, and it's like the propaganda, the way it's so strong. It's just kind of like, oh my god, this is. I've never seen anything like I've never seen like if you go to PMC, if any of you go to PMC, I have never seen anything like this ever. The propaganda that hits some, it's just craziness. I mean, Daniel Romano is an intense JDF fan, and he does not act like this. No, he is passionate. He has argued with Ko, like him and Ko would be not fighting, but arguing on StreamYard about something about Tommy Oliver. And I'm thinking to myself, man, if this was the extent of the JDF fandom, it'd be a wonderful thing. They're just going back and forth about Tommy Oliver. They're like shouting, and I'm like, this is great. Like after being in the quote unquote Henryverse, I'm like, this is great.
This is what it's all about.
This is great. Like, oh my god, people are tuning out. I'm watching this. I'm like, wow, this is something.
Well, I mean, like the Henryverse is the underbelly of the Power Rangers universe. So I mean, like, you're gonna get what you get.
Well, yeah, but it's just kind of like what happened. The Daniel Romanos and Ko's fighting about Tommy Oliver because Daniel Romano was like, I thought you were a Tommy Oliver fan. They're fighting, arguing online. It's like, wow, this is if this was the passion, if this was the pro JDF fan that was the extent of it, it'd be a wonderful thing, honestly. But it's just kind of like
Legend of the White Dragon premiere happening, because I've seen like people post
Brent,
about
are you
it.
going?
Like Francis, she was trying to.
Am I going to see Legend of the White Dragon? Of course I am. I mean,
I'm talking about the premiere because like.
Is there a premiere? Where's the premiere?
Well, I don't know. I've just seen Francis talking about like, oh, what should I wear to the premiere?
Oh, she's going to the premiere.
Yep.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like I do wonder, like,
where's the premiere?
I'm asking you. I don't know.
Ien, do you, Tyrell? Do you know where it is? But you can't say.
For me, it's which Francis, which one she's going to?
Where's the premiere?
The premiere.
I'm sure she's going to the premiere. I don't think there's going to be multiple premieres.
Yeah, it's going to be the premiere at PMC, cross street from PMC.
Oh, she's going to that one.
Oh, so then
I don't know. I don't know if she's going to that one.
Is that the one you're going to, Brent?
Not across the street. No, because there is one across. There is a premiere I heard, but I don't know where it is. But like where I'm seeing it, it's not going to be a Francis reunion. Oh my god, that'd be
bro. It will be funny if there's like a ban list.
No, there's already a ban list at Ranger Stop, and the ban.
I know. It will be
ban list is not what it is.
Brent
so I went to Boston.
There will be no ban for Brent.
Right. No, I went to Boston for Fan Expo. This is the con that Rican went to. You know how Rican did his whole like, oh, see, look at me, I'm at Fan Expo Boston.
Yeah, I did see the live. I did see.
Oh my god, I'm like, oh my god, I went to.
Don't bring that up.
Oh well, I mean, you know,
because then I'm gonna be asking you questions and you're not gonna answer me. So don't bring it up.
Okay, so I was there a different day from Rican. I was there on the Sunday. And I talked to Nakia and Catherine, and I asked them about the ban list, and Nakia was like, "You're not banned," because I went on her like Power Rangers playback, and she saw my name, and she knows that I'm not banned because she knows the ban list. And
maybe she took it off, or maybe you know what? I feel like they probably like retroactively, like now, like that they're seeing all this, they're like rewriting the ban list, and they
no. I think what happened was. She's like, this is a fake list. The list is Henry Resilient, one person that's unrelated. They did something, I don't know. And then Francis is on there. Because Nakia told me specifically Francis Rodriguez is banned.
So how is she going to go to the... Wait, so she's only going to go to the premiere? She can't set foot...
No, this is Ranger Stop. This is Ranger Stop.
Oh yeah.
Wait, that's a fake list, Brent? You saying right now?
The list that I was shown is a fake list, but the people are on there. Some of them are on the real one. Henry Roselli and Francis Rodriguez, and I don't blame them.
Who made the fake list though?
I think it was Karen's friend. Her name is Christy. She went on a power trip because Nakia said that, oh, the DJ's banned. No, he's not. All these people appeared on Henry's channel. So this
Collins was almost banned.
the DJ from Ranger Stop, not DJ Collins, but the DJ.
They try to bring in DJ Collins into
No. And then the security guard was banned
for DJ Collins and
No. But some people that appeared on Henry's channel, they were banned just for appearing on Henry's channel. So I was banned because I appeared on Henry's channel because
You were at the same con as Rican?
Not the same day. He was there on Saturday. I was there on Sunday because I know this
happen if you two met.
No, because Nakia and Catherine told me that he was there on Saturday. I actually talked to Nerd Talk while I was at the convention, and I told him that Nakia and Catherine said that Rican was there on Saturday, and then long behold, Rican has his video of him being at this convention, the Boston one.
Did they speak positively about Rican and
he said that Rican was just there. He showed up to their booth the previous day. Nothing positive or negative, but they just said that, oh, Francis Rodriguez is banned. Henry obviously is banned too. And then she
I feel like you just made some drama because they're gonna and that's what I'm saying, like they're gonna go and take this that you just said, and then they're gonna. I can already see it.
I mean, look. I mean, it's pretty common knowledge because they have been in Henry, his whatever spies or whatever told him
to confirm, like you directly being like, oh yeah, like Francis and Henry, like that's. I mean, it's kind of gotten
something
to
you should
that
talk
point
on your own
now, I
channel.
guess, where like the Henryverse, because I think that we've entered like a Rangerverse era of the Henryverse, where like I think the Rangerverse, I mean not the Rangerverse, the Ranger actors are a lot more like aware, I guess, of this whole thing.
Amy
which
Jo
will
was
also
aware.
tell you that this is kind of getting a little bit out of control. If that
it is. It's
happening.
getting out of control, and it's because of Francis. And I said it from the beginning. She's giving these voice recordings. This is how Henry is getting his credibility. The voice recordings, and people should ask the tough question. Francis, why did you give Henry a voice recording of JDF giving Walter $1,500? Why did you do that? What's the purpose of this, Francis? What is the purpose of this? Oh, to bring awareness of what? They're giving if there was no blackmail or extortion or whatever, why are you doing this? What's her answer going to be? I wonder what her answer is going to be. Oh, because the real answer is, oh, I need to give Henry. I'm only going to give him a portion so he can make up a story to smear Walter. That's probably the real reason. But there has to be. Oh, Brent talked about a situation where Walter confronted JDF. So I just we were looking at the recordings. It's actually worse. So that's why I gave Henry she'll make up some bullshit reason and she'll make it sound good. Look, go on Henry's channel if she ever talks about look how good she'll make it. The bullshit she spreads, how good she'll make it sound. If you put it on paper, it's all bullshit what she's saying. Why did you give that recording about Walter if it was for Zach him again? Why? What? If there's nothing bad about it, why are you giving these recordings? Why are you giving a recording to Henry about JDF saying that he believed his daughter something happened to her, and then you want to clean his hands when we ask questions? Oh, why were you doing conventions with Blake when you believe this? We can't ask these questions. If there's no solid evidence of thing being said, it's all speculation. At this point,
and even that, they don't like when people speculate and they take it like the wrong way. Because even like now, there's even some speculations with that whole thing that I have, but I don't even want to like say it just because like I know specifically like even people like Francis will be like, "How dare you? You have the gall to utter those words," and it's like. So I'm not even gonna say it, but there's like maybe I'll text it to you, Brian, later. but I can't help but think like about that specific point or argument, and I'm like,
She's just doing it to cause some trouble or maybe retribution because Blake has something on her. This is all speculation, but it's kind of like, what are you doing? And the reason I don't know if I said this, but the reason why I'm so petty about this is because I actually watched this content partially to get information to make informed, because the Zachary Taylor McGinnis situation, that was accurate. I'm not saying
no,
that
I
was
could see
accurate.
how you, personally would use the channel as that for sure, because you actively go to cons.
I
Like,
use that information with Zachary Taylor McGinnis, and Austin didn't disclose it to me. Barbara Goodson didn't disclose it to me. I found it out on Henry's channel, and it was accurate. And I told Barbara Goodson, I will not buy from you because you're supported by Zachary Taylor McGinnis. When you book independently, I will book from, but I will not buy from you because she didn't tell me this. I knew it from Henry's channel. And that is why I didn't support her at that particular moment. And that is why when Henry talked about months later after the Zachary Taylor McGinnis situation, about this Walter Jones situation where there's possible blackmail and extortion, Henry was like, don't you think there's an extortion going on here, Brent? Don't you think, can't you come to that conclusion? And I told Henry flat out, I need to see the whole tape. Because I'm not asking this just for drama. I'm asking this to say, if there's actual evidence of this, I want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, but I want me to make informed decisions. Okay, well, if Walter did this, perhaps I don't know him. Perhaps I'm going to support somebody else. Perhaps I'm not going to bid on a suit that he wore.
Yeah.
You see how dangerous this is?
Yeah, hold on,
this
guys.
Is why
hold
I'm
on.
petty. I'm petty.
Yeah.
Like, I'm obsessed. Oh, you guys almost and when I saw Walter's reaction at San Diego Comic-Con when he received that suit, I'm like, oh my god, what was I thinking?
She just told me to say this whole time. I've been texting like a few people, but boom, I've been texting Francis too. Boom, Francis, and she just gave me permission to read her text message out loud because she's watching right now.
Oh, she's watching. Okay.
She said, "LOL, Blake has nothing on me. LOL, nobody has anything on me. LOL, I released the Blake shit because he was talking shit about me, so I'm petty as hell. LOL, you can say all this if you want to." I asked the question, "Can I say it's you that said it?" Question mark, question mark. She said, "I don't care." Yep. So boom.
Okay.
That's
so she released something, speculation from Jason David Frank about, I believe based on what I see that this happened. And it was just kind of like, okay, where's we want to look, I don't want to see this video. Like, let's make a distinction here. I don't want to see video of this evidence if it I don't want to see that. But if that's the evidence that you have to definitively prove something, it has to be released, because people are making decisions about supporting Blake Foster. It's about supporting people, cons who bring in Blake Foster. If that evidence is present, Francis, if there's actual footage of Blake and Aaron doing that criminal behavior with Sky, release that video. I'm not telling you to release a video just for drama.
Like, at this point, personally, I'm just ready, like, if all this shit is true about Blake, for him to go to jail, because also, like, all these allegations just floating around, because apparently, according to Henry, Blake's kids, and I've seen pictures of them. I mean, I'm not saying, go look up Blake's kids or his Instagram or whatever, but he's posted them himself on his social media. They're of an age that could probably come and see these streams, and according to Henry, they do. So it's like, I'm sure it's doing something to their psyche if they just keep hearing, these claims about their dad. And you're right, they're never really like proven per se. It's all like these messages, all these voice recordings, and it kind of all muddies the water. So at the end of the day, like, I mean, it's I just need for consequences to actually happen, because he keeps getting booked. I mean, he's not in jail. I mean, and
it's to fool the fan. It's to fool the average fan, to mislead them. And then Francis is gonna be like, "Oh, I never said it was fact." But what? Then why are you releasing it Why are you releasing these? Oh, just to get back at Blake. Well, you're not really concerned. I've heard speculation. There's actual video evidence that this happened. I think it's not true because it should have been released by now. But if there is, we need to, as fans, we need to know this. And if there is actual video evidence, we need to see it, because if there is a con that a con books Blake Foster, let's just say hypothetically, maybe I would consider not supporting that convention if there's concrete evidence. But there's no, it's all this speculation. Oh, he said this. Oh, so it must be true. Come on now. JDF has said flat out that I don't take money. I don't do conventions for money. Yet you have another video of him collecting Tammy, demanding people to give money. It's just ridiculous. And then you hear that, oh, I didn't do Power Rangers for money. I was just grateful for the job. Then you see Doug Salone having multiple accounts of JDF literally putting in a notebook of how much bragging to Doug Salone how much money he makes. I mean, like there's so much inconsistency here, and it's just kind of like at this point, the video evidence needs to be released, or it's just speculation. But I think Frances, smart woman. I've said this to her face, and I'm gonna say it now. Smart woman, she knows what she's doing. She knows that she's fooling the average fan. And if I were to meet her, she'll probably admit this implicitly. Oh yeah, like the average fan, they don't know, and she don't care. And it's just unfortunate that people are going to think that Blake Foster did something when there's no concrete evidence of this.
Yeah, they're really bombarding like Blake Foster.
Oh yeah,
at this point, I really don't know what to believe, because like, I mean, at the end of the day, like the facts is that this guy hasn't gone to jail yet. There hasn't been like, oh, a family member, or like, you know what I mean? Like, there hasn't been enough evidence to really like, and going back to the whole reality, like her coming back and booting up a stream and saying, hey, let's go to Henry's and rally and, end Blake Foster. Yeah, I think that's like taking it a little too far. I'm all about accountability. I mean, that I'll give Henry his flowers where he deserves them. I mean, yeah, some of the coverage, especially if he is quote unquote scamming fans or taking advantage of, or however you want to put it, that is wrong.
Okay, but do y'all want to hear Francis' rebuttal? I'm sorry, Rebel. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Sure.
Francis' rebuttal to all that was just said is, I never said it was a fact. It's all speculation. None of us were there. Sky showed Jason enough evidence that he believed her. I'm not going to release and go to jail. LOL. Henry has shown transactions about Blake's scams, not just text. I never said I have video evidence of the essay. Hey, here's the thing, Francis. It's not essay. It's grape. It's 100% grape.
Grape.
Yeah, it's real. That's a difference, big difference. But okay, but that was someone else. Okay, that was someone else. She say, I don't lie. Why hasn't he come after me if I'm lying? LOL.
Wait, but I do want to know if Sky was ever like contacted in any way, shape, or form by either Henry or Francis about this story. Like, did they ever say, hey, we are about to come out with something and it involves you and it involves the statutory, whatever, I'm not even going to say.
Yeah.
That's
a good question. That's
it's like that never gets brought up. Like if they ask Sky herself, or like if anybody asks Sky, like, hey, can we make this public? Is this something? Because you don't know what that's gonna do to her mental health. Like having.
She said it was a lie.
Yeah, she just said I don't talk to Sky. She said I don't talk to
Sky. It's 100% false.
I guess that you don't talk to Sky, but maybe somebody should have. Maybe not necessarily Francis should have gone over there and said, hey, Sky. Obviously not, but I mean somebody. One of these moderators, hey, somebody saying like, hey, heads up, because it's like, I don't know.
That's her assault.
If that happened to me, or if I was involved in any situation like that, I don't know if I would just want my story out there like that without my consent, Like even if there's so many like
that's a good point.
With all this that I just, it needs to be handled with a lot more care than what it is being handled at the moment.
Because if they truly were concerned about Sky's well-being, like look, I don't know her, but I'm not going to pretend that I know her because I don't. But I'm just saying, if you truly are concerned about her well-being, then you would have contacted her But if you say that you don't,
I would think.
you would
I mean,
think,
that's,
right?
I would think that would be the sensible thing. Like, if I'm gonna like release something about you that happened while you were underage, allegedly, you would have to be contacted. You know what I mean? Like, I can't.
Right. And what about the dad? What about the
'Cause he's
person
not even here to like. I don't know, and I don't want to like piss off anybody to be like plastered on a stream like, oh, look at this gay. You know what I
Look,
mean?
the
I mean, like,
dynamite. You'll be
I
on the
already
stream, and then
see
you'll
it.
have all the Pokemon, like the characters in the background, like looking down on you, frowning at you. I mean, look, AI could do amazing things, but I'm
You
just
know, I'm
saying,
gonna be ran through AI and
like
like.
the Snorlaxes will be all frowning, and then the Pikachu would be like staring at you. Cause no, I'm saying that because you're that's what you're showing me on the screen. It's just kind of like, what about the dad? That the person she trusted, evidence of what? Evidence that she had communications. What evidence? See, Francis does this trick of double meaning. Evidence. Sky had evidence. She could say that with her chest. Sky had evidence. Evidence of what? Evidence of a crime being committed, or evidence of text messages being said. Francis does this very well. She misleads people with her passionate saying of words. Oh, I have receipts of what? Receipts that you went shopping, and you're going to present that as if you have receipts of Walter Jones committing extortion. What receipts do you have? What evidence do you have? What evidence does Sky present that caused her father to believe? It's the word believe. It's not even that it's evidence that you can definitively conclude that a crime was committed. Evidence of what? Oh, that she communicated with Blake. Okay. What evidence is presented? And Francis says she doesn't have video evidence. Then what evidence do we have to go off of? Blake denies it. Sky denies it. I mean, at some
based
point,
on what she just told Ty, like she's. I mean, and I didn't even want to like, cause it's so. I can't.
it's just kind of like at some point you have to think, well, this is just something to and then throw it cause some drama or whatever, because if you are concerned about Sky's well-being, you would have contacted her. But if you don't care about her well-being, then why are we discussing this? Why are we? Apparently, JDF didn't care enough about his own daughter's well-being because he did a PMC with Blake. Oh, what? Oh, Frank's gonna say, oh, he cares about his fans and he cares about Legend of the White. Oh, the fans that pay him money. Oh, you care about the movie. Oh, to satisfy his own ego, his vanity project. Sounds like greed to me. I mean, at some point.
I'm waiting for her to see what. Okay, boom. Okay. I'm Francis right now, so I just let her know she's.
she's up late.
Yeah, she's confirming everything I'm saying. She's supposed to be in bed right now, but hey, it is what it is. She said, "I don't talk to Sky. Sky and I are not on good terms because of what she did to my brother."
Well, we know that. We know the whole lore, Francis. Yeah, we know that. Yeah, that's apparent in the Henry.
Okay, Sky has told many people about the Blake situation, people in the community, every time she drinks, and that's sad. I truly think Sky is a victim. The story was going to come out with or without me. Sky told a promoter. Sky denies it on behalf of Blake, but she has told many people, including her partners. And she said,
well, yeah, but even right off the bat, like she already mentioned that Sky was inebriated in some of these settings. So she can't really give consent to have it. Even if she did say it, she can't really consent at that point to be like, oh yeah, go and make a stream about this, or like go make this public. I mean, it still goes back to that conversation of like, even if that all is true, like that she herself said it, like that comes from a place of like damage and like hurt, so I don't think you can then say, oh, like let's take her word for it, or like it's just all complicated. I just wouldn't, like, you know what I mean, like.
And she said, I don't control Henry, LOL.
You don't control Henry.
Always like kind of hide behind that. I don't like in this whole Henryverse with some of these big pillars that, oh, I didn't say go do it. Oh, I don't control these people. I don't control my mods. I don't. It's like, well, but you stand by them, to be honest. And I mean,
She said they need to bring it up with Henry. Here's the thing, Francis. anytime someone brings anything up to Henry, then they become obsessed. They become a roach king. They become, you know what I mean? When they have
Or some
valid
heinous
arguments.
stuff too, because I don't even know if Francis saw, now that she's over here seeing the stream, what Henry and TJ try to pull on me. It was that I even brought
Crazy.
up earlier too, and I'm like, so you can't really bring shit up to Henry because, yeah, I mean, like you just can't.
Look, Francis knows the dynamics of the Power Rangers actors, the power of Jason David Frank. She knows that Walter, Alden, and Keith, they're not going to make issue of what she's doing. She knows the power dynamic. Her being Jason David Frank's assistant matters much more than she will publicly admit. She has a lot of influence in the community. If she says this allegation, she can say, "Well, I didn't say it was fact." But why are you releasing it then? You're doing it to cause people to think a certain way about Blake. You know what you're doing, Francis.
Oh, yeah,
you're a smart woman. You know what you're doing. Because I go to these comments. I know that they are. If Jason David Frank says it, I believe it,
She says,
and I will
be
take that as
beefing with
fact.
Henry. She says,
She
I
know-
beef with Henry just like anyone else. I did not know about Dynamite. And I be beefing with some of the mods. Facts. That's a fact though. She does beef with the mods over shit.
She beats over the mods, but she refuses to call out Henry for lying, even though the credibility is the crux of his entire channel. Facts over feelings. TMZ of Power Rangers, holding Power Rangers accountable. I hear these slogans, and it's like, Francis, the lie he told about Walter is critical. If people know that he lied about him, people can make informed decisions about the credibility of Henry Resilient. But you don't want to do that because you know that Henry's channel, he's spreading propaganda that you agree with. So you are willing to support him, even though you know deep down inside that he lied about Walter. And I bet you, if you were to meet Walter at PMC, you would. Look, I'm not saying that you're going to be there, but let's say or another convention.
No, hey, I'll give her that. I'll give her this. She just made a point here. She said, "I did call out Henry. Henry
No, you
said
did not.
that he still believes the money was for Walter."
No,
I've
she
said
did
it
not.
multiple times.
No, she when Henry said that the money was for Walter's guarantee and for JDF to stop saying that he's blackballing Walter, she told Henry days before that the money was for Zachary Taylor McGinnis, and she needs to say that he flat out lied. It's not he was misinformed. You're giving him. There's a critical difference between being misinformed and flat out lying. She knows she won't. She will not. She refuses to call out Henry for flat out lying because she has said on this channel that
she just said in the DM, and boom, she just said, "I 100% did recently."
No, she said January 11th through the 14th of 2024. Before Henry made that stream, the money was for Zachary Taylor McGinnis. Because she said it in the stream before Henry made that initial comment, and she won't come out and say that he lied. Ridiculous. She wants to absolutely ridiculous.
She said 100%. Henry said it.
Henry said what?
What did Henry say? She said Brent doesn't watch all the lives.
Oh, I watched. No. I watched all the lives. Henry said that in the recording that Francis gave me, I hear the JDF give what I believe to be $1,500 to pay for Walter's guarantee, and for JDF to stop telling people that I'm blackballing him at conventions, almost word for word. And this was said on January 26th of 2024, and I watched that entire stream, and there was no mention of Zachary Taylor McGinnis. You went on this stream and said between January 11th and 13th or 14th, you told Henry the correct information 100%, that it was for Zachary Taylor McGinnis. So come on, Francis, do better. You know damn well that Henry was lying.
Well, that whole story was a little wishy-washy because I do remember like when they covered that story, and I never really got like that whole like it wasn't specifically explicitly like like stated you know, this happened. It was always like, oh, you know, like the $1,500, and it was the focus was mainly on the $1,500 themselves. It wasn't about like, oh, what actually happened. It was just
Right.
about the fact that there were 1,500. That was the takeaway from that whole like story arc. It was just the fact that there's something about $1,500 going somewhere because of something.
It was modeled. They modeled it
But it
well.
wasn't like you don't leave with that story like with your brain being like, oh yeah, this money was for Walter or this money was for no. You just more so kind of like
Muddy the waters.
about like something
Try to
about
mislead.
Walter, something about ASG or something about JDF.
Yep.
This $1,500 and something about a promoter or something, but you don't really leave the story with like a clear, definitive like.
Because it's
this is
definitive
what
manipulation.
happened.
This is what they're doing. And Francis, since you're here, Henry flat out said when Walter said, "Oh, that's Henry's line. The money was not for his guarantee. It was for somebody. It was for Zachary Taylor McGinnis." Henry was like, "Oh, you guys don't like the history that's being presented." And then when Henry says, "Oh, if JDF gave Walter $1,500 in exchange for silence," you know what Francis said? Correct. How could people like this is January 31st, 2024, and guess what, Francis? I watched those streams, those live streams. I was present. And you want to call me obsessed, but you're gonna accuse me of not watching the live
around
stream?
the time like you were not even because you were in those Brent Family Matter skits.
Yeah, and I disagreed with them.
That whole thing was because of you, like that your name kind of rolled off that. You know,
and I disagreed with them, but it's kind of like you could disagree. Like I didn't know the extent of the manipulation, so I was open when Francis confirmed that when Henry said that JDF gave Walter $1,500 in exchange for silence. When she said correct, she was confident. So what she is saying is that it is correct that JDF gave Walter $1,500 in exchange for silence. And what is Francis going to say? Oh, I thought he meant Zachary Taylor McGinnis. Okay, then Francis, then you need to call out Henry and say that you flat out lied. But she won't do that. So I'm going to assume that she was complicit and knew what was going on. And
she said, I said it. She said, I said it to Henry. There's a live stream not even a month ago. Well, maybe a month ago. Pay attention, Brent. Henry chooses what he releases, not me. I promised Walter not to release the whole tape. Keeping my promise.
Francis, like, the fact that you're even saying that it happened a month ago, I think that's might be around the time where Henry started making all these like streams members only. So that's not really fair because I mean we're not.
This happened 2 years ago.
To the
2 years ago.
Henryverse, setup or whatever.
Look, she's trying to fool all of you. She's too smart for this. I've met her. She's way too smart for this. She knows what she's doing. And the reason why I'm speaking up because what she's releasing these recordings, trying to fool fans. Come on now. This was 2 years ago, and now Henry made a stream a month ago.
Well, see, this thing, I don't think like necessarily people like or some people want to fool anyone. I think like sometimes people just get clouded, like their judgment based on personal feelings, personal experiences. Because I'm sure, like Frances, every day she wakes up, she sees her house, she probably like thinks of JDF, like, oh, like I have this house because, of my time and you know what I mean? Like I was able, because she said it, like in streams and stuff that he like helped her with the down payment. So it probably is personal for her in that way. So I don't think she's necessarily trying to fool fans on purpose. I just think she is trying to like preserve his legacy. But sometimes there might be a conversation about like your actions and what you think is right, and maybe perhaps what you're actually doing.
Right.
But that's different or another conversation.
Because Henry is the coverage is mostly pro JDF. So when I talked about the cocaine, when I called him a crackhead, when I said if you look at the toxicology report, he's the state of Texas, most people would conclude that JDF was committing a crime by being in possession of cocaine. Ban, because that narrative, people can make that conclusion for themselves. In the state of Texas, they are extremely tough on drugs. JDF would know this, but he chose to do cocaine anyway. You know how we know this? Because there's a police report.
Shit.
There is a police report saying that there is cocaine. There is the police. They're not going to put something in a police report and say it's cocaine. Like if you go to New Orleans, they're not going to say, "Oh, someone with powdered sugar on their face. They have cocaine. Let's arrest them." No, they're trained to see that a cocaine.
But you're seeing it right
cocaine.
now with the whole Hayden Panettiere coverage.
Right.
And I don't even want to like draw parallels,
Right.
but they're being transparent about like, the Narcan that was in the room. And they're not over there saying like, oh, well, it might have been another box or it might have been something else. No, they're saying like, no, this was in the room.
Right, because it's in a police report, and there's penalties for lying. You cannot lie on a police report because there's so much trust that we all put in the public into when the police take cocaine from the hotel room JDF was at in as evidence. I'm going to assume, I'm going to take that as fact. I'm sorry. Toxicology report. The doctor
are looking at Hayden Panettiere, because like a lot of people that are remembering her are the opinion like, yeah, she had her demons, she had her moments, she had her slip-ups, and but you know what, she still remember fondly and people still love her. You know what I mean? Like I look at some of her interviews because I really remember fondly of Hayden Panettiere from Nashville. I remember I saw the whole thing, but anyways, with that being said, like I definitely like didn't like some of the stuff she was saying in like her last interviews. Some of the things
there was signs there that she was struggling.
I'm not gonna take it out on her and be like, oh, because I knew she was struggling. So you know what I mean? I can look at things, with an objective eye. I don't necessarily have to look at, the end of her life and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make a big judgment and just pigeonhole her to that. You know what I mean? I think that's, what a lot of people should do with JDF. Like, at the end of his life, he was found with cocaine, and that's unfortunate. But bringing that up does not negate, like, his performance in the Power Rangers and, like, how he's probably the coolest ranger of them all and stuff like that. Both things can be true.
Right. Both things can be true, but the thing is they want to wag their finger at ASJ for pleading guilty and being a convicted felon. Look, and I say these things freely because these are facts. I'm sorry. He pled guilty. He's a convicted felon, but that does not take away if people want to still support him.
No,
that does not take away.
I feel that because I give ASJ his flowers where they're due. I seen this Ninja Kids BS that just dropped a week or whatever ago, and I gave ASJ his flowers. I said, no, these people, somebody should throw a cheeseburger at all of them because they look out of place.
Right.
Because when you look at the original Mighty Morphin season and you look at ASJ, the arms alone weigh more than all these Ninja Kids put together. And so the physicality, I mean, whether or not ASJ kept it up, whether or not he's a felon now or whether or not, but he did the thing when it was needed.
I don't think anybody ever like have the ASJ, every fan film, they don't have the physics.
No, not even Jason David Frank. I think
even Unworthy.
Jason David Frank didn't even have it. And I asked Doug Salone in the interview, the Power Rangers playback, and I asked him specifically, did JDF ever audition for the Red Ranger? And he didn't answer the question. I noticed, and maybe it was a coincidence, but I'm speculating there was some drama between those two. But I speculate that JDF wanted to be, I think he wanted to be the Red Ranger, but Austin got the role. I think there's some resentment there that he wanted to be the Red Ranger. This is all speculation, of course.
I think that would have happened with anyone. If you take ASJ and JDF out of the equation, but you keep the same plot lines, the same storylines in MMPR, you put anyone there, they will have beef. So that was inevitable. I think that, you know what I mean? Like, it's the same thing with Vin Diesel and The Rock in Fast and the Furious. They have beef because of the plot line. Because, you know what I mean? Like, and they even had their contract explicitly state, like, we cannot lose to each other in a fight. It has to either be a draw or something happens where the fight gets split. But we cannot contractually, like, lose to another to where, like, oh, he's better than me. Like, there's stuff like that in Hollywood. So egos, and think about it. Like, these people are, like, the most attractive people they found on the street at the time, because it was non-union, and said, "Hey, come be a Power Ranger." I mean, that already has ego to add to the fire as it is. So I mean, it's a
Right.
recipe for that type of stuff.
Right, and you read Doug Salone's book, and he talks about JDF's mental health struggles were apparent at that time, and I think that really compounded things. This is why when Doug Salone came out, Francis was like, "Why didn't you come out in 2021 or 2020?" People, I think it could be true both at this. Two things can be true at the same time. You could be telling the truth, and you could want to sell books. And let's be real here. There's nothing going on in Power Rangers.
Well,
so
for
this
the
is the
truth
best.
to be spread, you have to be selling books, especially if that's your medium of choice that you're gonna go with. The book has to sell for the truth to get out. So if you're intentional, like, or if your intention is to get the truth out there, then you do have to kind of play this game of like marketing and like
Marketing.
you know what I mean, for it to come out and for you to like propagate that. So I mean, those things, like, not only is it, oh, both things can be true, but they go in tangent, because that's the reality that we live in.
Right. So he didn't release it in before JDF's death because there were still Power Rangers going on, and you don't, and his book might get in the way, and it's just kind of, or not, the show might get in the way of sales, but that doesn't mean that what Doug Salone is saying is a lie. It's just, and Doug Salone's life. I mean, I know he's mostly associated with being JDF advocate, but he has a life of his own. He is his own person. So whether JDF is alive or dead, his life, he could tell his own. This is his story, and his story can be told regardless of circumstances of other people. His life does not revolve around Jason David Frank, although he talks about it in the book, because as his role as his acting coach, director, producer, he has an insight, but his life story is not exclusively Jason David Frank. So why should he have to take his circumstances into account? Because Doug Salone, I mean, people might want to spin as a JDF user. He's using JDF for clout. He has a life of his own. He was a director of the show, like many shows, and it's just kind of like, that's my response, because I saw Francis' criticism, and I'm thinking to myself, he has a life of his own. He does not revolt. What he's saying can be true, and he could be selling books at the same time. It's just like, so that's just, I just remember this, and it just.
But I think naturally, like a Francis per se and a Doug Salone are gonna be at odds, in regards to JDF, because it's two different points in JDF life. So you have one point here being Doug Salone, where he was this acting coach, you're telling me, and the MMPR season from 1993, that's the time that they know each other from going forward. But Francis is right here in the tail end of his life, the last 12, 13 years of his life, where a lot of growing was done, a lot of things, I mean, I grow in 5 years, like, so much, that I can't even, like, I look back at pictures and I'm like, oh, that really was me 5 years ago. So I can't imagine, like, people were telling me what the con scene started coming up in 2008, 2009. Yeah, so from 1993 to 2008, around that time, a lot of things could have changed. And so, I mean, I can only imagine what it's like for Francis to kind of like have that kind of confliction. Because, like I said, this is somebody that knew him at a different point of his life. And then Francis got to enjoy JDF, at a more mature point of his life. And I mean, but it is valid. I mean, I know people can learn and grow, but I mean, when you are a celebrity, I mean, you have to kind of grow up faster, if you know what I mean. Because even if you're in a show and you're 16, 17, that can have a long lasting impact on your life. And we see it with some of these Ranger actors. So yeah, I mean, I think that's the nuance that I kind of want to just point out with that whole, like, Doug Salone and Francis and the clashing opinions.
Yeah.
'Cause I think
This
that's
will
where
come
it
up in
boils
PMC
down to.
because he's gonna be at PMC. He announced this already because I found out that he was gonna be at PMC. I think Nakia told me on the Sunday, and then the Monday they made the announcement. So it didn't take very long for the news to come out. But it was kind of like, yeah, he's gonna be there, and there's gonna be a lot of JDF fans. And I think Ko makes a good point. It's not a tell all JDF. That's not how it's advertised. It's his experience. But he was the acting coach, he was the producer. JDF trusted him. This is his perspective. And a lot of it is not, I don't know if, I think Ko's read the whole book or has gone through the majority of it. Like I have a few chapters actually that I need to get through, but it's just kind of like, it's not complimentary. Doug Sloan was not a yes man. There's a lot, he talks about the mental health struggles that were present. I mean, this is all hindsight, but they were present. He writes in this is not a secret. People could read it in the book. He had a lot of mental health struggles. So,
and then a lot of things can be interpreted differently. Like you might interpret reading a line from the book differently than Francis and Ko. Like it's like the Bible. Like you can have different interpretations of it. I mean, I'm sure there's facts or like there's things that he like says, oh, this was factual or whatever, but then everything else around it, you kind of do make your own conclusions. And I think that's what the book is for, you know what I mean? I think it is to kind of have like sort of this dialogue, sort of this kind of conversation. And yeah, I mean, it's doing its thing. It's making the conversation, it's getting people riled up in good or bad ways. So I think that it's doing what I guess Doug Salone intended it to do.
Okay, now one thing that Frances just said, she just said, "Oh, and the reason why she was supposed to be going to sleep." She said, "Tell Brent we'll continue arguing extreme kisses," but
Aww.
she said, "Oh, and the reason why I don't trust Doug Salone is because other Ranger actors said he was one of the people who attacked David Yost and other bad things too. I'm not a secret. It's not a secret that Jason had mental health issues."
Hey, I would criticize David Yost too. So what is my credibility ruined too?
Like I think she's
attacked.
Is she implying that? But like back in the day or like.
No, because I read in the book he is very critical of David Yost. Oh, he says that.
Oh, what does he allude to?
He says that he complains that he didn't want to do the show anymore. Yet he comes back, and then he talks about he's being demanding, a diva, criticized his wife at a convention. And in the interview, he says that David Yost, he got the demanding side. So yes, Francis is right that Doug Sloan is very critical of David Yost, and quite frankly, I believe him. Because I believe him.
Everyone has their opinions, and not only that, but I mean, some of these things, I don't even know David Yost like that. But
that's my thing. I think
I do have the same sentiments, like the diva-isms, like even being in the community like that, and him being in the community, like I pick up on those things. And David Yost does give me like very like diva vibes. Like he reeks of that.
You've never met him, have you?
No, but just on the screen, like that's what I mean, though. So that's
I've looked him in the eye,
and even some of the interactions with you, some of the interactions with you that I've seen David Yost, I'm like,
we're going to hash that out. We're going to hash it out. We're going to do the extended version of the situation.
Get that money, Tyrell. Let's get you monetized. Look, we're being transparent here. We're not about like passion over profits. No, we are here to get you monetized. Watch hours. We're almost 6 hours, right? We get you monetized because you destroyed Henry's credibility with what you did, and I'm here to repay you. You think I want to be here past midnight? Oh, please. But I'm here to repay. So people want to say, Tyrell's just using Brent for money. Oh, hell yes, he is. And I'm here for it. So Tyrell, get your coin.
Time out. Why would anyone say that? I genuinely enjoy Brent's company. Like, for real.
But hey, of course, two things can be true at the same time. You could be passionate of what you're doing, and you could be looking to make a profit and to get your channel monetized.
I never really thought about it, to be honest with you. Like, to be
Right.
real with you, I don't be thinking about it. A lot of people have come to me and be like, "Hey, we need to get your channel monetized." Brent being one of the
Yes.
beautiful human being, even Francis, but Francis has a little ulterior motive. You know, you do, but we ain't gonna speak on that.
David Yost. I mean, look, this David Yost thing is long over for me. Like
Yeah,
when I
she's
confronted him
alluding
face
to
to
it.
face, that was the conclusion. When I confronted him, looked him in the eye, and saw that bullshit, that awful person in the face, and told him he was a bully. That was the conclusion for me.
Yeah,
Because
he's saying that she's talking about that he was one of the people that attacked him for being gay.
That's what I was getting at earlier. Yeah.
Oh,
that's what I mean. Yeah,
really?
I know. I think she's
Yeah.
alluding to like back then. Like,
Yeah.
oh, well, that's.
She just confirmed.
Does she have proof of this? I mean,
she said she talked to Power Rangers actors. You know what I mean?
oh, which ones? David Yost? David Yost. Like,
if you want to confirm or deny that, she said, "Oh, okay, now I'm going to sleep." But if you want to confirm or deny who you was talking to and who said
Part
this,
2, and we're doing the David Yost stream right probably next week. Yeah,
Broken
so
Path.
we'll do a part 2. Get you monetized. Another 6 hours. Let's do this.
Broken Path,
Like, I want
part
to have
2.
the clips, have the cover, have the just
phone
have the
conversations.
we're gonna be there.
Hey, I
will be
secretly
there.
record someone who surrounded me. Oh, Brian, why'd you secretly record someone? Oh, yeah, this co-owner. His name's Keith Tyrell. You have the recording. He surrounds me, and then people are going to complain. Why'd you secretly record him? Oh, please! I could have given them hell. I could have reported them to take legal action. But I said to myself, you know what? This is not worth it. Because it's a weak case. It didn't get to the point where they were touching me. You have to prove damages.
That has never been seen before, Brent. We've never seen because I don't think
the phone conversation with I think it was disclosed, but not the full. I don't think Henry wanted to disclose. I gave it to Tyrell. He has the full. My conversation with Keith. Did you listen to it, Tyrell? Did you listen to the Yes, you did. Yes, you did. So he knows that when I told Keith, why'd you surround me? Or why was I surrounded? And he openly admitted, I was one of the people that was surrounding you. He was talking so casual. I'm like, God damn.
It was wild to me. Like,
now I kind of want people to ask Doug Stallone about this, like if it really was one of the people, because it's not necessarily like personal to me, but so I do remember in that interview him being or going on about he had a roommate that had
AIDS. He wouldn't be the one to do it.
Yeah, so I mean, I just would want to hear about that. Maybe if he did, then maybe had a change of. That's what I mean. Even when I said hey, Francis met him at the end of his life per se. There's a lot of change and a lot of growth. There's a lot of people that used to be homophobic and stuff like that, and then they become the biggest allies. That's what you would want in the community, to have that sort of impact, for somebody to be something and then change and be hey, this is me now. So I don't think that's good to not necessarily weaponize, but to bring up in that sort of manner, because even if that was true, Doug Stallone could have that
it's just a smear,
that change. Because you know what though, I have seen people allege that JDF was also being mean to. I'm not saying that I believe this, but I have seen other fans on Facebook comment talking about JDF apparently would put flies or something in David Yost's food.
Yes, that's true. That's true. I mean, obviously David confirmed this, but I mean,
here's the thing. She just said, I do believe about the David Yost situation with Brent, but I think both DY and the Con are equally to blame. David Yost and the Con are both of them
equally to blame.
Ooh.
Well, she has to believe it. I mean, what you want me? You want the Con footage? The picture of the convention. This is in Chattanooga, so if you want to visit the convention, if you want the whole a picture of the parking lot, the elevator, the escalator I was going up, the booth where David Yost was situated, you can get the full context. Chattanooga Convention Center. It's in Tennessee. So if you want the full context, just go to Chattanooga Convention Center. You could it's the address. You could look it up. But she believes it because the evidence is irrefutable. I mean, you think I hired a forensic specialist just to provide Henry content? No, just I care about the fans being aware because I am a fan, and it would be a shame if David Yost was able to manipulate or treat another fan unjustly because I did not release the full footage and there was doubt there. So I said I'll spend it was hundreds of dollars. I said I'm going to do it. And you have the whole footage. You have the conversation with both con owners, the credit card receipts. I mean, but they're equally to blame. David Yost is the one who gave them the authority to do it. He's the one. The blame is on him.
That, but I don't like this whole narrative of like, oh, let's apologize to David Yost, because based on like my professional customer service experience, which I do have a bachelor's of science for, because these people are over here doing these little background checks or alluding to the fact that they've done them. Yeah, I mean, like David Yost was unprofessional in that setting. Like, you know, that's not how you handle like an issue. Like when you're a manager or a customer service manager at a big establishment, like let's say at a resort, you know what I mean? You are bound to run into people that have issues that are going to be like screaming at you. They're going to be like yelling, even like threatening you, and you have to keep your composure. And I do remember seeing like David Yost like just lose his cool, like not to make it a pun, because I think that was one of his episodes or something like that in the Mighty Morphin season. But yeah, like you can definitely tell that like the diva-isms were there even the second time. Like when you approached him, this is what I would have done. I would have been like, hey Brent, calm down. I know you're upset. I know you're upset. We can talk about it. We don't have to make a whole scene. But for him to just like sit back in the booth, like in his throne, and like
and he said, I'm lying.
Yeah, it's like the people around you can kind of see that you're not really trying to diffuse the situation. You're more so being like standoffish, and that from a customer service point is really not. So when I hear like, oh, we gotta apologize to David Yost, not really, because he's wrong in that situation on that fact alone of like that customer service aspect alone.
Not to mention the
fact of like
now,
what you did or didn't do.
Francis said that I don't think she said, I don't think Brent would lie about that situation. Same with the Karen Ashley situation, and he has no proof of that. And she said, okay, I'm going to sleep now.
That's another one that I criticized justly, not necessarily for her forehead or whatever the fuck, but because she doesn't have customer service skills. That's another one that I can quickly pick up on, like, oh, this girl, yeah, she's lacking customer service skills, which, I mean, I guess to be a con, you don't necessarily have to have them, but you will run into issues, you know what I mean, with that if you don't have them.
Facts. But she said, but the con security chose to be violent with Brent. When Brent is the least violent, Brent is the least threatening man I've ever met.
Is okay.
Yeah, and that whole thing too is not very good for the cons, because like that kind of sends a message of like, hey, you are perceived in any way out of line. Even if it's
they're out of business, they're out of business, by the way. And I think Tyrell, I sent you the messages from the head of security at that time. He tried to justify what he was doing. He said I was erratic in my actions. I'm like, of course I was. I said I told them I'm not deleting this. I paid for this. I gave them an attitude. Like, no. That's not how I'm not doing that. No, so they went back and forth, and they brought mermaid security. Tyrell, I sent you the picture of the mermaid security, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Because they brought Jody Benton's security guard over to me. I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, I mean, it was overly like exploded on their part for sure. Because like, I think that sort of movement requires if like maybe some of the con attendees or even some of these con guests, like maybe they got accosted or like maybe some, you know what I mean? Like that warrants that type of movement of like, hey, get this guy. He just accosted somebody, or like, hey, but for you, it's like, no, like if he really would have wanted to like handle this, you know, not himself, David Yost, and be that diva that I know he is, he could have sent the con owner himself and been like, hey, you know, like to kind of diffuse the situation, be like, hey, Brent, I know you just had an interaction with David Yost. You know, was it good? And maybe kind of talk, kind of easy. Like I'm looking at it from like that point of view. Like if I was like the con owner, and I wanted to kind of do that customer service steps, because when you are in customer service, there's like certain, like they call them actually like steps of service when you're trying to diffuse
Ray's
like
here. She
situations.
said, "Link me. I got time today."
Oh my
What?
god, let's go. I'm already
Everybody
kind of
who do
tired.
not want the smoke, I would tell you get off of the
Yeah, 'cause I'm
screen
already
right now. If
This
you
is
don't
gonna
want,
be Brent and Ian for sure. I don't know if yeah,
facts,
but
we here
this,
for
yeah,
it. She got time today.
I would
Look
have
at
had
her.
energy like at the very beginning when I cammed
Now
up, but now
remember
it's already
now.
like
Remember, Saggy Melons, I am not a monetized
I'm not
channel,
about to
so you're
wake up
coming over
my
here.
neighbors right now, and I'm not about to
Hold on, I'm eating right now. I will come
crazy on
back.
here.
Handle your business.
But
Handle your
but
business,
she can go
hero.
back to the well, you know, she can't because she has me blocked, but whatever. But
We chilling.
you
Come
guys
on.
can handle that. I'll let you guys handle that.
She
Right.
cool. Man, Ray
Yeah,
knows no
I'll be right
hard
back.
feelings with
I
her,
will be
but
right
you
back.
know, we
Right.
about to get spicy like the old days. Come on.
Okay, TV time. Let me get
Yeah,
my
I will be
popcorn,
right back.
guys.
Okay.
Come on,
Popcorn.
man.
Okay.
I gave it a link. Come through. You heard me? Yeah. She said I never blocked you, Dynamite. That's funny.
Well, well then whenever you had a conversation with Brent on your channel, then why can't I see it?
It's probably the mods. They did it.
Somebody's blocking me somewhere.
Right. And
And
same
I don't know.
with
Same with
Ian.
me
They
too.
blocked him too.
Same with me. I'm blocked.
So that's why. So that's why the
I'm like, I don't
conversation.
even think I'm saying
'cause-
anything crazy like that. Like, you know, but other people are like, and that's what I'm saying. I don't even want to like get into it like
Right,
that.
because yeah, I mean, she's gonna come up here and then tell me to get over it. What's the end goal? I mean, this is just ridiculous. I mean, and
But I'm kind of ready for it though. Like I kind of have.
because look, it's fair
I'm
game.
gonna-
Francis, she mocks me. Like, look, this is not. She claims. Look, it's just part of it, you know.
She said, "No, I'm calm. We're gonna have a productive conversation right
There are
now."
things y'all wanted me to address. I know, girl, but it's late. Like I really can't be doing all this like right now. Like
I mean,
I get it,
unless
like, you kind of came in a little late.
I'm here
like,
for it.
they're here
I mean,
for
that's
it.
what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah,
and honestly,
let's
it was
just hope-
honestly Brent and Ian that was supposed to be on here like
Sure.
that. So
I'm just chilling.
Okay, so I'll be back. It's so let me know when she comes back. I mean,
She said y'all could take y'all lickings. That's fucking funny. I gave you the link. Look up. Raven. Is your name Raven? I'm gonna call you Raven for right now. Look, boom, yeah, Francis, you done went to sleep at the wrong time. Well, guys, boom, hold on. Shameless plug, real fast. Since she's here, I can't. Oh wait, hold on. I can't see the link. What? Someone please send if you guys are still in the chat, like send Ray the link. But boom, look, I made a book, right? I made a book. It's called My Teague Jaeger. Look how thick that thing is. Yeah, the thing. You heard me? I don't know why you can't see the whatchamacallit. Hold on, let's see. Anyone who's like around Ray, if you're in the chat and you frequent Ray's, like, you know, socials or anything like that. Oh, boom. Nope, she's here. How are you, Ray? Long time no talk to.
Everybody hit me up talking about there's a stream, they're talking shit. I'm like, oh my god, for what now? What I do? What I do?
What you do?
What's up? What's the problem?
Nobody said it was a problem. You know, we were just reviewing your stream for content.
Oh, okay. I mean, I went back a little bit, heard some stuff, so I guess let me.
What did you hear that rubbed you the wrong way that you want to
Let me
address?
again, we like to talk about, you know, facts and misinformation, and yet here we are saying some misinformation about your girl. So let me
What's the
address
misinformation exactly?
So number one, you had somebody on here talking about let's see, I had to speed through things because I was like, oh, okay, what we talking about? I'm curious now. Y'all got my attention. Number one, I turned down the locale live stuff because it was scripted and it was just I saw the bullshit. So when somebody was on here saying she tried to get on locale live, I was initially there because I was going after one person in particular who did end up getting a show. Keemstar offered me a show and I thought about it and I was like, maybe this is an opportunity. But then when I realized it was fake and everything else, I stepped away. I walked away. I left the Discord, and I actually covered it and talked about my experience there, calling them out. So whoever was talking about, well, when she tried to be on Lol Cow Live,
Yeah, that was Heroes United.
I don't want to listen to her. I walked away, bro.
Yeah, that was Heroes United. 100% said that.
I literally walked away from the Lol Cow universe. Number two, that same person who said that said, well, after seeing her try to get on Lol Cow Live, which didn't happen, I'm not going to listen to her story about Christopher Caven Lee. By the way, yes, I did show proof of my experience with Christopher Caven Lee. I also had somebody come on who also was involved with Christopher Caven Lee, who came on my stream and talked about his experience and corroborated my story. I've also showed screenshots that of some of the things that Christopher Caven Lee has said about fans. So yes, I did show receipts when I did talk about Christopher Caven Lee. So yes, I talk about my experience with Christopher, which is, again, my right to do so, whether you want to believe it or not. But to say I never provided receipts, 100% I provided receipts. 100%. I've even had people who...
What are those receipts that you had provided? Just so, to give people context.
They were on the streams. They were on the streams where I talked about Chris. Multiple streams. The one I did with my friend Blake, not that Blake, a different Blake, he came on and we did a whole stream talking about it.
Yeah, I'm going to be reviewing. I'm going to review that stream at some point.
I mean, knock yourself out. I mean, you better VOD it, because I'm redoing everything on my channel. So a lot of those videos are going to get put on playlists that you're not going to be able to get access to. So you better take it while it's out.
That's sad. Boom. But yeah, I get it. You got to monetize your, get your coin, baby. Get your coins.
It's not about the coin, but I also want to point out, and again, I'm not even trying to drag this up and argue about it, but like, when Brent was saying things about people not being credible and stuff and all these accusations, I'm still waiting for the solid proof that Henry is a predator, because that is what you have said, in the past.
I have said that, and guess what? And guess what? I don't need solid proof in order to make a question a thing. Okay, now let's do this, and we can go into this real fast, right? Okay, so isn't it weird, right? When I never called him a predator, first of all. He provided a situation that occurred with his daughter, right? He did. Am I yes or no, right?
He talked about a situation that happened with his daughter.
100%, right? He then went on to say, okay, right now I cannot talk about said situation, but when I can speak about this situation, I will go into further detail, right?
Okay.
I then had questions because me as a father, being through a similar situation, some of the things that he said did not make any sense. Do you understand that?
Okay, yeah, you had questions. Okay.
Now, when I started providing said questions, right, magically, what comes up, right? What came up magically the next day?
You have to remind me.
An email from a detective, right?
Okay.
An email from a detective came up, right? Henry then says, hey, I had to present this said email to the judge, right?
Right.
He said this, right?
Where are we going with this?
Listen to me then, and you will see if you pay it. If you sit back, you brought this up. So Brent does not have to provide you any receipts. I'm taking you down the situation.
Didn't say Brent. I'm not sending Brent. I'm asking a question of, like, when you made a claim.
Okay, now listen. Now let's listen.
Henry.
Let's listen. Let's listen, darling. Okay.
Go ahead.
Now he says, I have I have this email from a detective that I had to then go and present to a judge that literally states in this email that all this is unfounded. The whole accusations was unfounded, right?
As the law works, yes.
I've never had that, but boom, he says it's unfounded, right? No, that's not how the law works, darling. Because
so when a detective,
let's fast forward. Take that. No, time out. You asked me a question. Let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you.
I'm asking a follow-up question just to understand properly why. Okay, that's all I'm doing. Okay, I'm asking to further understand, right? So a detective in charge of investigating a case is not valid when it comes to, like,
no, we don't have that. No, time out. We don't have that information. First of all, to even know if this is the detective who is in charge of the situation, right? We don't know that.
But the courts would.
We're speculating. No, we're speculating right now. That's a speculation. right? So that's what we're not about to do. We're not going to speculate, right? We're going to go with the information that is only presented, right?
Okay.
That's all that I've done this entire time. Okay, so let's fast forward, right? Oh, no, mind you, he then comes out with a video on a third channel called Henry Resilient Fathers, right? Listing out everything he was accused of. He was accused of time out. Let's bring it back a little bit. He then presents a protection order from his ex-wife being denied by the judge, right? A protection order. Now, what all was in that protection order? He went and did a video saying that he was accused of forced sex, manipulation for sexual favors, stalking, intimidation.
Yeah, those are.
And then he also said, I was accused of allowing my daughter to be around someone who touched her inappropriately, which then led to me being interviewed by a sex crimes detective. You understand where I'm going?
Right. These are all accusations, though.
Never said it wasn't. I'm even saying that he was accused of. So listen to what I'm saying. I'm not disputing that. Listen to what my dispute comes in, right? Later on, I don't know if she wants me to say this or not, but I'm going to say it. Later on, boom, Francis and I are having a conversation in DMs way later on about this topic, right? Right? Francis then presents me with situation like, hey, you don't know the whole story, right? I was like, well, enlighten me on the whole story. Oh, boom, she can't do that, right? Can't enlighten me on the whole story, but then mention something that Ien, look at how blaming it on the ex-wife. All this situation has to do with her being unhinged. First of all, she then tells me the reasoning why she did it. The reasoning why she did it was because she wanted him to pay for daycare, and he did not want to. This is the reason why this woman allegedly put these accusations on her. Strange to me. Then she then goes further and say, oh, you want to be real about the situation, Ien? This situation, when it supposedly happened, never went to the police, right? It only comes out when the divorce starts to happen and they're in family court to, quote unquote, steal custody away from him, right? This is what makes what he said strange. Listen to me. If we're in family court, right? My ex presents to the judge, hey, something may have occurred with my daughter in this situation in this amount of time. I'm not going to lie on this guy who I'm trying to get something out of. I'm going to lie on my dad, right? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lie on my dad, first of all, right? And then I'm going to then tell the judge this. Now that brings what Henry said initially into question. Hold on. You said you had a detective letter that you had to go and present to a judge. Now, I'm not the smartest cookie in the fucking cookie jar, but why would me as a judge trust a email from the person who's being accused of something that came from a detective? Wouldn't I have a direct line of communication with the detective if I'm the judge in said situation? So why would I be waiting for the accused to come with paperwork or email stating that he never did anything? Let's think about that. That he said he had to go and present to the judge. Is he lying about that? I don't know. We're just speculating right now. But that called all this into question for me. And then, hey, when I started asking questions, you know what I got called? Crackhead from the PJs. Wow, really?
I mean, y'all were calling him diddles, but you know.
That's neither here nor there, darling.
Saying,
when it seems like you have diddling allegations. No, time out. If a man is asking you questions, right? You're coming out presenting evidence of that's quote unquote vindicating you, right? That evidence is not really supporting anything. But then later on, when other people are saying he was never accused of anything, he has all the incentive to lie because he was.
But did the case not get dismissed or no? Yes or no? Did the case get dismissed?
I don't know that. You're talking about two separate cases that he presented. If you're
but the
talking
case
about the
involving the
protection,
child, the case
if you're
involving the
talking
child,
about the protection order being
I'm
denied,
talking about the
yes,
child.
that's all he's
I'm
presented.
talking about
I
the
can't
child.
speak on that because he's never presented anything about
Well,
it, right?
again, if it's public information, right? If
It's
public
not
information,
though. No,
the
if it's
thing
involving
with
a child, darling, it won't be public information. That's what I
That's
need you
not-
to understand. If it's
that's
Brett,
not always
or
true. Sometimes it is, but either way, my point
No,
is,
if it's a
what-
sexual,
my
no,
point
time out,
is-
time
my
out, time out.
point
No,
is,
no,
okay,
no.
as
I'm
far
not
as
gonna
we
let you
know-
run off
hold
with
on.
that.
As far
I
as we
cannot
know,
let
there
you
wasn't
run
a
off with
charge. As
that.
far as we
If
know,
it is
there's
a
not a charge.
sexual allegation
As
that is
far as we know,
causing
there
harm
wasn't
to
a
a
charge.
child, it is not going to be public
As far
information.
as we know, there wasn't a charge. But either way, can we like the whole point of bringing it up wasn't to dive into it. My point was to say that there are
No,
things
you said
that
you
were
wanted
said-
evidence
hold
of
on,
why I
wait.
believe this.
There are things that were said even in the stream. All right, let's move off this real quick. All right, we'll say.
Oh, now you want to move off it.
Right,
Now
but
it's,
then-
oh,
but
you're
I-
obsessed.
No, we're
I'm
gonna move off
obsessed.
of it because-
It's so
wait,
long
what?
ago.
I didn't say all that.
No,
Did I
that's
say
what
all
you've
that?
said in the past, and I'm being tongue
Okay,
in cheek
but I didn't
about
say
that.
that now. But I didn't say
I
that
know
now.
I'm being tongue in cheek. I just said that.
Okay, but we didn't say that now. So what I'm saying is, even things in the stream, right? The things that we just addressed right now, there are things that were said that are lies, like straight up lies, because it never happened.
What is the lie?
I just explained the lie when I came in.
Oh, that young man, you can't even whatchamacallit. Bring
What
that
I'm
young man
saying-
up.
what
Now,
I'm
if you
saying
want to
is,
address him,
see how it was when that person said something that was factually untrue, and maybe they just didn't know, maybe they weren't paying attention, but they said something that
Maybe.
was not true, and based on that, now because that wasn't true, the whole argument was, well, I'm not going to listen to any of the other stuff because now I'm not going to believe it because she did this and this, which isn't true. That's not what happened. So, and like I said, I understand, but when Brent, this whole thing with Brent and me, right? Because Brent was leaving comments, and and again, Dynamite had to go to bed. Good night, Dynamite. But what Dynamite was saying too about the whole stream I did, right? Addressing Brent's comment, because the Blake situation, regardless, again, I've said this, regardless if Henry covered it or not, I would have always talked about the Blake situation, and I explained because Blake had a reputation long before Henry Resilient came around.
but that's a difference though, because you're
Right, but I said that.
the
But
fact
the
of
thing, hold on, wait, no. Let me finish because I
Tell me
was
then.
very silent. I let you go off about the Henry stuff, which is why I was like, let me just stay silent, right?
Mhm.
But my thing is, when everyone's saying glazing Henry, there's no glazing. I even said in the stream when Brent came in, Brent, you can even confirm this. I even said on that stream, this isn't saying that what happened in that community was not okay, right? It was wrong. But I've always been the person, even before I was even part of Henry's community or anything like that. I've always been a person, even if I don't like somebody or I was wronged by somebody, I still do what I feel is right, right? And if I use the coverage of Blake Foster, that the only person really covering it is Henry, if I use that as reference with the receipts and everything, I'm going to talk about it.
But time
That's
out, he
not
doesn't
great.
have any receipts on the main allegation. See, and that's why I made it a point to say,
And
hey, I don't
even
care
said the
if he's scamming.
I said the audio because everyone's like, well, how come this? How come that? I'm like, I don't know. There could be numerous possibilities, and I mentioned a bunch. But again, me talking about Henry and the Blake Foster situation doesn't mean I forgot what happened. It just, for me, I even said, I'm like, I moved past it.
But no, it's the way you're doing it. Look, you both are, you and
That's fine if you don't like the way I did it. But
you
to make
and
the
him,
claim
no,
that
you and
I'm
Brett
trying to
are
get in
doing
good
the same thing.
graces, if I'm in good graces, none of that's true. I covered it. I've already said, even after the fact, after everything I said, I don't got smoke for Henry. I don't. It's over.
I got all the smoke on your behalf because, like I said, you don't care that the fact. No, time out, Ray. I just let you talk.
Drag me into it.
No, Ray.
I talk about
this
it,
is
I
the
talk
thing.
about
But
it,
this is
right?
my thing. You only cared about when the shit started affecting you. Why didn't you? You didn't give a fuck when they're gathering information about me, trying to figure out where my children are. No, but you knew. But that's the thing. If they're gathering information about you, they know they're gathering information about me.
I didn't know they were gathering for information other than Rican, because Rican was out there fucking looking into fucking Henry and doing all that shit too.
He wasn't though. He wasn't though,
bro.
He wasn't.
He
wasn't.
Okay, but
you just made a lie. So okay, so it's okay for you to. That is a lie. He wasn't looking into information about
Was
Henry.
he not sharing fucking Henry's docs? Was he or was he not doing that? Yes or no?
Henry wasn't doxxed.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
No, Ray.
No, he was not.
doxxed.
No, he was not. What was he doxxed about? What was doxxed?
Y'all just happen to know where he worked.
What was doxxed? Answer the question. What is doxxed?
What do you mean?
Define dox, Ray.
So you guys weren't talking about where he worked. Why do you guys know where
that's not doxing. We said it's objectionable, Ray. But it's
Is it
not
sexual?
What does that have
doxing.
to do with anything?
Time out.
so-
Did I ever?
so-
No,
so
time out.
Ray,
Time out. You
I
just
can
made a
find out
lie.
where
You
you
just said
work.
another lie. Ray,
So I can
Ray,
know where
you
you
just
work.
said another lie.
Let me
You just
find out where
lied.
you work.
You
Let me
just
find out where
lied,
you work.
Ray.
Let me
Ray,
find out where you work.
Ray,
Where
Ray,
you work? Where you
you
work?
just lied.
Ryan, where you
Ray,
work?
you just lied. I'm working right now. Look at me. But
No,
you
what's
just
your
made.
actual
You
job? What's
just
your real job?
lied.
What's your
Time
real
out.
job?
You just lied. Stop trying to escape the
What's
fact
your
you
real
just
life job?
lied, Ray.
Exactly.
Ray,
Exactly.
you just
No one
lied.
should care about where
You
people
just
work in the real
lied.
world.
You
No
just
one
said
should care
I
about that
was.
stuff.
She said y'all was over there talking about
I
where
didn't say
Henry
y'all.
worked.
I said
You
Rican. Did I
did.
not? I didn't say
Everybody
y'all. I
play
said
it backwards. Play
I
it back.
said Rican
She
was.
said
I said
y'all.
Rican
You
was
put
sharing
all
the
us
job.
into that,
I
right?
said Rican.
And
I said
Rican
Rican
never
was sharing the job.
definitively said where he worked. He just said he works at a shit factory. How is that
Bro.
doxing him?
Bro, y'all dox his real name. His real name.
No, he never did, because that's public info. It's on a public Facebook page, just like he said how you weren't doxxed. When he said that bitch wasn't doxxed because it was public on a Facebook page.
If you have some, my fucking Facebook page, my name, my actual real name is not even on fucking Facebook.
But if I get a picture from your public Facebook page, did I just dox you?
My public Facebook isn't even fucking.
Did I just dox you? Answer the question. If I get that from your public Facebook page, if I get your real name from your public Facebook page, did I just dox you?
If you get it from my public Facebook page, if it's public and everyone can see it, no.
You reiterating? No, it's not. So it's his public Facebook page. How is he doxed again?
Bruh.
I'm asking the same question.
They found out where he lived. Did they not?
No, they didn't. No, they never found out where he lived.
Okay. So they weren't talking about where he lived.
He just said he know where he lives in a shit factory, and boom, he works in a shit factory, and his name is Mark.
Bro.
Public information.
You don't want to talk semantics. That's fine.
That's not semantics. Do you know what semantics are? Do you know what semantics is? Do you know what semantics is?
Nobody should be looking at anyone's personal life.
Ray, do you know what semantics is?
No, we're talking about the definition of doxing. The definition of doxing is finding out
what semantics is.
Do
you know what semantics is?
Whether their name is on fucking Facebook or not, why y'all
wow. It's not doxing. It's not doxing. They did it to you, and guess what? He didn't give a fuck, but you over here caping for that bitch ass nigga.
I don't care. I don't care.
You do. Obviously you do, because you're talking about it.
No, hold on. What you see?
You obviously fucking do, because you're talking about it.
I don't care about fucking what other people give a fuck about me. I can still give a fuck about what I want to give a fuck about. You don't have to care about the same shit I do.
Wow. So you'll give a fuck about a nigga who called you a bitch to your fucking face after I told you he was.
I don't care.
Well, give me my flowers for telling you he was gonna do it then.
I still stand on my morals and my convictions.
Give me my flowers for telling you he was gonna do it to you.
I'm not gonna give you flowers for that because you are a willing participant.
I wasn't a willing participant in shit, because guess what? It wasn't my business. It wasn't my business. It wasn't my, and guess what? Guess what? When you asked me, hey, when you asked me who was sending information to Rican, guess what? I said who it was. Did I not? I was the only one who kept it fucking real with you. And what did you do? You didn't give a fuck about me.
He was Dust. The only person who kept it real with me.
I kept it real, because guess what? I knew who pointed you in the direction. I told you. I sent you messages. Chad did it. Did I not tell you, Chad? How the fuck would I know what was going on in their private Discord? How the fuck would I know what was going on in their private Discord?
Y'all all held on to that. Everybody who knew about it held on to that.
Rican told you. Rican told you in public. Yes, he did. He said Chad is giving me information about y'all. What are you talking about? You just didn't believe him. Stop it. Stop it. Acting like and then you caping for Dust.
Wow,
Dust knew the whole time.
Almost like
Dust knew the whole time. You talking about Dust came out for you. Dust knew the whole time.
Here's what I'm doing. See,
Dust knew the whole time. Dust knew the whole time.
Exactly, right? Here's the problem, right? Just like y'all said to me, well, if she did XYZ, I'm not going to listen to her. Well, guess what? You're right.
I didn't say that. Why you keep on trying to bunch us all into some shit one person said?
Let me finish my point, right? Because just like you said, Rican was telling you. And guess what? Y'all didn't listen. Gee, why didn't we listen? Because of all the other stupid shit that came out of his mouth.
Isn't that the same thing Brent saying about Henry, though? But you don't believe Brent? That's the same thing Brent saying about Henry, though.
Yeah.
You see, and that's my point. You see how
No, it's not. No, it's not your point. It's not your point. Because you're trying to demonize Brent for it, but trying to be like you're justified.
I didn't even demonize Brent. Here's the thing.
Why are you still talking about this, Brent?
Brent never.
Why are you still? What's the end goal? What's the end goal, Brent?
The only reason why
what's the end goal?
I've said this many times. Because sometimes
Oh,
when
you
you let
fucking
shit go
delusional, dude.
and you
You're
can't fight back
delusional,
and
bro.
nothing's changing, why
You're
keep going
delusional.
on about it? At
You're
the end of the day,
delusional.
Brent
And then
said
you
it
made
twice
another
that I
lie
am a
talking
loser
about
and
some
black.
I
And
was a
I'm
part
black.
of this.
So what if I'm a loser? Why
I'm a
would you
part
be
of this,
a
but
loser,
she
Brent?
won't hold Henry accountable. No, you gotta be silenced real
Oh
fast.
my.
I did something. I was a part of this, Brent. But she still says I don't got no smoke for Henry. Henry was justified. Henry, I don't have no smoke with Henry. But somehow Tyrell Bell, Ien Conner, I have something to do with this. You hear that weird shit? Is that not weird?
It is.
Is that not weird?
It's a bad look that I don't want to keep fucking fighting a losing battle. Like it's over.
You just accused me of doing the shit that Henry was doing, but then you won't blame him, but you'll come here and blame me when a nigga is sitting there calling you a bitch.
I blamed you.
You just, oh my God, what are you talking about, bro? Are you okay, darling?
No, clearly not. Clearly not. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm here arguing with people who do nothing but just say some fucking crazy, stupid shit, and then want to act.
Then why, look, Ray, then why are you here?
How that works?
Why are you
here?
How that works?
Why are you here?
You guys don't agree with. It's completely okay when you guys don't agree with me. But when you guys have
I don't
people
do the
saying
whataboutism. I'm gonna talk shit about you just like you talk shit about me. That's weird. But hey, the person who puts your life in danger, you ain't got no smoke for him though.
That I'm lying about shit while you also do the same thing.
I'm not doing the same thing. What are you? What am I doing? What did I do? What did I do?
You've said some crazy shit about me in the past. I've checked you
like
out
what?
before. That's
like
not
what?
True.
Like
that's
what, Ray?
I'll
like
go
what?
back to our old
like what?
But you
like
you definitely, like I said tonight, there's shit being said about the locale shit that's not true.
Hey, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. So why are you putting that on me?
Pause. There's shit being said about the.
Hey, I'm not the mods. I can't control the mods, my nigga. I can't control the mods. Why are you blaming me for something that the mods doing?
Show receipts about Christopher Cayman Lee because I met him, and all the people say that.
I didn't say it. The mods said it.
No,
Hero said it.
But I'm saying just
the mods said it. Why are you blaming me for what the mods said?
You were co-signing that shit. I heard it.
But Chad Billington did that bullshit to you. But you said,
no,
he can't control the mods. Oh, come on, Ray. Come on. Chad Billington did that to you, but
Henry ain't wrong.
Henry, you can't control the mods.
Am I over there talking to Chad? Am I over there with them? No.
No, but you over here defending that nigga.
But you're glazing Henry. You are.
The only person I talked about was Henry. That's it. And his coverage of Blake Foster. And y'all seem to have a problem with that.
You fucking wild, bro.
Yeah, his credibility, absolutely. Like you question Rican's credibility. You question Rican's credibility, but when it comes to Henry,
Rican's credibility. Cut that out. Y'all question his credibility.
Hey,
absolutely. I do. I do.
Okay.
I've questioned it. Absolutely.
Okay, 100%. And Brett, I never had issues with you.
Henry be lying.
Talking about shit. You were always bringing up the Walter stuff, and I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying at some point, like, when do you move on?
Well, we bringing up something new tonight, darling.
And you want to talk about and Dynamite? Hold on, because Dynamite. Let me get on Dynamite too, because Dynamite wanted to run away. They're tired, whatever. But my thing is when Dynamite's sitting there saying shit like, "Oh, she has a pattern." You know who also had that same argument? Fucking Henry. When I went on that stream, talk about I have a pattern with communities. Tell me the pattern. Which community?
Why you ain't calling him out? Why you calling out Dynamite, but you over there talking about something? Oh, I don't got no smoke for Henry.
I've been in that I've walked away from.
I ain't got no smoke for no Henry. It ain't Henry's fault for what his mods did to me. But then you sitting up in here trying to blame us for some shit that somebody else said.
It technically wasn't. Did he?
It was. He created it. Dust created it. They were seeing. You acting like they wasn't seeing what the fuck was going on in there. Like, come on.
Again.
Stop it. Stop it. Use your fucking common sense.
You guys weren't even paying attention to that thing. And first of all,
I was because I started it. I'm the one who told you Chad did it.
Talking to Dust, I saw more things that was brought up that wasn't even brought up publicly. How you gonna?
Guess what? And I was behind the scenes. Don't you think people in that? Do you think people in that community wasn't sending me shit you were saying?
You don't know how things actually went.
People, I do though. I do. You don't think? Yes, I do because people were sending me everything you were talking about in there.
Show me proof that Henry.
Now I gotta show you proof.
Come at me.
I gotta show you proof.
Show me what I'm missing. Show me what I'm missing because I saw everything I needed to see. I saw
now you're arguing apples and oranges right now, darling. I was behind the scenes seeing everything because you know why? Everybody keeps sending Tyrell everything.
Tyrell,
everybody sends me everything. You're crazy.
Chad said
Not Chad. I never talked to Chad. Rican talked to Chad. I never had no conversation with Chad.
They sent you what
They didn't send me nothing. They didn't send me nothing. You don't know who it.
They sent Rican what they wanted Rican.
No, but I'm talking about me and Rican were into it at this point in time. So why would they be sending me anything?
I'm just saying,
ask yourself that.
Whatever,
See, you don't even know what's going on. You don't even. You're not behind the scenes.
Bro,
you was fucking lost.
Y'all is what they
you was lost. I had to tell you Chad was sending shit to Rican, and then you give that credit to fucking Dust.
The funny thing is, you
stop
said that like I didn't even already know, bro.
Why? Well, why the fuck you asked me the question then? Why ask me the question and then block me when you looking like a fucking down, a Stockholm syndrome little girl?
You were running ops, and I don't fuck with that op shit, so that's why I blocked you.
I'm running operations.
You were running ops, yeah. You were literally running ops. You literally admitted it. You literally admitted you were running ops.
I literally admitted running ops for what exactly?
You were literally talking about how. Hold on, you were basically saying that you and Rican had beef, and you guys weren't fucking with each other. Then you was on a stream with him that night.
Yeah, that night to tell him he was right. That nigga Angel Poppy sent your fucking trying to send CPS at your children.
And you literally
he sent CPS at your children. You was right. You didn't give a fuck. You didn't give a fuck about that child. I'm talking about that child. I'm talking about that child, not Rican. That child. What about that child? So I'm running an operation because I went to that man and told him, hey, you was right. They was fucking whatchamacallit. But the whole time, you every other day talking to fucking Rican, they had every right to do what the fuck they did to you. How about that?
And I literally said that on my stream, and I literally said that on the stream, which is why I can't fully take myself out of the blame. I literally admitted that. So what is
no, but you can't fully blame them for what they did. But you can't blame yourself. But what you do is you take all.
You said I deserved it. So which one is?
I know. I just said that. But guess what? Okay, they shouldn't have did it to you.
I agreed.
They should have, and still don't mean they should have did it to you.
I agree also, but either way, I have to take responsibility for me being so invested in that shit and doing and taking my fucking thing to have them be a target, bro. Like
you don't give Henry no smoke for it though when he literally called you a bitch and blocked you from his community.
Here's the thing, Ion. Unlike you guys, everything don't need to be a
now it's unlike us. No nigga called you a bitch.
Be a public spectacle. I already talked about this shit behind the scenes, and I made my peace with the situation.
It is a public spectacle.
Okay,
it is,
but I made my peace with the situation, right?
Because that's the thing that escapes you. The thing that escapes you is they wasn't just getting information on you; they were getting information on all of us, everybody who's on the screen right now.
All of you can fucking handle it the way you handle it, but my issue was y'all coming at me like I'm supposed to not be on the same level as y'all.
No, we telling you stop being a fucking duck and over here glazing a nigga who called you a bitch on his stream and never publicly apologized.
And that is literally telling me how to fucking handle a situation about me.
Well, he should have publicly apologized.
Talk about what happened with y'all. You guys telling me, well, you over there glazing. And I even said, even though I don't feel like I was glazing, so what if the fuck I was? That's my fucking right to to handle a situation that happened to me. That's all I'm saying.
Sure, but we're allowed to criticize you for what you're doing. We're allowed to criticize you.
Being a human
for being stupid. For being fucking stupid.
We're saying that you are protecting this guy. You're pretending like he's some sort of credible person.
Do other shit with my life, bro. So what if I want to move on and do shit with my life? You know what's fucking funny? Last time I talked to this motherfucker Rican, let's talk about it real quick. This man trying to get me to be on his team and work for him. I told him no.
I don't give a fuck about no Rican. Fuck Alex. How about that?
This is point, Ian. This is relevant. This is what I'm saying.
Okay, handle your business.
This man over here telling me he wants me to work for him. I said, nah, I'm focused right now. I got a new job. I'm gonna focus on my job. I'm gonna focus on my education. I'm gonna do me, and I'm not gonna deal with this shit no more, right? This man telling me I'm fucking stupid and dumb for turning down money this motherfucker is apparently trying to offer me. I'm like, can you imagine being a fucking loser to the point where you're gonna fucking clown on somebody for wanting to better their own personal fucking life? And that's the mindset of some of these motherfuckers. And if I want to better myself and move on from some shit, yes, I dip my toe in the Blake Foster situation because it's a passionate fucking conversation. It's a passionate fucking thing about exposing people like that, right? And that's how I feel. And if you don't agree, that's completely fine. But at the end of the day, when you guys want to fucking get mad at me for not wanting to fucking focus on past shit that I moved on
him
from,
with no evidence.
Yes, you can criticize me, but at the end of the day, for fucking what? Wanting to move on and better my fucking shit?
No, we're
that's
just
a lot.
criticizing you for what you're
That's
saying
weird.
on your stream, and
That's
that's
weird.
fair game. I'm sorry.
That's weird.
That's we no, because whenever you say something, people are allowed to criticize what you're doing. When
And
that's
that's
you're literally
fine. And I'm
talking about
allowed
how
to
you.
disagree with that criticism, Brent. I'm allowed to
Okay,
disagree
sure,
with
that's
that
fine,
criticism.
but don't start telling me move on. What's the end game? No, we're allowed to. It's fair game when you criticize someone. There's
You're
no
right. I'm
evidence.
sorry for telling you to move on. There, is that what you want?
Sure,
Sorry.
sure.
If
I
you
mean,
don't
yeah,
want to
but
move on, there you go.
we're also
You don't have to
criticizing you.
move on. Keep going.
Right,
I don't care.
but that's part of the discussion, and it is fair game to discuss these things.
Right, but you know what, Brent? You don't have to discuss them with me because the reason why it started is because you're coming on my fucking channel to bring up shit that I've moved on from. And if you want to talk about that's fine, but when
No,
I'm telling
because
you to move on,
it's
let me
fair
be
game.
specific.
Someone's credibility
Okay,
is fair game.
but I don't have to fucking discuss it with you.
Then why'd you discuss it then? Then that's fine. Then why discuss on you discuss it? So that, I mean,
because one thing is, if you're gonna come to my channel and wanting to discuss something I've said many times I don't want to discuss, fine, let's discuss it then and get it over with. That way we don't have to discuss it again.
I mean,
you talking over.
Is that not fair, Brent? If I'm telling you,
no, but when you talk about someone's when you mention on your stream, when you cite someone and cite them as if they're a credible person, it is fair game to say, well, maybe you should not trust that person.
And I entertained that conversation, right? And what did I say? Yeah. I said is that in any of the situation, just like we just had this conversation with Ien about how he questioned things with fucking the situation with Henry. Cool. And I asked you, none of the shit that you heard or anything you've seen or anything gives you any red flags about Blake. And instead of even answering that question, you just kept harping on how Henry was incredible. So that's when I get frustrated with you, because just like y'all get frustrated with me, I get frustrated with y'all when y'all do the same shit and then want to cry foul. It's like you can't sit there and say, well, what about this? Okay, I answered that question. Now answer mine, Brent. And instead of answering the question, you just kept harping on Henry's credibility. Well, how about
it's absolutely relevant because that's you brought up his.
Okay, but why don't you answer my question first, and then we can get back to topic? But you don't. You deflect just as much.
No. You take Henry out of the equation, but that's not the discussion we're having. You are citing specifically evidence that Henry is presenting.
Well, here's the thing. I'm asking you a hypothetical to gauge your response, right? Again, conversations, debates, sometimes you have to ask other questions like, okay, let's take this person out of the equation. And without this person being involved, how do you feel about this situation? That's all I was asking. And then if you said your answer, okay, you can go back to going about, okay, but here's the fact, Ray, Henry is the person involved. So let's go back to that.
Said that.
Cool, but
you can't take it. You can't take that out of the equation because that's not the discussion that we're having.
Right. But I wanted to ask you that question just because it was relevant to what I wanted to say as a follow-up. You didn't want to answer the question. It's simple. It's really simple.
Okay, it's kind of, I guess, off time, but yeah, if it wasn't Henry, you'd have to look at what they're presenting. If they have text messages that say, Blake is asking me to pay such and such because he claims that he might be homeless. This is just a hypothetical, and they give him money. He asks for them the monies to pay for his bills. Is that really concrete evidence that he's scamming these fans? You can make it's not definitive. You could claim that he shouldn't be mentioning that he's homeless to get money from fans. That's a fair statement to make. Mm-hmm. But if you could claim that he's cheating them out of money, being dishonest, I have to see the text messages, the transaction, what he wanted from these fans versus what he ended up doing with the money. All these questions come into play. It's not as simple as, they have evidence that they gave Blake money. They gave Blake money. They gave money from a disability check, so therefore he's scamming. You can't make that conclusion based off of text messages. I have to see from the transfer checks that are written, proof of payments, Zells, all these things need to be considered before I say he scammed a fan. When with the David Yost situation, an example of a Blue Ranger, Power Ranger scamming someone, I provided the credit card receipts, video recorded, and Henry is still going on saying, we need to apologize to David Yost. Brent might have left something out of context, but with Blake Foster, you just trust that these text messages and you just run with it. I notice this trend of incomplete evidence and you're just running as if it's fact. And to me, if someone else presented it, a stranger, I would have to look at the facts. But with Henry, if you present the facts, there would be immediate questions of What is he leaving out? Is he lying? Is he adding something to spread a narrative? That is why the credibility of Henry needs to be questioned when he's presenting the fact, whatever he's presenting. But this, whatever, if it was just a random person, I would still look at the facts, but I would give him the benefit of the doubt.
Now, see how easy that was to not only answer my question, but also you yourself.
He's been saying that the whole time, though.
Can I finish? See how easy it was? No, because you weren't even there. You weren't even there.
I watched it.
Anyway, you literally
sat here and watched it.
Okay. Anyways, so you answer the question and then you go back to the fucking topic at hand. Literally, that's all I asked at the beginning, but instead you just kept going about, well, this credibility. I'm like, bro, it should be really simple to just answer the question and then go back to the topic again. That's all I was saying. And then when I get frustrated, because can you just answer the question first?
I did, and now are you going to answer the question about Henry's credibility?
Why are we having this circle talk?
Because you're the one that asked me about this hypothetical.
No, I'm talking about yesterday. I'm talking about the other day. Why? That's what I'm talking about when we go into circle talk. Because we go into circle talk a lot. And
no, we don't.
Really not that.
No, we don't. Really it's like y'all are missing with the points. You are missing the point and misrepresenting.
Every time I give a point, y'all.
Hey, this isn't about whataboutism. Hey, if I missed your point, tell me what point that I missed of yours, and we'll address that. But right now, we're talking about this thing, so let's stay on topic, right? We're talking about how are you making a leap in logic with saying, oh, well, just because he'll scam fans, he'll do this, he'll do that. So now it's believable for him to have essayed a child, while the same guy you're saying is credible. And don't question his credibility when he's sitting on his stream laughing at the child who got raped by two grown-ass men.
I'm lagging. Hold on. I'm lagging. Hold on. I'm lagging.
You see? Wow. Ain't it curious how, lags occur and all that once you start pointing out facts?
I was lagging. Hold on. I was lagging. Let me see your robot.
Show me the evidence.
Hero wants to come up. Let Hero up. Everyone gets a trophy, right? So bring everyone up.
I want to address this one point with you first, and then we'll bring Hero up.
I'm not doing this no more. So y'all take your conversations out.
No, like I just said, we're going to address this point first once you stop lagging, and then we can bring up anyone else. Okay, so like I just stated, how can you make the leap in logic? I will restate it again. You're making a leap just because I feel as though from my anecdotal evidence that I have, so it's believable for me to think that he'll scam somebody, he'll do this, that, and the third. How you make that leap in logic to say, hey, without any evidence, listen to me.
I'm answering.
I haven't finished the question yet. I haven't finished the question. No, I did not. How you gonna tell me that I finished the question? Okay, how are you gonna make the leap in logic to say without any evidence that he would rape a woman, and I'm not gonna question his credibility when he's on said streams laughing at this child? Did I say great?
Wait, are we talking about? Wait, sorry.
We're talking about Sky Frank because you made a leap in logic saying that you believed it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only child we talk about that involved with Blake.
Listen to what I said, right? Listen to what I said. I said that no one. I said I don't know if anyone said specifically grape.
That's what it would be.
Hold on, wait.
Statutory rape.
Okay, wait. Can I finish? I'm telling you what I said. Mm-hmm. I said, even in that stream, you guys watched it, right? I said that I didn't hear anyone say grape. And I even brought up the point, maybe you can consider it statutory, sure. But I'm not saying that. I said it sounded to me like it was consensual, right? It was consensual, hold on, right? It was consensual. And then we talk about and then I talked about the legal age of consent. That is what I said. So yeah. I didn't accuse him of graping or even statutory. I said that he had sex with somebody underage, which I find disgusting. Y'all know how I feel about that because me and you were talking about it. So
that's my thing. That's why I brought that up.
Shock when I say that y'all
because it's a different. That's what I presented to you
been consistent with how I feel about adults and minors.
No, I need you to understand the difference. More so,
I'll even go further. I've always been vocal about how I feel about a certain age and 18 and 19-year-olds. Regardless if you agree with me or not, I've always said my stance on it. So
listen, but your feelings about said thing.
I believe that it is possible.
I'm not saying you did.
Sky's a little promiscuous.
That's not what the thing is.
She might have done let the homie smash.
No, you're not listening, Ray. You're just trying to respond without even hearing the other side. I never said that. You
Why
said
am I
that.
lagging
No.
so bad? What the fuck is going on, bro?
Wow. But anyway, you can listen
Am I
on the
lagging or
playback.
y'all lagging?
No, it must be just your internet connection. But at the end of the day, how can you then equate like, oh, well, and this is something that you're missing, right? She can't consent to anything. If they're in California, the legal age of consent is 18. If she is a 16-year-old, that is statutory rape, right? That is what we can infer off of what is being presented, right? So if I infer that, right, she was raped, right, by two grown-ass men, right? You then say it is not reasonable. Why do you care if JDF then feels comfortable with sitting down next in a facility where he is working and this young man is working, right? You say, why does that matter? It matters a great deal because he's the one who's presenting through Francis. He's the one whose voice we are hearing presenting said information, right?
So once again,
so
I'm
that
going back
no,
to
time out. I let you cook. The problem with all this is it calls it all into. Here's a bigger thing. Francis just stated in text message with me that she allowed me to say on this stream that the only reason why I presented this was to be petty. That's it. No other reason. Not that if I think it's true, none of that. And then she also stated that, hey, this is not a fact. All of this is just speculative. 100%. So it's me saying you're presenting this as maybe this could be, it's believable. How is it believable with no evidence?
Fact, though. If I'm
but
saying,
you still need, time out. You still need evidence in order to believe something.
A lot of shit in life is believable. Okay,
without evidence,
a lot of shit can be believable,
with
but that
no
doesn't
evidence.
necessarily make it fact.
With no evidence,
I literally said it's believable because of XYZ. I explained why I felt it was believable, but again,
yeah, because he scammed people and this and that.
I even said, bro, here's the thing y'all be fucking missing. I've always say what I believe and what my opinion is not fucking set in stone. Like it's not what it, but it's for everybody.
But you always present. You're always saying, well, the fact of the matter is, well, the facts are the truth is. Right. That's what you be saying.
There is. Hold on.
How can you say it's my opinion, but also the truth of it is?
The truth of it is there is an audio of a fucking person saying that an adult had sex with an underage daughter.
So now, if I call that adult into question, you're telling me that, hey, that's not fair. Who gives a fuck? That's what you said to Brent.
No,
that's what you said to Brent.
What I said in regards to Jason is when we were bringing up why Jason went to a convention with Blake after all this happened. And why he didn't do nothing. I'm like, I don't fucking know. He's the only one who knows why nothing happened.
So we can't call that into question and say, hey, that's weird.
This is another.
So why is this being presented then?
This is another instance of people dictating how other people are supposed to react to shit that happens to them. Right?
I'm not dictating what you're saying. You are trying to say who gives a fuck about that?
You've always done this because the way you talk about other people's situations, like, well, if that was me or if that was my kid,
yeah, I can get my own personal belief. That's what you're doing, aren't you? Your personal beliefs on it, your opinions. I can state my opinion. How come it's fair for you to do it, not for me?
I tell people my thoughts and opinions that y'all don't.
I do the same thing. So why are you criticizing me for doing the same shit you're doing?
Because of the way you do it, right? You literally.
I still present it as
the way he's doing it. So you are the one. You're the standard for how people present things. Right?
Well, we can't comment on how you present things or how you feel about something.
You good. Clap back. You right. Because at this point, all we're doing is arguing the same fucking shit in different boxes. Yes, we are. Yes, the fuck we are.
This conversation has never been had on Everybody Gets a Trophy, where everyone gets a trophy.
If you do it and I do it, like we're literally arguing the same thing. You're right. We're both doing the same shit to each other, and nothing's getting solved, right?
No, but I'm calling out. At some point, I'm calling out the lapse in logic that you're coming to these conclusions with. No, I'm calling out the lapse in logic that your conclusions are at. Like, how do you leap and then also say, hey, Britt, you can't say that Henry isn't creditable when he said X, Y, and Z, and these things were creditable. So that has to mean all this shit that he's saying over here is creditable. No, that's not how that works. You can have a lot of things that you cover, and guess what? It could be good. But if I see one thing that you've covered, and I see you inserted your opinion, and then you superimposed your opinion as quote unquote a fact, or the history of said thing, then I call your entire viewing of things and how you're presenting this information to people. If I'm listening
Okay, and
to
that's
your,
fine.
no, time out. Listen, if I'm looking at you show me a fucking paperwork that states you were accused of this, that, and the third, right? And it got denied, right? But I see those same actions from you against other people. Guess what? I'm gonna look at the pattern of behavior. I'm gonna look at,
So are you saying I'm as bad as Blake? Are you saying I'm as bad as Blake?
No, I'm not saying that about you. I'm talking about his
Okay.
resilience specifically.
Okay.
If I see that people in his
'Cause
community
I'm
are
sitting here
stalking
like, y'all
people,
coming at me,
time
I'm
out.
like, you.
Time out. If I see people in his community are stalking people, and I see one of his ex-wife accused him of stalking, I've seen him manipulate people, and if I see his ex-wife say he's manipulated me for sexual favors, if I see all they talk about is some sexual shit, everything leads back to some weird sexual shit over there, I call that out, and I'm making up shit in my brain. I'm fabricating a bunch of shit. But I'm like, hey, look at the pattern of behavior. How come he's laughing at Sky Frank for being raped by two grown-ass men, but also presenting the information that she was raped by two grown-ass men? Mind you, Rebel just made a great point that why is he outing the sexual assault or rape of anybody who is not him, or they are doing this?
I mean,
right?
This is not. I mean, everybody talks, but there's a bunch of YouTubers that do that shit all the
It
time.
don't matter. I'm talking about these specific YouTubers. Let's not bring anyone else. Why is it okay for them to do it? And then we're sitting here talking about the information as if it's fact. You're going to cover this because he's helping a lot of fans. Why are you calling out? Why are you saying he's not credible right now, Brent? Because you're going to make it like not believable. All these fans who don't have any voices and they don't have anyone to talk for him. If you keep on calling out Henry for not being credible, those people don't have a voice. So I should not say the truth. No, this is what you said.
Hold on. Here's the thing, right?
You shouldn't tell the truth about something, Brent, because that's
when I first came out about Chris and his behavior, and there's a couple of us, no one cared. No one listened. No one listened. At the time, no one listened. And a lot of them knew that what we were saying is true, but they didn't care because he was a Power Ranger actor and he had some clout. No one cared, right? So when I see somebody who is covering this stuff and bringing it out, I mean, it again, I've even said this. Why do I believe a lot of this stuff that's being said? Because before Henry was around, I've seen it. I've experienced it.
So you've seen Blake sexually assault young girls?
I have seen Ranger actors.
No, I'm not talking about that. I said Blake specifically. Have you seen Blake sexually assault?
I have heard from credible sources.
Who are these sources?
People who are close.
Who are these sources?
Have had some stories that were questionable.
But that's unsubstantiated. I'm not about to believe that shit.
And again, you don't have to. You don't have to.
Because you literally won't say who is it.
But if I believe it, based on what I'm saying.
But you're presenting this to people, though.
Hold on, stop, listen. I'm going to add to that by telling people my experiences and things I've heard and things I've observed. Why is that a problem?
Because you are presenting these things, and guess what? That is going to deter people from supporting these people. This is their livelihood. And you're not coming. You won't even cite a source.
I believe they should.
You won't cite a source, though. Why won't you cite a source?
I believe it should deter
so I can see who cooperated.
I believe it should deter fans from getting too close.
Yes. Why can't I know who your source is?
How dare I try to warn?
Why is it
not fair to ask Ray, who are these people?
Why is it not fair to ask you for a source? Why are you so defensive? Why should you be so defensive when I ask you, well, tell me your sources? Oh, I won't tell you that. Okay.
Because again, if these people wanted to make it public, see, this is the thing. If these people want to make it public.
What if Sky didn't want her essay and her grape to be, but you're still talking about this nigga's credible? What if she didn't want that out there? What if that's humiliating for her? You don't care about this young woman. You don't care about that child.
I don't. You're correct. I don't. I really
don't.
I'm
talking about. So you don't care about the child, but you're willing to bash.
She's not a child anymore.
We're talking about when she was. But this happened when she was a child. This happened when she was a child.
And I'm not saying I don't care about what happened to her.
You said that. You just said it.
No. I said I don't care about her. as a person now.
I said
don't
as a
care
child.
about
I said as a
now.
child.
No,
I
sorry.
was specific.
No, but the thing is, she's not a child. Do I care about what happened to her?
She was a child when this happened, though.
Hold on. When she was coerced into sleeping with 2 grown men, 100%. That's fucking disgusting. But she's a child in the situation, and the men who
Do we
did
know
it should
this
be
for
held
sure that
accountable.
this happened, Ray?
That's what
The
I'm
men,
saying.
the men. Hold on.
It's a fact.
Is that a fact, Ray? Do you know
What?
this for sure? That she was coerced by 2 grown men to have sex?
She's
You know-
16. She was 16. When you're a teenager, the fault is the adult. When you are the adult in the situation and that's a child, you are the adult. You are solely responsible, in my opinion.
So you know that this happened. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, I believe it happened. I don't know for a fact. I wasn't there, right? But I will say this: if it did happen, then 100% the
But
fault
the
is on
source,
the adult.
well, hey, I got the source right here who said,
I
hey,
didn't say-
I only
hold on,
put this
I
out.
didn't say-
Time out,
I
time
never
out.
said-
You
hold on,
believe
I
this.
said
You
no
believe
source.
this happened, but the source is right
Because
here
Pat
on
was
my
right.
phone
Pat
right now
was
saying,
right.
I only did it to be petty. I don't know if that shit
hold on.
happened. That's what the
Hold on,
source is
again,
saying.
What
The
I
source is
said
saying,
is-
I don't know if this actually
Francis,
happened.
and then Ray, you cite Francis as some truth teller. Who's that text from, Ien? It's from Francis.
It's from Francis Rodriguez, and she literally told me in this, and she told me I can say it on the. That's the only reason why I'm saying it. She gave me full permission to say what we said in our, what we talked about in our DMs. She literally said the only reason why I put that out because that nigga was talking shit about me, and I just wanted to be petty. I don't know if this actually happened or not. I'm just, hey, we all speculating right now, but I did it to be petty.
Okay, so here's
Fuck
the
that
question.
nigga.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Information I wasn't privy to before that's just being presented to me now. Okay, that's new information.
Wait, but were you
I
ever
read
presented
it.
with information where that would point
Thank
that him
you.
But again,
She believed it off her anecdotal evidence. Remember.
She doesn't know it. She said she doesn't know it's true. I don't know it's true. But is it believable? Do I feel it's believable? Yes. And again, that is my right
With
to
no
believe
evidence.
it, just like it's your right to not believe it.
With no
What's the
evidence.
difference?
No, I don't believe nothing with no evidence.
And that's fine. I believe that what the evidence has been presented. We have an audio clip, right, of Jason saying that. There is a pattern of bad behavior. Okay.
He still went
And
and
I've
sat
heard,
down
and I've
next to the
heard, and
fan.
I've heard things about Blake with some females, fans. Again, I'm not going to say who because that's not they can come out and say it. So I'm led to believe that there might be some truth to it. But at the end of the day, me discussing it is no different than y'all discussing it. Y'all just don't agree that it happened, and I believe it did. There's a difference.
No, I said there's not enough.
And either way, it changes nothing. It changes nothing because it happened. And when I mean it happened, I mean it was talked about. When I mean it happened, I mean it was talked about, is brought to light. So everyone can talk about it.
Yeah, because Francis wanted to be petty.
Did I tell y'all not to talk about it? Did I say Brett don't talk about Sky? Did I say that? No.
But guess what? But you know what Brent is doing? He's like, hey, I'm gonna question all the credibility of all the information that's coming over. No, you're telling him not to.
I'm telling him not to with me because we're not gonna see eye to eye. It's simple as that. We're not gonna see eye to eye. If neither one of us are gonna change our opinions on it, why are me and Brent gonna argue about it?
It's not about you changing no opinion. It's about having a healthy discussion for your audience if you really care about people in this community.
Me and Brent have had these conversations many times before, and I want to move on. Well, so if Brent wants to keep coming over here, what do you mean why bring it up?
You brought it up, and now we're having a discussion about it. And now you're telling us we need to move on.
Ray, you cannot come on people's streams and tell people to move on about discussion when you're here. You are given a link to discuss something.
Again, if I'm saying as far as move on, like when I'm talking about something and you bringing up all this other stuff, like I'm like I don't want.
No, you're the one that brought up hypotheticals when I was talking about Henry's credibility.
We're talking about why I'm even here in the first place. Because you wanted to comment on my fucking stream, which I did a follow-up to address the stuff, right? Because you wanted to talk about it, so fuck it.
No, we're only talking about when you were addressing Brent, so it's fair that he come over here and he's.
And I'm not saying, and again, no one's saying you can't. Like, who said that? Who said you can't come over here and talk about it?
You're saying now we're going around in circles.
People like to do what y'all.
When you rebutted to something that he said, and then he never rebutted to what you said.
people like did talk about you, and at first I'm just like, do I even want to bother? But I'm like, curiosity killed the cat, so I'm here, right? So
you can't tell people to move on. You need to stop with this nonsense of telling people to move on when you choose to come on a stream. This is a bunch of nonsense. I've commented. This happens in other communities as well. You cannot come up on here, click a link, and tell me to move on. If you don't want to talk about something, you don't come on. I'm sorry. I have to say this again.
Okay,
Ray.
you can say it, but again.
Okay, fine. Then I'm going to keep criticizing you for saying that nonsense of telling people to move on because it's it's a deflection tactic.
I can keep telling you to move on, and you can keep
Sure. And I can keep telling you
exactly.
Okay, we'll go in circle. We can do this. Sure. You want to come out here and wag your finger at me and tell me to move on? Yes, you click the link.
Right now, I'm playing Marvel Rivals. I'm not waving no fingers.
Oh no! But you're coming up here and telling me to move on something when you clicked the link and wanted to join the discussion.
Yes, because I was a topic of discussion, and now you have the person that was a topic of discussion here to discuss, right? That's what you want. You want, like you guys
right, said. And we're on topic, so
okay.
Yeah, just
so when you tell me to say, oh, you can't come on here and say move on. I mean, I can. You just don't have to listen.
God, man. Okay, I mean
that's a fact, though. Like I can't control you.
Okay.
Like I said, I tell you to move on. You tell me to go fuck myself. We dance in a circle. We do a little tango. What do you expect? Like it's just what it is. I don't like your dancing skills. Y'all don't have to come and watch me. Y'all only you can watch me. You cannot watch me. The same applies to y'all. Y'all choose to do it because it's content. Knock yourselves out. I'm adding to the content now. You got me, the topic of discussion here to argue with y'all. There you go.
I appreciate you, Ray.
At the end of the day, I can choose to either engage or choose not to. Today, I chose to engage.
Sure.
I thought, okay, so tomorrow I can choose not to engage. Same as y'all. But at the end of the day, what has that gotten any of us?
Stop with this bullshit, Ray. You are not the standard of what is the end goal of anything. Stop it.
No one is the standard. But if
Ray, but don't come out here and start
change the channel, and then Brett comes here and watches and change the channel, and then you don't like what I say, change the channel, just like you told me. Change the channel. And for a while, I wasn't talking about shit. I made one fucking stream about a fucking Power Rangers topic, and I knew this was gonna happen. I knew this was gonna happen because y'all can't fucking help yourselves any more than I could help myself not coming on here and clicking this link. We're all
okay, but I'm not the one wagging my finger at you. I mean,
yes, you was. You're telling me how I'm supposed to fucking handle a situation that happened to me and how
you're the one that came up on here. You're the one that came up on here to discuss.
You blame Henry, and I told you I don't. Regardless if you agree with that or not, who are you to tell me?
He didn't say blame Henry. He just said he just needs to be questioned.
He just needs to be questioned. I never said.
You literally said I need to blame him. He was responsible for what happened. Y'all were saying that.
He was. That's a fact. That's a fucking fact.
If I choose not to fucking hold that,
but you'll hold me accountable for some shit that never happened.
That's my
you tried to. I only said that because you tried to hold me accountable. Said I was involved in some shit that was trying to harm you. I did not.
I have issues with you, Ion. I have issues with you. I have that right.
The fuck is your issue for saying that a grown ass man shouldn't allow another grown man to put hands on his daughter?
I'm just saying. At the end of the day,
that's what your gripe is with me, huh?
Just like you guys.
That's what your gripe is.
Feel about me.
That's your gripe. That me saying that a grown man, you should make sure grown men aren't sticking dirty fingernails in your daughter's pussy.
How I feel about y'all at the end of the day.
I'm wrong for that.
And that's what got me in the fucking trouble in the first place with them fucking moderators. It's funny how y'all say that I deserve.
How you gonna blame me for some shit you were doing? And that they were doing to you.
So she had that coming.
That's your partners.
Right?
That was your partners.
So I deserved it. But yeah,
that was your partners. That was your people that you were defending.
What are you guys feeling sorry
That's
for
your
me
people.
Fucking hating me? Which one? Pick a struggle and stick to it.
You're trying to blame me for some shit that people that you were with.
If y'all gonna come up here and say some shit that's factual and true about me, I might pull up and correct the information, like I did tonight. Because y'all got issues with my fucking takes on shit. That's fine. I don't give a fuck if people criticize me. I have a right to fucking defend.
No. Look at how you just hold on, Ray. Ray, hold on. You just literally stated. There's two things. You literally tried to blame me for some shit that these people were doing.
I didn't blame you solely. Don't act like you didn't have a hand in the fucking talk.
I didn't.
Don't act like you didn't.
I was over here working for. I was running ops for myself.
You can't play victim and fucking play the villain.
I'm not playing victim.
Because
I'm not playing
you did,
victim.
you
What victim?
also, we
Who's the
all
victim?
did, aside from
I'm not a
Brent,
victim.
Brent,
I am an
I will give
antagonist.
Brent this because I will say this. There's a
I've
reason
never
why I
played
never
victim.
banned. There's a reason why I never banned Brent from my chat. There's a reason why I never fucking hated Brent, even though Brent got some choice words from me. I never fucking came at him because outside of everybody, Brent don't got as much like blood on his hands as we do. Okay, we
I
all
got
were
no
going
blood
at
on
each
my
other
hands.
crazy.
What blood is on my
You did
hands?
some crazy shit that was out of
About
pocket.
what?
You
About
said some
who?
foul shit about a lot of
What?
people who didn't
Name
even
it.
deserve it.
Name one
So
thing.
at the end of the day, we all
Name
are
one
fucked
thing.
up in that.
Name one thing,
We
Ray.
all have fucking
Reality.
shit that we've done.
Name one thing that I said that was some wild shit. Name one.
Sorry, you lagging again. I'm on my phone. So
Crickets. Eyes lagging. Yeah. What's the blood on my hand?
Phone, bro, it's lagging. What the fuck? My phone's getting hot and it's lagging.
So I was like Antro 6. So time out. Let me just throw this out there. Was I like Antro 6 who was stalking Rican and like pulling up to his apartment complex and staking it out? Or was I like Henry who's calling FBI and other people, weaponizing police? And guess what? Blake still has never gone to jail when he's literally going out and you just came and stated, oh,
so you
he doxed
so
Henry.
where again?
No,
where's the
I'm just let me finish.
Where's
the blood on my hand?
This information.
Where's the blood on my hand? Oh, but you don't know. You knew what shit was going on with you.
The blood on your hands? The blood on your hands.
What is it?
So you're gonna deny all the fucking crazy shit, all the
I told you to name one.
Threatening people and shit.
Threaten who?
What you mean threaten who? You was talking about fucking putting hands on Harry multiple times. What you mean?
Yeah, I said we're gonna put that nigga called me a crackhead from the PJs. He called me a roach king.
Oh, so you're
yeah,
gonna so he called you a crackhead and you're gonna put him back 6 feet under, basically.
No, I said we'll fight.
Okay.
I say we'll fight 100%. If I ever caught Henry in real life, yeah, nigga, I'm putting hands and feet on him.
Okay.
What are you talking about? We men.
Okay.
You're not about to talk to me no any type of way. What he did was disrespectful. What I did was disrespectful. I just said that. Listen to me. I just said that. What I did was disrespectful. So us as men, we're going to catch a fade. So how is that egregious? What is the blood?
Everyone being
what is the blood?
Saying crazy shit.
No, what is the blood? What is the blood on my hand, though? They were committing crimes against us. They were looking up information, trying to figure out where my children slept. That's what you fail to realize. I never did that to any of them. Henry and all of them know exactly where I went to college and everything. They got Brent's father's death certificate. They don't call us.
And I don't agree with, I don't agree with any of that.
Oh, but no, why is you trying to put us all in the same boat? We're not. We're not in the same boat. Just because I'm saying I'll punch on the dude.
I never agreed with that shit.
So I'm just saying is the nigga stalking me. So they can stalk me because you just literally said that we all got blood on my hands, and I'm pointing out the things that they were doing, which was egregious and it was crime.
And you freaking was doing the same shit right back.
I wasn't. We wasn't though.
Okay,
I never looked up on nobody information.
Hold on. Regardless of
Shay was on my LinkedIn.
But y'all
Shay was on my LinkedIn. That's fair game. What crime is that? What crime is that? What crime is that? Cite the crime. How is that egregious? Yeah, I did do it. What crime is that? Cite the crime. Cite the crime that I did.
If you want to act like you had no fucking involvement in any shit y'all did.
Answer the question, Ray. Ray, answer the question.
Crazy, bro.
Ray, answer the question. I just said yes. I did. I just said yes. I did meme her daughter.
Okay,
what's the crime or son?
Them too. Y'all was
I was not stalking her. That was a picture that she was stalking Rican with, and Rican got that off his LinkedIn because she was following him and trying to figure out information about him, and he got that picture from her LinkedIn.
Everyone in the situation took shit too far.
No, see, now you going back to that bullshit. No, name it. How you gonna say that we were stalking them?
Whatever.
That's what you just said. You're lying. That's a lie.
Okay.
That's a lie. You just lied.
Okay.
Why do you feel so comfortable?
Then I'm a liar. I'm not credible. Don't watch my channel then. Good. There we go. Easy as that, right? I'm a liar. I'm not credible. Don't watch my channel.
I'm going to do whatever I want. When you do something interesting, guess what? I'm going to cover it.
Okay.
Whenever you do anything interesting,
I'm sure
there's a conversation to be had. Guess what?
This is what you need, right, Ion? This is what you need, right?
I don't need it. It's fun for me.
Okay, well, have fun with it then.
You see me.
I don't know what
you hit 7 hours in, girl. This is fun.
You want to act like your hands is clean and all this.
How is it? You still can't tell me how is it dirty. You told me I made a meme of a kid and her.
Everybody watching has watched
I put dust on the child and then I put Henry on her face. What is the crime that I committed? When I'm listing out crimes. I'm looking. You're saying blood is on my hands. That means a crime was committed. If it's blood on my hands, that means I committed a crime, Ray.
Did I even accuse you of committing a crime?
Yes, if I have blood
on your hands,
chat. If you have blood on your hands, that means it's a crime that just occurred, right?
Everybody who was involved did some shit that's fucking.
No, they were committing crimes, though, Ray. What is the crime I committed? They committed crime.
Oh my God, bro! I never said you committed a crime. Did I say you committed a crime?
Are you not listening? You're saying everybody has blood on their hands, right?
Blood on their hands.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen, Ray.
I'm not considering just criminal activity, bro. I'm talking about in general. All the fucking drama. Everyone was talking to everybody.
Ray, there's a difference. I wasn't talking about it.
Everybody was running off on everybody.
I never stalked any of y'all. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
I never stalked any of y'all. I never looked into where y'all lived. I never looked at where y'all worked at. None of y'all. None of you people. I had arguments on the internet. Guess why I kept that shit at? On the internet. Nigga, I have children to take care of. I have a real life outside of this. Guess what? After we were done with our little tiffs, my nigga, and I said whatever the fuck that you felt was egregious, even telling a nigga die, all that. Guess what? That's still, you can feel some type of way about it. Guess what? I still cause no harm to nobody.
That's what I'm saying, and I do.
I caused no harm to nobody. They were trying to cause harm to me. They were trying to figure out where my children laid their head at. And you didn't give a fuck about none of that. You gave a fuck about some fat dude you was fucking picture.
Here's the funny thing. Did I know about all that? No.
I presented it. I told everybody, if you're paying attention so much, you're behind the scenes.
If I was paying attention, guess what? I wasn't. So again, why? This is another thing I have with you. You put shit on me, right? About shit I don't know about.
I put shit on all y'all, just like you're putting all the shit on me that other people were doing.
But
and I stated this. If Rican was committing crimes against people, that had nothing to do with me. Me and Rican ain't
I knew what they were doing. I knew what they were doing to you, and I tried to warn you, right?
No, I said when it came out, all you gave a fuck about was when it happened to you. But when it was happening to the rest of us,
I didn't know
you didn't care.
The only thing I knew about it happened to
and guess what? You're not going to speak out about that shit. You're not going to go to your channel. Look how serious that shit is and look how dangerous that shit is. Guess what? TJ and them sending people fucking screenshots of where they live. They're looking for, they know almost everything about Bridge family.
Hold on. Let me correct you too real quick. Hold on, because that's not even factual what you said. Hold on, I just remembered something. Actually, I didn't care about it for when it happened to me. Where it started is when it happened to Dust. Because Dust said that they fucking posted his home information in the Discord, and that's when I initially got upset. So I need to correct you right there because this was before I even knew about everything else. So let me correct you there, and you can even ask Dust because that's when he finally told me.
I don't talk to the wicked.
Well, if you don't want to talk to Dust, Brent can ask him because Brent talked to Dust. But ask Dust when he told me that's where it started. When they posted something about wherever Dust lived or whatever, Dust said that they posted his where he lived, the farm that he's from, and that's when I initially got upset. And that's when Dust eventually told me about the fucking Discord server where they were doing all that shit. So don't sit there and say I only cared when it happened to me. I actually only cared when it happened to
the nigga. Dust. So you can't you cared about it when it happened to the nigga who created the shit?
He was the one who came to me. And I can, and again,
so when the nigga who created the shit is like, hey, the Frankenstein's monster that I just created got too out of hand.
Forgive him if I want.
I'm not asking you to forgive him. I'm not talking about you forgiving him. Listen,
that server, but when this all came out, you were still over there trying to talk to Dust too. So are you?
No, I was not. No, I was not. Yeah, I asked him. No, what did I say? I told him, hey, who got information on me?
You are a liar right now. You know why?
I did talk to him. That was the last thing I talked to Dust about.
You was trying to talk to Dust after that.
Yeah, I asked him what information y'all got on me.
You left a comment on his fucking channel trying to be friendly with him, and I fucking banned you because I banned you. I banned you.
When? What comment?
This was like, I don't know. You left
because me and Dust got into it right after the shit came out about you when he did that stream, and I literally went in his inbox and he blocked me.
Came out. This was weeks after.
No, it was no weeks after.
You left a comment trying to say, hey, being nice to Dust. I forget exactly what the words were, but you can ask Dusk. He might have seen it. He might have screenshotted it somewhere because I remember telling him I was the one who banned you after I saw that comment.
What you talking about, bro? After the shit came out, I went to him in his inbox and I got on his ass.
I didn't say your inbox. I said you left a comment on his YouTube channel on one of his streams.
You talking about I was trying to talk? Boom, I was trolling.
You was trying to talk to him, and then you was upset. You felt some type of way. You said, "Oh, I don't know. I think I'm banned from your channel."
Yeah, I said
Why
that. I
would
think
you?
you banned me from because you just banned me from Instagram. So why won't you? And then I went behind the scenes and I was talking to him and fucking what's his name, Antro6, and I was literally
And
behind
when
the
you was,
scenes
and the
telling
thing is,
them,
when you was
hey, one
talking
of y'all
about
got
it,
information
when
on
you
me.
was talking about it, you wasn't talking about blaming Dust or anything. You was talking about the whole situation. Like, see, look at what they do, and you weren't even blaming Dust in the beginning. I remember because I saw it.
Who cares about it when you got full
Okay,
context?
so my
Hindsight is
point
2020.
is,
I was
don't sit
blaming
there and
him
say,
when he
don't sit
literally
and
said, "No,
say,
time out." How am
you
I
try to
lying
get
about
on
that
me
when I
about
literally went into his inbox and I told
Bro,
him, "Hey,
you
what information y'all got on me?" And he
you
literally,
brought up
hey, Dust can tell you. Dust can
you
tell you
brought up
me
being
and him.
mad at Dust. You brought
Are
up
you
that. Oh,
listening? Are you listening?
why are you mad at the dude who was the one who made the
I was
Discord
mad
server
at
in the
him
first
in the
place?
inbox. I literally went to him and told him
Why do
what
I have to
fucking
be mad
information
at
y'all got
somebody
on
who
me.
made the Discord? He was the one who told me about it when
You
nobody
can
else
ask
did, right?
Francis
Regardless.
because me and Francis was talking this whole time. You can ask Francis, was I mad at them? You can go ask her.
Again, I'm
You can
not.
ask
I'm
Dust.
just
Did
saying.
I
You can
message
say
him to
you're
get on
mad
his
at him,
ass?
but
Go ask
can
him.
say you were mad at him, but you was also still acting like you wasn't. So again,
No, I'm on
how
his
am I
ass,
supposed
and I'm trying to figure
why
out
are
where
you
can I
talking to me about
get at
conversations
him.
I'm not privy to? I'm not in your DMs with Francis. You talk about conversations
I
I
said
have
go
no
ask
idea.
him. Did I not? I just said go ask them. Go ask Dust what those conversations was behind the scenes. Go ask them people.
Okay.
And guess
so
what?
again,
They won't tell you it was friendly because they blocked
me
me.
seeing you try to be all nice and stuff with Dust publicly, and that's my perspective of it. And now you're telling me you wasn't cool, but at the same time,
You said I
have
was lying.
right.
You just said I
Again,
lied about something. I am not a
bro.
fucking liar like you.
Oh, I'm a liar. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'll be a liar then. But yeah, I'm a liar, but you want to keep calling me on my lies, and I generally it is what it is. Call me on my lies.
I will. No,
You do.
no problem.
And nobody's gonna care.
Just like you blocked me. Okay, that's gonna deter me because nobody can. I care, motherfucker, and I'm gonna keep on talking about that shit. You know why? Because I want to.
Have fun.
What
You'll
you
just be
talk
another
about?
Rican,
Nobody
bro.
cares.
You don't. Okay. Hey,
I'm not going to be a
see.
and look at how that ad hominem comes into play. Oh, you're just
good.
going to be
Yes, I have plenty
you're
of
a
ad
fucking
hominem.
Rican. You and Rican are the same type of fucking human. Reprehensible as fuck.
Really?
Stupid as fuck. Delusional as fuck.
What does that say about you? Because you was over there rocking with him for months.
Yeah, because I told everybody what I was doing. You knew what I was doing.
So
I'm
what
so
you sure.
about?
I'm so
you see where you at right now, though, huh? Yeah, you see where you at right now. Y'all wanted friends. I don't want no fucking friends.
You pretend to be cool with people. At the end, you pretend to be cool with people to use them, right?
Yeah, I didn't know y'all. I didn't know y'all. Like me and Francis right now. Me and Francis are cool. We have shit that goes on, but guess what? I've known Francis now for over a year, and guess what? She shared things with me that I've never would come out here and say in public. That's real friendship.
As you shouldn't.
Cool. Me and Brent are cool. Brent has told me things. I've told Brent things. Boom, we're cool. We're forming a friendship.
That's great.
Me and Nerd Talk. Nigga, I talk to Nerd Talk's mama. I've said hello to Nerd Talk's mama.
I'm glad you're
people
making friends.
In this.
I'm glad.
But guess what? You can't get mad at me for being somewhere with people who told me that they would use information against me.
I'm glad.
Are you understanding that?
I'm glad.
No, I'm glad. I think you know. At the end of the day, you're not understanding what I'm saying. That's the problem. That's always been our problem.
I understand you're telling me you're making friends with people.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Like that.
That's not what I'm saying. You're telling me I was over there and you're judging me from being somewhere where guess what? I was making a name for myself. Now look at where you are right now on my channel, not the other way around. And guess what? I'm not blocking you. I'm not dropping you down.
That's good for
you.
I came here by choice and you let me on. Appreciate it. But what does that have to do with anything?
It has everything to do with it because at the end of the day, you're trying to blame me for something that I did to better my future. And you're trying to make it seem like me and this person are the same.
You're trying to blame me for something that I'm trying to better my future by not holding
I never did.
on something that
never did. Never told you have to. I just said you're
judging me for it and criticizing
100%. Yeah, I am. I'm not saying you can't do it.
Better my future on my channel and talk about things in a different way and not hold grudges. But that's not okay.
But I'm not superimposing something on you. That
you are though. You are.
No, I'm not. I'm having an opinion about what you're doing.
This whole
I'm not superimposing my opinion on you.
Everybody who came on here who knew me prior, like Dynamite and well, Brent has always been the same, so I can't even hold down Brent. Brent's always kept the same energy. I'll give him that. But
I've always kept the same energy with you.
I've been on streams with Dynamite. And Dynamite coming on here talk about pattern. Oh, she's been in all these communities. What communities? I've talked about communities, but y'all don't even know about it because it's so old. It's so old.
Well, how come you don't call him out? And guess what? Henry said the same thing, and you won't call him out. That's weird.
It's easy to believe, right?
That's weird.
It is weird,
Henry literally called you out for the same exact thing. You not once got on your shit and said anything about him.
y'all don't even know what that pattern is. The pattern is the same energy. If I disagree with something, whether it's a popular opinion or not, I'm going to give you my honest opinion about it, how I feel about it, I would say, right? And if people don't like it, I don't care. And when people get that honest opinion, they don't like it. They don't like it, and that makes me a problem. I will take that. If I'm disagreeing with the fucking popular opinion, and that makes me a problem, I'll be that problem then. I don't care, because I'm not on here looking for fucking validation from everyone to fucking like me. But I will come on here if people are saying shit that's factually untrue and talk about what I believe in my opinion if you want to hear it.
Hero,
And
she
clearly
still
y'all
want to
want
talk
to
to you.
hear it.
Talk to her, Hero.
Yo.
She want to talk to you because you said something quote unquote.
Okay,
factual.
I'm gonna go. Is everybody all right now with the whole thing like you all are talking about? Like, is everybody?
Yeah,
good?
yeah, you go ahead.
Okay, so I want to talk about. So you said that I'm gonna talk about the lolcow stuff first, and then I'm gonna touch about the whole Christopher Cayman Lee thing as the second one, because I said this in the show, right? I said that in my personal opinion, right? Right? You're listening right now, right?
I'm listening.
So I said this, right? You said that you think about it. So I want to ask you this. This is just being respectful and all that, right? From you, right? Do you know the history of Keemstar?
Not all of it, no. Not until after the fact.
I just want to know that you know all about the things that he did before lolcow, all that stuff, right?
The only thing I remember of Keemstar doing when he had backlash, when he accused that old man of being a predator and he got the wrong person, he blamed it on his editor. That's the only thing I really knew about Keemstar, other than doing Drama Alert, and then he had the Keemstar show, and I didn't know much about Keemstar because I didn't really actively watch him. The only time I ever heard about Keemstar was in other people's videos when they were reacting to something Keemstar said about a topic on his show, but I never actively watched Keemstar, no.
Okay, hold on. Ian and Bren, I'm sorry if we're talking about something that you two don't know a lot about.
I know
Y'all fine.
now.
Y'all
I
fine.
know now.
Handle your
I didn't know
business.
then, though. I know now a lot more.
Okay,
about
okay. I will apologize if I was wrong, Ray. I will apologize that I will take that at the chin, but like, so because I thought that you know everything about Keemstar.
No, I only knew a little bit, and I knew the thing is with when I even went there, the whole issue with me going on lolcow Live had nothing to do with Keemstar and all to do with the chick Becky Boop and the issue with Review Tech USA. So I went on there to confront her, and then after I went on there and crashed out, like they were like, "Oh, this chick's kind of fiery, and we like the energy. You know, we might have to give her a show because we're looking to make all these shows." And I was like, "Okay, cool, that's interesting. That was cool."
Is this lolcow Queen?
Yes, this was lolcow Queens. I auditioned for lolcow Queens mainly to take it away from Becky because she was going to be the host. But that didn't work out, and Keemstar said something about giving me a show. So I was like, okay. But as time went on, when he was building these shows, I started realizing that it was scripted. And I was like, I would never do a scripted show. I want to be myself. But I also reached my breaking point when that chick Becky came out and lied about a sexual assault that happened with her and her boyfriend. And
I remember you talking about this.
Right. So that came out, and then when they monetized that situation, I was like, I'm done. I left the Discord server and I never looked back. And I even did a stream talking about it and called out Keemstar and thought it was disgusting that they were monetizing.
Yeah, I saw those.
Right. So like I never knew about all the other shit, and I also didn't know about Kid Behind the Camera. And then when I found out about Kid Behind the Camera, I definitely was all set. So like, yeah, I was not going to do that. I walked away.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got some stuff to do. So I was wrong for saying that because I thought you know everything about Keemstar, because I was about to say that the Keemstar, like, he was a bad person. Like, he's worse than Henry. I'm gonna be honest with y'all right now, because like him, like Boogie 298, Wings of Redemption, all those people are like, those are really bad people. Like I'm like, even Mutahar and the dude with the VTuber shit, like those people are really bad people. So I was wrong about that, right? I apologize for that. But I did see the lives, so I was thinking like I thought you wanted to think about like Keemstar offered me. I was like, oh, I know about his past and all that. So I didn't know that you don't know about the whole past.
I just knew that I didn't start really watching or know who Keemstar was. I knew him after like.
Where'd you go, Ray? Come back.
she's having a connection problem, but
Probably so. She'll probably come back if she's interested. But
yeah, but Keemstar, like, yeah, Ian, if you want, I should call you Mr. like Connor, but
nah,
Mr.
you
Connor,
good. You
like,
can call me whatever, dude.
so if you want to like like Keemstar, he's like the original Henry in your perspective, like he's the original Henry
Okay.
Brazilian. Like he was doing this stuff for like decades. Like imagine like Henry doing these things for decades, you know, like he will like cover alleged stuff and all that. And and I said in the beginning, like Keemstar, like he covers like two content creators that clearly have like a mental problem, right?
Mhm.
And one of them has passed away, has self-delete, and one of them is still with us, thankfully, but almost self-delete. So that's why I said about the
Yeah.
whole Ray thing, because like I thought Ray knew everything about Keemstar because this dude was a monster, dude.
But guess what?
I
That's
don't-
a fair assumption. She's saying that,
Yeah.
oh, you're factually incorrect, and there's like certain things you couldn't have known. So you're not factually incorrect. You made a fair assumption
Yeah, I'm just
off of
making
the
an
information that was
assumption
presented.
Yeah, so so that's done. I already got the explanation. I want to talk about the Christopher Kamen Lee stuff about her too, and I'm being respectful as well about the whole Christopher Kamen Lee stuff because I wanted to.
She's back.
Ray, if you're Ray, okay, Ray, I'm okay with the whole lolcow stuff. Okay, I was wrong about that. Okay.
Sorry, my phone overheated and shut off.
It's all good. It's all good. So like I want to talk about the Christopher Kamen Lee stuff now, if that's okay. I'm just gonna bring up. If I was wrong, just correct me, okay, Ray? So
Okay.
you have done 4 live streams about Christopher Kamen Lee, right?
Yes. Probably,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm including the interview with the artist that I don't know, did DJ stole from the artist or like the Blake?
So yes, basically the artist was working with them on a project and I guess they didn't give him credit.
Okay, so I wanted to. So you said that you show screenshots, right? And from what I was seeing so far, right? I saw the screenshot where like Christopher Kamen Lee said that he will never name his son as Andros, right?
Yes.
That's one. Okay, so and then I don't know if you know about the whole sandwich story where somebody stole his sandwich or something like that. Did he ever told you about that stuff? Like
I don't recall, to be honest with you.
Okay, so because I think the only receipt, and I might be wrong, okay? I might be wrong. I'm just letting you know. Like the only receipt that I saw was he stole the artist, Blake, right? He stole the Blake artist, and you said that you gave him money for the whole Red Raider thing, right?
No, I didn't give him money. I invested money.
Yeah, you invested money, and a lot of other people, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to ask: is DJ in the picture when this has happened? Like DJ Rivers, I'm talking about.
DJ wasn't in the picture when I was around. This was because after I had left, and when you had said that people were like, oh, Chris had enough for her, I'm like, yes and no. There was a little bit more layers to that breakup, but yes, DJ wasn't around when I was around. DJ had just like talked to Chris. I mean, I think maybe once, but DJ wasn't around when I was. I know the artist, and I still talk to the artist till this day, but I know the artist was very, very close with Chris, and he also was the one who he designed the Red Raiders artwork. And
did he design the ship, like the
whole character
fusion?
he designed. He created the whole character for Chris. Yes.
Okay. Hold on. I need to like take my points here. So like this is what, but I think that's the only receipts like that you show. Like maybe I'm missing something. Like I see the picture with you and his old girlfriend, right, or his assistant, right?
That was his ex-girlfriend and his manager.
The ex-girlfriend. And then I see the picture of the artist with Chris, the artist Blake.
No,
right?
That's not. Blake is not the artist. That wasn't the artist. That was somebody who ran the street team with me and that was working with Chris after I left. Blake replaced me when I left.
Okay, so everybody here, I'm not talking about DJ Collins, by the way. I'm just letting everybody know. I just wanted to reinform people. We're not talking about DJ Collins. We're talking about DJ Rivers. He's working with Christopher Kamen Lee right now. So like, this is so I'm just trying to like inform
Shout out
people here,
DG
you know?
Collins.
Yeah, so we're not talking about DG Collins, okay? We're talking about DJ Rivers. Y'all don't. Henry covered him, actually covered him once. So like, this is so like I just wanted to like make sure like that's the only receipts that you show, right, on your lives, like the
Yeah,
4 lives.
and
Right?
I've also stated when I've talked about Chris that a lot of the conversations that I've had that I've talked about, I don't have access to the DMs because it's on an old Facebook account that I don't even remember how to get access to it. And I had tried to get access to it and find it, but I also at the time because I wasn't even gonna talk about it. I would like moved on from it because like at the time when I talked about it, no one cared. So I was like,
I know
fuck it, I
nobody
might as well move
cares,
on. Right. So
but
I
I
moved
was
on and there were some things I just like deleted. And I
yeah, I
admitted
know.
that. I said that. So I said, take what I'm saying, like I'm just telling you what happened from my experience, believe it or not, but this is what happened. So I've never even said like this is a fact. Listen to me. I've
No, I know.
been very clear with my converse, like talking about it, basically.
Yes, yes. So like, is there? So I was actually about to ask that. Like, is there a way that you can like access? Like, is there like videos? Is there like screenshots or like tags of like when you're
So
on the
the one
group?
thing I did find that I talked about and brought up was the stream I did with his ex-girlfriend where we were talking about it. Because that was like, yeah, so that was me saying like this was talked about years ago, and I was reacting to that stream we did when his girlfriend was talking about what happened to her, and then I came on and talked about stuff too.
Yeah. So like, I was thinking like, I was about to say like you should do like a. I know that you don't want to touch about this stuff anymore because it's the past. You know what I mean, right? But like you should do like I don't know because you already did the 4 lives, right? So like I would like to have like like you know how like you did videos about Becky G and Kid Behind the Camera, right? So like you should do something like that with Christopher Kamen Lee, in my personal opinion. But like, I mean, you said that you don't want to touch about those stuff anymore because
I
like
mean, I still, when it comes to Chris, once in a while, yeah, I'll take shots. But it's like, I've done the streams, I put it out there, we're talking about it. So, like, it's out there, right?
so did DJ Rivers or Unworthy or Colin K. Bass know about his past?
The hell if I know, honestly. I mean, I don't know if they've heard about it and just dismissed it because that's a common thing. But I can't speak on what they do know or don't know.
Because Nerd Talk has called out Colin K. Bass.
I mean, like I said, I don't know much about them. I do remember that they took part in the Power Ranger virtual convention we did the first year of the pandemic. They were a guest on one of the panels. I didn't host that one, so and I didn't really know much about them. So I honestly don't know. I haven't had much direct interaction with them. The only thing I have known about them is the stuff that came from the artist, and I do trust him because again, he was out of everybody closest to Chris, and at one point I think he was staying there. So and with all the stuff that happened, with Chris, and again, I believe it because Rando did do the design because I was running the street team at the time. He did do the design for the Red Raiders. He did that specifically for the street team, and then it became, what it is with whatever they're doing with it.
Because like these people are doing the same thing to me, right? So like, I mean, I was Colin because the reason why I bring up Colin's name because I was done the same thing, and like I was like about to ask like why didn't you say anything when Unworthy came on Henry, but then I realized that Christopher Kamen Lee came to the picture after that live because like like Christopher Kamen Lee works with Unworthy right now, right? So
Yeah,
you know
no,
about
I
that, right?
didn't know that. I haven't followed Chris in a very long time.
Yeah, so like Unworthy, I don't know if like when Unworthy came on Henry's channel, I was about to ask like why didn't you ask Unworthy that like why you're working with Christopher Kamen Lee because he was working with Unworthy, but I remember that I think they did the Psycho Menace after episode 4 on the Unworthy, so like so I was kind of getting confused with that, but like I'm seeing like a connection here, with these people, with Christopher Kamen Lee and his like people, you know what I mean? So I was trying to have context, because I would so like that was the receipts, right? The 4 receipts, and you said that you cannot access the old receipts anymore. So
Right. I mean, I did try. I won't lie. I didn't try that hard because I kind of was just like, it is what it is.
yeah, I get it. I get it. So
You
that's
a
the only thing.
big live and let live type of person, aren't you, Ray?
I mean, it gets to a point with me. Yeah, 100%.
But I was because I was hearing it on live when you were talking about those stuff back then. But I have to like remember all the
Like there
stuff,
were people, who came into my chat when I had when I first was talking about it that were like, holy shit, I remember when that happened. So it's like they knew like I wasn't lying because like they remember the stream that Chris did with that one dude that was a fan of his when they met and they were drunk, and then Chris was talking crazy about Jason David Frank, and I'm sitting there like, why?
Yeah, he did
Yeah.
talk a lot. Not even Christopher Kamen Lee, like the whole In Space cast.
Right.
I'm not including Justin Nemo. I'm not including Justin Nemo.
No, Justin Nemo is actually really cool. Like
He's
me
a
and him
good
got
guy.
into it once, but he actually is a sweetheart. He really
Yeah,
is.
like they were talking shit about Jason David Frank
Yeah, no,
on
100%.
Power Morphicon. That's something that I did not like. I did not like. That's something. That's a fact. There's videos of it.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is like the stuff I said was backed by stuff that I'm glad people remembered, so they knew I wasn't just talking out my ass.
Yeah,
Like,
I would
that
like
situation
to.
I'm very personally connected with, so obviously I'm going to talk about it. But in fairness, okay, I'll give Brent a pass here. Like, yes, I don't know Blake personally. I only know, and by the way, fun fact: some of the stuff that I was told about Blake was from Chris. Some of the stuff that I had heard was from Chris's mouth. I'll tell you that much because I'll definitely don't give a fuck about protecting him as a source. Fuck him. But he definitely told me some stuff because I remember the time he was going to a con with Blake. I asked him how the convention went, and he was saying that it went good. And he said, but Blake was there and he was all fucked up, and then he was asking me if I wanted to do some blow in his room, go up and hang out in his room and do some blow. And I asked him, I was like, well, did you go? And he's like, nah, I don't touch that stuff. So that was where I first heard about Blake doing coke.
Whoa.
God, yeah. So that's so we finally have context here. Okay.
Not exclusive. I talked about that before. That's not exclusive.
I know.
It's
That's
exclusive over here, girl.
It's exclusive over here. So like I was about to say like you should you should make like a because when Havoc when he was having those I don't know if it was allegations anymore but the whole grape thing, right? Mr. Conner.
You talking about Sean?
Yeah, so like I told Sean on Rican's stream, like I told him like if you want to vindicate yourself, all you need to do was go show the receipts. Like that's the only thing that you need to do. Like just show that you're not a PDF file or you don't grade. Like just do that. That's what I told Sean instead of coming on Rican's stream, all that. So like I was telling everybody like, okay, just show it. I know. I mean, it depends.
And see, I don't like Rican, but hey, Rican did put that fucking nail in the coffin for that boy.
Yes, all you need to do is address it. And I know because you did 4 live streams, Ray. So like, I thought you were gonna make like a video, like a personal video, like post it on YouTube, and then I mean, we all can cover it. We all can cover it for you.
I mean, like I said, I did the 4 streams, and like I talk about these things in passing. Like if something happens, like for example, if something happens at Power Morphicon with Chris, and that's like a new story. Anytime there's something new that happens, I will talk about it, but also like bring up the old stuff that people might not have known, because I don't expect everybody to know and watch my streams and listen and believe until something new comes out. So like if Chris does something stupid at Power Morphicon that gets back to me, 100% I will talk about it. But I don't feel the need to like always talk about it. Like I said,
I know. I mean, I'm not like saying that you should do like a lot of like every
post. The Blake Foster video I talked about was like, oh, the shit going on with Blake Foster. Oh, they're going in on him. This is an interesting situation, and I've talked about Blake Foster before, and I don't care for Blake Foster, so I streamed about it. And that's where we are now, which is what brought me here. So again, I get it, but like when people are saying stuff, I'm like, I'm not. When it comes to like Chris, especially, I'm not lying about that. There are so many people that have come, literally have said like they were there, they witnessed it. That's why I brought one of them on, because he was the one who stuck around. He replaced me when I left, and he didn't like that. He wanted to stick around because he thought he could fix things. He was even trying to fix things between Chris and myself. So he stuck around trying to fix things from within, but then he got fucked over too, and he was like, yeah, I'm sorry, and then I was like, you want to come talk about it so it doesn't make it seem like I'm fucking crazy? And he's like, yeah, and he brought some more receipts too. Like he was the one who brought more receipts on that stream. If you go back and watch of conversations he had with Chris.
I
So
will. I will.
right.
I
So I'm
will.
like,
Is
it's
there
not
a
like
way that we could like talk about it in more detail? I'm talking about like there's because I did watch like is did I if, from what I remember right like did like Chris like body shame fans right like Christopher Kamen Lee like he body shame fans, is that
I
true
would.
like the whole
So he made fun of fans, but he
he
mostly
made fun of disabilities right
he definitely made fun of disabilities 100%. He
mm-hmm.
definitely. I remember the one instance where he was talking about somebody with a disability that was annoying him, and I'm like, bro, but the person's disabled. Like that's part of the disability. They don't understand social cues. Like you got to be patient with those people. And I'm just like appalled at how he was talking about these fans. Like they're annoying. All these people are disabled, and like, bro, you were on a show in the '90s, and you're a grown ass man now. Like these people are gonna like you're gonna come across people who are still obsessed with that character. So like in the disability, like why are you talking shit about them? They're paying customers, like they're your fans. They're there to idolize you. And there were instances where some of the fans went too far, and I had to shut them down in a nice way. But when Chris would be handling them, it wasn't nice. I was the one in charge of being nice. I had to calm down fans who were overstepping, asking for his personal information, and I had patience, and I was very nice with them. And Chris was not that nice. So.
I get it. I mean, I can tell if the way he talks and all that. So.
And if you really want to know, because like I said earlier, somebody mentioned how, Chris probably had enough of me. Yes and no, because I was getting into it with his booking agent who was overstepping. Because Chris told me, this is what I want. Hey Chris, you want me to do this? He said yes. Okay, we're gonna do a street team. He got a new booking agent. The booking agent had her own people that do street teams or whatever online. She wanted to have them come over and take it over. They wanted to do it. And Chris told them, no, these are my friends. I want them to do it. So me and that booking agent were going back and forth because they were trying to control things. They were clowning on everything we were doing. And Frances even can collaborate that because she said it many times too. She was in the trenches with us with that agency too, because eventually that agency went after, Jason. But
she can corroborate.
Right.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, corroborate. So the falling out was because at some point the agent was getting into it with all of the people on our team, and there was one particular guy who kind of had the same mannerisms as Ien, the same mannerisms, like a brother from the South type mentality. Like
I beg your pardon. Girl, I am sophisticated and educated.
Okay. Anyways, let's just say kind of like you, but on a more like more hood, if anything. So he got into it. He got into it with the booking agent, and he had enough of her. So he kind of came at her sideways. And granted, how he handled it was not the best way, but at the same time, Chris was more focused on this booking agent who wasn't getting him work over the people in his team that was trying to actually help him.
Is this before the dude that has the drama with the twins? With the triplets?
I think so.
Oh, okay. Because when the dude was having stuff with the triplets, Christopher Kamen Lee came on live. Like he came like showing his face and all that, and he was telling the dude. Yeah, he was telling the dude like, you should try harder. When the dude was saying that he wants to give Christopher Kamen Lee more shows, and I was like, damn, that's how you talking to people? Like,
yeah, no, that's how he is. But like, I just remember the falling out with me and him happened because I was defending the dude, and I'm like, I get what he said was wrong, but you want us to kick him off the team because your agent keeps overstepping and keeps trying to insert herself in what we're trying to do here. So me and Chris got into it, and then Chris made it about it's me or him. Right. And I told him, I don't want to choose. Don't make me choose. And he said, it sounds like you made the choice anyways, and he cut me off. That's how we ended it. Yeah, that's how we ended it. So like I said, it was yes and no. Did he have enough of me 100%? Because he was getting tired of me telling his agent to fuck off and stop getting in our shit. When Chris was the one who was telling us we could do this, and then Chris has to deal with us like, hey, your agent's doing this, and his agent's telling him, well, that your people are doing this. So that's where it was. That's what happened.
Because I was telling Rican about the whole Christopher Kamen Lee stuff. Like,
fuck Rican. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know about that, Ian. But like, I was telling Rican and Sean about the whole thing. I was trying to bring it back you know, right? Because like this is a very serious thing, and people didn't know about it. It's like the whole. I mean, I don't know why Henry doesn't cover that stuff. I don't know. Have you ever? I don't know if you ever asked Henry to cover
busy
it.
about drifting.
I think it's got. Well, no, I think he did reach out to Chris, and I think Chris just ignored him or blocked him. I don't know exactly what happened. I just know Chris
Who wants
didn't
to
get back
talk to that fucking guy?
But I also think it's because there might not be, as y'all would say, enough evidence to back everything.
Yes.
So I think that's also things like there's some, but there's not, I guess, enough to basically say, hey, this is what's happening. So that's why I said I've never came out and talked about Chris and said, hey, I got all the proof, guys. I said, no, this is my experience. I wish I had all the conversations to back some of the things I'm saying, but here's some stuff I was able to find, and that's basically all I really have. So I never got right. You know what I'm saying? So. And that's why I said, like, I get you guys' point with Blake, right? I never said I didn't, but like for me, that's why I say I believe it, because I've heard things from Chris. I've met other Power Ranger actors through Chris that have had similar stories that again co-align with what Chris has said. So when it comes to that, and I'm looking at this situation, I'm like, Blake has had a problem for a while. He has been definitely banned from conventions because he gets too fucking drunk and treats it like a party instead of work. So there have been moments where Blake has definitely been canceled from cons. I've heard stories of him being a little too flirty and too touchy-feely with some of the girls at the conventions and stuff. So I'm like, it's not that hard for me to believe, but I'm not saying I know for a fact. I'm just saying this is what I believe based on what I know. And like what Dynamite said earlier about my pattern of behavior, well, Blake has had a pattern of behavior as well.
I called out Henry's pattern of behavior, but that's like a leap in logic still to be like, okay, this guy did X, Y, and Z. Just because a guy's like a little too flirty, you know what I mean? At times when he gets drunk, you know what I mean? It's not the same as to say, oh, this guy would, I know that this guy probably, or I believe that this guy would grape someone. You know what I mean? That's a leap in logic right there.
But my thing is, again, just like you guys are questioning my legitimacy with how I feel about Blake Foster and Christopher Kamen Lee, I'm also allowed to
questioning about
I mean, I'm not questioning your legitimacy about it. I'm saying,
but that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here,
critiquing okay. Well, you heard something lie. You heard a lie.
I'm critiquing
the way you approached it, and we're critiquing the whole situation of how much you are giving credibility to Henry when the sources that are coming from that he's getting his sources from are like, hey, I was just doing this to be petty. But you're putting so much stake into what he's saying. And that's where one of my biggest gripes came from. Like, how can you put this much stake just because he's correct about certain things, just because you feel as though that he's helping fans? What about the hundreds of fans that he doesn't help? What about the hundreds of fans that he weaponizes his fan base against? You never brought that up. You never brought up the fact that his fan base is weaponized against Blake Foster. And Francis literally confirmed it. By stating that I was being petty, and now look at what that's doing.
Let me just ask you something, right?
Okay.
So if you went to a convention with your child, right? And I'm not saying anything bad about your child. I'm just saying if you went to a convention with your child and she's a girl, right? Wouldn't you want to be kind of aware that there might be somebody who might be a little weird with kids? And I'm not saying Blake is. I'm not saying Blake or anyone. I'm just saying hypothetical. Like, let's use this analogy here. If you wouldn't you want to be informed that a convention is gonna have a guest there that has accusations, like even if it's not true enough, but still the accusations is kind of like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to bring my kid.
Because I'm not gonna because I'm from a place where people do lie about accusations 100%, right?
Okay.
I'm from a place, if this can't be substantiated, this can't be corroborated. If I don't have no proof, if I have the word of someone that's a random person.
Wouldn't you want it to be proven first before that person is there around kids? I'd like to be proven first.
No, because I need to know if this accusation is real. And just because this accusation didn't come
proof.
Yeah, and if there is no, and if it's just an accusation, you know what I mean? That means there was no, and then no timeout. It's the way that the accusation is occurring, right?
Okay.
Because look at what I did in order to end, quote unquote. And that's another question I want to ask you, but it's neither here nor there. It's like, boom, I successfully, in my opinion, inserted myself into the drama, right? With the quote unquote Henry verse. Successfully did it, right?
Yep.
So look at what I did, and I did it in a more ethical way. You might think that some things that I said was egregious, but guess what? I wasn't lying about most of the things that I said.
I personally will say I don't think it's it was ethical way you did it, but that's just how I personally view it.
I
It's
get
all
that
good.
100%.
It's all
That's
good.
fair. That's a fair, because that's your opinion. I can't have a gripe with you about that, right? I can critique it 100%, but I can't get mad at you for having that opinion. But hey, some people might have a real unethical way about accusing someone of a crime. Now you can be mad at things that I've said. Cool. That's cool. Guess what? I never harmed anyone. I never came for anyone's credibility in that way. I've only said things that only other people have said, and I got looked at crazy for it. Just for saying the same thing that I came in saying the same thing Henry said. When I said you called me a liar for saying that, oh, Shay tried to accuse me of, oh, you need to watch, just for defending Nerd. Defending it and trying to figure out, hey, let's go down the line of logic with this. And she literally said, oh, well, just because you feel this way and you're thinking this way, I believe you would touch your children. And I took offense with that. But you told me I was a lie for that.
I told you I didn't see or hear about that.
But and then you made a whole stream about that, saying that these people are liars, they're BS.
I did a whole stream
about me saying something fair
about you talking about the situation involving kids and adults, and you had said, and I had
it wasn't a kid.
Hold on, wait.
It wasn't a kid.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Then I showed screenshots from the Discord when we first encountered you. And literally quoted your exact words and said, "This is why I'm saying what I'm saying."
You never quoted it. You never quoted it. You showed it on the screen.
I showed the screenshots. I literally showed the screenshots.
Hey, Ray. Guess what? Guess what I did? Guess what? It's called Everyone Gets a Trophy, and there's a podcast version where it's videos that I record. I went back and I literally reviewed everything you said on that. Surprised you never got anything about that. And I saw what you said, and you said nothing about it. You just put it up there and say, you see, these people are BS when I said something fair. No, I started by saying a guy in his 20s dating a 17-year-old isn't wrong. That's not wrong. It's literally not wrong.
Okay. Anyways, we're not going to have this discussion because we've already had it many times.
You told me that I was lying.
No, what you were lying about is you went on a fucking stream. I think it was Rican stream where you literally. Hold on, no. Okay, you were on somebody's stream. Saying literally the day after I did my stream about it, right? You literally went on there and said something I didn't say, and I even went back to the part where you quoted me and played it to hear my exact words, which was not even.
No, it wasn't that stream that I was talking about, though. It wasn't that stream. It was
though, because you literally said you.
No, it was. I was right again. Stream.
You literally said in that stream when she did her stream yesterday, she said XYZ, and I was like, I didn't say that on my stream yesterday.
Time out. Ray, you're misremembering. No, darling, you're misremembering. No, time out.
Ien. I have the stream.
I know. I'm looking at it right now. You had I didn't lie. Proof these people are BS. I wasn't talking about that stream because you hadn't created that stream yet.
Okay.
You created I was right again. Exclamation
it's one of
mark.
Those streams because I know for a fact
I know. And then you made the other stream and say I didn't lie. You made the I didn't live stream afterwards.
Because you literally said I lied about something I said. We watched it on my stream word for word for what you said, and then we went back to my stream word for word what I said. And I even said that's not what I said. I called it out right there and then. Your exact words on that stream. Your words on that stream was talking about what happened the stream that I did before, the first stream where I brought it up. You said she said this, and I didn't say it.
So again, you never said that. Now, what exactly was it again?
Right, like we sitting here trying to remember some shit, but I do remember that I was fucking doing that stream. I reacted to it, and it was definitely the opposite of what you said.
No, you said no. Time out. You said that I said that it was okay to have sex with a 17, 16-year-old. That I said this,
but I didn't say that. That's what I proved. I never said that. My exact words.
I just must have misremembered something in my brain.
Go watch. You said you found the stream. Rewatch it. I literally played what you thought I said.
No, you played it out of context. You played a part of the stream that I wasn't talking about. I didn't play it
out of context. I watched.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You did not watch that whole stream,
bro. I watched the part from where you started talking about it, And then after you said,
how would you know?
she said I said something about minors or whatever. I went back and I went to my stream of what I exactly said, word for word, what I said.
No, you
And
didn't.
it was the exact
I
opposite.
promise
Yes,
you
I
didn't.
did. And the funny thing is, Ien, this is how something's up with your memory, bro. Because we
It's not.
already talked about this. Yes,
I
it
know
is,
we
because
did.
me and you
And guess
already
what? And I
talked
know,
about
you know
this.
what I did? I
And
said,
you
hey, regardless
apologized.
of the fact,
You
I didn't apologize.
apologized.
Show, bring that up. Show
You
receipts.
apologized.
I didn't. I said, you know what? I'm gonna just give it to you. If that's how you feel, you apologize to me.
You literally said the same thing. I got it wrong, and I said no problem as long
I
as
said,
you
mate,
know.
and I told you maybe I have it
Oh
wrong.
my god! Like, listen, can you?
But you
just
know what? I'm
look,
gonna let it go, and I let it go. That's what I
the funny
said.
thing is, we both let it go.
Singer.
We both let it go.
Yeah, we both let it go, and you just brought it up. So I'm stating.
No, you.
Yeah, you brought that part up. I'm talking about you told me I was a liar for that part of with Shay. That's what I was talking about. And you brought that part up. Let's be clear.
You actually brought it up because you brought up the part with Shay, and I said that was not the stream we were. That's not the part we were talking about. That stream wasn't about the Shay thing. It was about something you said. I said that I didn't.
But why? Okay, what time out? Well, why did you bring up the initial conversations inside of my Discord?
You said about the stream. You specifically brought up that stream, and I said no. That stream wasn't about that. It was about
but that's what.
else.
But you brought that up, and you was like, "Hey, I was lying about that because you never found anything about Shay saying that."
I didn't even say. Here's the thing. I've never. This is why I get frustrated and I just stop caring, bro. And I say just move on because you guys always do this shit. As I literally know for a fact, if I don't know something happened, I will say I didn't know that before. Because how am I supposed to call you a liar about something I didn't know prior? And if you corrected me, okay, my bad. But I never said you a liar. I said I've never seen that. If I saw that, I would have said something. I've always said that to you. This is the thing that makes me mad. I always have said this. If I don't know something, right? If I know something happened, if somebody said something fucked up about your kids and I knew it prior, I would 100% say disavow, right?
But you're telling me, but you're still on this stream.
I don't know that, and I haven't.
But I told you.
I don't know. No, you didn't, bro. You.
I did. I said it out in public.
Ien, you will tell me in the moment. And be like, well, how come they said this and that? I didn't see them say this and that. Well, I'm telling you now. And
but guess what? You'll blame me for memeing her kid when she said that, oh, I'd fuck mine.
You're going to blame me for information I'm not privy to. And then you bring it up to me and be like, well, if you're going to
because you're so bold with stating that my wrongdoings without even going and seeing, hey, did any of these people do anything to him to make him react this way? Or you just thought I was just out here just fucking delusional and crazy like Rican?
You're going to tell me things in the moment. And then expect me to be like, oh, well, my bad. And which, for the most part,
why hasn't she ever came out and said that I was lying then?
Who?
Shay.
Why are you asking me about why somebody I don't fucking talk to did something? Why do I know? You asked her that. How am I supposed to know what other people's fucking motivations are?
Because you came on this stream.
Motherfuckers didn't like me. I didn't even know these motherfuckers didn't like me for so long.
Right, but you came up here and said I did something egregious by memeing her kid.
Bro. I feel like that was egregious, 100%.
That's not a fact. It's not a fact, though.
Again, what I said, I feel like it was wrong with that. It was wrong.
That's not wrong. It's not wrong.
I think it's wrong. I do.
And how? How is it wrong?
Because I think I've always been a firm stance on leave kids out of shit.
That's not my business, but how is it wrong? Though?
Okay, it's not your business.
Because you have an opinion. No, you have an opinion. That's an opinion, Ray. That's not to say that something is wrong.
I have a feeling. That is my feeling. I don't think kids should be involved in any shit that involves.
Okay, well, how is what I did wrong then? We're going back.
I just explained to you.
That's not wrong. But that's not wrong. You have a feeling that no, you just said I have a feeling. You said I have a feeling. You said I have a feeling. How is that wrong? That's not wrong. That's your feeling.
No,
that's not wrong.
I feel like
that's not wrong. That's not what wrong or right is, darling. Wrong and right can be said all across the board. You can't have it's wrong for you and right for me. No, wrong is wrong and right is right.
Okay, but
it's black and white.
I feel it's wrong. So why are we talking about everybody else? We're talking about how I feel about
what you talking about. I said I'm telling you, I'm not talking about everyone else. I said if something is wrong, like boom, murder, that's wrong. All across, it's wrong to you, all of us on this panel. That's not a feeling.
Murder's not wrong for some people. Some bitches be all on them serial killer dick. I don't know what to tell you, but it's true.
Bro, that's not a feeling, though,
I'm just
bro.
saying,
it's still wrong. It's definitive.
I feel like what happened.
It's definitive,
Shay,
though.
Regardless of how I feel about Shay, what happened with her, with me and her child, I
But
felt
she can
was
say
wrong.
that I would have sex for my
condone that.
kids.
I think it's
But
wrong.
she can say I'm gonna.
If she
I'm
said that,
scared
I
he's
think
gonna
it's
have
wrong.
sex.
I think it's wrong. She said that too. Two
So
things
don't
can
get
be
mad
true,
at me.
Ion. Two
Yeah,
things
but
can
check
be
this
true.
out. Check this out. You
Two
can't get
things
mad
can
at
be
me
true.
for busting her head over with a, busting her in her head and fuck her kids.
Here's my thing. Am I mad about that? It's fucked
No,
up.
you can't.
Sure.
You called
But
me
I
out
don't
about that.
engage with those people anymore, so there's nothing I can do. I don't engage.
But you just
with them anymore.
called me out on their behalf, though.
I'm
on the
engaging
stream.
you because I'm not calling you on their behalf. I'm calling you out on what I feel, how I feel about the situation,
Okay.
how I feel about the situation. And again, I'm engaging with you, so that's why we having a conversation. I don't engage with them, so we don't have to have that conversation. And either way, I don't think they give a fuck what I have to say either way.
I think we should go to the wall with they bitch asses, Ray. That's what I believe.
Bro, listen, I said my piece when the situation happened, and I moved on.
We want war. Fuck peace.
I don't want war no more. Look what war got me.
You went to war with fucking Rican. Fuck Rican. We're talking about the people who actually did something to you. Rican never did nothing to you but say a bunch of bullshit.
You can sit there and say he didn't, but he did.
He talked shit to you. That's about it, bro. Like, them people is really trying to find out where you at.
He didn't just talk shit to me. He did not just talk shit to me. He did the same thing that I don't fucking like is people coming out. Like, if you hate me for fucking factual shit, hate me for factual shit. Don't start making shit up about me and get people to look at me fucking weird because you did some dumb shit. And I want to point this out to Ian. Speaking of that whole Rika thing.
Oh, he be lying.
I never once said that man was a sexual fucking predator. When I first talked about this,
that's a fact. That's a fact, though.
For a fact to state, I didn't feel uncomfortable and weird. But he kept. The only time I felt like it was weird was when he was starting to lie about it. That's when I called his ass out. But I never said he was a fucking sexual predator. And I specifically said I can't talk for how other people felt about it with their interactions with him, but I didn't feel uncomfortable with him. Y'all keep putting that shit on me like I fucking did that.
No. That's a fact. That's a fact. Like you're 100% because you and I and Francis had this conversation and boom, all that was already stated in that conversation. And I never once went forward with saying, hey, you were wrong or you made him seem like a predator. No, he said that and he's 100% fucking wrong for that. But all
I said was he was thirsty. That's it. He was thirsty. That's all I said.
Now your boyfriend did say, well, your ex, I don't know what you and that guy is anymore, but hey, that guy did say, he was.
But again, regardless of how this is why I keep saying, y'all keep putting shit on me that I didn't say. Y'all don't listen to what I say sometimes. Sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. Fine. If I get shit wrong, cool. But at the end of the day, when I'm saying shit, y'all's follow-up is like, well, this person said shit. Just like, okay, homeboy came on here and said that I was trying to be a lolcow and he didn't know the story. Right? You didn't say that, but your homeboy did. And I said, well, you having people up here lie about me, but I didn't.
I don't know this young man like that. I can't
speak on how other people perceive a situation. And even when people was trying to say, yo, he was being a little creepy with you or whatever, like, I can still disagree.
100%.
Okay, I didn't feel that way. So if I didn't feel that way, I didn't.
So that's 100% opinion based.
Issues with Rican. The only reason why I had issues with Rican, I've told you all this many times, and I will say it for the last time because I don't want to keep talking about this man. It's the only reason why I had issue with him. Only reason why I had issue with him first place is because he fucking kept dragging me into fucking shit after I'd been talked to him and tried to calm his ass down and kept telling him we're good. In the beginning, we were still good. I had no beef with him. I didn't know how crazy he was, so I was still fine with him. But then what did he do? He would talk to me and then he'd still be mad because of a video. Okay? I didn't know that it was going to go that hard on him, and I definitely didn't know that the last person was going to say some more serious shit. No one knew. Francis didn't know. I didn't know. We thought we were just making a skit because that's what we always used to do is have fun.
Now tell me, what was that serious shit she was talking about? Come on, like rehash that for me real fast. What did she say?
She was just basically saying that he was being creepy with her.
That's it? He didn't cross the line or anything?
It's 5 o'clock in the morning, bro, or 6, almost 6. I don't know, bro. I don't remember verbatim. I don't know. But I know that last part was what really got him mad. And then he wanted to drag me and Francis into it. Me and Francis were like, bro, we didn't know it was gonna be that hard hitting at the end. But even so, like, we didn't participate in it to make fun of you. We were like, listen to what we said. We didn't say anything bad about him in our parts in that video. Francis didn't even mention him. She glossed right over that and moved on and made a joke about other people, everybody wanting her. I made a joke about him being my man, joking about him being my man and him cheating on me. I didn't say anything bad about that man. So why was he mad at me? Why is he mad at Francis? He had no reasons to be mad.
That's it. He's a bitch. That's it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, me and Francis did nothing. We didn't say anything bad about him in the video, and that's what started it. So when you say he never did nothing to you, bro, he straight up lied after he got mad at us. We all
Well,
talked to him.
I wouldn't say you would really feel like that. So I'm talking about he didn't do anything that harmed your life. He lied on you. He be lying on people. He's a fucking liar.
But here's the thing. I didn't do anything that harmed his life, and I
No,
disavow
100%
anything that
didn't.
was harming his life.
You didn't. 100% you didn't. But I guess that's one of the reasons why they were mad at you.
Right. I didn't come at him trying to find out where. I didn't do none of that. Right. Other people other people did, sure, but I had nothing to do with that. I had no hand in that. I'll be honest with you though. Towards the end, when somebody sent me pictures that he sent other people, was I being petty and I fucking jumped on that towards the end and crashed out hard? 100%. I admitted that. And that was fucked up. I shouldn't have done that.
Fucking should, though.
But I was no better, and that's why I took accountability for it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, why I can't stay mad at all these people who, like, yes, I'm mad. We ain't gonna get along anymore, but I'm not gonna hold a grudge because I did that to myself. I got too invested. I started being a hypocrite. I started acting stupid, and that's what happened. I made myself a target. So why am I gonna hold a grudge on these people and spend my day to life on YouTube, especially fucking calling it out? I already did that, and nobody really cared. Only a few people cared, and that's whatever.
I care.
Why am I gonna spend my life on YouTube doing that? That is loser behavior. That's one thing I will agree with Henry. That's loser behavior. I don't want to be a loser. I want to fucking do my own thing. I want to fucking talk about things I talk about, right? And I talk about Power Rangers one time, and here you guys are, and that's fine. Criticize me all the time, but like I said, y'all lying when you say certain shit that's not true, and the lies are just not even relevant to what I was fucking even talking about. And then y'all want to be mad at me because I'm saying, oh, well, Henry has a playlist with all this shit. And y'all mad at me for directing people to see Henry's playlist. People, believe it or not, whether I did or not, nobody really be watching me like they used to anyways. He's getting more traction off that playlist by his damn self. Why do you think the PMC fucking Instagram post about him going was fucking slammed with all the shit that they fucking heard from Henry? So whether I fucking glazed him or not, that information's there regardless, and people are seeing it.
Sure.
Sure.
That's why I got upset, because I'm like, Brett, when you guys say glazing, if I was sitting there saying, oh my God, Henry's the best, you guys, he has everything, he's always telling, like, I didn't do none of that. I specifically focused on Blake Foster and the coverage. That only person talking about it is Henry. Now, if more people talked about it, that'd be fantastic. But right now, Henry is the source of information on the Blake Foster shit going on.
Right.
Whether you think he's credible or not, fine. You guys can discredit him. But when you come to my
that is
channel,
why
I'm trying to talk about it. Why are you
your
trying to do that to me?
your hypotheticals were not relevant. That's why I did not discuss them. You said it just now that Henry was the source of the discussion about Blake Foster. That is why this hypothetical, I felt it was not relevant to the discussion. I didn't say that straight up.
Well, the reason why I said it, and I'll explain, right? I'll explain. The reason why I gave you the hypothetical is because I wanted to understand if the information was good enough without Henry's involvement or not. Because with Henry, again, out of the equation, if it was somebody else who had the same exact information, would you not still look at it and think something was wrong? But that's why I was trying to separate Henry from the main topic, because regardless of Henry's involvement, the main focus and topic of that stream was really about Blake. And that's why I kept saying the hypothetical, just to see where your mind was at, Brett. And
Right.
Here's the thing, you've been taking shots at me for a while, and I've been like, let him do his thing. I haven't said shit to you. People be telling me, oh, Brett's talking shit. I'm like, let him. I've been saying that. But then you come directly to me. Like I said, I don't care. If you want to talk shit, criticize me, stream about me, sure, whatever. The only reason why I came here is because I did my stream. People saying, oh, they're talking about you. I was sitting there really debating if I even wanted to bother. So I'm sure everybody I told, I don't care, I'm not going to go there, are probably looking at this now like, oh, this dumb bitch, 100%. But I was sitting there like, nah, I'm not going to do this, because I'm doing shit different after this. Once I get my move on and I'm someplace new and I'm getting the shit I got going, this is done. This is definitely done. Because I don't want to do this shit no more. I've moved on. So again, Brent, I'm not even trying to glaze you or kiss your ass, as people are going to say, but at the end of the day, you came to my channel and left a comment. Like, if you want to talk shit here or wherever you want to talk shit, have at it. Same with Cole. I seen Cole in there too. Like, cool. Y'all talk your shit. But if you're going to come to my fucking house, I'm gonna talk shit back.
There you go with that Rican verbiage again. My house, like the fuck, this is YouTube, dude. Stop it.
My house, goddammit! I got the keys to
I
the
got the
YouTube channel.
keys.
I got the keys.
I'm Raiden. I'm Raiden.
Y'all fucking
I'm
mean.
Sonya Blade in this motherfucker, okay?
Y'all mean as fuck.
But I'm just saying, like, again, Brent always wants to get upset with me saying stuff, and that's fine, he can, but I don't fucking hate you. And yes, whether you think I'm being condescending and saying like I you can do better things, I generally mean that. Whether you want to fucking take that in or not, you can think I'm bullshitting or not. I think a lot of people are way too talented to be fucking sitting here wasting our time talking about the same motherfuckers every single goddamn day when we get a chance. Like, there's more fucking things I want. Like I told Brent many times, I like Brent's takes on some shit. He's not stupid. He just
You about to say he's not completely stupid? What?
No, I was gonna say not completely stupid because sometimes I side eye him. Sometimes I do. I'll be honest. But like, you know what I'm saying. But regardless of how I feel, y'all should do. I don't just dictate what you do. But just like y'all tell me it's criticism, that's my criticism for you. We're all sitting here criticizing each other, arguing whose criticism is more valid than the other.
We're entertaining people. That's what we're doing right now, darling.
I'm glad people are entertained. I'm down to entertain. But when people were saying shit that was just not true, I had to say something. Cause I'm like, bro, I never was over there trying hard. I wasn't a try hard. I left that community because it was scripted shit. And I even did a whole video about kid behind the camera. I didn't want to work with that.
Now, I do feel like your whatchamacallit, a little bit of ire should have been directed towards Henry. That's just my criticism, and I'm going to critique you about that.
I gave him my ire, though. I already gave him that, and I also talked
behind
to
the
him
scenes.
behind the scenes. I talked to him behind the scenes.
But he came out in public and called you a bitch.
And
said, "Fuck that bitch." No, he said, "Fuck that bitch. That bitch wasn't dog. Fuck her."
100%.
Come on, bro. You justifying a grown ass man sitting there calling you a whole bitch.
You've called me worse. Okay.
What have I called you? What have I called you? What have I called you?
You've called me
Name
so
it.
much.
What have I called you?
Bitch too. Hold on. Here's
What
the
have I? When?
You've definitely called me a bitch many times.
When?
You literally
I never called you a bitch.
You literally called Francis Miss Piggy with Rican. I don't want to hear
that.
I called
her Miss Piggy. Yeah, I called her Miss Piggy. Rican didn't do that. Let's make a distinction. Stop trying to lump me in with this fucking dude.
No,
stop it. Like, please stop it. I'm asking you for me. Time out. I'm asking for me. And guess what? I've never called you a bitch.
Yes, you have. I heard you call me a bitch. I've heard you on Rican streams call me a bitch.
Nah, the first time I ever heard somebody call you a bitch was Rican, and Rican literally called you a bitch, and you told him you was gonna gut him like a fish.
You literally called me a bitch, bro. And
when? You're sure? Are you sure, or are you like? Is this a fact? It's a fact that I called you a bitch.
Fact. I've heard you. Show me.
Bro,
bro, this was like a fucking year ago. You seriously want me to go fucking back? It's
you gotta go find it because you don't have to leave.
How about this? I'm not gonna sit here and do the whole thing about if you call me a bitch or not. If you didn't call me a bitch,
that nigga called you a bitch recently though. Let's talk about that. He called you a bitch recently. I've never called you a bitch.
He can call me a bitch recently. I don't care. I'm a bitch sometimes. I'm a dumb bitch sometimes. Who cares? If I sat here and fucking really, this is my problem. This is what happened.
Well, how come you lecturing us about doing better, but you won't go over there to these people?
I'm gonna sit here and care about all the fucking shit people.
I'm not talking about caring. I'm talking about how come I have a dedicated stream that these people is proof these people are bullshitting. I have a dedicated stream. I'm a fuck nigga. But these people, are you scared of his fan base? How about this? Are you scared of his fan base and what they would do to you?
Bro, what do you mean scared of his fan base?
I mean, scared of his fan base. Are you scared of these people and that they will be weaponized against you? Are you afraid of that? Is that the reason why it's okay for you to say and call out a Rican Ranger?
I've had bigger YouTubers with bigger communities.
Now, I'm not talking about that though, Ray. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how come it's okay. You'll make a whole dedicated stream to me. You'll make a whole dedicated stream to what's his name, Rican. But Chad, time out. Let me speak.
I did.
Chad,
I did.
Henry,
I did.
Shay,
I did
all these people literally.
I did the whole stream about all that. I did when it happened. The day it happened.
And then you literally said that I don't blame Henry. Henry had nothing to do with this. You don't blame Dust for this just because he came out and told you after the fucking fact, after you went to confronting them about it. How do I know you was confronting? Because you came in my inbox.
Here's the thing, and I'll say this for the final time because I said it on the street. When I first found out about this, the first thing I asked was, "Did Henry know?" And I got an answer.
He lied.
hold on. I didn't even finish what I was saying. You just jumping down like, oh, he lied. You didn't even hear the answer.
did. You know how I know he lied?
Bro,
Hey, before you go.
Hold on.
Okay, go.
You let me answer.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So when I got the answer, it was like, yes, but he wasn't okay with it. And I'm like,
what the fuck
all
is that
right.
supposed to mean?
All right. And I saw proof he wasn't okay with it, but I also understood. Listen, here's the thing about me, right?
Here, bro.
Here's the thing with me. You can say fuck out of here. Here's the thing about me. All right. If somebody is not involved in something, they say they don't condone it and they give the reasons why, I'll listen to it. Right? I'll listen to it. Now, again, do I feel like he could have done something? Sure, he could have. But I wanted to know why he didn't want to get involved. He said, well, maybe the situation will sort itself out, right? Okay. Wow. He didn't want to get involved. That's fine. I don't need him to get involved. I'm grown.
I never said that.
I've always handled situations like that on my own. I don't expect people to fucking white knight for me.
I never said that.
So if he didn't want to get involved, he didn't want to get involved.
But you got mad at me. You're getting at me saying I was a part of the shit when you asked me to my face, hey, who gave Rican my information? I told you, hey, I don't know fully, but I do know this guy Chad. I didn't. I don't know what the fuck Rican. I'm not going, and that's the thing that you're not understanding. Me and fucking Rican wasn't like on the phone having a cabal.
That's wrong. That's wrong. But I was told.
Yeah, like me and Rican wasn't on the phone like braiding you fucking each other's hair or some shit. Like no, like we'll get on stream.
The reason why I was mostly mad at you, and I already explained that. You admitted that you was opping. And I was like, that's fucking corny. Like, you over here pretending to be cool with everybody. And that
I never pretended.
But you didn't.
We did, 100%. Me and him wasn't cool after that.
Well, you was on stream.
I went to his stream. Hey, you're not cool with me, quote unquote, Ray, and you're on my stream right now. Why is that so out of the realm of possibility, darling?
Because I'm not here laughing with you saying.
Because I'm laughing with him because I'm like, hey, boy, them people was really calling CPS on your fucking children, right? This nigga just said that shit.
You were laughing and saying that they really thought that I was out here spilling the tea on you, but it was all part of the plan.
Oh no, that wasn't. No, I never said that. I say he said no. Rican literally said, now get on here. He said before you get on here, say time out. Listen to me. Listen, you are not listening. He literally said, hey, just tell these people what you said about me was a lie. I said I can't do that. I literally told him I can't because it's not a lie. Everything that I said about Rican was the fucking truth. Every time somebody tried to come and press me for something else, like when Henry tried to come and ask me, hey, well, was he doing crack? Hey, bro, I can't talk about that. I don't know. Like, and me personally, I don't think he was on crack. Didn't think he did crack. Did he fuck Evan? I don't know that. I just know about the situation that I'm presenting to you. I never made no shit up. But you're presenting this to me right now like I was making some shit up. When I told people, hey, I'm not in here to make friends from the jump. I'm here to further my own career. That's what I literally said. And I told the fucking truth the whole time. And then I also said, hey, I had to distance myself. You're the only person today who are trying to lump me in the same fucking box with fucking Alex. And I just asked you, did I not just ask you here?
Hey, you stop. Like that's a surprise when you guys were literally on his stream every single time talking shit about all of us.
What you talking about? We did 11 episodes of KOD. You and Rican did more streams than me and him has ever done. You and Rican have done way more streams than him and I have ever done. So what are you talking about?
What do you mean? You was on his stream almost every single day.
What you talking about? No, nigga, I was on his stream. We did 11 episodes of KOD. I probably did 4 episodes of fucking Rican's World to help him transition. The first episode of Rican's World, this is where the Roach King shit came from. I was on 4 episodes. Go to his channel and look. I did 4 fucking episodes of Rican's World. Look, you're in your brain thinking I've done more. I haven't. The illusion of it makes it, but like I said, you and him have done way more streams together than him and I have ever done.
That's definitely not true.
That's a fact.
Not on his stream, he would always come on mine.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all have done more streams. I never said on his stream or your stream. I didn't make the distinction. You're making the distinction.
Right, but again, did you hear what I said? You and him are on streams talking about all of us, but you're acting.
I wasn't talking about all y'all, because guess what? I didn't even know who was really a part of this shit. To be real with you, until the ending.
Chiming in though, right?
No, I was calling out things that you were doing. and that I found
And
reprehensible.
what was I doing?
Like, boom, we just talked about it on here, where I would called you out for the shit about whatchamacallit, the essay charges and him being a creep charge, and then you explained it to me. I was more so arguing for nerd talk and how it was wrong for y'all to call him a PDF.
Ian, before even nerd talk was discussed, you were talking about the shit that the shit that started this. You got involved pretty quickly when this shit was happening. This was during the Renee saga, because you was on Renee's stream. And
Yeah,
you were
that was the last episode of Renee.
Hold on, you started it off by basically saying y'all are trying to paint him as a creep. I said, who is y'all? Me and Francis never did that. And you would argue with us and say, well, what is this supposed to mean? How is he supposed to take this? And that you were arguing with us when we literally told you that day on Renee's channel that we did not.
Oh no, but I still told you to take accountability because you was a part of it.
You still ran with that because, again, Ian, your memory. This is not the first.
That's not my memory, darling.
This is your memory.
It has nothing to do with memory.
This is not the first time we've had this conversation about that situation with Dust Video. And and every time we have this conversation, you always say the same thing. Well, I didn't know that. Motherfucker, we talked about it multiple times.
No, I never said that, bro. Like, you're misremembering shit. Hey, it might be the weed smoke or something, but hey, that was never said.
Bro.
We had the conversation on your stream about this specifically.
Times, Ian.
I have not. Show it. Prove it. Every time you make these statements, I'm going to ask you to, prove that statement to be a fact. Just like you said, you never said that that you didn't say, oh, I didn't say it was okay to fuck with 17, 16-year-old girls.
Right, but
But
also here's the thing. Like, you were asking me to prove it. You are the one who found the stream. It's still up. So how about when after this is done, you take time after you nap and stuff and watch it, rewatch it. You have the proof.
I showed it on my stream. On Everyone Gets a Trophy already.
Oh, well.
Of you saying it. Yeah, I reviewed it already. That's why I just told you that. Maybe it's something with your memory, right?
No, it's not my memory, bro. Because first of all, I don't watch your stream like this.
I know you don't, but guess what? I just said it here, though.
But again, if that's the case, right? If you already reviewed it and react to it, why did you have to again second guess it when it got brought up again? You already reacted to it, right? So why are we second guessing again?
Because this was a month or something ago.
Maybe you need a refresher. Go back and watch it tomorrow.
No, whatchamacallit? I don't need a refresher about it because guess what? I don't really give a fuck.
Refresher though, because you literally just forgot what happened, and I explained it again.
How? What happened exactly?
I explained it.
No, you just.
And I told you in the book, and you said you told me exactly the stream it was on. Okay, well, if you already reacted to it, then why are we even arguing about it?
No, we're not arguing about it. You asked me. I said, boom. What are some of the things when I said, hey, you and this guy has been on more streams together, and at the end of the day, when I came in and I was calling y'all out on certain things, right? You're right.
The point was you asking why you get put in a box with Rican, and I said because you was on streams and bad mouthing all of us, and you're like, well, you've been on streams more than him. It had nothing to do with who.
I wasn't bad mouthing y'all. Who is y'all?
You've been on all those streams.
Who is y'all though, Ray? Who is y'all?
Y'all were talking shit about me. Y'all were talking shit.
People were talking shit about me. People talk shit about me. What are you talking about? So I can't have a rebuttal.
Before
I can't have a rebuttal when y'all talk shit about me.
Who you was talking shit about us before.
No, I came out with valid arguments initially, and then you just couldn't take that, and then that's what made me start mudslinging.
After Renee's stream, you were over there with Rican talking shit about me and Francis, because me and Francis were on that panel. Brett was on that panel. You was talking shit about all.
Yeah, no, I wasn't talking shit about y'all. I was talking about the talking points. That's what I was talking about. I was talking about how it didn't make any sense what Francis was saying at the time. Oh, listen, because you're going around in a circle.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about how after Renee's stream,
you're saying I was talking shit about all y'all when I wasn't. I was talking about what was being said on that stream.
But you also were saying shit that we already talked about the fucking reason why me and Francis had beef with Rican in the first place. And then it just got worse because every time Rican would say he wasn't going to talk about us no more and he understood where we were coming from and we were all good, he would then go back on another fucking stream and talk shit about us again. That's why me and Francis kept getting fucking mad.
Well, how come? How about this? How come every morning? Check this out. How come every morning now? You're so mad about this right now. How come every morning Francis texts me, "Good morning, sweetheart. Boom. Hope you and the children have a great day today." Every morning.
What are you talking about? Because she don't got issues with you. Clearly, what does that have to do with me and you?
You have an issue though. When you're saying you keep on saying y'all was talking shit. Y'all was doing this, and I was like, well, I wasn't. I was talking about the facts of the situation.
When did you and Francis become cool?
I never took personal jabs.
After all this shit went down?
No, during let me see, when did me and Francis? During December, around I want to say the beginning of December.
Okay, so it was around the time that you and Rican had a falling out.
We probably got a little cool before that. Yeah.
Okay, but in the very beginning, you was calling her Miss Piggy, so y'all weren't cool.
100%, but that wasn't.
Okay,
guess what? She never took that as a jab. She never said I was talking like I never took no real personal jabs at her.
Okay.
I never said
calling her Miss Piggy was not taking a personal jab.
That was for tongue in cheek because boom, look at Miss Greer.
Either way, my point being is you were saying some shit, talking shit about us, right? In the beginning, right?
What did I say about you though, Ray?
Oh my god, bro.
Because you literally came here and said I called you a bitch and some other shit.
Stop acting like you wasn't doing it. Like you will always say you did something and then you'll go back on it. Like this shit's getting fucking frustrating.
What did I do?
Like we both have admitted we said shit to each other about each other on our fucking. You talk shit about me on Recons, I talk shit about you on my stream. We've literally done it.
Egregious.
Why are we acting? Oh my god, bro.
I never called you a liar.
Bro.
Never said you were lying about something.
I'm just pointing out that we all shit talked. Like, how hard is that for you to comprehend? We're not diving deep into the fucking.
I like to do that because I need to know specifics. I'm a nigga who goes into specifics.
Okay, well, the specifics is you were talking about how other people were bringing up your kid and yelling at me about it. I never said shit about your children.
But you were the forum that we went to.
I never even said
you were defending these people, though.
Bad father. I even said the opposite. I said I did not yell for a second.
But you were the catalyst. You were the person that they put there. You were the person that TJ and Chad and and Henry and Dust that they strategically put there as their spokesperson. It's y'all. So if you can time out, how can you say it's y'all for me and Rican, but it's not y'all for y'all?
Ian, look at how that shit ended. You already know the fucking story. Why are you sitting there acting like any of them motherfuckers?
Because it's y'all. Just like you know how me and Rican ended. Well, time out. You know how me and Rican ended. You know me and Rican don't fuck with each other. But you keep on putting me and him in the same box.
They pit me and Rican against each other. They basically pushed us to keep fighting. I was a locale for them. So stop.
You're not listening.
Like I was anything but.
No, Ray, just because you were unknowingly a locale. You were defending them with your fucking chest, though.
They were saying, I never advocated.
You were defending them with your chest.
What do you mean I was defending them with my chest? I defended the shit that I knew of, and I didn't defend the shit that I didn't know of. It's really that simple.
That's the thing. You didn't know that Henry's father and him knowing that his daughter was touched. You didn't know that.
Bro,
you don't know that.
We've already talked about that shit.
I'm just saying. No, we didn't talk about it. That's the thing. We never talked about it.
We did a whole stream talking about it.
We didn't really get into it because at the end of the day, you still don't know.
Yeah, we literally did get into it. That stream was like 4 hours long.
But you don't know. But you defended it. You're saying that you only defended things you know.
Bro, you are going all over the place. We're talking about the shit that people are doing to you, and now you going back to the shit about Henry. We're talking about the shit with you. Are we not?
And I said when I was saying fair shit.
Situation with his fucking kid or whatever have to do with what the fuck we're talking about now?
Because it's all points. It's relevant.
But we're not talking about that, right?
That's the reason why you were defending them. And I just said you were there.
I defended Henry on that situation because I did not believe he did nothing harmful to his child. Why are we talking about this anyways? Because like I said, your point was, well, you were defending them when they were going after me. And this is how I didn't defend them when they were going after you like that. I didn't know some of the shit that when you said that Shay said something, I didn't see that.
Just because you didn't see it, but if they would, but this is my thing, right? If they say something, right? But this is my problem with you. When these people say something, look at what they did to you in real life. You're talking about words I said to you. Listen.
What did they do to me in real life? What did they do to me in real life? You tell me.
Bro, they were literally pitting you against Rican just for their amusement.
And that's real life?
That's real life.
And who
that's not your real life?
And who could have decided not to fucking go after Rican? I could have decided to, but instead I chose to let my emotions get the better of me and I reacted. So what that was on me. Am I not a grown adult? I made my own decisions.
You had a channel, right?
I did have a channel.
You was making money, right?
And they encouraged me to do it because I was in a situation I needed some funds, so I did it 100%. But that's on me. That's on me.
So that's not manipulation. That's not coercion.
It's 100% manipulation emotion, but how I'm a grown adult. Why didn't I see that coming? Why couldn't I control
No,
myself?
baby, because
They
you're
knew
trying
I
to
couldn't.
you're trying to
Hold on.
justify
No.
abuse.
Here's
That's
the
what
thing,
you're
right?
doing.
No, it's not
Justifying
even
you being
justifying.
abused.
Oh my God, I'm not justifying. I'm saying that, right? I'm an adult, right? I have control over. I should have control over my shit. I had no control over my shit. I was letting my emotions drive me, and they knew that, and they took advantage of that 100%. 100%. I never said it was not wrong. But at the end of the day, I still have to acknowledge my fucking own actions because I reacted. I reacted. I can't control what other people do. I can control how I react. And I reacted every time, and they knew that. And yes, it is manipulative. But at the end of the day, I also allowed that to happen. I could have said no. I didn't have to boot up a live stream. I didn't have to.
You were the biggest one on I monetize my haters. I monetize the drama.
Right. And I did I not?
100%, but that's what I'm
Okay.
saying. Like
So
these
I
people
made
were
that
doing this.
choice,
They
Ien.
were gathering
Here's the thing.
information on you.
You
You don't
can-
even know
any
all
of
the
you
things
guys
to the
getting mad
extent
at
that
me,
they have
any
on
of you
you.
guys getting mad at me for taking my accountability for my own fucking behavior, that shit
No,
weird.
I'm not getting mad at you because of that.
Motherfuckers
I'm
don't do
mad
that.
at you for not putting blame on other people who deserve to have that same blame.
I
Not saying
already
that you
said
shouldn't.
my piece, though. I already said my piece. Because here's the thing: I already said my piece
Yeah,
publicly
but you
and
came out and
privately.
said, "Oh
Hold
well,
on.
but Henry
Ien,
has no accountability in this."
Ien. Here's the thing: I said my piece publicly. I said my piece privately. If people don't fucking agree with how I'm feeling, I can't force them to do so. That's how they feel. And in fairness, was I making myself look stupid by doing that? And 100%. That's why they did it. I made myself look like a fucking fool. I have to own that. I have to own that. And doesn't mean what they did was cool. I've always said it was wrong. But at the same time, do I not get a choice to handle it? Do I not have a choice to handle a situation that happened to myself? Do I not get to decide?
You take no blame and put it on a person
but that
who
is my
was
choice.
the ringleader.
That is my choice to put blame on who I want to put blame on. Right?
And then he sat there next to Chad and was like, "Man, hey, do you care about what happened? Man, fuck Dust and fuck her."
Right. And that's his right. Who am I to tell him how to feel about me?
Hey, bro. But you're holding me accountable for some shit.
Again,
you're trying to hold me accountable.
I literally, there are people I fucking hate on YouTube, like legit fucking hate. But I don't like, and I hate them for reasons that like they didn't break no law, they didn't do anything crazy. I just hate them because I just don't get along with them. I don't like them. I don't trust them. Whatever my feelings with these people are is my feelings. But at the end of the fucking day, if there's something happened wrong to them, like I don't want them to die. I don't want them to get doxxed. I don't want shit. I don't wish harm on them. So if I see that happening, even if I don't like you, I'm gonna feel inclined to call that out, right? So why can't I do that? I've always done that. If I don't like you, Ien, and somebody said something about your kids, I said, don't talk about his kids. If somebody came in my fucking chat and tried to post your real fucking name and government in my chat, immediately fucking banned. I don't have to fucking like someone or respect someone to do what I feel is right. And if people want to be mad, then be mad. Stay mad. Stay mad. Criticize me all you want. Just don't come to my channel and try to fucking put that shit on me to my fucking face.
No, I never
that
do
means
that.
You're taking away my choice. You're taking away my choice of what I want to consume. I came here by choice.
Check this out.
I didn't have to, but I did.
Check this out. And yeah, all that. I get that, right? I'm not trying to take away your choice, right? I'm looking at the criticisms that you're lobbying at me, that you're lobbying at a Brent, that you've even lobbied at fucking Rican. And I'm looking at that, right? And the actions that you are imploring about situations that you are now in, things that you've said, right? And it's not matching up with the actions in which this serious thing happened. Like you keep trying to like move the goalposts and act like that shit wasn't serious. Like that shit wasn't dangerous. What Henry's mods are doing, that they're most likely still actively are doing. That they're doing it at the behest of Henry to appease him. That's why Angel did what he did to appease Henry. That's why Chad, TJ, Shay, all these people. That's why even, and I love you to death, Francis, but that's why Francis presents certain things because she knows that she can weaponize his whole fan base against people in the Power Ranger community that she wants to sick at. But you're not lobbying any of those criticisms at these people that are real fair criticisms that we see. You have not, though.
I have, though.
You said don't blame Henry. You literally got on your stream and said do not blame him.
I didn't blame Henry. I personally didn't blame.
I never said that. You said people don't blame him.
Henry, but if you're gonna come, you can't fucking come to me and tell me who I'm supposed to.
Why can't I? Why can't I? When the facts of the matter support.
Let me rephrase. You can do that, but I don't have to fucking agree or listen to you.
Why not?
What do you mean? Why not? Because I'm my own person. I do what I feel, how I feel, just like y'all feel how you feel.
But what about what about what's right? What about what's right? What about the fact that they're doing this to other people? What about that?
Okay.
You never mentioned that. No, time out. Why are you not mentioning it? Why you never mention that when we bring that up? Like, oh, they were looking up information about Brent.
Do I know for a fact they're doing this to other people currently right now? No, I don't know for a fact. But I have spoken about it.
Wow.
I even brought up the fact that they were looking into Brent. I brought that fact up too. I talked about it.
And who they doing that as the bad stuff? Why nigga lied? The nigga got on his shit and lied, bro, and said, "Oh, I don't know who."
Happening again, if people ain't gonna listen to me, then they can learn the hard way. If it happens to somebody else, it happens to somebody else. Right, I can't stop it, right?
Right. Listen, when he literally got on his fucking shit and said that, "Oh, I don't know who called CPS on Rican Ranger," and he literally lied about that. When Angel said, "Hey, I called CPS on Rican," and I told Henry when I did it months ago before I got kicked out of their Discord, and then he gets on his shit and says, "Oh, I don't know who did that." Like that's not something to look at.
And you're also talking about the same, and I've also talked about this too. Apparently, Juicebox told somebody that I was aware of that when I wasn't. So again, I don't know what you want to say. I already talked about all this.
What you talking about? He didn't came out and said that he was aware.
But I already talked about it, Ien. It's out there. It's out there for whoever wants to listen to that. It's out there. Just like Henry's playlist ain't going nowhere about this shit. My video's still out there too. People are more gonna listen over there than what do you want me to do about it?
Oh, that nigga scared to talk about me. That's why I want him to go.
What do you mean, Nate? He just talked about you the other day.
When? And said what exactly?
I mean, when he refers to losers, he referring to all of us.
No, he's not referring to me. That boy know better. You see, time out. When Francis just brought me up on his channel, the last thing I saw, and she let me see it. Like, look at this. And boom, he didn't say shit. But she was like, I know you don't want to talk about him, but Ien, this, that, and the third about Ien. That nigga kept his fucking mouth closed because the last time he tried to put me in something, you see, I did a stream about him, bringing up all his shit over again. And he know what's better for him.
Like I said,
at the end of the day, you can put it like you did that, but you know I did it. You know I almost destroyed his fucking community. And y'all can play like these games and shit, like I'm not me, or like Rican is like a 1 inch of iota of the fucking genius I am.
Why don't you
Hell no.
say something? Because I don't know what's up with you, but if you got something to say, you can come on too. The link was posted. I know it's daytime for you. I know it's not late like it is for us. But if you got something to say, why don't you come up here and say it?
All he said was mods be mod.
Nah, I've seen what he's been saying. I've been paying attention. I'm paying attention to everything when I want to.
That's what I'm saying. You're whatchamacallit, like be like, hey, yeah, Cole, come up here. But what about the nigga who said that actually though? The shit he's making tongue in cheek over things that this nigga has said. And you're looking at it like, oh, I see what you're saying, Cole. Cole's making references to the nigga that you refusing to say anything to. But look at how quick you're ready to say something.
Bro, I said again. You keep saying I refuse to say
you didn't.
I've already explained.
You didn't.
It was talked about publicly and it was talked about privately.
And you said don't put. I'm not putting nothing on him.
It's over. For me, it's over.
And guess what? For me, it's not over because guess what? They were gathering information on me, and I'm petty.
Y'all the only ones still talking about it. Like
you just said, he just talked about me the other day. So what you talking about? We're the only ones. Which one is it, Ray? Was it he just talked about me?
I'm talking
the other day.
Me. I'm talking about the situation with me, bro. Like, bro.
You said if we want to keep talking about them, y'all keep on talking. I said, well, which one is it?
About the fact that you keep saying that. You staying silent. You staying silent. I didn't stay silent, and I talked to him privately. I talked to him privately, and it's over.
To lie to your fucking face and then call you a bitch publicly.
We squashed it.
I bet.
We squashed it. When did he call me a bitch recently, bro?
Mm-hmm.
When he hasn't talked about me, as far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how about this? Just like you say, show me the proof. Where did he call me bitch recently?
And once you show me some of the proof of what you're saying, once you show me proof, we can do a whatchamacallit. Show me yours and I'll show you mine.
Everyone was angry angry, he called me a bitch 100%. When everyone was angry and this shit dropped, he called me a bitch 100%. Do I blame him? No. Everybody was angry. There was a fucking plan. We all planned to fucking drop this whole thing, right? He said it. He said, oh, there's this plan. We're going to do this. Yeah, he called me bitch. And what? He called me bitch. And what? Around the time, everyone was angry. So what?
Around the time, what reason did he have to be angry again? Time out. What reason did he have to be angry?
Yesterday?
Time out. Answer the question, Ray. Ray.
I don't know. You asked him why he was angry.
Answer the question.
Why do you always ask me why was somebody? I don't know. Am I him? No.
Because you're speaking for these people right now.
Bro, he was clearly angry. You're asking me why he was angry. He was clearly angry. The question is why you ask him why he was angry. Ask him why he was angry.
I mean, you was around the nigga,
but
so
he was angry.
Insight,
he
right?
was angry enough to call me a bitch. He was
is that
angry.
Is that not a fair assumption to think that just like you're trying to put this assumption on me about Rican, and I'm like, hey, isn't it not a fair assumption the same way? Like it's a fair assumption that you would know.
Well, here's the thing. What same assumption that I was in the same box as Henry? Sure, but you took it further and said that I was a spokesperson. I was basically
you were their spokesperson.
I was not their spokesperson. I was.
Why was I coming at you then?
I was a content for Henry. I was a content farm for Henry. That's all I was. I wasn't
trash content.
I was a trash content. Yes, I was a trash content. 100%.
But you had more viewers than him at a point.
No, I never had more views than him.
Yes, you did. Yes, you 100% did.
I definitely.
You don't remember when we was on stream one day and everybody was on his stream like, yeah, you need to come over here to Ray, and he got pissed off about that. You didn't remember that?
I don't recall any of that.
Look, boy, you sure don't be recalling a lot of shit. Ray.
I don't pay attention to a lot of shit. You guys expect me to pay attention to everything. I fucking don't.
I bet.
Now when it came to that, like as far as I knew, everyone was on the same team. I guess.
But you're making definitive statements, though, Ray. That's what your argument told you about.
Henry was even mad at me even talking to you on streams because he said it was fucking stupid, and if I really didn't want to talk to Rican, I should fucking block him, right? He was mad about
Look
that.
At that.
He was right.
Look at that. Finally, somebody telling the truth. Right. Somebody telling the truth.
He was right, but he was right about it.
How was he right?
He was right about it.
How was he right?
Because
you did wonders for me.
Because I should have blocked him and kept him blocked and not talking.
I mean, you did wonders for me. So fuck what that boy talking about. You should have did exactly what the fuck you did. Fuck them for trying to put belt the ass to you or give you some sort of punishment. They gave you belt the ass 100%. Don't play. Don't play. They gave you belt the ass. Don't play. They 100% did. It's so much. They gave you so much belt the ass. You want peace now. You over here in the Peace Corps, my nigga.
It's not even about peace. It's about moving on for me.
Yeah, move on for peace. Yeah. Why else would you move on for a nigga?
Why would I not want peace? Why would I not want
peace? A nigga in his community abused you.
Why would I not want peace?
This nigga in his community abused you. That's why.
I've had ex-boyfriends abuse me. So what should I do? Sit there and fucking expose him and call him out 24/7 or move on?
No, I think you should have went to the police on them. But this is a bit different. So why you compare apples to oranges right now, darling?
By the way, I wasn't.
No, you're actually comparing apples to fucking
because you're using an analogy about being abused by a bunch of people on the internet. Meanwhile, I'm telling you about a real life.
You was mentally abused. You was manipulated. You were manipulated. You claimed you were manipulated.
Okay, so if I was,
you were mentally abused.
Am I not a victim? If you're gonna sit there and say I was abused, am I a victim? Yes or no?
100% you're a victim in this.
Okay, so you're telling a victim how to handle a situation that they were victimized in, right? You're telling me I'm supposed to handle me being a victim.
You're fucking right I am. You fucking right I am. I'm not an internet person. You fucking right I am.
Okay.
Yes, I'm telling you how you should have handled this situation.
I'm gonna tell you. You can tell me that, and I'm gonna tell you I'm gonna handle it the way I've been handling it. I got no smoke. I'm moving on. Darling. I want to talk about other things, other dramas out there, and movie talk. That's what I want to do.
Guess what? It don't hit like that Gideon shit hit, girl. I'm looking at it right now, girl. You going up, but
I'm just saying I want to talk about other things.
How about this? Let's talk about something else. Okay, let's talk about something else. Ray, what new anime have you been watching, Ray? What new anime you been watching?
None.
You ain't been watching no anime?
Nope. I've been
anime.
I've been watching true crime stuff.
True crime? What's girl? You're like.
Have you watched Lantern?
I've been watching more documentaries.
You've been watching the.
Have you watched Lantern?
No, I've been watching my the Worst X on Netflix.
Oh, I heard that was interesting. Okay.
They had the
Somebody told
Deadpool
me.
killer on there. I was like, oh shit, they brought the Deadpool killer into this. But yeah, no, that's what I've been watching. But either way, what's
Man,
the
you
I've been
betraying
watching?
us right now, bro. We come to you for anime talk and shit, bro. Like,
But
damn.
I'm just saying, like at the end of the day,
Yeah.
if y'all got any more questions, because you got me for a few hours here, I'm just sitting here playing Marvel Rivals, chilling. So anything
We're
else
just
y'all want to
chilling.
bring up? Is there anything else y'all want to bring up so that way we can just move forward?
Nah, I think that's the thing
Yeah,
that just
I would kind of.
yeah. Hold on,
I
real
would
fast.
like to.
I think that's the thing that
I would like.
escapes you, Ray. Like, you think like people here, right? Like we hold some type of real gripe against you, or have some type of anger or hostility towards you. You know,
Oh, there's definitely been hostility tonight. Trust, I heard it. There's definitely some hostility tonight.
that's being animated, and even Brent is literally said this is like, hey, if we're here monotone, my nigga, like nobody's gonna watch that. We're making TV right now, darling.
Sure.
Just like you get on your screen, right? You have your rants where you, but do you really care about that shit for real?
Bro, what do you mean? Do I really care about that shit?
Like anything, when you get so passionate about things on your stream, when you
That's
go
why
away from
I
that,
crash out because
no,
I'm
time out.
passionate. I
When you
care
walk
about
away
certain
from
things.
the, when you walk, so when you walk away from the screen and you walk away, you still like harboring that shit?
Oh no, I don't harbor it after the fact. Like chill out.
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. Like people like get passionate about shit.
Certain things, 100%. I'll still be a little bit mad about it, but like I'm not gonna sit like who am I gonna yell at if I'm here? Like who am I gonna yell
Have you been to
at?
therapy? Have you been to therapy about this? You might have like some deep seated, like, you know.
I've talked about this already. Like again,
I
this
don't
is the
watch your
thing of like
stuff like that.
just like I don't watch everything. You guys clearly don't watch everything. That's fine. But yes,
Fact.
I've already discussed my issues and me ranting and raving and shit. Like yes, we talked about it. We talked about it.
Well, do you think you've healed from some of
I
that
wish you
trauma?
talk.
What's up?
I said, do you feel like you've healed from some of that trauma that you've experienced, or do you feel like some things are just going to be with you forever?
I'm not gonna talk about personal trauma shit. Like we can just move past that.
Why not? That's interesting to me.
No, because it's no.
But I respect you saying no. You know what I mean? I respect that.
I'm good. But like I said, somebody said they had something they want to talk about. Let's get into it. Let's unpack it.
Wait. Oh no! I was saying that we should talk more about the Christopher Cayman stuff more because I want to know about that because like we could like spread it out more. You know what I mean?
Like I said, it's been talked about, and if people want to know, it's there. If people want to ask me questions, I'll talk about it. But I don't feel like focusing on content like that anymore. Like it's not like something I
No,
want
I
to.
mean it's
I
not.
don't want to make another
It's
video
not about
and go for
content.
streams because then it becomes part of my identity, and I don't want my identity to be tied to like she's the one who exposed Christopher Cayman. It's why with a lot of the shit I've talked about in the past and a lot of the communities that I've been part of, I don't fucking milk it. I don't harp on it because like at some point the only time I did that
Yeah.
was with Ignore, and that's because there was so much information flooding in. I couldn't keep up with it, so I had to like do streams every time new information came through. But like I said, if
Have you ever?
I'll talk about it again.
Yeah. Have you ever covered Jody's Corner?
Yes, I actually had somebody who is a mod there come on my channel before. I've covered Jody's Corner.
Yeah, the dude was kind of sus though. I'm not gonna lie, you know. So.
No, yeah, I've covered Jody's Corner. I've covered all of them, but that's what I mean. Like,
Yeah, but I don't really have a hate.
Consistent with that. I don't know why people are acting brand new all of a sudden like this. Like maybe y'all don't know that shit about me, but like I've always been that way. This is not new for me. It's new to you, but it's not new for me and my people who've been there with me for the last couple of years.
Yeah, because I don't know if Jody ever called you out, to be honest. So
Jody never mentioned my name. Even Andy Signor didn't mention my name, but I was always referenced as multiple channels, multiple channels spreading lies, and it was not multiple channels. It was just me.
All good, all good. You know, I don't really have a hate bone on you, Ray. I just wanted to like clear things out, you know, because like
again, if you did, that's fine. Like I've never been bothered by people hate me. I just been like always.
Yeah,
like,
I know. I'm just
hate me for something that's true. Like if Ian hates me because, and he says he doesn't, but if Ian decided, if Ian wanted to hate me because of some shit I said to him in the past, whatever, that's his right. I don't care.
I don't have a brittle spirit, darling.
Lying about me or saying shit that's just not true, or saying shit about things they don't know about, and it's not 100% always y'all's fault because you don't know what's going on behind the scenes because not everything's a public thing. So when people are saying shit like, "Oh, well, you didn't address it,"
It
why aren't
wouldn't
you
be a
blaming
lot.
Henry? Me and Henry talked
Yeah, it
about it.
wouldn't be a lot.
That's it. Me and Henry talked
Just
about
because
it.
you and Henry
That part,
talked about
that
it
part is
doesn't
over.
mean that
That
don't
chapter's
take away
over.
from the criticism of you initially coming out stating
You can
X,
have
Y, and Z.
criticism, but don't sit there and get mad at me for telling y'all to move
I'm
on
not
when we
mad
can
at
talk
you. I'm
about.
criticizing.
Hold
That's
on.
called criticizing. You're
Let me say.
conflating being
Okay,
angry at you personally
Let me
with
rephrase because I say shit too fast out of emotions. Let me rephrase. It's not like y'all are telling me what to do, sure, but just like y'all don't like me telling people to move on, right? Right?
well, you could say that.
That's my criticism. That's my criticism is thinking y'all should move on from things, right? That's my criticism. Just like I criticized Brent about moving on, y'all are criticizing me about how I handled the Henry situation and that I should blame him. That it's the same thing. Again, we've been arguing about the same shit we're doing to each other. We just don't agree with the way we're doing it. That's it. Simple as that.
That's it. That's about it. 100%. But with that being said, thank you, Ray. Anybody has final thoughts? Because I got to get my kids up.
Uh, thank you, everybody in the panel for making a fun show, and I got a little more information about the whole locale thing, and I just gave my thoughts about the whole Christopher stuff. So like, yeah, I mean, I got the whole context. I mean, we have really good debates. Everybody here is a good sport.
Facts.
Everybody in the chat, and I respect Mr. Connor's show. So yeah.
Wait, real quick, can I just say one last thing? Because again, Co in the chat, and I just read it. Co,
Yeah,
here's the thing, Co. Here's my final thought on that. This was the first time since this shit happened that Henry was ever mentioned by me. I mean, again, not throwing shade at Dust. Dust is his own person. I still fucks with Dust, but like, Dust made merch referencing all the shit, right? Dust has talked about it in passing and shit, right? I haven't said really shit about it, and like the other day was the first time I talked about it. So like, there's no like we're not getting rid of Henry. It's like there's nothing going on. Henry's still doing his thing. He stopped by the chat because I was talking about him like people do, right? And that's it. I'm not gonna go calling on his show or anything like that. We're not gonna be best friends. We don't talk like that. It was a one stream I did to talk about something I cared about. When you say, well, we're not bro, like there's no we had a divorce and I'm honoring moving on. Like, why don't
What
y'all
happened to
want
the
me to move
children?
on? Y'all don't want me to move on?
No, I want you to move on. I want you to be happy. You know what I mean?
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm living my life and being peaceful. I'm doing big things soon. Hopefully, I'm hoping things work out. But I'm trying to do things and not focus on all this shit. So again, that's all it is. And I came on here for all those watching because you know they're gonna be watching. Like y'all can have your opinions on me coming here, but
Fuck them.
you know, fuck it. I'm gonna still do me. It's not gonna stop me. I'm gonna still do me regardless and feel how I feel, just like they're gonna feel how they feel.
All good, you know, we're both good. I'm
Now,
good with everybody, you know.
Yeah, did I successfully insert myself is the real question, right?
No, here's the funny thing. Probably, yeah, because like I said, you know, I got messages about it, and I'm like, I said I initially said I don't care, but then I heard some shit because I was curious. And I'm like, oh well, now I care. Now I care.
Okay, that's great that you care. And we're gonna have to agree disagree at this point. I still think you are the glazing Henry. I mean, I don't know if there's not really a definition for that, but I do believe that you what Henry did, what his mods did, and basically what Henry did, because he is at the end of the day, Ray, your moderators, you are responsible for their behavior and how what they do on your channel. If you are notified of it, you are responsible on how to react. Henry Dust made a mistake and he learned his lesson. He got rid of those mods. Henry, on the other hand, has those mods and is praising them as if nothing happened. Come on, Ray. They're not. I mean, chat. Henry did you wrong. He did you dirty, and he is responsible for how you were treated. So this is, and I bring up the mod situation because his credibility is ruined when he encourages people like Chad Billington, who literally tried to intimidate you because you had some sort of opinion or viewpoint. When someone encourages this type of behavior, their credibility should be questioned. I'm sorry. And if you're gonna tell me to, what's the end goal and all this nonsense? That's fine. We can keep doing that
Genuine
however
question.
much you want, and we can keep going on the circle all day.
But Brett,
But
that's a genuine question. I'm not like, again, you guys think I just asked these things to be an asshole. I was genuinely asking what the end
Nerd
was. I
talk.
wanted to know. That's it. Why is that so bad for me to ask that
Oh,
question?
motherfucking brother.
no, but it's 6 a.m. Well, it's the morning time, but it's just kind of like
It's
at the end of
6
the day.
p.m. for me.
Oh, it's 6 p.m. for you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're in a different
Yeah,
country.
it's six for me too.
Oh,
Okay,
shit.
6 a.m.
No, yeah,
Okay,
it's 6
so, well,
p.m.
I'm not
for
trying
me.
to drag this on.
So
I
we're
just want to
getting
make it
wait,
clear.
a few more
Sorry, real
seconds
quick.
to the 9 hour mark, Ian. You need to get monetized.
Right.
We
Real
know.
quick though, I just want to say the only reason why I'm not trying to drag it on, but I'm just saying, like, when you keep saying and mocking me for the whole "what's the end goal," I'm not saying that to be an asshole. I'm genuinely asking, and I want it like that. I'm not saying that to be a cunt. I'm just genuinely asking what the end goal is. Like, I'm trying to understand.
To be
But
petty.
y'all always take
To be
that as
petty.
an asshole.
To be petty.
Thank you. See, simple answer. That's all I ask, bro.
That's it. That's all. You know,
Okay,
watch
that's
hours.
We
all
got
I
9
ask.
hours.
9 hours.
10 more
With that
seconds.
be-
But yeah, it's just kind of like we're gonna have to agree disagree that his credibility should be questioned, and you think that who cares? That's basically what it seems like, and I guess we're gonna have to leave it there because we're gonna keep arguing in circles about this. You think he's a credible source of information? I think it should be questioned. I guess we have to leave it there, right? I mean, what
Yeah.
else can we just really discuss?
You
I
gotta
mean,
agree to disagree. Yeah, that's all. That's it.
And with that being said, this has been another episode of Everyone Gets a
9
Trophy,
hours, Ian.
where
Go get that
everyone
money.
gets a trophy, but
Yo,
everyone
Nerd Talk,
doesn't
come in.
deserve one. Peace. Shout out, Nerd.
Nerd, come in, Nerd.